Chapter 1. The Great Serpent's Transformation. Ah! Jejia, please save me. Yu Sheng exclaimed as her footing faltered. The stone beneath her suddenly gave way, causing her to plummet. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a nearby vine just in time to avert disaster. Xiao Yujia, hearing her best friend's desperate cry, followed the sound and found herself at the edge of the cliff, clutching a vine with all her strength to avoid falling. Panic surged within her as she clutched the vine that was supporting Yu Sheng, inching her upwards with determination. As they neared the cliff summit, Xiao Yujia extended her hand. Sheng, quickly grab my hand. Yu Sheng, seeing her friend not far away, reached out with her other hand, just managing to grasp Xiao Yujia's outstretched hand. Their fingers intertwined tightly, but suddenly, the vine Yu Sheng was holding could no longer bear her weight and snapped in two. The vine is broken. Jejia, you must let go. I can't hold on much longer. What should I do? I'm losing my grip. Jejia, please let go. Yu Sheng's hand began to slip away from Xiao Yujia's, their palms glistening with sweat. Sheng, just hold on a little longer. I can pull you up. Xiao Yujia's eyes brimmed with tears, but there was no one around to call for help, and she was lighter than Yu Sheng. Though she had managed to pull Yu Sheng up slightly with the vine, her strength alone was insufficient to lift her friend. This was her only friend, her confidant. She could not abandon her in the face of adversity. As their hands neared separation, Xiao Yujia suddenly summoned every ounce of strength to hold on to Yu Sheng's hand, but the disparity in their weights caused them to tumble into the abyss together. Cough, cough. Xiao Yujia gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself surrounded by towering trees. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled patterns upon every corner of the forest. The chirping of birds in the branches seemed to harmonize with the gentle breeze that passed by. Where am I? I distinctly remember falling off the cliff with Sheng. Could this be the bottom of the cliff? But where is Sheng? Suddenly recalling that she had fallen alongside Yu Sheng, she frantically searched her surroundings, but there was no sign of her friend, causing Xiao Yujia to feel a wave of despair wash over her. Why can't I find her? I had promised her mother, before leaving, that I would ensure her safe return. What now? Desperation welled up in Xiao Yujia's eyes, yet she continued to scour the area for any trace of Yu Sheng. Just as she turned to the left, she finally spotted Yu Sheng lying beside her. How foolish of me! Yu Sheng lay unconscious, a gash on her forehead bleeding profusely. Xiao Yujia herself had sustained minor injuries, and the forest around them was teeming with wild beasts. If they caught a whiff of blood, it would not bode well. Even if Xiao Yujia could control animals, she could only manage those of higher intelligence. She was powerless against frenzied beasts drawn by the scent of blood. I must find a way out of this forest, and quickly. She stood up, determined to pull Yu Sheng to safety, only to realize the disparity in their weights made it impossible for her to lift her friend. Roar! As Xiao Yujia spun in frantic circles, a deafening roar echoed in her ears. The sound intensified her panic, for she spotted a massive white tiger directly in front of her, its gaping maw dripping with an unidentifiable liquid. It stood about 2 meters tall and 3 meters long, with evenly spaced black stripes adorning its powerful form. A true giant that would command a hefty price in the modern world. If it lunged at them, they wouldn't stand a chance. Let alone escape, it would surely spell their doom. The white tiger, drawn by the scent of its two potential prey, found them increasingly enticing. Unable to resist any longer, the tiger let out a ferocious roar and pounced. Xiao Yujia felt her heart race in terror, yet she was unwilling to abandon her friend. Is this how I am destined to die? She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the pain that never came. As she slowly opened her eyes, she witnessed an enormous serpent larger than the tiger sink its fangs into the tiger's neck, coiling tightly around its body until the creature ceased to breathe. Once the tiger lay lifeless, the serpent slithered purposefully towards Xiao Yujia. Staring at the serpent, which appeared to measure over 10 meters in length and was as thick as her own body, Xiao Yujia's heart raced with fear, momentarily forgetting her ability to control animals. Lin Yi observed the trembling Xiao Yujia with confusion. Why was this female still afraid? The tiger had already been vanquished. What Lin Yi did not realize was that Xiao Yujia's fear stemmed from his immense size. As the serpent drew nearer, a sweet fragrance wafted through the air, reaching Lin Ye's nostrils. This little female exudes an alluring scent, more enticing than any from other tribes. What tribe does this little female belong to? How is she alone in the forest? Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Yujia for an extended period, growing increasingly captivated by her presence, completely overlooking the unconscious Yu Sheng on the ground. He longed to take this little female back to his lair, but would the beast men from her tribe come searching for her? Seeing that the enormous serpent bore no ill intent, Xiao Yujia decided to reach out in an attempt to connect with it. She bit her right index finger, allowing blood to flow forth, which caused Lin Ye's brow to furrow in concern. Why would this healthy little female harm herself? Is she frightened? Unaware of the serpent's thoughts, she extended her injured hand towards it, sweetly asking, "Oh, great serpent, may I befriend you? Could you help me and Sheng escape this forest?" Friend? What does that mean? Sheng? Lin Yi was puzzled by Xiao Yujia's mention of friendship. However, when he noticed her pointing at the unconscious Yu Sheng, he realized there was another female lying prone on the ground. Since this little female is making such a request, I suppose I should help them out of the forest. Leaving them here would be too perilous. Then, an idea struck Lin Yi. He extended his serpent tongue to taste the blood from Xiao Yujia's finger. As her blood flowed into his body, he felt an unexpected heaviness wash over him, though it quickly returned to normal. Lin Yi lowered his head, gesturing for Xiao Yujia to climb aboard. After a moment's hesitation, she complied, mounting his head while he coiled his tail around the unconscious Yu Sheng, placing her upon his back. He did not neglect the slain tiger, carrying both females and the food as he slithered towards the edge of the forest. Though Lin Yi moved steadily through the woods, the jostling caused Yu Sheng, who was just beginning to regain consciousness, to feel dizzy once more. If Yu Sheng had been conscious, she surely would have quipped, "Why am I on the ground while she gets to ride on your head? And why do you keep jostling me?" Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia, perched atop the serpent's head, marveled at the swiftly retreating scenery, exclaiming, "This is so fast." Lin Yi reached his cave just before sunset, carefully placing Xiao Yujia on the floor covered with animal skins while Yu Sheng was unceremoniously set aside. Were it not for the beastman's code against harming females, he would have discarded her long ago. Afterward, Lin Yi withdrew his tail from the tiger's carcass and transformed back into human form, casting a glance at Xiao Yujia before turning to drag the tiger to the riverbank for processing. Witnessing the transformation of the serpent into a human, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but exclaim internally, "A miraculous transformation." Ah! Sheng! Suddenly jolted from her astonishment at Lin Ye's metamorphosis, she remembered her dear friend was still unconscious and hurried to check on her. Placing her hand beneath Yu Sheng's nose, she felt a reassuring breath. She's still alive. No need to panic. Rummaging through her small bag, she retrieved a handkerchief and dashed out of the cave. Spotting Lin Yi at the riverbank, she crouched down to wet the handkerchief before returning to the cave. Kneeling beside Yu Sheng, she diligently wiped away the dirt and blood from her face, making several trips to ensure her friend was clean before applying a healing ointment to the gash on Yu Sheng's forehead. This ointment was crafted by Xiao Yujia's mother, designed to expedite healing, though it could not eliminate scars. Given her tendency to incur minor injuries during her excursions, her mother had taken it upon herself to create various salves, especially since Xiao Yujia was allergic to Western medicine. With limited quantities, her mother stored them in small porcelain jars, reminding Xiao Yujia to carry a couple whenever she ventured out. Just as Xiao Yujia finished tending to Yu Sheng's wounds, Lin Yi returned, having completed his task. He spotted the unconscious female, noting the visible healing of her forehead injury, although it would leave behind an unsightly scar. He averted his gaze, feeling a hint of disdain, while also growing curious about the ointment in Xiao Yujia's possession. What is that substance in her hands? How is her wound healing so rapidly? It surpasses even our beastman's recovery abilities. I must inquire about it later. After attending to Yu Sheng's injuries, Xiao Yujia approached Lin Yi. "Oh, great serpent, could you assist me in moving Sheng onto the animal skins? The ground is cold." Xiao Yujia was uncertain if the serpent would acquiesce to her request, considering that it appeared to be his resting place. Very well. Xiao Yujia was taken aback by his prompt agreement without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, Lin Yi contemplated, for in his understanding, as long as it was not a snake shed intended for a future partner, he could acquire as much beast hide as he desired. At worst, he could lay down a piece for himself on the side. He assisted in placing Yu Sheng upon the beast hide, and Xiao Yuzhi implored him for another favor. That great serpent. Do you have any more beast hide? Might you spare me a piece? Wait here. I shall retrieve it. This petite female truly became increasingly endearing. After a brief while, Lin Yi returned with a pure black piece of beast hide and handed it to Xiao Yujia, little female. This is for you. Thank you. But what an odd little female she was. Xiao Yujia took the beast hide from the great serpent's hands and covered Yu Sheng with it. In the blink of an eye, dusk had fallen outside. Lin Yi sliced a piece of wild beast meat and offered it to Xiao Yujia, little female. This is for you to eat, you must be hungry. As she accepted the meat from Lin Yi, although it had been cleaned on the outside, it still oozed fresh blood from the uncut areas within. Despite being a carnivore with a constitution that allowed her to indulge without gaining weight, the sight of the still bloodied meat instantly quelled her appetite. Yet, her stomach growled with hunger. Gurgle. Lost in thought, Xiao Yujia's stomach audibly protested, making the atmosphere all the more awkward. Lin Yi gazed at the little female before him, his expression filled with confusion. Why was she merely staring at the meat without eating, even though her stomach was growling? Thinking she was lost in a daze, Lin Yi gently reminded her, "Little female, aren't you hungry? Why don't you eat?" Xiao Yujia glanced up at the great serpent and offered an awkward smile. "Not yet, great serpent. Could you help me find a lot of dry branches? Both large and small, please. A person is iron, and food is steel. One meal skipped leaves one feeling anxious." Yet, no matter how hungry she was, she could not bring herself to consume raw meat. She would rather take the extra time to cook it. Lin Yi was puzzled about what the little female needed the dry branches for, but he nodded and swiftly dashed out of the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia took the meat provided by the great serpent and walked to the riverbank, where she washed away the flowing blood before returning to the cave, placing it on a large leaf. Subsequently, she gathered some stones around the cave and formed a small circle near the entrance with the stones she had retrieved. Before long, Lin Yi returned, carrying a large bundle of dry branches of various sizes. He placed the branches beside the little female. Seeing the great serpent had returned with the firewood, she looked up at him and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, great serpent." This smile left Lin Yi momentarily stunned, a mysterious blush creeping across his face. The little female was truly beautiful, fair, soft, and fragrant. He felt a peculiar fluttering in his left chest. What was happening? Why did his heart race so rapidly at the sight of the little female? While Lin Yi was lost in thought, Xiao Yujia had already taken a larger dry branch and, using her dagger, drilled a hole in it. She crushed some dry leaves and stuffed them into the hole, then took another branch and sharpened one end before wedging it into the small hole, clasping her hands together and beginning to spin it rapidly. However, after a long time, no smoke appeared. As the sun set and night fell, she opened her hands to find her palms sore from the effort. Seeing her struggle, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy and gently took the branch from her hands, saying softly, "Little female, how do you do this? Allow me." She looked at the great serpent, feeling slightly moved. Thus, she communicated in words he could understand, teaching him how to start a fire. Afterward, she applied some cooling ointment from her pouch to soothe her burning hands. The great serpent began to spin the branch rapidly, and before long, sparks began to fly. Observing this, Xiao Yujia signaled him to continue until flames leapt forth. Lin Yi swiftly retreated to a safe distance, while Xiao Yujia continued to add dry branches to the growing flames, which flared higher and higher. She used her dagger to cut the meat into chunks the size of her palm, skewering them on a branch and placing them over the fire to roast. As Lin Yi watched the suddenly burgeoning flames, which showed no sign of spreading elsewhere, he inched closer to the little female. His gaze turned serious as he regarded her. She sensed the intensity of his stare and shivered slightly. Just then, the roasted meat emitted a rich, smoky aroma. Xiao Yujia poked at it and discovered it was done. She hurriedly handed a skewer to the great serpent. "Great serpent, you must try this, it's absolutely delicious." Lin Yi hesitated for a moment as he accepted the roasted meat, But upon witnessing the little female enjoying it so heartily, he took a bite himself. The smoky flavor and the succulent juices of the beast meat filled his mouth, and he instantly fell in love with the taste, though it felt far too scant. Who would have thought the divine fire could be utilized in such a manner? The meat cooked with divine fire was simply delectable. He devoured the roasted meat in a few swift bites, still feeling unsatisfied as he glanced at the little female. Xiao Yujia giggled and proceeded to chop the entire clean tiger beast meat into chunks the size of the great serpent's palm, skewering them and placing them on a large leaf. Before long, the two had consumed all the meat, with of course Lin Yi eating the most. With her belly feeling pleasantly full, Xiao Yujia observed as Lin Yi laid out all the beast hides he had stored, creating a thick layer on the ground. He then gestured for the little female to come over. Little female, you should sleep. And you? Lin Yi's face flushed. I will sleep beside you. Initially intending to persuade the great serpent to take the bed while she slept with Yu Sheng, Lin Yi insisted, leaving Xiao Yujia with no choice but to lay down with a sense of trepidation. Chapter 2. Sweet Potatoes. The following morning, upon awakening, she noticed the absence of the great serpent, who must have gone in search of food. Beside her lay a pile of red fruits. She picked one up and, upon closer inspection, found it resembled an apple. The scent was similar, and upon taking a bite, the sweet flavor enveloped her palate, its texture akin to that of an apple. Hastily finishing the apple, Xiao Yujia strolled over to where Yu Sheng was sleeping. Just then, Yu Sheng awoke and, bewildered, surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Xiao Yujia, she immediately flipped over and embraced her, bursting into tears. Woo XX, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Jia, you're safe. Xiao Yujia gently patted her back, soothingly replying, yes, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Yu Sheng glanced around, finally realizing they were in a cave, which was quite spacious, about 4 to 5 meters high, yet devoid of anything but a few beast hides spread across the ground. Curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, Jia, where is this place? This is the Great Serpent's cave. The Great Serpent? Yu Sheng expressed her bewilderment at the mention of the Great Serpent. Noticing her confusion, Xiao Yujia recounted everything that had transpired after they fell from the cliff, leaving Yu Sheng in a state of shock. It was only after some time that she grasped they were now in the serpent's cave, prompting her to spring up and pull Xiao Yujia outside. Ah Sheng, what's the rush? Why are you suddenly running out? Xiao Yujia questioned, puzzled by Yu Sheng's sudden action. Jia, that's a serpent's cave. We must flee quickly, or we won't be able to escape if that great serpent returns. Yu Sheng's tone was laced with urgency and fear. Having been terrified of soft-bodied creatures her entire life, especially snakes, she found their slippery nature utterly chilling. Seeing her friends panic, Xiao Yujia reassured her, Ah Sheng, it's all right, the great serpent doesn't eat humans. Really? Yu Sheng sounded skeptical of her words. Although she had known since childhood that Xiao Yujia could communicate with small animals, she still found it hard to believe. After all, if a serpent as large as she described didn't eat humans, how could that be possible? Yu Sheng only remembered that Xiao Yujia could converse with small creatures, forgetting that her own body also held some peculiar traits. Ah Sheng, how about we explore the vicinity? Perhaps we might discover some vegetables or something. Seeing Yu Sheng still shaken, Xiao Yujia suggested they wander around the cave's outskirts, hoping to find some vegetables or staple foods like potatoes. From the state of the Great Serpent's cave, it was clear that it primarily feasted on meat throughout the day. Though she was a carnivore, she could not endure a constant meat diet, especially since Yu Sheng was a vegetarian, for whom meat was merely an occasional change of taste. The two wandered around the cave's vicinity, but as Xiao Yujia was unfamiliar with the area, she dared not stray too far, especially uncertain if they still resided in their original world. After all, the Great Serpent's ability to transform into a human was exceedingly thrilling. What if they encountered other beasts that could also take human form? Wouldn't that be perilous? Despite not venturing far, Xiao Yujia noted that the area surrounding the Great Serpent's cave was a vast plain, with grass not particularly tall, but sharp. To prevent her only outfit from being torn by the grass, both of them had to tie their skirts up with their long hair and hike them up to expose their knees. After all, this skirt had been custom-made, and it was quite expensive. They had no notion of how long they had been walking, but now the sun was directly overhead, and they stopped before a small valley. Xiao Yujia glanced back, realizing the small valley was not far from the cave, situated in the southwest direction. If the great serpent were to return, it should be able to see them from here, right? What is going on? It has only been a day since we arrived here, and yet, why am I already so concerned about the snake? I don't even know its name yet. What is happening today? Jejia. Jejia? Yuxing turned her head and noticed Xiao Yujia lost in thought after calling her name several times without a response. She mustered her strength and called out loudly once more, Jejia. Ah, what's wrong? Xiao Yujia was suddenly jolted from her reverie by the shout. What's the matter? Why are you daydreaming? Yuxing couldn't comprehend why Xiao Yujia seemed so distant. Ever since the fall from the cliff, her best friend appeared somewhat peculiar. It wasn't merely oddity, rather. Xiao Yujia felt something within her heart had shifted, perhaps what people refer to as a feeling of fluttering. It's nothing. Xiao Yujia shook her head, indicating that she was fine and that there was no need for concern. Seeing the expression on Xiao Yujia's face, which indeed seemed untroubled, Yusheng felt relieved. She took her hand and led her aside. That's good to hear. Come quickly, I've found leaves that resemble sweet potato leaves. Sweet potato. Does that mean we have a staple food? Sweet potatoes, like potatoes, are quite filling. Then let's hurry and dig them up. Xiao Yujia, upon discovering the sweet potatoes, was even more excited than Yusheng. Yusheng suddenly felt a bit bewildered. Isn't Jejia a carnivore? Why is she more thrilled about finding sweet potatoes than I am? Confused, Yusheng pondered Xiao Yujia's excitement, while Xiao Yujia had already unearthed the tuber-like roots beneath what appeared to be sweet potato leaves. Upon inspection, she gasped. The root was as long as her arm and as thick as 2 thighs. Such exuberant growth. She dragged the sweet potato to the nearby river, washed it clean in the water, and deftly peeled its skin with a dagger before tasting it. To her astonishment, it was even sweeter than the one she had grown herself. Ah Sheng, come quickly. In a moment of excitement, she called for Yu Sheng. I'm coming. Open your mouth. Upon seeing Yu Sheng sitting nearby, Xiao Yujia urged her to comply. Yu Sheng obligingly opened her mouth, and Xiao Yujia quickly placed a piece of the cut sweet potato inside. Taste this. Yu Sheng had no time to react. Only after Xiao Yujia's hand swiftly retreated from her mouth did she realize something had been placed within. Instinctively, she chewed a few times, and the sweet potato cracked audibly, filling her mouth with a burst of sweetness. Her eyes suddenly sparkled as she gazed at the root. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yujia joyfully exclaimed, Delicious, right? Mom? Yuxing nodded vigorously. This one should be enough for us both, but it might not suffice for the snake. Let's dig up a few more, shall we? Although the snake had gone hunting, Xiao Yujia thought it might appreciate a change in diet. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's intention to find sweet potatoes for the snake, Yu Sheng's expression darkened, and she feigned indignation. Jejia, snakes eat meat. They don't eat vegetables. Let's not worry about it. Don't be like that. It saved both of us. We would have perished in the jaws of the tiger otherwise. Just a little longer, and then we can return. Yu Sheng was aware that the snake could transform into a human, but she was determined to dig up a few more. Seeing her persuasion fail, Yu Sheng begrudgingly helped dig up the sweet potatoes in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having returned to the cave, noticed the absence of the little female and the other little female who had been by her side, causing a sudden wave of anxiety. Could the little female be in danger? However, after sniffing around, he detected no other scents apart from his own and those of the 2 little females. How could the little female simply vanish? Just as Lin Yi grew increasingly anxious, he turned to the southwest and spotted a red dot and a white dot not far off. Without a doubt, the red dot belonged to the little female, as she wore the hide of some unknown beast in red. Overjoyed, Lin Yi tossed the clean game he had caught onto the large leaves at the cave entrance and hurried over. Little female, there you are. I thought you had left. Seeing the little female brought him joy, but upon noticing the scars on her calves, his heart ached. Ah, great snake, you're here. Quick, come. I found new food. Hearing the voice, Xiao Yujia turned and, spotting the great snake, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly beckoned him to help dig up sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was startled by the sudden appearance of a man, particularly one clad only in a piece of beast skin around his lower body. She felt a wave of breathlessness. How can there be a man without clothes, wrapped only in beast skin? Yu Sheng felt her senses overwhelmed. Her eyes were tainted. The sweet potatoes were so large and long that by the time Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi unearthed 4 or 5 of them, the sun was nearly setting. As they prepared to return, Xiao Yujia realized they had no means to carry the sweet potatoes. Spotting some vines nearby, she swiftly crafted a rather unrefined basket to hold them, ensuring they didn't waste even the leftover piece of sweet potato. Seeing the little female prepared, Lin Yi, concerned about her safety against the sharp grasses, transformed before their eyes. Xiao Yujia had witnessed such exciting scenes before, her expression calm. While Yu Sheng shrieked, a snake demon. Lin Yi lowered his snake head to allow the little female to climb aboard, while his tail lifted the loudly protesting Yu Sheng high into the air. Even though he didn't particularly like that female, all females in the Beastman continent were protected. Feeling herself hoisted high by the slippery snake tail, Yu Sheng immediately protested loudly. "You snake demon, why are you lifting me so high? Put me down a bit. I'm afraid of heights." Lin Yi found this little female incredibly bothersome, yet he complied, lowering her just enough to keep her from being harmed by the grass below. Yu Sheng exhaled, the dizzy sensation fading, yet her tongue didn't cease its tirade against Lin Yi. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yi did not revert to his human form, but instead placed Yu Sheng outside the cave, then pushed the little female inside, while coiling up at the entrance like a disc. Seeing the massive snake blocking the cave entrance, Yu Sheng burst into tears. "Jia, this snake demon is bullying me." She observed her best friend outside, anxiously stamping her feet, and felt a twinge of worry. The night here seemed fraught with unpredictable dangers. Approaching, she gently patted the large snake's head, speaking softly, "Great snake, please let us Sheng in. It's too dangerous outside at night." She didn't mean any harm. "It's fine, it's not dangerous. I'm watching," Lin Yi replied coldly. "That little female just insulted me." Although he didn't comprehend her words, her tone was far from pleasant. Realizing her cries were futile, Yu Sheng plopped down in defeat. Inside the cave, Xiao Yujia had already started a fire, skewering the prepared meat over the flames while burying several sweet potatoes in the embers. The sweet potatoes were quite large, so she had to slice them in half. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and visibility diminished to mere shadows illuminated by moonlight, Lin Yi coiled his tail around the drowsy Yu Sheng, pulling her inside and transforming back into human form. Xiao Yujia hurriedly supported the half-asleep Yu Sheng and roused her. "Ah Sheng, wake up. Eat something before you sleep." She handed her half a sweet potato. Upon returning to the cave, Yu Sheng, feeling irritable, devoured the half-sweet potato, which tasted significantly sweeter than the one she had grown. After finishing the sweet potato, she noticed Xiao Yujia handing her a skewer of roasted meat. Though the taste was somewhat lackluster, it was better than nothing. Gritting her teeth, she finished it, her stomach now full, and stormed off to sleep in a huff. Watching all this unfold, Xiao Yujia found it amusing that her dear friend was now quarreling with the great snake as if they were old acquaintances. "Little female, eat quickly, don't mind her. I won't harm her." Harming females in the Beastman continent incurs the wrath of the beast god. Lin Yi urged Xiao Yujia to eat, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry, while also reassuring her that he meant no harm to Yu Sheng. Beastman continent? Beast god? It seems we have crossed over. But is this world truly as it seems? Xiao Yujia accepted the roasted meat Lin Yi offered with a bright smile. "Great snake, I still don't know your name. I am Xiao Yujia, and this is my good friend Yu Sheng." "Lin Yi," he responded softly, and yet Xiao Yujia heard him clearly. Lin Yi silently repeated his name in his mind. "Lin Yi is a lovely name, but I still find Great Snake more endearing," she remarked. For the first time, Lin Yi heard someone say his name was beautiful. Coming from the little female, it sounded particularly melodious. "Jia, you can call me whatever you like." Lin Yi felt delighted that the little female could address him by name as long as she departed. He didn't mind what she called him. "Jia, can you tell me more about this sweet potato?" This sweet potato was delicious, sweet like Jia's scent. If Xiao Yujia knew Lin Yi compared her to a sweet potato, she would surely burst into laughter. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Yujia generously shared how sweet potatoes could be stored for a long time. Lin Yi was immensely delighted upon hearing this news, as he would enter a state of dormancy during the winter months. The prospect of storing a substantial quantity of sweet potatoes meant that the little female would have sustenance even amidst the frigid winter. Chapter 3. An abundance of meat. Great serpent, may I request a favor of you? With this inquiry, she was uncertain whether Lin Yi would acquiesce. However, the bountiful sweet potatoes in that small valley could be harvested and dried for long-term preservation. When she had mentioned that sweet potatoes could be stored for extended periods, the joy on Great Serpent's face was unmistakable. Was winter particularly harsh here? Judgia, what would you like me to do? Just say it plainly. To her surprise, Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately agreed. This astonished Xiao Yujia. With Great Serpent's consent, the subsequent tasks would be much simpler. She pondered whether she and Yu Sheng could ever return to their original world. If they could, that would be splendid, but if not, they must prepare for a future of abundance. Xiao Yujia smiled sweetly. Great Serpent, I shall teach you how to craft hunting traps. This way, you can take it easy. Will you accompany us tomorrow to dig for sweet potatoes? She had devised a clever plan, suggesting that she assist Lin Yi in making hunting traps, thereby freeing up time to accomplish numerous tasks. After all, with only the two of them, it would take 4 or 5 days to unearth all the sweet potatoes. What is a trap? Lin Yi inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar term, upon hearing this question. Xiao Yujia paused momentarily before explaining the purpose of a trap. Lin Yi learned that once a trap was properly set, it would capture prey without the need for constant vigilance. They would simply need to retrieve the catch each morning and reset the trap. This realization filled Lin Yi with delight, as it meant she would have ample time to spend with Jia. She nodded eagerly. All right. Tomorrow, you can instruct me on setting the traps, and then I shall assist you in harvesting sweet potatoes. Thank you, Great Serpent. Lin Ye's agreement significantly simplified matters for her, ensuring that she and Yu Sheng would be safe during their outing. What does thank you mean? In response to Great Serpent's curiosity, Xiao Yujia could only explain the simple phrase of gratitude. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, Xiao Yujia applied ointment to the scabbed wounds on her calves, and then tended to Yu Sheng, who had already fallen asleep. The scar cream required prolonged use to effectively diminish marks, promising restoration within a month at most. The next morning, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng tidied their disheveled skirts. Lacking a comb, they could only use their hands to hastily arrange their hair into a high bun. Since they planned to set up hunting traps that day, Lin Yi was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, she waited for Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng to finish grooming before leading them into the forest. Upon reaching the forest, Xiao Yujia consulted Lin Yi about the areas where prey might be more plentiful. After selecting several locations, they began to set up traps. When Xiao Yujia mentioned digging holes, Lin Yi, without a second thought, manifested sharp claws. This action left Xiao Yujia somewhat bewildered. Was Lin Yi truly a great serpent? Did snakes not lack claws? Had she misread her books? Lin Yi's display of claws made her question everything she thought she knew. In no time, Lin Yi had excavated a deep pit approximately 3 meters wide and 5 meters high. Observing that they had dug several deep holes, Xiao Yujia led the two in camouflaging the traps with branches and fallen leaves. Looking at the fallen leaves and the yellowing branches, it was evident that autumn had arrived. Yet, she wondered if the autumn here mirrored that of their original world in terms of timing. After confirming that all traps were set, she called Lin Yi and Yu Sheng to accompany her to the location where they had discovered the sweet potatoes the previous day. As usual, Lin Yi lifted Yu Sheng high with her tail, and Yu Sheng responded with playful banter, while Xiao Yujia chuckled at their antics. Their dynamic was amusing. Lin Ye's presence seemed to alleviate Yu Sheng's fear of soft-bodied creatures. Perhaps upon arriving at the small valley, Lin Yi set them down. The sweet potatoes grew to the left of the valley's entrance. Xiao Yujia approached the sweet potato vines and pointed, saying, Great Serpent, this is the vine and leaves of the sweet potato. The tubers are buried underground. Following her, Lin Yi examined the vines and leaves closely. This was what sweet potato vines looked like. It appeared similar to something found in the forest, and she resolved to harvest some for Jia if they encountered it again. After ensuring she understood, Lin Yi joined the two in digging for sweet potatoes. The process became significantly swifter with Lin Yi's assistance, as her claws effortlessly uprooted the tubers. Seeing this, Xiao Yuja hurriedly collaborated with Yu Sheng to gather the sweet potatoes into a basket. However, due to the sheer quantity, they found additional vines and fashioned a woven basket on site. Once the basket was complete, they filled it with the remaining sweet potatoes, and Xiao Yuja replanted the sweet potato vines. Lin Yi, puzzled by this action, could not help but ask why she was burying the vines again. Xiao Yuja explained that by replanting them, they could yield a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes come autumn. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood that they could reap even more, so she did not press further and led the two back to the cave. After settling them in, Lin Yi hastened to hunt. Otherwise, they would have no meat for dinner. Jejia was too slender and needed to gain some weight. Once Lin Yi departed, Yu Sheng, feeling famished, insisted that Xiao Yuja join her in roasting sweet potatoes. Considering there was little else to do and fearing danger if they ventured too far, Xiao Yuja acquiesced to Yu Sheng's request to roast sweet potatoes within the cave. Fortunately, there were still some embers in the cave's fire pit. Otherwise, Xiao Yuja would have had to resort to friction to ignite a fire, which would have exhausted her. Stepping outside the cave, she gathered some dry branches and returned to the cave to stoke the fire with the embers. Burying half a sweet potato. Before long, the sweet potato was cooked, and they each took half. After a few bites, Yu Sheng began to grumble. Aside from sweetness, it lacks flavor. Roasted meat has a savory aroma, but no other taste. What place is this? Why are there no other humans besides us? Jejia, just a snake that is both fierce and slippery. It's utterly terrifying. Listening to her friend's complaints, Xiao Yuja, to be honest, felt similarly about the lack of flavor in the roasted meat. She mused, I wonder if there are any salt mines in this land. But even if I find one, I worry about how far it is from the cave and the potential dangers. All of this remains a mystery to us, as Yu Sheng and I are unfamiliar with the rules of this world. Moreover, to avoid alarming Yu Sheng, I have concealed the fact that we have traversed into a realm not recorded in history, a continent inhabited by beastmen. Just then, Lin Yi arrived, her tail coiling around a large assortment of prey. Sliding into the cave, she deposited the catch in a heap and transformed into her human form, rushing to Xiao Yuja's side. Exclaiming with pride, Jejia, your hunting trap is incredible. It managed to capture so many creatures. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, which seemed to beg for praise, Xiao Yuja thoughtfully replied, Great Serpent, you are wonderful. You caught so many animals. Lin Yi beamed at the compliment, her heart overflowing with joy, her lips curving into a smile. Yet, this expression elicited differing reactions from the two girls that Yu Sheng exclaimed, How frightening. The Great Serpent is smiling. While Xiao Yuja remarked, Little milk snake, how adorable. I want to pet her. Coughing, Xiao Yuja felt a bit awkward as it seemed their thoughts diverged. Despite the abundance of prey, it would spoil quickly. Lin Yi felt a twinge of regret. Even with the traps yielding a greater catch, the dead animals would decay in a matter of days. Perhaps I should eat more? That way, Jejia won't have to consume spoiled beast meat. As Lin Yi contemplated this, Xiao Yuja suddenly asked, Great Serpent, do you know where there are stones that are both bitter and salty? Bitter, salty, stones? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I've never seen such things. She gazed at Lin Yi, contemplating, Is Great Serpent truly human? She lives as a beast, and aside from hunting for sustenance, she likely has no time to seek out such items. Then, have you ever seen a large expanse of water? Xiao Yuja gestured with her hands to illustrate a vast circle, and not satisfied, she spread her arms wide to indicate an even larger body of water. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi understood and eagerly nodded, saying, There is a very large river not far from the front of our cave. I'm not sure if it's what you're looking for. Can you take me to see it? Xiao Yuja was elated at the prospect of a large water body, that if it truly was the sea, there might be hope for salt, enabling them to preserve the beast meat. Certainly, however, we must first process the prey. Otherwise, it will attract other wild animals. Lin Yi understood the dangers of this world. Though she hadn't ventured to other places, she sensed that this area might be safer than others. All right, I'll assist you. Xiao Yuja nodded and assisted Lin Yi in carrying the small game to the riverbank for processing and cleaning. Upon arriving at the river, she observed Lin Yi skillfully separating the beast's hide and setting it aside. Then washing the meat in the river water, he expertly cut it open to remove the entrails, burying them in a pit. She felt a pang of regret, thinking about how those parts could also be consumed. However, she soon reconciled with the situation, realizing that under such harsh conditions, without any spices to marinate the organs, they would be quite unpalatable. Xiao Yujia swiftly took out her dagger to process the game. Lin Yi turned to see her hands moving rapidly. Yet the prey was being expertly cleaned. He was surprised by how quickly she handled the game, realizing that she must have endured considerable hardship outside, having to hunt and process the prey herself, that he vowed to prepare an abundance of food for her in the future, ensuring she would never have to worry about sustenance again. The tenderness he felt for her would undoubtedly provoke her to tease herself. For in the modern world, she had never truly lacked for food or warmth, always having enough to eat, and even surplus. The only real concern she had was dealing with a demanding boss at work. But thankfully, she had a loving mother who would secretly buy her favorite things and place them in her room, later pretending they were gifts from Santa Claus. With such a caring mother, Xiao Yujia felt incredibly fortunate. As the sun began to set, Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia carried the cleaned meat back to their cave. Perhaps due to Xiao Yujia's fortuitous nature, she stumbled upon wild ginger by the river and promptly dug up a few roots. Upon returning to the cave, she found Yusheng sitting on the ground, his head bobbing sleepily, utterly adorable. He always seemed to grow drowsy as soon as the sun set, falling asleep as darkness enveloped the surroundings. A peculiar quirk that even his mother could not explain when Xiao Yujia had inquired. Noticing the flickering fire about to extinguish, Xiao Yujia hurriedly added dry wood to stoke the flames before waking Yusheng. Asheng, wake up. Have something to eat first, then you can sleep. Jia, you're back. Yusheng replied, still in a daze, his eyelids heavy with sleep. Lin Yi observed him with disdain, thinking how this female only seemed to sleep. But Jia was much better. Yet, he also felt pity for her, having to care for a friend who merely slept, that if Yusheng were aware of Lin Yi's thoughts, she would surely be incensed. For she did not wish to be this way. Despite having visited numerous doctors and hospitals throughout her life, no one had been able to cure her peculiar affliction. Nevertheless, it did not significantly hinder her daily life. She still ate and drank during the day and slept at night, finding nothing strange about it. Over time, she had simply grown accustomed to this odd condition. Big Snake, could you find a stone slab that is thin and wide like this? Xiao Yujia gestured to illustrate her request. She believed that grilling meat on a stone slab would produce a more tender texture compared to charcoal grilling. And since Yusheng preferred vegetarian fare, this style of cooking would likely entice her to eat more. I'll go find it for you, Lin Yi exclaimed, understanding her request for the stone slab, and darted off. Even if he couldn't locate one, he could carve the stone into the desired shape. During Lin Yi's absence, Xiao Yujia utilized her dagger to slice the meat of the smaller game into thin pieces. And then, recalling Lin Yi's appetite, she skinned a larger prey and skewered its meat for grilling. Since both of them were unaccustomed to the fishy taste of the meat, she decided to slice the wild ginger she had found by the river and apply it to the skewers. The pieces intended for stone grilling were marinated on a large leaf that, as the familiar spicy aroma wafted through the air, Yusheng perked up immediately. Jia, did you find ginger? Yes, Xiao Yujia replied. Shortly after, Lin Yi returned with a stone slab of just the right size, having cleaned it thoroughly. She quickly constructed a simple stove, placing the stone slab on top, waiting for the moisture to evaporate. She then cut a piece of fat from the game and placed it on the heated slab to render the grease, followed by the marinated meat pieces, flipping them occasionally. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring the appetites of the three, that once the stone-grilled meat was ready. Xiao Yujia used improvised chopsticks made from twigs to offer a piece to Lin Yi, who responded with exclamations of delight. Yusheng, nearly drooling, quickly fashioned his own pair of twig chopsticks and placed a piece of the grilled meat into his mouth. Delicious. This is far better than the dry grilled meat. Chapter 4. The Sea and Salt. It was autumn, a season of bountiful harvests in nature. Yet the mornings on the Beastman continent were often adorned with a light DEW as Xiao Yujia awoke. She adjusted her clothing only to realize she was wearing a dress suitable for summer, leading her to feel a moment of exasperation. If I had known I would be transported here, I would have brought an extra cloak when climbing the mountain. When Lin Yi returned from the trap with the clean game, he found Xiao Yujia sitting on a beast hide, sighing. Fearing she was unwell, he rushed over. Jia, are you all right? Are you sick? I can take you to the nearest tribe to see the shaman. Seeing her forlorn expression made him anxious. What would he do if she were ill? He knew well that females were delicate. He felt he should spend more time with her, yet he wanted to provide her with the best life possible, which meant working hard to bring her plenty of meat. Qiao Yujia, touched by Lin Ye's concern yet somewhat bemused, reassured him, "Big Snake, I'm fine. I'm not sick, really?" He replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. After all, females on the Beastman continent were indeed quite fragile. And given Qiao Yujia's petite and fair frame, she seemed even more so. If Qiao Yujia knew of Lin Ye's thoughts, she would retort, "This isn't weakness. It's a delicate figure and a slender waist." "Thank you very much. I'm a beauty with exceptional grace in the modern world. Big Snake, didn't we agree? We're going to the seaside today. Hurry and fetch me a wooden bucket." Qiao Yujia swiftly changed the subject. "Are you really all right?" Lin Yi pressed, still concerned. "Of course. Now, what is a wooden bucket?" Although he always fulfilled her requests, he was curious about unfamiliar concepts. Qiao Yujia picked up a charred branch from the fire and drew the shape of a wooden bucket in the dirt, explaining that it should be made from thick wood, hollowed out from the center, but not all the way through. She emphasized leaving a handle. Once he understood, Lin Yi dashed off to chop wood, while Qiao Yujia hurried to stoke the fire for breakfast. Once everything was nearly ready, she called for Yu Sheng, "Wake up and wash up. We're heading to the seaside soon." Yu Sheng, who had been sound asleep, sprang from the beast hide upon hearing the mention of the beach and rushed out to the riverbank to freshen up. Qiao Yujia smiled at his enthusiasm, pondering why he held such a profound love for the sea, as if it were ingrained in his very being. Before long, Yu Sheng and Lin Yi returned to the cave, with Yu Sheng excitedly sitting beside Qiao Yujia. "Jia, I'm all washed up. When are we going to the seaside?" "Jia, here's the wooden bucket." Lin Yi presented the finished bucket to her. Qiao Yujia examined it closely. The craftsmanship was meticulous, with the edges smooth to prevent any injury. "Well done," she praised, unable to contain her admiration. That single compliment sent Lin Ye's heart racing, a warmth spreading through him as a blush crept to his cheeks. "Come, eat something first." Qiao Yujia offered him a skewer of grilled meat. Lin Yi accepted it with a murmured acknowledgement, feeling as though something had shifted within him. "Jia, when are we going to the seaside?" Yu Sheng asked again, noticing Qiao Yujia had not responded. "Here, eat first. Otherwise, you might feel faint later." She handed Yu Sheng a half-grilled sweet potato, instructing him to eat. "Why would I feel faint? Aren't we going to the seaside?" Yu Sheng queried, puzzled. "Yes, we are going to the seaside. But you might feel dizzy from the height." Qiao Yujia chuckled, knowing that Lin Yi would undoubtedly lift her high up again, leading to their usual playful bickering. But what would happen afterward? She decided to let it go. Not wanting to dwell on it as expected, Lin Yi lifted Yu Sheng high into the air, and she began her usual playful complaints that I in the Beastman continent, while male beastmen were prohibited from harming females. They were not forbidden from teasing them. Although Yu Sheng is strikingly beautiful, with cherry-like lips, a doll-like face, and enchanting peach blossom eyes, Qiao Yujia, who is somewhat different, also possesses a doll-like visage, but leans towards a more delicate appearance. Her pair of phoenix eyes evoke an intense sense of distance while simultaneously exuding an irresistible allure, complemented by her dainty nose and soft, rosy lips, features that Lin Yi finds particularly appealing. Conversely, Lin Yi expresses his disinterest in Yu Sheng's type, fervently praying to the beast god each night for another beastman to arrive, so that he might have Jia all to himself, unencumbered by others. Lin Yi swiftly glides with the two of them until they reach a vast expanse of ocean bordered by extensive plains, beyond which lie forests of varying sizes. Giant snake. "Put me down at once." Upon seeing the boundless sea, Yu Sheng urgently implores Lin Yi to release her, fearing she might be sick. Lin Yi obliges, and Yu Sheng dashes to Qiao Yujia's side, a triumphant look on her face. Lin Yi, however, wears a scowl, wishing for another beast man to distract this female, so he can remain close to Jia. Jia, let's return after we play in the sea. Lin Yi is not a frequent visitor to this place, as it is mostly flat land inhabited by small to medium-sized beasts, devoid of the grand creatures found in the forest, yet he remains uncertain about the potential dangers. All right, Qiao Yujia concedes, acknowledging the unsettling tranquility of the area. Lin Yi fills a wooden barrel with seawater before transforming back into his beast form, and as Yu Sheng is suddenly lifted high into the air by the serpent, she resumes her tirade against Lin Yi. Although Qiao Yujia has advised her against such behavior, Yusheng feels compelled to voice her fears. After all, each time the giant snake hoists her aloft. Her fear of heights overwhelms her. Is it not terrifying? Upon returning to the cave, Lin Yi sets down the two of them along with a barrel of seawater. Jia, what do you need the seawater for? Lin Yi is puzzled by Qiao Yujia's intentions that if she merely wishes to see the ocean, he could take her there daily, but he is baffled by the need to transport seawater. Yu Sheng, however, seems to catch on and teasingly remarks, Silly snake. You don't know, do you? This seawater can be used to. She pauses, smirking. Why should I tell you? Such words infuriate Lin Yi, casting a dark shadow over his expression. Oh, this vexing little female. Beast God, please send this little female a beast man post-haste. The beast god responds, indicating that her destined mate is on the way, so there is no need to rush, observing the playful banter between the two. Qiao Yujiao interjects, Great snake, the seawater can be transformed into a seasoning called salt, which can preserve beast meat for years without spoiling. Upon hearing that beast meat can be preserved for an extended period, Lin Yi is left astonished. Are you certain this salt can truly keep meat fresh for so long? Indeed. Qiao Yujia confirms with a nod. However, she wonders why the great snake is so exhilarated by this revelation. Is the winter here particularly harsh? What should they do next? Lin Yi is eager to see what the salt Qiao Yujia speaks of looks like. Great snake, could you assist me in crafting a stone pot? After uttering this request, Qiao Yujia feels a twinge of regret, considering their brief acquaintance of merely 2 or 3 days, that a stone pot. I know what a stone is, but what is a stone pot? Lin Yi scratches his head, perplexed by the connection between the stone and the pot. Qiao Yujia, seeing his confusion, draws a rough sketch of a stone pot in the dirt with a twig, explaining that the sides should be somewhat thin, but not overly so, and that the bottom should be solid. Not too thin, yet not too thick either. Lin Yi watches intently for a while, and Xiao Yujia assumes he has not grasped the concept and prepares to elucidate further. To her astonishment, Lin Yi suddenly bolts out of the cave. Moments later, he returns, carrying a large stone pot and placing it before Xiao Yujia, who gazes at it in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi's heart swells with pride. Does Jia think I'm impressive, that I'm strong enough to protect her and run far away from danger? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yujia merely inspects the stone pot, noticing the droplets of water on its surface, indicating it has been cleaned. The edges are smoothly polished, and the base is just the right thickness. Had Lin Yi been born in modern times, he would undoubtedly thrive as a craftsman. Great snake, you are remarkable. This stone pot is perfectly crafted. Xiao Yujia cannot help but compliment him, upon hearing her praise. Lin Yi's ears flush crimson. Jia praised me. How wonderful. Whatever Jia desires, I shall create for her. Yusheng observes Lin Yi's reaction to a mere compliment from a girl and finds it amusing. She muses, Aren't snakes cold-blooded? Why is he blushing? Outside the cave, Qiao Yujia constructs a larger cooking platform with stones and ignites a fire. She initially considers moving the pot herself but decides against it, recalling her small stature. Although self-reliance is often more effective, sometimes seeking assistance is the better option. Great snake, could you help me move the stone pot over there? Of course. Lin Yi readily agrees to fulfill Qiao Yujia's request. He lifts the stone pot and places it on the makeshift cooking platform. Then, following her instructions, pours seawater into the pot, ensuring the fire remains lit and adequately strong, with someone always watching. In modern times, people use the sun to evaporate seawater to obtain salt, but since it is currently autumn with cooler weather and limited sunlight, they must resort to boiling it. Lin Yi wonders how much salt they will ultimately obtain. As he watches Qiao Yujia boil the seawater in the stone pot, he cannot help but inquire, Jia, is this sufficient? She shakes her head. Not yet. We need to wait a little longer. Then I'll retrieve the prey from the trap. All right. Lin Yi shifts into his beast form, reinforcing his scent around the cave before gliding back into the forest as dusk settles and the seawater in the stone pot evaporates. Glistening salt crystals remain on the pot's walls that if Lin Yi had not crafted a sufficiently large pot to hold all the seawater, they would have needed to boil it again, once it appears nearly finished. Qiao Yujia moves the fire back into the cave and inspects the pot. The evaporation has yielded a considerable amount of salt, enough to sustain them for a while, but still insufficient for curing meat. At last, we have salt. My mouth has felt so bland these past few days. Yusheng exclaims excitedly upon seeing the sparkling salt crystals that it has only been a day or two without salt. Why does it feel like you've gone a year? While Xiao Yujia can understand Yusheng's excitement, she knows that merely 2 days without salt shouldn't lead to such a drastic change in flavor perception. Right, it's been a year. Yusheng nods, settling beside Xiao Yujia. Jia, shall we find our way back now? This place is too frightening. Back to our previous path, can we truly return? Xiao Yujia falls silent, uncertain how to respond to Yusheng, that if she agrees and they ultimately discover they cannot return, will Yusheng resent her for deceiving her? Conversely, if she does not agree, will the passage of time erode the joy they currently share? Jia, what's wrong? Why are you silent? Noticing Xiao Yujia lost in thought, Yusheng waves her hand in front of her face that, I'm fine. Xiao Yujia snaps back to reality. The salt is ready. Let us scrape it off and store it in bamboo tubes that we won't be lacking salt for a while. She states joyfully, oblivious to the slight discontent on Yusheng's face that a while. This implies they might not be going back. Although Yusheng can be a bit slow, she is not foolish. She understands from Xiao Yujia's words that they may have to reside here for an indefinite period. Just as they begin collecting the salt from the pot, a sudden loud thud, like a heavy object hitting the ground, echoes nearby, startling both girls. Xiao Yujia wants to investigate, but Yusheng grips her hand tightly. Jia, don't go over there. We don't know what made that sound. It could be dangerous. Xiao Yujia gently pats Yusheng's hand, reassuring her. How about we go together? Yusheng nods, and the two girls grasp hands as they cautiously approach the source of the noise. Though Yusheng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of encountering fellow humans, a chilling thought struck her. Was the figure before them lifeless, drenched in blood? It seemed so. The sun had already set, leaving only the moon to cast its pale glow, rendering the world nearly invisible to human eyes at night. With great difficulty, Xiao Yujia discerned a silhouette ahead, the scent of blood wafting through the air. He was gravely injured. They were positioned at a distance, yet the faint metallic scent of blood drifted to Xiao Yujia's nostrils. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's concern for the injured individual, Yusheng's heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow. Would he survive? Jia, let us save him. As a music student, she possessed little knowledge of herbal remedies or pharmacology. Leaving her helpless in the face of this injury, she could only appeal to Xiao Yujia for assistance. If Xiao Yujia were to fathom her innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly respond, I too am a music student. I merely took a few courses in traditional Chinese medicine. Why? Because she was allergic to Western medicine, and her family had long been devoted to the study of various herbal ointments and floral cosmetics. Throughout her life, Xiao Yujia had encountered only the safest of cosmetics. Yet this was the territory of the Great Serpent. And would it allow unfamiliar beast-men to linger here? Let us approach and ascertain the situation, she nodded. Truthfully, Xiao Yujia harbored doubts about her ability to heal him. The closer they drew to the figure, the more potent the scent of blood became. Meanwhile, the nearly unconscious Bai Di, lying on the ground, caught a whiff of the female scent and was momentarily taken aback. How could there be a female scent here? This was the domain of the White Serpent. Bai Di dared not contemplate further, fearing the implications of his thoughts. As they drew nearer, Xiao Yujia and Yusheng finally beheld the injured figure on the ground. Though his features remained obscured, his body stained with blood, Sheng, he is too tall. The two of us cannot move him. He stood approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, far beyond their capacity to lift. What shall we do? Yusheng exclaimed in a state of urgency. It was late, and he could be in grave danger lying here. Jia, at the sound of her name, they turned to see Lin Yi rushing towards them. Anxiety etched across his face. Having returned late from hunting, he was alarmed by the overwhelming scent of blood. Concerned for Xiao Yujia's safety, he hastened his pace. Upon arriving at the cave and finding neither Xiao Yujia nor the noisy little female, he felt a wave of panic wash over him. He abandoned his catch and dashed out of the cave, the scent of blood intensifying with every step. As he searched for Xiao Yujia's scent, he also sought the source of the blood. Finally, near the place where he cleaned the beast meat, he spotted the familiar petite figure alongside the unfamiliar, barely breathing beast man. Lin Yi sighed in relief upon seeing that his beloved little female was unharmed. Yet his heart remained heavy with worry. What if she had been frightened? Jia, are you all right? Despite her lack of injuries, he remained anxious for her well-being. I'm fine, Xiao Yujia assured him, shaking her head. Great Serpent, could you assist us in bringing him into the cave? After all, it was someone else's domain, and it was prudent to seek the owner's consent. Of course, Lin Yi replied without hesitation that he bent down and hoisted the beast man onto his shoulders. Heading towards the cave. Once inside, Lin Yi gently placed Bai Di on the ground and approached the dying embers of the fire, adding more wood to rekindle the flames, bringing warmth back into the cave. Just as Qiao Yujia intended to tend to Bai Di's wounds, Lin Yi suddenly interjected, "Jejia, do not move. Let her handle it." He gestured towards Yusheng. Why Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she might explode with frustration. "I'll handle it. Just fetch me a bucket of water." She was not about to back down, her gaze fixed defiantly on Lin Yi. Qiao Yujia wished to avoid further quarrels between her close friend and the one she had feelings for. So she gently tugged on Lin Yi's hand. Without protest, he grabbed a wooden bucket and hurried to the riverbank for water. Wei Yusheng noticed their closeness, feeling somewhat envious as a single individual. Soon, Lin Yi returned with a large bucket of water, setting it beside Yusheng before turning to sit next to Qiao Yujia by the fire, then stepping out to process the hunt. Ignoring him, Yusheng knelt down with a handkerchief, dampening it to clean the blood and dirt from Bai Di's body. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia began preparing dinner, which she had intended to do before sunset. But the encounter with Bai Di had delayed her efforts. When Lin Yi returned from tending to the hunt, Yusheng had finished cleaning Bai Di. She approached Lin Yi hesitantly, stammering, "Great Serpent, could you help me move him to the fur bed?" She pointed to her sleeping area. Lin Yi remained silent, ignoring her request. Frustrated, Yusheng pushed her final limit. "If you help me move him to the fur bed, I will never scold you again." No sooner had she spoken than she caught a glimpse of a swift shadow passing before her, and suddenly Bai Di was gone. She turned to see him lying quietly on the fur bed. "You said it, no take-backs." Lin Yi quickly settled beside Qiao Yujia, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he focused on the roasted meat in her hands, finding it more enticing than ever. "Did I want to go back on my word? I always mean what I say." The following morning, Qiao Yujia and Yusheng were awakened by a cacophony of noise. Wei Yusheng rose from the fur bed, initially intending to berate the source of the disturbance. But upon seeing Lin Yi, she swallowed her words. She had promised herself not to scold him, and she intended to keep her word. Turning, she walked back into the cave without looking back. Qiao Yujia, not wishing to return to sleep, urged Yusheng to accompany her to the river for washing up and fixing their unruly hair from the previous night. Upon returning to the cave, Qiao Yujia prepared breakfast for the three of them. After washing his hands, Lin Yi snatched the roasted meat from Qiao Yujia's hands, insisting she should not be the one to cook. He had observed her cooking methods the day before and was eager to showcase his own skills. However, Qiao Yujia swiftly reclaimed her prize. "No need. I'll handle it. Great Serpent, hurry and fetch the prey from the traps. We can marinate the meat for winter." Having witnessed Lin Yi's reaction when digging for sweet potatoes, she understood that winter in this world would be particularly harsh. Without food, they could not survive. She and Yusheng could not venture far, so they had to rely on Lin Yi's efforts. Upon hearing the need for provisions, Lin Yi nodded vigorously and, before exiting the cave, asked, "Jejia, do you need anything else? Just say the word, and I'll bring it back." Seeing Lin Yi's earnest determination, Qiao Yujia felt no need for hesitation. She listed the wooden buckets, seawater, and any edible plants or sweet potatoes he might find while hunting. Lin Yi nodded in agreement and dashed out, knowing the coming days would be busy as he prepared ample food for Jejia, ensuring she would not go hungry during his hibernation. After breakfast, Yusheng turned her attention back to Bai Di to facilitate the two girls in fetching water. Qiao Yujia had asked Lin Yi to make 2 small wooden buckets. She took one to the river, filled it with water, and quickly returned to the cave to tend to Bai Di's body. Fortunately, he had not developed a fever the previous day. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Once the dirt on his face had been cleaned away, Yusheng paused, momentarily stunned. Yesterday, in the dim light, she had failed to notice, but now, under the daylight, the man before her was undeniably handsome, more so than any modern heartthrob. His chiseled features, slightly upturned lips, elongated eyes framed by long lashes, and heroic eyebrows, along with his flowing silver hair, accented by a streak of black at his temple, captivated her. Sighing, Yusheng found herself utterly entranced. She had previously thought no one could meet her aesthetic standards, only to discover this striking individual in such an unfamiliar place. Truly, fate had orchestrated a remarkable encounter. While preparing breakfast, Xiao Yujia intended to offer Yu Sheng a roasted sweet potato and a small skewer of meat. However, upon turning, she caught sight of Yu Sheng gazing dreamily at the injured beast man, surrounded by an aura of pink bubbles that Sheng seems to have taken a liking to that beast man. Should I play matchmaker? Or perhaps I should let things unfold naturally. Even so, breakfast was essential, and Xiao Yujia approached Yu Sheng, presenting her with a now-cooled sweet potato and warm roasted meat that Sheng. Have some. We'll need our strength soon. Yu Sheng accepted the food, expressing her gratitude. Thank you that we are good friends. There is no need for thanks. Hurry up and eat. We'll marinate the meat together later. To Xiao Yujia, such gestures between friends were mere formalities. Unnecessary and best left unsaid. Before long, Lin Yi returned with an assortment of prepared beast meat, neatly arranged on clean, large leaves that he intended to continue out, but Xiao Yujia stopped him. Eat first. You'll need your strength to keep working. She smiled as she handed a large skewer of roasted meat to Lin Yi. The moment he received the meat, warmth surged through Lin Ye's heart, leaving him almost disoriented. It felt as though something was repeatedly striking his heart, causing it to thump wildly. After devouring 5 skewers of roasted meat, Lin Yi contentedly dashed out of the cave, while Xiao Yujia used a dagger to slice the beast meat she had skillfully brought back into strips, each 3 fingers wide and the length of her arm. The neatly arranged strips were placed on large leaves, seasoned with ginger slices to remove the gamey smell. After finishing his meal, Yu Sheng also came over to lend a hand. Around midday, Lin Yi brought a clean wooden bucket and placed it in front of Xiao Yujia. She looked up at the wooden bucket, astonished. In just one morning, he had crafted 7 or 8 buckets. Impressive work from the big snake. Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's praise, Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and found himself admiring the small female even more, before he could bask in his happiness. Xiao Yujia continued, Big Snake, could you fetch some seawater? We need it to cure the beast meat, and this salt is insufficient. Lin Yi responded with an affirmative sound and swiftly ran out with 2 wooden buckets. Moving like the wind, leaving only a fleeting shadow in Xiao Yujia's sight. At that moment, Bai Di awoke from his fur bed, and upon opening his eyes, he caught a whiff of the snake beastman's scent, causing his expression to tighten suddenly. But soon, his demeanor became even more tense, for within this snake beastman's cave were the scents of 2 small females. Could they be captured by this snake beast man? If Lin Yi were aware of Bai Di's thoughts, he would surely retort, Captured? They simply fell right in front of me. With that thought, Bai Di hastily rose from the fur bed and noticed 2 oddly dressed small females bustling about, seemingly engaged in some task. Nearby lay something glaringly red, reminiscent of the sun above that. As he approached, he realized that the wounds inflicted by the bear beast had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. While Yu Sheng was arranging the meat strips, she caught a glimpse of Bai Di, who stood there in a daze. She quickly set down the meat strips, washed her hands, and rushed to him, supporting him. You're awake. Your wounds have just healed. Why not rest a bit longer? I'm fine. Beastmen are quite robust, Bai Di replied, finding the small female before him rather endearing. What to do? It felt as though something had collided with his heart, making it race. Upon hearing Bai Di claim his strength, Yu Sheng couldn't help but appraise the man before her. Indeed, he was quite strong. Dante, just stand there, come sit. After noticing Bai Di was still standing, she quickly pulled him to sit beside the fire. Seated beside the fire, Bai Di gazed at the bright light before him, feeling its warmth akin to the sun. What could this be? How could it be so warm? My name is Yu Sheng. What is yours? Yu Sheng looked at the man before her, finding him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Bai Di. Bai Di? Is he the Bai Di I'm thinking of? Enough chit-chat. Let us eat something. You must be starving after waking up. At that moment, Xiao Yujia interrupted the two, handing Yu Sheng a large roasted sweet potato and several skewers of meat. She didn't directly hand any to Bai Di, as she was aware that someone else had affections for him, and she also wished to create an opportunity for a friend. Regardless, she harbored feelings for that white snake. Bai Di, you must try this. The roasted meat made by Jia Jia is exquisite. Yu Sheng urged as she offered a skewer to Bai Di, signaling him to taste it, knowing he must be famished after a night's rest. Bai Di accepted the skewer and took a bite. Why does this meat taste so different from what I had in the tribe? There's no bloody taste, and it feels somewhat warm. Could it be that this bright light produces it? In the tribe, they only consumed raw meat, so Bai Di was quite curious about this bright object that he watched as another small female skewered the meat with a branch and placed it over the bright light, where the dripping fat would sizzle and create a tantalizing sound. Bai Di, intrigued, reached out to touch it, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Xiao Yuja. Don't touch it, it'll hurt. Bai Di, struck on the left hand, felt a slight numbness. The small female's strength was not formidable, so it didn't hurt much. Yet that simple statement only heightened Bai Di's curiosity about this bright object. What is this? Although he had been struck, Bai Di felt compelled to inquire that if he didn't clarify, it would feel as though something was lodged in his heart. Perhaps this knowledge could lead to a better life for the tribe. Jia Jia, I'm back. Just then, Lin Ye's voice echoed from a distance, Da Sheng. You explain it to him. Xiao Yujia instructed Yu Sheng to elucidate the concept of fire to Bai Di, as it was clear he had never encountered it before. Bai Di, sensing the return of the snake beast man residing in the cave due to the cold scent that wafted through, felt a surge of apprehension at why Yu Sheng, delighted, began enthusiastically explaining everything she knew about fire. While Bai Di listened intently, captivated by the small female's animated description of something he had never heard of before that moment, he found her chatter quite adorable. Xiao Yujia approached, intending to assist Lin Yi with the weight he was carrying. But upon reconsideration of her small arms and legs, she decided against it, retracting her outstretched hand. Lin Yi noticed Xiao Yujia's gesture and chuckled inwardly. Jia Jia is indeed charming. He entered the cave with 2 wooden buckets filled with seawater and placed them next to the large stone pot. Xiao Yujia suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and walked over to the fire, handing a skewer of roasted meat to Lin Yi. It's just been roasted. Eat up. You need to replenish your energy. Her gentle smile warmed Lin Yi's heart, and he accepted the skewer, finishing it off in a matter of moments. Delicious. Jia Jia's roasted meat is truly exquisite. Slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you. Seeing Lin Yi devour it so voraciously, Xiao Yujia felt a twinge of irritation. Won't your stomach hurt from eating so fast? Noticing her annoyance, Lin Yi quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Jia Jia. I was wrong. I want to do it again. He earnestly vowed to Xiao Yujia, I ask that what you say? No takebacks. Since you've sincerely apologized, I shall forgive you. No takebacks. No takebacks. Lin Yi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Now, please help me pour the seawater into the pot. We should be able to extract some salt before sunset. All right. Lin Yi nodded and promptly poured a bucket of seawater into the large stone pot. Adding some firewood to stoke the flames higher, Lin Yi settled down beside Xiao Yujia. Bai Di watched him warily, apprehensive that he might suddenly attack. Lin Yi noticed Bai Di's reaction and found it peculiar. Why was this tiger tribe beast man regarding him with such suspicion? Why do you look at me like that? Are you a snake beast man? Bai Di inquired, eyeing Lin Yi across from him. Yes, and what of it? I want to eat you. Lin Yi continued to find it odd. Why did this tiger tribe beast man seem ready to strike him down? But you would eat a female, Bai Di asserted firmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng reacted differently. Xiao Yujia, would the big snake really eat me? Yu Sheng, I told you that the big snake would eat people. Jia Jia remained skeptical. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a surge of anger. When have I ever eaten a female? Meat can be eaten indiscriminately, but words should not be carelessly spoken. I have never eaten a female. Aside from Jia Jia and this talkative small female, he had not encountered any other females in the barren plains. All right? You're mistaken, Bai Di countered, undeterred by Lin Ye's growing intensity. Every old beast man in our tribe has spoken of a savage snake beast man residing at the very center of the barren plains, committing all manner of atrocities. He seizes tribe females to make them his mates, and if they refuse, he devours them whole. Committing all manner of atrocities? Is the big snake really like that? Xiao Yujia questioned. Committing all manner of atrocities, devouring whole. How terrifying! Yu Sheng exclaimed. Snakes are indeed the most fearsome creatures in existence. Lin Yi's frustration grew with each passing word. It felt as though the small universe within him was about to explode. You're spouting nonsense. Here in the center of the barren plains, besides Jia Jia and the other 2, I have seen no other tribe females. I'm not spouting nonsense. Bai Di stood his ground against Lin Yi's rising pressure, refusing to back down. Stop. Just as it seemed a fight was about to break out, Xiao Yujia quickly intervened. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yi's anger dissipated instantly, while Yusheng made efforts to soothe Bai Di's feelings. Seeing the two had calmed down, Xiao Yujia gently said, "Let us discuss this later. For now, the big snake and Bai Di should go outside to gather sweet potatoes together. Oh, and remember to come back before sunset." Xiao Yujia urged Lin Yi to hurry outside. "Bai Di, since your wound is just healed, a stroll outside will benefit your health." Yusheng also encouraged Bai Di to accompany Lin Yi. The two, who seemed incompatible like water and fire, had no choice but to step outside the cave under the insistence of the two small females. "Jia Jia, do you think they'll be all right together?" Yusheng voiced her concern, observing the two glaring at one another, worried they might end up fighting outside. "No way. Why do I find myself increasingly worried about the White Emperor? We only shared one evening together. Rest assured, Sheng, everything will be just fine. Sometimes, men simply need to engage in a scuffle. After all, one must fight to truly know one another." Xiao Yujia could discern Yusheng's concern for the White Emperor. After just one night, she had already secretly harbored feelings of infatuation for the White Emperor, having fallen for him at first sight. Truly, she is a girl easily swayed by her emotions, before the sun dipped below the horizon. Lin Yi and the White Emperor approached, each carrying a woven basket filled to the brim with sweet potatoes. Upon placing the basket down, Xiao Yujia noticed the bruises on their faces and hands, indicating they had indeed exchanged blows, and quite fiercely at that. It seemed their relationship had begun to thaw. However, what could it possibly mean that the White Emperor struck the face of the Great Serpent? Pfft. Xiao Yujia couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at, Jia Jia?" Lin Yi, already feeling aggrieved, appeared even more so upon hearing her suppressed laughter. "No, you must have misheard." Xiao Yujia fought to contain her mirth and continued. "Come here, let me tend to your wounds." "All right." The moment she offered to apply medicine, Lin Yi's previous grievances vanished like smoke. Xiao Yujia took out a bruise ointment, applying it while contemplating. "Oh dear. Such a handsome face, marred by a punch right on the apple of his cheek. It resembles a wounded little milk snake. It seems like he needs a sister's kiss to heal." Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but plant a quick kiss on Lin Yi's bruised spot before swiftly pulling away. That fleeting moment left Lin Yi utterly taken aback. "Jia Jia kissed me. Does this mean we can pray to the beast god for companionship before winter arrives?" As he pondered this, his face flushed a deep crimson. Why is the Great Serpent blushing? Could he possibly be a pure-hearted serpent? However, considering Lin Yi's description, it seemed they were in a primitive era where weddings involved not only seeking blessings from the beast god, but also where one could simply knock out a man they fancied and carry him away. The people here seemed to regard relationships with a certain nonchalance. If they like someone, they wish to be together, and if not, they part ways for someone better. Nearby, Yusheng observed every interaction between her friend and the Great Serpent, unable to resist glancing at the White Emperor. Despite the bruise marring his strikingly handsome face, it only seemed to enhance his allure. The more she looked, the fonder she became. Gathering her courage, she tiptoed and planted a swift kiss on the White Emperor's cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that moment, the cave was filled with a sweet, effervescent aura of love. Xiao Yujia, witnessing her friend's rosy cheeks, felt a mix of delight and exasperation. It had only been a brief moment since her own kiss, and now Yusheng had followed suit, making her realize that the bubbles of affection were multiplying. Ahem. She coughed lightly, balling her fist to her mouth, breaking the sweet atmosphere. As dusk settled and the moon ascended, its cold light bathed every corner. In contrast to the chill outside, the cave was illuminated by the warmth of the fire, where the group gathered to share a meal, basking in the comforting heat that warded off the night's chill. "White Emperor, how did you faint by the river?" Yusheng couldn't help but inquire, as he did not appear to be someone accustomed to solitude, but rather someone with family, having sustained such grave injuries. He had not returned home for a day and a half. Surely his family must be worried. He glanced at the little female before him, his cheeks reddening, averting his gaze as he replied, "I was part of the hunting party. Yesterday, while out hunting, we encountered a black bear. The hunting team is already small in number, and after the encounter, many were injured, some severely enough to have likely met the beast god." The thought of yesterday's ordeal weighed heavily on the White Emperor's heart. Their hunting team, comprised of merely a handful of beast warriors, had been halved after the encounter with the black bear. Observing the White Emperor's expression, filled with sorrow for his injured kin, Yusheng felt a pang of empathy. She understood his feelings. Although there were no wild beasts to threaten them in the modern world, other dangers still lurked, and one could still lose their precious life in an instant. Yusheng composed herself. Speaking gently, White Emperor, where is your tribe located? Could you take me to see it tomorrow? Qiao Yujia, overhearing this, was taken aback. Is Asheng planning to meet his family? This noisy little female is finally leaving. How wonderful! That means I can have some time alone with Jia Jia. My tribe is called the Tiger Howl Tribe, merely a small group of 200 people. Are you certain you wish to visit? The White Emperor informed Yusheng of his tribe and questioned whether she truly wished to see it. Yes, after hearing his words, Yusheng nodded resolutely. Asheng, have you really thought this through? It is an unfamiliar tribe. Qiao Yujia interjected, concerned that Yusheng might face difficulties in that tribe, that I have thought it through. Yusheng affirmed once more. After glancing at Lin Yi, she added, Great Serpent. Don't you think I'm unaware of your intentions that I will return? Yusheng was well aware of Lin Yi's little schemes, which were to cultivate a relationship with Qiao Yujia while she was away. Such a wonderful friend, wealthy and beautiful. Although money might not hold much value here, her looks certainly do. How could such a precious cabbage be taken by a fearsome serpent? Unmoved by Yusheng's words, Lin Yi finished his roasted meat and dragged Qiao Yujia toward the river to wash up. Wai Yusheng swiftly finished her roasted sweet potato and led the White Emperor to the river. Yet, the White Emperor found himself troubled. Could he truly provide for this little female, given that she seemed to eat so little? Unbeknownst to Yusheng, he was already contemplating how to sustain her. Perceiving that she favored grass over meat, unlike the little female serpent, the following morning, Qiao Yujia rose early, taking the marinated meat strips she had prepared over the last 2 days to dry by the fire, placing them in her woven basket alongside several roasted sweet potatoes. Not long after, Yusheng awoke to find Qiao Yujia already eating by the fire and hurried out of the cave to wash up. Upon returning and sitting beside Qiao Yujia, she asked, Jia Jia, why are you up so early today? Because you are going with the White Emperor to visit his tribe? I wanted to prepare some food for you, as you might not be accustomed to the tribe's cuisine. Qiao Yujia replied, playfully tapping Yusheng's forehead. Thank you, Jia Jia. Hearing that Qiao Yujia had prepared food for her brought Yusheng immense joy. Their families had been close since childhood, and Qiao Yujia had always taken good care of her. Looking at her carefree friend, Qiao Yujia felt a slight exasperation. Aside from engaging in banter, what else could she possibly do? Worrying for Yusheng, she cautioned her a few times. Remember to return before sunset tomorrow, and try not to quarrel with anyone in the tribe that I know. When it came to going out, Jia Jia was even more nagging than my own mother. Chapter 7. Still considered a minor? Soon after, the White Emperor returned from hunting, transforming into his beast form to carry Yusheng away. Qiao Yujia stood as if a mother watching her child embark on a journey, gazing longingly until their figures disappeared into the forest, feeling a twinge of reluctance. After all, before departing, Yusheng's mother had entrusted her to look after Yusheng. Yet now, not only had she brought her into this strange world, but she was also sending her off on an adventure. Although the White Emperor claimed that the Tiger Howl tribe was not far from the center of the Wuhuang Plain, it was only a few hours' journey for them beast folk. For ordinary humans, however, that distance could take an entire day to traverse. Lin Yi had just returned from setting traps when he noticed Qiao Yujia standing still, gazing in one direction with tears welling in her eyes. The tears rolled down her cheeks, and when they fell to the ground, vibrant flowers unexpectedly bloomed at the spot. From a distance, Lin Yi witnessed the entire process of tears turning into flowers, his eyes fixed on the blossoming petals. Why do you stare at me so? It frightens me. What on earth is happening? Lin Yi was at a loss for words, suddenly more determined than ever to remain by Qiao Yujia's side and protect her. He approached her quietly, wrapping his arm around her waist, and reassuringly said, Jia Jia, you need not worry. No one will harm females in the Beast-Man continent, and the White Emperor will protect her. Qiao Yujia replied with a soft hoping that would indeed be the case. Ouch! As she turned to return to the cave, she unexpectedly bumped into Lin Yi's chest, knocking her head against him with a resounding thud. When did he embrace me? His chest feels harder than stone. She was unaware that it was not Lin Yi's chest that was hard, but rather his well-toned muscles, given her delicate frame, even in the modern world. Such a collision would have caused quite a commotion. I'm sorry. Are you all right, Jia Jia? Upon hearing her pained groan, Lin Yi became flustered, unsure how to seek her forgiveness. That I'm fine. Xiao Yujia shook her head, then added, Sheng has gone to play, and no one is helping me prepare jerky, so you can assist me. Yu Sheng had gone off with the White Emperor to visit their tribe. How could she possibly cure so much meat into dried jerky all on her own? Just then, a free laborer appeared. She promptly seized Lin Yi and led him into the cave, leaving him no choice but to follow reluctantly. Careful not to exert too much force lest he harm the delicate little female, Lin Yi suddenly felt a twinge of regret. He should have stopped Yu Sheng from leaving. With 4 people working together, the task would be accomplished with greater speed. Yet, she had departed, allowing him to spend time alone with Jia Jia. With this thought, the internal conflict within Lin Yi dissipated entirely. Indeed, if he could be alone with Jia Jia, why bother with that noisy little female? After all, she had Bai Di to protect her, and no one would dare to bully her. Cheerfully, Lin Yi followed Xiao Yujia into the cave, assisting her as needed, and asking questions where he was uncertain. Xiao Yujia was more than willing to teach someone as eager to learn as Lin Yi. The Huxiao tribe lay to the south of the Wuhuang Plain, surrounded by mountains and rivers. Streams cascaded from the highest peaks, winding around the base before flowing toward the unknown horizon. Before the tribe's entrance stood 2 towering trees, each as thick as 2 Yu Shengs. On either side of the gate, 2 orcs stood guard. Bai Di halted not far from the tribe's entrance and gently roused the slumbering Yu Sheng. Sheng, wake up, we've arrived. During their journey, Bai Di had been particularly cautious due to Yu Sheng resting on his back, yet he maintained a swift pace. Although Yu Sheng was excited, the scenery whizzed past her like a slideshow, ultimately leading her to rest her head on Bai Di's beastly form and fall asleep. The To avoid disturbing her, Bai Di slowed his speed. Have we arrived so soon? Yu Sheng murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep, as if caught in a haze between dreams and wakefulness. How do we get here so quickly? By the way, this fur is so comfortable. Am I the first person to ride on a tiger's back? Yu Sheng felt slightly aggrieved. It was rare to sleep in such cozy fur, but since they had arrived, she had to suppress her desire for a midday nap and sit up. Once Bai Di confirmed that the little female on his back was seated properly, he continued to drag the captured prey toward the tribe. As they entered the village, the tribe's people erupted in cheers. The hunting party had returned, but not without significant losses. The tribe shaman shook his head in dismay, indicating that he was powerless to help. However, the observant villagers noted that one member of the hunting party was still unaccounted for. Although they held little hope, the absence of a corpse suggested there might still be a chance. Finally, the person they had been anxiously awaiting had returned, dragging a substantial amount of prey. Bai Di set down the captured game, and the orcs and females rushed to assist in transporting the spoils to the riverbank for processing. Bai Di, you have finally returned. Just as Bai Di placed Yu Sheng down and transformed back into human form, a soft, melodic voice called out, Adio, you know how worried I've been. Hong Xia wanted to step forward to see the partner she had longed for. But upon entering, she discovered a female behind Bai Di, who was even whiter and more beautiful than herself. In an instant, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Bai Di, who is this female? Hong Xia demanded angrily, glaring fiercely at Yu Sheng as if wishing to bore a hole through her with her stare. This fierce gaze made Yu Sheng shudder. Had she offended the girl before her? Why did it feel as if her eyes were about to spit fire? Yet Bai Di had no intention of acknowledging Hong Xia. He completely ignored her and led Yu Sheng toward the chieftain's cave. This gesture only fueled Hong Xia's fury further, causing her to stamp her foot in place. In the Wuhuang Plain cave, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi had been busy all day, and as the sun began to set, her concern for Yu Sheng grew heavier. She feared that the women in the tribe might bully her. She also worried about her eating well. The more she thought about it, the more distressed she became that it was truly a mistake to bring someone else's daughter to this primitive beastman continent. No matter how she considered it, she felt uneasy in her heart. Lin Yi, observing her as she completed her tasks, sat by the fire in a daze, constantly running his hands through his neatly arranged hair only to mess it up again. He knew she was troubled and anxious about the little female, but what could he do? Perhaps all he could offer was a comforting embrace. With this thought, Lin Yi did just that, wrapping his arms around Xiao Yujia from behind. Due to her petite stature, she was entirely enveloped in his embrace, her head the only part visible. Jia Jia, don't worry. She will be fine. He tried to soothe the anxious Xiao Yujia. He knew that speaking ill of the little female at this moment would surely earn him her disdain. Xiao Yujia nodded, looking up to meet his gaze, only to find a handsome face peering down at her. But why did he look so pitiful? She felt compelled to tease him. Big Snake. How old are you? Just turned 20. Wow. That's 2 years older than me and a Sheng. But if Big Snake just turned 20, did that mean they considered 20 to be adulthood? If so, could she enjoy 2 more years of play? Shaking her head, Xiao Yujia dismissed the thought of wanting to extend her time. And you, Jia, how old are you? 18. As soon as she said it, she regretted it, from what Big Snake had just said. That age was still considered underage in their tribe. One moment, Xiao Yujia was pondering her own status as underage, and the next, Lin Yi tightened his embrace around her. Jia, I will protect you well. Indeed, Lin Yi saw Xiao Yujia as a young female in need of protection. How could any tribe be so cruel as to cast out underage females to fend for themselves? He vowed to safeguard her until she reached adulthood. Even after that, he would continue to protect her. Hearing his words felt like warm sunlight enveloping her, though something felt off. She stood up and pecked him on the cheek, stating earnestly, Big Snake, I'm already an adult. I can protect myself. Just take care of yourself. Only 18. How could you be considered an adult? Lin Yi countered, unconvinced. Big Snake, I truly am an adult. In our world, 18 is considered grown. Lin Yi gazed in her determined, glimmering eyes, still uncertain. He asked, Are you really an adult? Indeed. Xiao Yujia nodded vigorously. Then I must protect you. Lin Yi tightened his embrace once more. Xiao Yujia began to feel uncomfortable, continuously tapping Lin Yi. Big Snake, please let go. I can hardly breathe. I'm sorry, Jia, are you all right? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yi panicked, his hands frozen in midair, unsure of what to do. Should he let go or gently pat her to relieve her discomfort? Fearing he might inadvertently harm her, he ended up sitting there, feeling helpless. Xiao Yujia turned her head and caught sight of Lin Yi, who resembled a child who had committed a misdeed. She patted his chest and spoke softly. It's all right, Big Snake. I'm not upset. Just be more careful next time. Really? Lin Yi asked uncertainly, his eyes wide with disbelief, as though she had committed a grave error. Xiao Yujia nodded firmly. She then placed a kiss on his lips. That kiss made Lin Yi resolve never to let her go for the rest of his life. One hand gently wrapped around her waist, while the other cradled the back of her head as he tentatively deepened the kiss. Xiao Yujia did not resist. She experienced the taste of forbidden fruit for the first time. She had previously asked classmates who had already tasted it how it felt, and each answered that it was sweet. But why did she feel a tumult of emotions? The two were momentarily lost in each other, entwined until the midnight hour. Of course, although Xiao Yujia claimed to be an adult, Lin Yi still believed she was not truly grown, as they had not gone all the way. Xiao Yujia was kissed into a state of breathlessness and eventually released, collapsing into sleep as she inhaled fresh air. With no other option, Lin Yi rose to add more firewood to the flames, ensuring they blazed brightly before returning to the hide bed, wrapping Xiao Yujia snugly in furs, leaving only her head exposed, satisfied as he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yusheng could not fall asleep, tossing and turning for an hour and a half, which eventually woke Bai Di. Sheng, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Di had noticed the little female's restlessness long ago, expecting she would fall asleep soon, but was surprised that she had been awake for so long. I'm fine, just can't sleep. Can you walk outside with me? Yusheng looked at Bai Di with her watery eyes, barely able to make out his features. She had kept her night vision a secret from everyone except her family and Xiao Yujia, fearing they would think she was speaking nonsense or call her a monster. But it's cold outside. You'll catch a chill. Bai Di was at a loss for what to do. The only excuse to prevent Yusheng from venturing outside was the fear of falling ill. However, she appeared to be in considerable distress, that why Yusheng felt as though something was lodged in her chest, yearning for release. Yet at that moment, the inhabitants of the tribe had already succumbed to slumber. She wished not to disturb their rest. She already felt guilty for having awakened Bai Di. She simply had to get outside. Bai Di, will you take me out, please? She gazed at the man before her with her tear-filled, watery eyes, her tears glistening at the corners as silent sobs moved Bai Di, breaching the last defenses of his heart. In that moment of vulnerability, he instinctively pressed his lips to her tear-streaked cheek, wiping away the remnants of her sorrow. Can you hold on a little longer? I will take you to see the Grand Shaman. Yusheng nodded. Bai Di enveloped her tightly in animal skins, leaving only her head exposed for breathing, and swiftly carried her out of the cave. Bai Di dashed forward, fortunately, as the son of the chieftain. His cave was not far from the Grand Shaman's, merely 2 caves apart, and soon they arrived. He burst into the Grand Shaman's dwelling, calling out, Grand Shaman, wake up! Bai Di, what is the matter with you? Why do you come to me in such a frenzy at this hour? The Grand Shaman, aged and desiring a peaceful slumber, was taken aback by Bai Di's sudden intrusion and loud cries. Although Bai Di was not his own offspring, the Grand Shaman felt it within his rights to admonish him as the next chieftain. Grand Shaman, please help Yusheng. Bai Di urgently laid Yusheng upon the animal skin bed and implored the Grand Shaman to ascertain her condition. He rushed outside to gather dry twigs, igniting a fire not far from the bed, which startled the Grand Shaman considerably. Divine fire, he exclaimed, pointing at the flames with a tremor in his voice. What is divine fire? Bai Di's curiosity was piqued by the Grand Shaman's words. What could be so fearsome that it frightened the Grand Shaman? Grand Shaman, please help Yusheng. What is wrong with her? Bai Di's anxiety escalated as he witnessed Yusheng's pain, urging the Grand Shaman to hurry. All right, let me see, the Grand Shaman replied, setting aside his concerns about the divine fire for the moment. Turning to the flickering light, he finally beheld Yusheng's youthful visage. Her delicate features, cherry lips, and willow-like eyebrows twisted in agony, long lashes trembling amidst her turmoil. The Grand Shaman recognized her resilience, despite her excruciating pain. She was battling against the malevolent forces plaguing her. Bai Di, observing the Grand Shaman's inscrutable expression, felt a tightening in his chest. Xiao Yujia had entrusted him with her care before they departed. Now, she lay in this state, and he felt unworthy as a beast man, incapable of safeguarding a young female. Bai Di shared the same sentiments as Lin Yi, believing that Xiao Yujia and Yusheng had yet to mature. If Yusheng were aware, she would undoubtedly use her eloquence to defend herself. After a moment, the Grand Shaman shook his head at Bai Di. Bai Di, I have lived for centuries and have never encountered such an ailment. I cannot assist this young female. Upon hearing this, Bai Di's heart quaked. Did this imply that Yusheng was beyond saving? He could scarcely believe it, having finally met a female who stirred his heart. Must she vanish so soon? Great beast god, please do not take Yusheng from us. Hearing this, a certain beast god remarked, I would not dare take her. Besides, this is not a grave illness. She will not perish. By tomorrow, she will be well. Observing Bai Di's distraught demeanor, the Grand Shaman, unable to bear it, reached for a pouch of herbal powder he had ground, mixing it with a little water and offering it to Bai Di. Bai Di, I cannot heal this young female, but this may alleviate her pain. Please give it to her. Upon hearing that it could ease Yusheng's suffering, Bai Di regained hope that he accepted the stone bowl from the Grand Shaman and tenderly propped Yusheng up, carefully administering the herbal mixture to her. Bai Di, where did you find this young female? The Grand Shaman could see the affection Bai Di held for Yusheng, prompting him to inquire about her origins. I discovered her at the center of the Wuhuang Plain, where she was with another female and a snake beast man. Upon hearing Bai Di's response, the Grand Shaman continued, and what of the divine fire? He pointed toward the nearby flames. Bai Di then realized that the Grand Shaman was referring to the fire he had kindled. It was the other female who taught me about it. As Bai Di spoke, the Grand Shaman was left astounded, recalling the legends associated with such fire. After consuming the medicine, Yusheng fell into a deep slumber as the sun began to rise, the sky lightening with hues of dawn. Bai Di wrapped her securely in the animal skins he had brought and hurried back to his cave. When Xiao Yujia awoke, she found Lin Yi seated by the fire, roasting meat, the savory aroma wafting enticingly toward her. She rose and, after a quick wash with water from a nearby wooden bucket, joined him by the fire. Here, Jia, it's ready. Lin Yi handed the freshly roasted meat to Xiao Yujia, his eyes brimming with affection that he had never envisioned himself sharing life with a beloved female, and now he felt that life was perfect. If only they could have a litter of cubs. It would be even better. Xiao Yujia had not anticipated that Lin Yi was already planning for their future together. Thank you. Xiao Yujia accepted the meat. The skewer was small, just the right size for her mouth. Lin Yi, aware of her modest appetite, had cut his portion significantly smaller, allowing her to enjoy more and strengthen her body for the sake of producing robust offspring. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yujia, Lin Yi had his own calculations in mind as she focused solely on savoring the meat in her hands. After finishing, she buried half a sweet potato for later. She gazed into the distance, pondering how she could thrive in this unfamiliar land. Her knowledge was limited, and from what she had gathered from Lin Yi, this was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Females were scarce, and thus became the objects of protection by the tribes. Except for one type of beastman, the outcasts who had committed grave offenses and were banished. These individuals wandered aimlessly, often resorting to pillaging neighboring tribes, and the snake beastmen were deemed natural wanderers. Cast out by their parents upon gaining the ability to take human form, only to be met with hostility upon any future encounters. Jejia, what troubles you? Lin Yi asked, puzzled by her sudden silence. He felt a sense of injustice. No matter how he called her, she seemed unresponsive, which made him feel quite wrong. That it's nothing. Qiao Yujia shook her head. She glanced at the pile of sweet potatoes in the cave and felt a slight headache. The weather was tolerable now, but if it grew any warmer, would they spoil? Furthermore, this was their sleeping area, and storing food here took up valuable space, that if only they could arrange things neatly and separately. Dashishi, could you help me find some bamboo? Bamboo, what is that? He looked confused, wondering why Jejia often mentioned things he did not know, that it's a tall plant that grows in sections, with slender leaves, sometimes sprouting sharp little shoots from the ground. As Qiao Yujia described it, she gestured to illustrate the appearance of bamboo. Upon hearing her description, Lin Yi understood. Jejia, you must be referring to Jie Gao. I will fetch some for you. Wait here. With that, he dashed out of the cave before Qiao Yujia could specify how many she needed. Let him go, then, that if he brings back too much bamboo, we can use it for other purposes. Qiao Yujia thought as she walked over to where the sweet potatoes were stored. She filled a basket with several sweet potatoes and made her way to the river to wash them. Having not cleaned off the mud for preservation earlier, she decided to wash a few now, intending to prepare for the next steps. Once Lin Yi returned as she was washing, a pure white rabbit suddenly appeared nearby. Drinking from the water, Qiao Yujia focused her gaze, certain it was indeed a rabbit. However, its head was significantly larger than that of modern rabbits, nearly half her height. She swallowed hard, suppressing her drool, thinking, what a plump rabbit. It would be a delightful feast. For reasons she could not articulate, Qiao Yujia had always harbored a fondness for rabbit meat. Although her family was not particularly affluent, they could easily indulge her whims and treat guests without worry. Yet, she was exceptionally prudent, refraining from squandering the wealth that had been passed down through generations, for it was enough to sustain her family for millennia, with ample surplus for donations. Moreover, her mother provided her with a generous allowance each month, sufficient for her to spend extravagantly day and night. But now, having returned to square one upon arriving in this new world, she had not seen a single rabbit since. Most of the game Lin Yi brought back were large beasts, and small ones were rare, with rabbits being virtually non-existent. Now that she had finally spotted one, she could not let it slip away. Qiao Yujia retrieved a whip from her bag, preparing to strike the rabbit that was nearly half her size into unconsciousness. In her youth, she had studied martial arts under her mother for a brief period. However, she possessed an innate talent, mastering the techniques after merely a single observation, displaying remarkable skill. Yet in the face of potential trouble, there were always police officers to rely on. What was the point of learning martial arts? Eventually, she decided to abandon her training. Her mother, recognizing that she had grasped the essentials, ceased to pressure her. Since arriving in this place, everything had been handled by Lin Yi. Whenever an issue arose, she needn't intervene, leading her to forget about her own martial prowess. With a swift crack of the whip, she struck the large rabbit on its head, provoking a hissing warning from the creature. Undeterred, she swung the whip once more, landing another blow on its head. The rabbit, agitated from being interrupted while drinking, suddenly launched an attack against Qiao Yujia. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she turned and fled. Mamma mia! This rabbit is remarkably resilient. When Lin Yi returned, he was greeted by the sight of Qiao Yujia being pursued by an adolescent long-eared beast. Jejia! Lin Yi exclaimed, rushing forward. With a powerful swipe of his tail, he brought the large rabbit down. With a thud, Qiao Yujia turned to see that the rabbit had drawn its last breath, its limbs twitching involuntarily before falling still. Lin Yi, having shifted back to his human form, hurried over with a worried expression. Jejia, are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. Quick, help me bring that rabbit inside. Lin Yi observed her gaze, which sparkled with excitement as she fought to suppress her saliva. And he felt a surge of affection. All right, he said, lifting the long-eared beast and making his way towards the riverbank. Jejia is simply adorable. Such a tiny creature, yet she dares to bully an adolescent long-eared beast. However, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder about the vine-like object in her hand. Earlier, Xiao Yujia had stealthily concealed the whip behind her, but Lin Yi had noticed it. He simply chose not to question her at that moment. Overwhelmed with concern for her safety, she followed him to the riverbank, rinsing off the last remaining sweet potato before entering the cave. She felt her assistance in processing the prey would only complicate matters. Upon returning to the cave, she rekindled the nearly extinguished fire to use as kindling later, then washed the large stone slab they had previously used, placing it back on the makeshift stove. She brought the kindling over and ignited another fire beneath the stone slab. Taking out her dagger, she peeled and sliced the cleaned sweet potatoes, placing the pieces into a small wooden barrel for later use. Once the water on the stone slab evaporated and dried, she would lay the slices atop it to dehydrate into sweet potato chips. With the autumn sun being rather feeble, this was the only method available for preserving the sweet potatoes. Otherwise, the large sweet potatoes would take up too much space if left unattended. Just then, Lin Yi returned to find Xiao Yujia seated in front of the makeshift stove, using 2 rudimentary chopsticks she had crafted to flip the sweet potato slices on the stone slab. Jejia, are you making jerky out of that long-eared beast as well? He inquired as he approached and sat beside her, his voice filled with curiosity. No need. I intend to eat this. It's been ages since I've tasted rabbit. She had caught the rabbit solely for consumption, not with the intention of turning the meat into jerky. Although preserving it for later consumption was tempting, she wanted to indulge her appetite first. Lin Yi merely nodded, beginning to assist her in roasting the meat. Rabbit? Shouldn't it be called a long-eared beast? Is that what Jejia's tribe called it? He couldn't fathom why Xiao Yujia referred to the long-eared beast as a rabbit. Perhaps that was simply how the members of her former tribe labeled it. Accepting this line of thought, he ceased to dwell on the matter of its nomenclature. Datashishi, could you help me make a wooden barrel? One with a lid, Xiao Yujia said, drawing a diagram of a barrel lid in the dirt with a stick. All right, Jejia, wait a moment. Lin Yi handed her a skewer of freshly roasted rabbit meat. Thank you, she smiled, her expression sweet enough to warm Lin Yi's heart. No need for thanks, he replied, feeling as if sweetness had been smeared across his soul, before he stepped outside the cave that moment. He had become quite adept at the phrases Xiao Yujia had taught him, facilitating their daily conversations immensely. The sun was now nearly overhead, though Yu Sheng occasionally groaned in pain, yet continued to sleep. He had informed his father that he would remain with Yu Sheng today, opting not to go hunting, and his father had consented. How could a child have someone they cherish and not receive approval? Bai Di recalled Xiao Yujia's admonition to Yu Sheng, urging her to return before sunset, that he quickly helped her gather her belongings, that in truth, there wasn't much to pack. Only some jerky she had brought the previous day and a few sweet potatoes, half of which they had already consumed. As time drew near, Bai Di gently roused her from her slumber. Sheng, wake up. I'll take you back. Yu Sheng slowly opened her eyes, appearing drowsy, seeing her awake. Bai Di fetched a piece of soft, long-eared beast hide, stepping outside the cave to wet it in the small river before returning to gently wipe Yu Sheng's sleepy face, helping her to awaken more fully. He lifted her up, her petite form naturally settling in the crook of his arm, grabbing her bundle as he exited the cave. As they reached the entrance of the tribe, they encountered the chief returning from a hunt. Shichio spotted his offspring carrying the small female from the previous day and raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Setting down his catch, he shifted to his human form and approached them. Bai Di, where are you taking the little female? Father, I'm returning a Sheng. The other little female she is with should know how to treat her. What happened? Is the little female unwell? What did the shaman say? Noticing his father's anxiety, Bai Di recounted the incident of Yu Sheng's sudden abdominal pain the day before. Shichio was taken aback, exclaiming, there are ailments even the shaman cannot cure. Since my child wishes to return the little female to find her friend, I will not object. Just ensure you take care of your beloved little female. Chapter 9. Tears of Pearls. After a while, Lin Yi returned carrying the wooden barrel he had crafted, dragging along the bamboo he had previously discarded. Jejia, here is the wooden barrel you requested. Is this what you had in mind? He placed the finished barrel beside Xiao Yujia, his face alight with joy, for every task he completed at her behest earned him her praise. Xiao Yujia glanced over, astonished to see a barrel nearly her height beside her. Standing up for comparison, she found it reach her waist, with a diameter of about a meter. What kind of tree is this? How can it be so large? She exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. The barrel's edges had been smoothly rounded, and the lid fit perfectly atop it. The craftsmanship was undeniably impressive to Shi. You are truly remarkable. Her compliment was heartfelt, and she admired Lin Ye's ability to create such a perfect barrel. Lin Yi simply hummed in response, a blush creeping across his ears and cheeks, though Xiao Yujia was oblivious. Her eyes focused solely on the exquisitely crafted wooden barrel. Jejia praised me again. This is such a delight. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yi had meticulously crafted each item with care, fearing that any sharp edges might inadvertently harm her delicate skin. She intended to use the barrel for storing sweet potato chips. Yet now, seeing that it was tall enough to hold 3 of her, it seemed a shame to reserve it solely for that purpose. Xiao Yujia, still in awe, remarked, "How many sweet potato chips will it take to fill this?" Lin Yi, watching her in silence, waved his hand in front of her. "Jejia, what's wrong?" Snapping back to reality, she shook her head. "I am fine. Let us continue making sweet potato chips that, if stored properly, they can last a long time." She smiled, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere, and he genuinely believed her. "All right." Lin Yi nodded that if that were the case, then Jejia would have an additional food source for the winter, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry. With that thought, Lin Yi beamed as he followed Xiao Yujia to prepare sweet potato chips that as the two worked together. Roasting sweet potato chips on the stone slab, the cave was filled with a soft, rosy glow. Meanwhile, the other pair faced a less tranquil situation. Bai Di, carrying Yu Sheng, was midway when her stomach suddenly began to ache again. "It hurts so much." Yu Sheng grimaced in pain on Bai Di's back, her face contorting as sweat from the agony dripped down onto him. Claiming to be accustomed to its presence was a falsehood. The pain felt as if it were taking half her life. Though she gritted her teeth in endurance, the piercing agony was undeniable, akin to a mother in labor. She felt as though she had 1 foot in the grave. Noticing the dampness on his back, Bai Di panicked. His tail curled protectively around Yu Sheng's waist as he sprinted down the path, but he needed to return to the place where he had first encountered her. There had to be a way to save Sheng. At this moment, Xiao Yujia and Lin Yi had already roasted a large basket of sweet potato chips. Due to the small quantity, she had not stored the sweet potato chips in the large wooden barrel. Crack! Xiao Yujia picked up a piece of the roasted sweet potato with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The crisp sound blossomed within, accompanied by the distinctive sweet aroma of sweet potatoes, causing her to blissfully squint her eyes. Indeed, sweet treats easily bring satisfaction. Although she usually identified as a carnivore, indulging in a bit of plant-based fare occasionally was delightful. A harmonious balance of meat and vegetables is beneficial for the body. Seeing her eyes squint with joy made Lin Yi feel elated. He was unaware of the feeling she experienced while enjoying the sweet potato chips. Yet he knew that at this moment, Jia must be very happy. Unable to resist, he also picked up a piece of sweet potato and placed it in his mouth, the crunch echoing as he chewed, filled with curiosity. How surprising that the roasted sweet potato had such a flavor. He gazed at the blissful little female before him, pondering that had he not encountered her or brought her home, he might still be consuming raw, bloody meat, forever ignorant of how to wield the divine fire. Furthermore, he would not have known that the divine fire could be summoned not only in moments of the beast god's wrath, but also through other means. Jia, it is truly wonderful to have met you. He inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. What? She was momentarily bewildered. What had Lin Yi just said? I said, it is wonderful to meet you, Jia. He repeated, taking the opportunity to plant a delicate kiss on her forehead. This time she was truly taken aback, yet she clearly heard his words and silently etched them into her heart. I am also very happy to have met you, that he savored the flavor from earlier. Jia smells delightful, an aroma unlike any other female from different tribes. If Xiao Yujia were to learn of the great serpent's thoughts, she would surely retort, I am but a pure human. Of course, I lack the unique sense of beasts. Little did she know, this statement would soon be challenged in the near future. Having tasted sweetness, Lin Ye's hands grew restless, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her petite form closer into his embrace. Xiao Yujia was startled. She swiftly swatted away his misbehaving hands with a resounding clap. Instantly, Lin Yi, feeling wronged, released the little female from his grasp, adopting a demeanor akin to a chastised puppy, or rather, a serpent. Jia Jia, there is a scent of the tiger beast men. Upon catching a whiff of an unfamiliar aroma from outside their territory, he became alert. Xiao Yujia too felt a sense of unease. Her skills were adequate for dealing with pure humans or beastly females like herself, but facing a beast man posed a different challenge. After all, they were exceptionally formidable. If they were not so powerful, there might still be hope. However, moments later, Lin Yi unexpectedly relaxed his guard. Observing his furrowed brow easing, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but feel curious. Was there truly no danger? He patted the little female beside him gently. Speaking softly, "It's all right now. There is no danger. Your good friend has returned." Good friend? Could it be a Sheng? Xiao Yujia gazed at the distant, now golden clouds, and soon spotted a white, but growing larger ahead. Her heart leaping with joy. Though she had said otherwise the previous day, she genuinely hoped Yu Sheng would find happiness with her other half. Initially, she thought Yu Sheng would remain permanently in the White Emperor's tribe. Yet she had evidently taken Xiao Yujia's words to heart, returning before sunset. However, as the White drew closer, Xiao Yujia sensed something was amiss. When the White Emperor halted before her, she furrowed her brow. The White Emperor lowered his body, allowing Yu Sheng to slide off his back. Transforming into his human form, the White Emperor looked at Xiao Yujia with an expression of urgent distress. "Jia Jia, please help us, Sheng. Save her." Upon hearing the White Emperor's words, she turned to see Yu Sheng collapse to the side, her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. Xiao Yujia took a moment to collect herself. Initially puzzled by the urgency of the White Emperor, realizing the situation, she steadied her emotions and said, "No need to panic, White Emperor. First, please help me prepare a wooden barrel large enough to hold a Sheng, and bring it back cleaned." No sooner had Xiao Yujia finished speaking than the White Emperor dashed towards the forest, uncertain of the purpose, but convinced that Xiao Yujia could save Yu Sheng. Thus, he was determined to gather whatever was necessary. After the White Emperor departed, she turned to Lin Yi and instructed, "Great Serpent, fetch a barrel of water quickly." At her command, Lin Yi rushed off to find a stone. Though he was not particularly fond of the noisy little female Yu Sheng, she appeared to be suffering greatly, so he resolved to lend a hand. After both Lin Yi and the White Emperor had left, Xiao Yujia hurriedly assisted Yu Sheng, guiding her into the cave and laying her on the fur-covered bed. After tucking her in, she turned towards the fire pit, where a large stone pot still sat her day. Since they had not boiled seawater for salt that day, the pot was clean. All that was needed was to preheat it, and once the Great Serpent returned with water, they could boil it. All she could hope for was that Yu Sheng could endure the pain for now. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returned carrying a large bucket of water. Xiao Yujia gestured for him to pour the water into the stone pot. Without hesitation, he approached the pot and emptied the contents of the bucket into it. Now all that remained was for the fire to heat the water to a boil. Finally, as the sun dipped below the mountain's peak, the White Emperor rushed in, panting, and placed a prepared wooden barrel in the cave. Just then, the water in the stone pot began to boil, and Xiao Yujia instructed the White Emperor to ladle the boiling water into the wooden barrel. However, in his haste, the White Emperor, unbothered by the heat, lifted the entire pot and poured the water into the barrel, leaving Xiao Yujia utterly astonished. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on this, quickly testing the water's temperature in the barrel with her hand. Perfect. It was not too hot. This temperature should be tolerable for Yu Sheng. After confirming the warmth, she approached Yu Sheng and gently roused her. "Sheng, wake up." She softly patted her cheek. Yu Sheng opened her eyes. The figure before her slightly blurred. Upon seeing Yu Sheng awake, Xiao Yujia, disregarding the presence of two large men, swiftly removed Yu Sheng's oversized sleeves and skirt, leaving her clad only in a slip that concealed her modesty, and assisted her toward the barrel filled with warm water. "White Emperor, could you help me lift a Sheng into the water?" Xiao Yujia requested, unable to manage it alone. The White Emperor replied, stepping forward to cradle Yu Sheng in his arms, gently placing her into the warm water. Seeing that half of Yu Sheng's body was now submerged in the soothing liquid, Xiao Yujia found an empty small barrel nearby and handed it to Yu Sheng with a smile. saying, "Here, let it out." The scene before her became clear as Yusheng gazed at the barrel in her friend's hands, about the width of her waist, feeling utterly overwhelmed. How much do I need to release? However, knowing that if she didn't, she would soon be unable to bear it, she reluctantly accepted the barrel from Xiao Yujia, positioning it beneath her chin, and with a loud gasp, began her unique release process. Her cries instantly left Lin Yi in stunned silence. The White Emperor looked on with a pained expression, realizing that Yu Sheng had been enduring such agony. Yesterday, in the tribe, she had been holding it all in. The White Emperor thought, so, a Sheng has been suffering like this. She must have been holding back yesterday. The realization deepened his concern. She was merely a young female. Why should she endure such torment? Before long, crystalline tears began to stream from the corners of Yu Sheng's eyes, each droplet glistening like pearls as they fell from her cheeks, landing in the barrel with a delicate sound. With the release of her pain, Yu Sheng began to cry out loudly, and Lin Yi and the White Emperor held their breaths, the cave resonating with the sound of pearls dropping into the barrel. Only Xiao Yujia pondered thoughtfully. Why are there so many pearls this time? And some are red, which wasn't the case before. You have not guessed incorrectly. Yu Sheng's peculiar condition resembled that of the mythical Nanhai mermaids, capable of shedding tears that turned into pearls. Lin Yi mused, indeed. This little female is quite the noisy one. The White Emperor remarked, tears that turn into pearls. Isn't that exclusive to the mermaid tribe of the sea? Could it be that a Sheng is a female from the mermaid tribe? The notion that Yu Sheng might be a female from the Beastman continent's mermaid tribe formed in the White Emperor's mind. Yet he remained uncertain, as only beastmen could produce such pearls. Females were entirely incapable of shedding them, as from where did a Sheng originate? The White Emperor shook his head, dispelling these unnecessary thoughts from his mind. Regardless of where a Sheng came from, she would forever be his companion. Xiao Yujia observed the White Emperor's actions closely, narrowing her eyes slightly. It seems you are indeed trustworthy, she nodded with relief. Watching Yu Sheng cry fervently, she decided to prepare dinner for the evening, considering there were 4 mouths to feed, and the sun had already set, revealing the shy face of the moon. Outside the Tiger Roar tribe, over 50 Beastman warriors lay hidden within the woods, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, the concealed Beastmen began their assault on the Tiger Roar tribe. Ah! A piercing cry from an unknown female shattered the tranquility of the tribe. What was happening? Shichio, who had been resting with his partner, was abruptly awakened. The agonizing scream sent a chill of danger through the seasoned warrior, who had weathered countless hunts. What on earth was going on? Is there someone attacking the tribe? Beside her, Fu Xiong was also awakened, her entire body trembling with fear. It's all right, sleep a little longer, that I will go outside to take a look and return shortly. Shichio reassured as he gently patted his partner, signaling her to rest easy while he ventured out. Be careful, she replied. All right. He placed a quick kiss on his partner's forehead and hurried out of the cave. Watching the figure of her partner depart, Fu Xiong's heart quaked with anxiety. Vows should not be made lightly. Chapter 10. The Fall of Tiger Howl Tribe. Shichio raced towards the central square of the tribe. Before reaching the heart of the village, he spotted several females and young ones emerging from the caves in panic, clearly shaken by the disturbance. The sight of the tribe leader barely registered as they brushed past him. Navigating through the crowd, there were not many members of the Tiger Howl tribe. Only a little over 200 souls. Before long, the fleeing females and young had sought refuge in the caves of the village. Designed to escape from formidable foes, that as he drew closer to the central square, Shichio's emotions grew increasingly tumultuous. His brow furrowed deeply, his spirits plummeting. Finally, not far from the central square, he beheld a horrifying scene. He witnessed 2 or 3 orc warriors lying lifelessly on the ground, some of them being devoured by the band of rogue orcs, while the tortured females fought desperately for their survival. Among them were 2 or 3 young females, not yet fully grown. The cries of despair filled the air, yet the marauding orc warriors remained indifferent, continuing to indulge in their torment of the females before them. Roar! Witnessing his kin being so brutally mistreated ignited Shichio's fury. He transformed into a white fox and lunged forward. With a fierce swipe of his paw, he sent one of the tormentors crashing aside. The abused females, seeing their leader drive away their oppressor, scrambled to their feet, and hurried towards the cave for safety, but Shichio's beastly form was significantly larger than that of Bai Di, allowing him to swiftly vanquish 2 or 3 rogue orcs. The orc warriors engaged in battle with the intruders felt a surge of morale upon seeing their leader arrive. Each one fought valiantly against the rogues with relentless ferocity. After several rounds, the tide seemed to turn against the intruders. However, none anticipated that another group of rogue orcs would take advantage of the chaos, stealthily maneuvering around the fray towards the cave where the females sought refuge. At that moment, the area where the females and young ones were hiding was so silent that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone held their breath, fearing that even the slightest noise might attract the attention of the approaching rogues. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the tension. "Ah, you bumped into me!" Red Xia shouted, inadvertently pushing a frail female forward. "You wretched female!" Red Xia, not satisfied with merely shoving her, stood up and began to viciously berate the already frightened female, striking her with fists and feet. The frail female remained silent, tears streaming down her face, as if she had grown accustomed to such cruelty and no longer cared. The surrounding females dared not intervene. Red Xia had long wielded her father as past contributions to the tribe as a shield for her tyrannical behavior. Many of her peers were filled with rage, but silenced by fear, while those already bonded in pairs believed Red Xia would tire of her antics and cease. They did not wish to interfere, for Red Xia's sharp tongue could leave one devastated, and many lived under the oppressive shadow of her domineering nature. Bang, bang. Each kick landed on the frail female's body, yet she merely curled up, enduring the blows, knowing that Red Xia would eventually calm down. Little did she know, the chaos outside had driven Red Xia to the brink of despair, and she unleashed all her pent-up fury upon this hapless victim. With each kick, Red Xia showed no signs of stopping, while the frail female's face was now streaked with tears as she witnessed the violent exchange among her kin without any intervention. Fu Xiang could no longer bear it. She stepped forward and admonished Red Xia. "Red Xia, stop! You mustn't hit her anymore. Hong Yu is already bleeding." With that, she helped Hong Yu to her feet and shielded her behind her own back. "She's just a wretched female. What is wrong with hitting her?" Red Xia retorted angrily, dismissing Fu Xiang's concerns. "Hong Yu is your own sister. You share the same mother." Fu Xiang could hardly tolerate Red Xia's behavior. Her temper was intolerable, and she clung to her own kin as if she owned them. Moreover, Hong Yu was her half-sister, and Fu Xiang could not fathom how Red Xia could treat her so cruelly. Indeed, Hong Yu and Red Xia were half-sisters, sharing the same mother but different fathers. When Red Xia reached adulthood, both of their fathers had departed to serve the beast god for reasons unknown, soon followed by their mother, leaving the sisters to fend for themselves. The tribe leader, feeling pity for them, allowed them to be cared for by the tribe until they found partners. The reason Fu Xiang despised Red Xia was that despite already having 2 partners, she still harassed her kin daily, acting as if she were the future matriarch of the tribe. "Sister? She is not my sister. She is merely a wretched female, born to serve me, just my slave. So what if I hit her?" Red Xia's delusions of grandeur made her the only one in the tribe who could treat her own sister as a servant. "You are truly unreasonable." Faced with such a Red Xia, Fu Xiang was left speechless with rage. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, something crashed to the ground, prompting all the females to peer outside the cave. Then came a brash voice belonging to a male orc. "Ha ha! So they are really here?" Caught in a standoff, Fu Xiang and Red Xia turned to look outside the cave, where they saw a group of robust orc warriors, one of whom bore a terrifying scar across his face. Red Xia let out a startled cry, clearly panicked, and the surrounding females followed suit. The females in this tribe are quite scarce, yet they are all rather beautiful, one rogue orc remarked, shaking his head as he observed the chaos within the cave. However, upon seeing the array of lovely females, he quickly dismissed his concerns. After all, the females of this tribe appeared much fairer than those they had previously rated, and each one seemed more enchanting than the last. Provoking their desires, Tiger Scar, it's fortunate to have any. Hurry and collect these females. The chief is waiting. As the females trembled in fear, more voices echoed from outside, urging Tiger Scar not to waste time due to the scarcity of females in this tribe. For the chief awaited their return. The fleeing females, already in a state of panic, became even more alarmed upon realizing that these rogue orcs intended to capture them. They desperately sought an escape. But with rogues blocking the cave entrance, they could only huddle in the corners, quaking in fear that Fu Xiang felt a pang of sympathy as she protected the trembling Hongyu. This little one had just endured the ruthless wrath of her merciless sister. And now, with rogue orcs waiting at the entrance, intent on capturing the females, Hongyu was paralyzed with terror, unable to move. What are we waiting for? Let us make a move. Tiger Scar could hardly contain his impatience. Every orc and female on the continent dreaded the rogue orcs, believing them to be nomadic and without a home. Yet unbeknownst to the tribes, these rogues were governed by a powerful leader whose identity and race remained a mystery, even to the rogues themselves. All they knew was that he seemed to lack a beast form, and his scent was indiscernible. Let go of me. Tiger Scar seized Red Xia, eliciting a sharp scream from her. As the females witnessed one of their own being captured. They huddled closer together, terrified that they might be next. However, these rogue orcs were not to be trifled with. The remaining members marched forward, each grabbing two females and heading for the exit. Tiger Scar held Red Xia's fist, which was raised to strike him, and scrutinized her appearance. That he had to admit she was quite attractive. Her delicate features paired with alluring eyes made her desirable. Yet Tiger Scar intended to offer Red Xia to their chief. This little female is truly beautiful. Let us take her to the chief, he declared. However, before he could finish, his hand suddenly felt as if it were under some enchantment, growing limp as if severed from his will. Looking ahead, he discovered an elderly female clad in a beastly cloak. Indeed, this was the great shaman. Seeing this, Red Xia kicked away the rogue orc restraining her and swiftly dashed behind the great shaman. Both of them glaring defiantly at the rogue orcs before them. Their hearts raced with fear, and having exhausted their energy from the earlier sprint, Red Xia felt as though she might collapse from weakness. Bao Feng, please help me. After struggling fruitlessly for a moment, Hu Bao turned his gaze towards the nearby Bao Feng. I am powerless. Bao Feng shook his head and continued. That elderly female must be the shaman of their tribe. You know that the shamans possess the ability to communicate with the beast deities and can wield certain powers granted by them, much like the way she currently controls you. Damn it. Hu Bao let out a long howl. While there was truth in his words, the elderly shaman, Wu Bai, was already quite frail, and her ability to maintain control was limited. It wasn't long before she showed signs of fatigue. Gradually, Hu Bao broke free from his restraints, his hands transforming as he lunged toward Wu Bai and Hong Xia, just as his claws were a mere palm's breadth away from their bodies. Shi Qiu rushed in, swatting Hu Bao's claws aside with a powerful strike. Due to Shi Qiu's beast form, Hu Bao was sent flying out of the cave, having dealt with the remaining feral beastmen outside. Shi Qiu led the remaining warriors back to the cave to evade the enemies. The screams of the captured females had urged him to swiftly eliminate the feral beastmen in the square. He was terrified that his partner would also fall into the clutches of these cunning feral beastmen. Thinking this place would be much safer, he was horrified to discover that they had been found, and the beastmen guarding the cave had been slaughtered. Cough, cough. How did this white tiger get here? Those useless fools couldn't even hold him back. Hu Bao crashed heavily onto the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as if his insides had nearly been shattered by that white tiger. Let us go. We must return to inform the leader. Before Hu Bao could rise, Bao Feng seized his arm, tossing him into the air, and upon transforming, caught him, sprinting away into the distance. With the departure of the two leading feral beastmen, the rest of them and the warriors of the Hushao tribe suffered heavy casualties. After Shi Qiu led the tribe's warriors in eliminating the remaining feral beastmen, he turned to check on Wu Bai. Great shaman, are you all right? He hurriedly supported her before she could collapse. Chief, I am fine. Wu Bai shook her head, indicating her well-being, merely feeling a bit drained from using the beast deity's control. That's a relief. Great shaman, please rest for a moment. Hearing that she was okay, Shi Qiu sighed in relief and assisted her in sitting down against the cave wall to recuperate. Regardless, the great shaman bore the weight of healing her kin in every tribe, and if she were to perish without an heir, that tribe would soon fade away. Shi Qiu pondered something and began searching for that familiar figure. When he spotted Fu Xiang arranging the remaining females and injured beastmen, his anxious heart finally found solace. As long as they weren't captured, he could still see them. Meanwhile, in the Hu tribe. Chaos reigned, while far away on the Wuhuang plain, Bai Di was tending to the weeping and now slumbering Yu Sheng, completely unaware of the troubles plaguing his tribe. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia, with a bucket full of pearls. Couldn't he help but smile widely? So many pearls. I can make the jade facial cream now. But alas, it must be quite taxing for Ah Sheng. How could she suffer from such a tear-to-pearl ailment? Although she was elated, the monthly onset of her affliction, akin to a menstrual cycle, was truly distressing, far worse than the ailment that caused her to fall into a deep slumber every night. This tear-to-pearl phenomenon, a tale only found in ancient myths regarding the merfolk, how could it occur to Ah Sheng? Jia, it's time to sleep. It's already quite late. Lin Yi observed Qiao Yujia staring at the bucket of pearls with a helpless expression, wondering why she was still awake at such an hour, lost in thought over the pearls. Jia. Noticing that Qiao Yujia ignored him, Lin Yi called out once more, "Dada, my apologies, let us sleep quickly." Startled by his call, Qiao Yujia placed the bucket of pearls aside and laid down on the fur bed, falling into a deep sleep, exhausted from the events of the day, listening to her even breathing. Confirming that Qiao Yujia had indeed fallen asleep, Lin Yi pulled the nearby for cover over her, wrapping her snugly, leaving only her head exposed, concerned she might catch a chill during the night. Chapter 11. Seeking Bai Di's youngling, the escaped Hu Bao and Bao Feng raced towards the heart of the forest, stopping beneath a colossal tree that blotted out the sun. Once they halted, Bao Feng set Hu Bao down and knelt respectfully behind the tree, adjusting himself before saying, "Chief, our entire squad has been annihilated." His voice dwindled to a whisper, his body trembling uncontrollably. This chief was far more ruthless than the feral beastmen. Rumored to possess some extraordinary power, one misstep, and he might find himself in the throes of death, vanishing without a trace. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Bao Feng's report, a tall man emerged from behind the tree, his narrow eyes fixed on the beast-man before him. Bao Feng felt the icy, sinister gaze weighing heavily upon him, as if his heart had sunk into the depths of the ocean, suffocating him. He dared to glance up at the man, emanating an aura of foreboding. The man wore a silver mask obscuring his features above the nose, with only his narrow, fox-like eyes betraying a gloomy expression. Clad in dark green garments that seemed to meld into the night, the chilling gaze, colder than winter, seemed to pin Bao Feng to the ground, his voice quivering. Our team, all, completely, wiped out," after delivering his report. He cautiously glanced at the expression of the man in the dark green attire, but saw no reaction on his frosty visage. The man spoke slowly, "I shall give you one more chance. Take 50 men and devise a way to capture that tribe's females." With that, he vanished behind the tree. Poor Bao Feng remained kneeling, trembling in place, and after a moment, he regained his composure. Noticing a small porcelain vial left behind by the man in the dark green attire, he approached and retrieved the vial, hastily administering its contents to Hu Bao before carefully stowing it away. This vial was a gift from the man. As long as they were tasked with his bidding, they could not afford to perish. "Shiqiu, how are you? Are you all right?" Fu Xiang, having settled the tribe members, approached Shiqiu and sat beside him, her heart heavy upon seeing his numerous wounds. Though they were minor, they dotted his body, nearly covering him save for his face. "That I'm fine," Shiqiu replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the remaining warriors of the tribe sprawled across the ground, resting. That he felt a pang of discomfort. Such incidents had never occurred before, after tonight's raid by the feral beastmen. The tribe had lost half of its original count of over 100 warriors, and the females, younglings, and elderly were reduced to a mere handful. Seeing his sorrow, Fu Xiang's heart ached. Anyone would feel pain witnessing their kin suffering without remedy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind, one that might be feasible. She proposed to Shiqiu. "Shiqiu, why don't we seek out Bai Di's youngling?" The tribe shaman had previously mentioned that Bai Di's youngling would be the first beastman in the tribe to possess the ancestral bloodline, and with the right opportunity, could awaken that bloodline and transform into a celestial white tiger. This was why Fu Xiang wished to find Bai Di. He was the mightiest beastman warrior aside from Shiqiu. Bai Di's youngling, Shiqiu hesitated. After all, he was with the young female, and perhaps that would provide them with safety. Would seeking them out bring complications? Fu Xiang nodded and continued, "Shiqiu, let us go find Bai Di's youngling. I understand your concerns. I too have a fondness for the young female beside Bai Di, and I believe she is good-hearted. She will surely find a way to help us fend off those feral beast men. When Bai Di had brought Yu Sheng to the tribe, Fu Xiang had seen her from afar. With skin as white as snow and clad in a snowy garment crafted from unknown beast hide. She instantly struck Fu Xiang as someone who did not belong to this world of beast men, more akin to a legendary goddess. But how could a young female who had not yet come of age be of assistance? Shi Qiu was skeptical of Fu Xiang's suggestion. Although he admired the young female, she was still underage. He held little hope that Yu Sheng could help them resist the feral beastmen that moment. Wu Bai, the great shaman, approached and remarked, "Chief, though that young female may yet be a minor, it does not mean she lacks the ability to withstand those feral beastmen." That Wu Bai felt strongly that certain matters needed verification, particularly concerning that forbidden plain where no beastmen were allowed entry. Great shaman, what do you mean by that? Shi Qiu inquired with curiosity, realizing that the young female beside his cub had garnered the attention of the tribe's great shaman, indicating she must possess something unique that may be connected to that legend. The great shaman's expression turned serious upon mentioning this. Hearing this, Shi Qiu felt a surge of excitement and could not help but ask, "Great shaman, are you referring to the legend that has been passed down through generations on the continent?" "Indeed." The great shaman nodded in acknowledgement, yet Shi Qiu's expression grew increasingly grave. The knowledge of this legendary land was scant among the tribes, as none had ever laid eyes on the fabled duo. However, should their existence prove true, they would undoubtedly possess the power to fend off the marauding orcs, and moreover, assist every orc tribe on the continent in leading a better life. I express my agreement to accompany my kin in search of the White Emperor's offspring. Following the shaman's words, astonishingly, Shi Qiu consented to Fu Xiang's proposal, leading his tribe toward the forbidden expanse known as the Wuhuang Plain. Nevertheless, we shall first rest for the night, allowing our kin time to prepare for the journey ahead. Very well, Fu Xiang nodded. With the three of us having reached an accord, Shi Qiu summoned the remaining tribesmen, informing them of the decision to rest for the night, that he urged them to gather their belongings, as we would set forth to the Wuhuang Plain at dawn. His announcement, however, sparked dissent among some tribesmen, who were perplexed by the chief's intention to venture into a place deemed a forbidden zone for all orc kind. That I asked the chief truly contemplating abandoning us. That place is fraught with peril, teeming with terrifying serpent beasts. A cascade of anxious thoughts led them to believe that Shi Qiu wished to forsake them and survive alone. Yet, the majority of the tribe were willing to follow Shi Qiu to the Wuhuang Plain. For the tribe's foremost warrior, the White Emperor, had returned alive from there just the day before, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful, pale female, that if even a young female could thrive alone in such a place, it could not be exceedingly dangerous. Perhaps the tales of terror were mere fabrications meant to frighten them. What they remained oblivious to was that the only reason Yu Sheng and Xiao Yujia could live safely in the Wuhuang Plain was due to Lin Yi's presence, for he was the master of that realm. Ultimately, the majority ruled, and Shi Qiu declared his decision to proceed to the Wuhuang Plain. Those unwilling to follow were welcome to stay behind and await the arrival of the wandering orcs. After delivering his ultimatum, Shi Qiu returned to the side of his partner, Fu Xiang, and they both drifted into a deep slumber. The tribesmen who chose to accompany him also sought out comfortable spots within the cave. Utterly fatigued from the day's events, as night fell, the tribe faced an unexpected assault from the wandering orcs. Many believed that following their chief would be prudent, for perhaps in the Wuhuang Plain, they might find safety from the attacks of the orcs. Conversely, another faction of the tribe debated whether to remain in their home, unwilling to migrate to a place that was a veritable nightmare for all orc kind, a territory shunned even by the mighty beast gods. One beast god remarked, "It's not that I refuse to tread there. I am simply too preoccupied to concern myself with your trivial matters." That on the morrow, as the first light of dawn broke, Shi Qiu led his kin on the journey to the Wuhuang Plain. The tribesmen who were hesitant, fearing the wrath of the wandering orcs, found themselves with no choice but to follow Shi Qiu. After the members of the Tiger Roar tribe departed, Hu Ba and Bao Feng arrived at their settlement, intent on capturing them all in one fell swoop. However, upon entering the Tiger Roar tribe, they found not a single orc or female present. Even the young and the elderly had vanished without a trace. Where could the inhabitants of this tribe have gone? Have they simply disappeared? Hu Ba, accompanied by 10 wandering orc warriors, scoured every cave, yet found no signs of life. leading him to believe that the tribe had somehow evaporated into thin air. "Quick, pursue them!" As Huba and his companions returned to the central square of the Tiger Roar tribe. Bao Feng caught the scent of the tribe's members and signaled for Huba to follow closely behind. Without hesitation, Huba hastily joined the chase. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia was guiding her companions towards the bamboo grove located not far from the sea. The group had divided their tasks. The White Emperor and Yu Sheng would fetch seawater from the nearby shore, while Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi ventured into the bamboo thicket. Upon entering, the rustling bamboo leaves danced in the breeze, creating a refreshing symphony. Qiao Yujia clutched the small bamboo basket she had crafted the previous night, eagerly searching for delicacies, while Lin Yi trailed closely behind. Carrying a bamboo container nearly as tall as Qiao Yujia herself, after filling a large wooden barrel with seawater, Yu Sheng frolicked joyfully along the beach. This was a rare moment of tranquility in a world fraught with chaos. Bamboo shoots, how wonderful! I feared there would be none in this season. Qiao Yujia exclaimed with delight upon discovering a cluster of vibrant green bamboo shoots sprouting from the earth, reaching up to her calves. Indeed, these were the very bamboo shoots she sought, not only to satisfy her own palate, but also to accommodate her vegetarian friend's dietary preferences. She hurried to the bamboo shoots, drawing forth her dagger to excavate the tender delicacies. Lin Yi, observing her exuberance, felt a pang of sorrow, realizing how difficult her previous circumstances must have been if she found such joy in something so simple that as he approached, he crouched beside her. Gently ruffling her fluffy hair and speaking softly, "Jia Jia, do not dig up the bamboo shoots. They are not palatable. Allow me to take you hunting instead." "That one do," Qiao Yujia replied, looking up at Lin Yi with determination, "that I've had enough meat over the past few days. I crave a change of flavor. Besides, these young shoots can be eaten before they fully mature, and they are quite delicious." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation at the thought of a fresh, savory bamboo shoot soup. Little did she know, the sudden appearance of unfamiliar orcs in the Wuhuang Plain would soon disrupt her plans. "Really?" Lin Yi expressed skepticism, questioning how something so trivial could be worthwhile. Unbeknownst to him, the events of the evening would soon challenge his doubts. Hearing the hint of incredulity in his voice, Qiao Yujia paused her task. Turning to him earnestly, "Of course it's true. It's even more genuine than pearls. We refer to these young shoots as bamboo shoots, and there are countless ways to prepare them, that if we can't finish them, we can preserve them with salt for winter." Upon hearing that the bamboo shoots could be salted and stored for winter, Lin Yi, who had previously doubted, was struck by the significance of her words. In a land where resources were scarce, this revelation was akin to a bombshell that he vowed never again to question the little female beside him, as she continuously shattered his preconceived notions. Perhaps she could indeed bring warmth to the winter months without the burden of food scarcity. Having collected himself, he joined Qiao Yujia in her endeavor to excavate the bamboo shoots. As midday approached, Qiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi to start a fire. She buried a few sweet potatoes in the embers and roasted the jerky they had prepared days prior, crafting a simple yet satisfying meal for the four of them. Suddenly, an unfamiliar scent wafted through the air. Just after finishing their lunch, Lin Yi detected an odor that did not belong to the Wuhuang Plain. He swiftly pulled Qiao Yujia into his embrace, ensuring her safety, while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, hoping to discern the source of this strange scent. Seeing Lin Yi's sudden tension, Qiao Yujia instinctively became alert, while Yu Sheng fell into a state of panic. However, the White Emperor recognized the familiar scent and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, do not worry. That is the scent of our tribe's members." "But why would they be here? Has something happened?" Upon hearing that it was the scent of the White Emperor's kin, the trio relaxed. Yet Lin Yi suddenly interjected, "There is also a strong smell of blood, mingled with the foul scent of the wandering orcs." With Lin Yi's revelation, the White Emperor's demeanor shifted, and he set off in search of his kin. Concerned, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng followed closely behind, prompting Lin Yi to gather their belongings and conceal them before pursuing the others. Chapter 12. The fierce little female, Huba and Bao Feng, guided by the scent, finally spotted the silhouettes of the Tiger Roar tribe's orcs. Eager to avenge the previous day's affront, Huba bellowed, "They are over there!" Upon hearing Huba's call, the pursuing wandering orcs caught sight of Shicho and his companions, their eyes gleaming with avarice. They understood that if they executed their plan successfully, their leader would reward them with something unattainable on this continent. Evolution. Orcs who successfully evolved would transform into ancestral bloodlines, gaining abilities reminiscent of their forebears. This was the ultimate aspiration for every orc tribe across the land. However, as time wore on, the number of orcs with ancestral bloodlines dwindled to nearly none. Therefore, to receive such a boon from their leader was the most coveted reward, particularly for the wandering orcs, who had been cast out from their tribes and lost the right to awaken their ancestral bloodlines during the evolution ceremony. As the orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe hastened toward the boundary of the Wuhuang Plain, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Strange orcs were closing in. Turning to look, they gasped, "Isn't that the very band of wandering orcs that attacked us last night? If they catch up to us, we are doomed." In an instant, the Tiger Roar tribe was thrown into disarray, with orcs and females alike in a state of turmoil. At that moment, the orcs could only utter a single phrase. After running for so long, "I am nearly exhausted. This group of wandering orcs has caught up to us. Will we not be allowed to live? Shinka, you lead 10 orc warriors to escort our kin in search of the White Emperor, while I will take a stand against these wandering orcs." Amidst the chaos, the clan leader, Shichio, remained remarkably composed, promptly assigning Shinka to lead 10 warriors to guide their kin towards the Wuhuang Plains, while he himself prepared to confront the approaching horde of wandering orcs. "Clan leader, allow me to stay and fight alongside you against the wandering orcs." Shinka, as a valiant orc warrior, felt it was his duty to stand with the clan leader to defend their kin rather than flee with them. "I understand your intentions, Shinka, but the safety of our kin is paramount, that I have faith that you will excel in your task." He patted Shinka on the shoulder, fully aware of Shinka's aspirations, for he was indeed an exceptional orc warrior. After imparting his final words of encouragement, Shichio led the remaining orc warriors to confront the encroaching threat. "I understand. Clan leader, I will protect our kin." After hearing the clan leader's words, Shinka comprehended the gravity of the situation. He turned to the kin and declared, "Let us move." With that, he led the 10 orc warriors to shield their kin as they made their way towards the Wuhuang Plains, having lost both parents at a tender age. Shinka remembered their contributions to the tribe, and the clan leader's family had always cared for him. The White Emperor treated him like a brother, and he had been fortunate in his upbringing. Although he longed to fight alongside the clan leader, he recognized the truth in the clan leader's words. The lives of their kin were of greater importance. If he could swiftly locate the White Emperor, their clan leader would be saved. After all, he was the most formidable orc warrior in the tribe aside from the clan leader. Shichio glanced back at Shinka and the others, reassured that the kin had moved far enough away, allowing his heart to finally ease as he prepared to engage in battle without reservations. Meanwhile, Shinka and the kin crossed the boundary into the Wuhuang Plains, just in time to see the White Emperor racing towards them. Upon recognizing his kin, he abruptly halted, shifting into his human form to approach them. In a moment of urgency, Shinka knelt before him, exclaiming, "White Emperor, please hurry and assist the clan leader." The White Emperor, observing Shinka's anxious demeanor and the disheveled state of the kin, felt a surge of concern. "Shinka, what has happened to my father?" The clan leader took the remaining 40 orc warriors to fend off the attack from the wandering orcs to ensure our safe passage to the Wuhuang Plains. Shinka recounted in a single breath, panting heavily as he spoke, clearly exhausted from the ordeal. "Shinka, please rise. Allow the kin to rest here for the time being. I will go investigate." The White Emperor, feeling the weight of urgency, could not afford to show his anxiety, for as the young clan leader of the Tiger Roar tribe, he must set an example for the entire tribe. After ensuring Shinka was settled, he swiftly transformed into his beast form and dashed towards the direction from which the kin had come. Just as he departed, Qiao Yujia and her companions arrived closely behind. Qiao Yujia surveyed the group of individuals, noting their slight frames as if a gust of wind could easily topple them. The women predominantly bore a healthy, weak complexion, with a few exhibiting a darker hue, though not excessively so. The men were uniformly fair-skinned, resembling the White Emperor in their light wheat tones. Upon encountering the Tiger Roar tribe's kin, Lin Yi gently lowered Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng to the ground. The orcs, upon seeing the snake orc, instinctively took a step back. However, upon catching sight of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's snow-white complexions, their gazes transformed into those of ravenous wolves, with some even blushing with embarrassment. Lin Yi noticed the envious stares directed at his companion from the young orcs of the tribe, but he shot them a chilling glare, which caused the young orcs, who had been coveting Xiao Yujia's beauty, to reconsider their intentions. The young orcs thought to themselves, that as a snake orc, it would be wise to abandon any thoughts of pursuing that young female. The consequences could be severe. Xiao Yujia, undeterred by the gazes of the young orcs, turned to Lin Yi and said, "Go assist the White Emperor. Do not worry about me." Lin Yi initially intended to say something, but recalled the previous incident when Xiao Yujia had been chased by a long-eared beast. He simply acknowledged her request with a nod and swiftly glided away, following the scent left by the White Emperor. Xiao Yujia then approached the orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe, while Yu Sheng, sensing something amiss, hid behind Xiao Yujia, striving to diminish her presence. "Are you kin of the White Emperor?" Xiao Yujia inquired calmly, having noticed the fearful and disdainful expressions on her friend's face directed towards a particular individual. No one responded to her question until the great shaman, Wu Bai, slowly emerged from the crowd, speaking gently. "Indeed, we are kin of the White Emperor. And who might you be, young female?" Wu Bai regarded the young female, with a face as fair as snow, which seemed to evoke a familiarity with a figure from her memories. "I am Xiao Yujia. I will lead you to safety. Please follow me, that I am the presence of the kind, elderly woman." Xiao Yujia felt a sense of goodwill and offered her name before turning to head towards the cave. Knowing she could not retrieve the items hidden in the bamboo grove without Lin Ye's assistance. "Let us move. Follow that young female," that Wu Bai instructed her kin, guiding them to follow Xiao Yujia. As the great shaman held a status higher than that of the clan leader and was equally as significant as the priest, her words carried immense weight in the absence of the clan leader. With Wu Bai's assurance, the kin had no choice but to follow Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng towards the cave. That as Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng walked ahead, they remained oblivious to an orc within the Tiger Roar tribe who was fixated on them with predatory eyes, as if the young female before him was already his possession. Meanwhile, Shi Qiu and his companions, bolstered by the support of the White Emperor and Lin Yi, managed to inflict severe casualties upon the group of wandering orcs. Seeing this, Hu Ba became frantic. His beastly form suddenly expanded to twice its original size, and with a single swipe, he sent Shi Qiu flying far away. "Father!" The White Emperor's heart raced as he witnessed his father being hurled through the air. He dashed forward to catch the falling Shi Qiu, who had reverted to human form midair. Lin Yi, seeing this, ceased his engagement, swiftly eliminating two more wandering orcs before racing towards the White Emperor. After a brief discussion, the two led the remaining orc warriors away from the battlefield. "Quickly pursue!" Hu Ba, having doubled in size, was exhilarated. Intent on annihilating the detestable white tiger orc, he charged forward with his companions in tow. While Bao Feng expressed concern that Hu Ba might exhaust himself with overexertion and followed closely behind with the remaining wandering orcs. Does this dim-witted Hu Ba not realize that excessive use of ancestral bloodlines can weaken his body? Bao Feng thought to himself, "Hu Ba, stop, we cannot go any further. That territory is forbidden for all orcs." Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Bao Feng abruptly halted, stepping in front of Hu Ba. "Step aside, Bao Feng. What of the forbidden territory? Those are merely regulations for the orc tribes. They hold no power over wandering orcs." Hu Ba retorted defiantly, unyielding in his pursuit. Who does not know that the Wuhuang Plains are a forbidden area for all tribal orcs? Yet it serves merely as a constraint for them, not for wandering orcs like Hu Ba, he declared, charging forward. However, unbeknownst to him, before he could cross into the boundary of the Wuhuang Plains, an invisible barrier repelled him back. Meanwhile, at the cave, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had settled the kin of the Tiger Roar tribe and had started a fire to roast some sweet potatoes, sharing them with their newfound companions. "This is delicious. What is this? How can it taste so good?" The orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe exclaimed in delight after tasting the sweet potatoes, lamenting that they had never discovered such a delectable food before. While the kin reveled in the delightful flavors, Xiao Gu stealthily slipped away, glancing at Xiao Yujia to ensure she had not noticed him before quietly approaching Yu Sheng. Seizing Yu Sheng's hand, his expression somewhat lewd, he remarked, "Young female, you are truly beautiful. Which tribe do you belong to?" The more he beheld her, the more he was entranced, inching closer to her. "Ah, Jejia, save me!" Yu Sheng loathed the man before her. having recognized his unsettling gaze when he accompanied the White Emperor to their tribe just days prior. It was not the typical admiration of a young man for a woman, but rather an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. As Qiao Yuja diligently arranged the cured meats, she was startled by the voice of Yusheng. Turning towards her, she caught sight of an orc making unwelcome advances towards Yusheng. It wasn't just Qiao Yuja who turned to look. A gathering of orcs and females from the Tiger Roar tribe also turned their gazes at the sound that why Yusheng had been resisting, but the brute strength of the orc before her was overwhelming, preventing her escape. While the orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe berated Xiaogu, the hidden figure of Hongxia snickered to herself that it would be best if you bonded with Xiaogu right now. That way. The White Emperor will be mine. Witnessing her close friend being bullied was intolerable. With a sudden surge of determination, she sprang to her feet, retrieving a long whip from her bag and striking it decisively. The crack of the whip echoed as it landed on the hand of the orc that had been harassing Yusheng. Hiss! Xiaogu gasped in pain, his grip on Yusheng faltering. Seizing the moment, Yusheng dashed behind Xiao Yujia. The keen-eyed young orcs had already noticed the swollen mark on Xiaogu's hand, gasping in astonishment at Xiao Yujia's fierce action. What a formidable little female, they marveled. The whip, reminiscent of a vine, promised pain if it were to strike them. Xiaogu, glancing at his injured hands, felt a surge of desire, eagerly moving towards Xiao Yujia. However, before he could reach her, he was met once again by the unexpected lash of the whip. This time, a long mark appeared across his chest, yet Xiaogu seemed undeterred, continuing to advance towards the two women. This fierce little female shall be mine, he declared that as he approached, Yusheng trembled in fear. Asheng, do not be afraid. Wait here, I will teach him a lesson. With that, she raised her whip toward Xiaogu. This moment, the shaman could no longer contain himself. Xiaogu, cease this at once, he bellowed. Yet, Xiaogu ignored the shaman's command. Lowering his body and transforming into a white tiger, towering over Xiao Yu, he lifted his paw, ready to strike her down. In that instant, she leapt gracefully into the air, brandishing her whip against the beastly Xiaogu. His outstretched paw was met with a swift crack of the whip. Xiaogu recoiled, but he was far from giving up. As Qiao Yuja landed, he lunged at her once more, leaving the onlooking orcs in a state of anxiety over this small female's audacity. When he landed where Qiao Yuja had just been, believing he had pinned her beneath him, he was astonished to find her no longer there. The sound of the whip cracking against his own body revealed her true position behind him. What is happening? Just moments ago, I felt her beneath me, and now she is behind me. Chapter 13. Settling down, unwilling to concede, Xiaogu resolved to make the fierce little female his mate, as a powerful orc warrior. Pairing with a formidable female would surely yield strong offspring. Qiao Yujia, unaware of his thoughts, merely found the imposing white tiger before her unsettling. Xiaogu, captivated by her fierceness, yearned to bond with her right then and there. With that thought, he lunged at Xiao Yujia once more. She, however, stood her ground, using her agility to leap into the air, her whip slicing through the air towards the white tiger. Crack, crack! The onlooking orcs could hardly bear to witness the ferocity of the small female. No one daring to intervene, as they were astonished by her brutality. Blood began to stain the pristine white fur of the tiger, creating a horrifying sight. The shaman watched in worry. How can this cub provoke the little female so? If she truly is, it would be a grave misstep. Jejia can fight. Why has she never told me? Yusheng, watching the struggle from the fire's edge, felt a pang of anxiety. She never imagined that her close friend, Jejia, could possess such skills. Doubts began to cloud her thoughts regarding their friendship. Under the blazing sun, Lin Yi and the others returned to the bamboo grove, carrying the injured orcs. They retrieved hidden bamboo baskets and buckets of seawater, handing over their wounded comrades to those who remained unscathed before racing back to the cave. Upon arrival, Lin Yi was greeted by the sight of Qiao Yujia fiercely battling the white tiger. A proud grin spreading across his face. Jejia is truly fierce. The approaching Bai Di and others beheld the display of strength from the female, causing every orc present to shudder. That sound, if it were to strike me, I would surely lose skin. In the midst of her combat with the white tiger, Qiao Yujia noticed Lin Ye's return and felt her strength drain. She began to descend slowly from the air. Yusheng and Lin Ye's hearts sank. Xiaogu seized the opportunity to catch Qiao Yujia, but before he could grasp her, a massive tail struck him aside with great force that I'm so exhausted. I should have listened to my mother and trained harder. Qiao Yujia thought as she plummeted, expecting a harsh landing. Instead, she found herself cradled in a strong embrace. Jia, are you all right? I'm fine, just tired today, as she relaxed. Qiao Yujia felt her body give way, succumbing to the fatigue and drifting into a deep sleep. Lin Yi, watching her sleep, wore a worried expression, his gaze turning cold as he focused on the white tiger that had just risen. This orc shall be remembered. I will ensure he feels the harshness of this land. With a piercing glare directed at Xiaogu, Lin Yi carried Qiao Yujia back to the cave, gently placing her on a bed layered with furs, covering her snugly with a fur blanket, leaving only her head exposed before preparing food for her. Meanwhile, the Tiger Roar tribe rejoiced as the orc warriors returned unscathed, but dismay spread across their faces upon seeing the gruesome wounds that marred their bodies. The shaman shook his head, deeming some injuries manageable due to the orc's natural healing abilities. Yet he was at a loss for the more severe wounds. Thankfully, they had brought some herbs to treat the minor injuries, but the more serious cases would require divine intervention from the beast god. If Qiao Yujia had been awake, she might have mused, "This is what they call fate." As the shaman treated the wounded, Bai Di led the remaining uninjured orc warriors to a nearby cave. Digging a space large enough to accommodate the entire tribe, Wai Yusheng watched as the shaman crushed herbs with a large stone, applying them directly to the bleeding wounds without any further measures. Despite the lighter injuries healing swiftly, the more horrifying wounds, like that of Bai Di's father, were treated so carelessly that shaman cannot handle injuries like this. Yusheng warned, edging closer to the shaman, attempting to halt his actions. The shaman glanced up, recognizing the little female from the previous day, but before he could speak, Hongxia interrupted. "What do you know, outsider? You're not a shaman. Do not meddle here." Hongxia shoved Yusheng aside, causing her to stumble and graze her wrist, which began to bleed. That moment, Bai Di emerged from the cave with the other orcs. Witnessing Yusheng's fall, Sheng, "Does it hurt?" Bai Di rushed to help her up, his heart aching at the sight of her injury. "I'm fine," Yusheng replied, shaking her head. "Could you fetch me a bucket of water?" "All right, Sheng, wait here, then I will be back shortly." After speaking, he turned and entered the cave, lifting an empty wooden bucket to the riverbank to fill it with a bucket of water before swiftly returning. Hongxiao observed Bai Di's actions for Yusheng, her expression darkening as she fixed her fierce gaze upon Yusheng, as if she intended to bore a hole through her with her stare. Sheng, "Here is the water you requested." Bai Di placed the water-filled wooden bucket beside Yusheng. "Thank you." Yusheng expressed her gratitude to Bai Di, then retrieved a small handkerchief from her bag, dampening it with water to wipe the dust from her wrist. Once the area was clean, she rinsed the handkerchief, laid it flat on a nearby stone, and took out a small vial of scar ointment given to her by Qiao Yujia to apply to her injured wrist. Before long, the scar on her wrist had significantly faded. Seeing this, the great shaman approached Yusheng and inquired, "Little female, what is this?" "This is a scar ointment made from dozens of herbs, dried and ground, mixed with mountain spring water, used to apply on scabbed wounds to aid in skin recovery. However, it cannot erase scars immediately. It requires time for the skin to heal." Noticing the great shaman's keen interest, Yusheng elaborated on the ointment's effects. The great shaman beamed with joy, feeling that a certain matter in her heart had been validated. Meanwhile, Hongxia had already marked Yusheng as her foremost target of resentment. "Little female, might you assist me in healing our chieftain?" The great shaman hesitated before imploring Yusheng for help with the chieftain's recovery. Upon hearing this, Yusheng shook her head, replying helplessly, "I cannot heal your chieftain." The great shaman, feeling somewhat disheartened by Yusheng's words, wore a resigned expression. Yusheng continued, "While I cannot heal them, I can teach you how to properly manage their wounds." "Wonderful. Thank you, little female." The great shaman, who had just been feeling dejected, was now filled with elation, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "There is no need for such formality, great shaman, that if it weren't for your potion, I might have endured pain until dawn." Truth be told, had it not been for the great shaman's potion 2 nights ago, Yusheng would have likely spent a sleepless night in agony. "It is nothing. It is my duty as a great shaman," she replied, dismissing it as a trivial matter, as such tasks were commonplace for one in her position. "Little female, what do you suggest we do?" Changing the subject, the great shaman quickly asked Yushing how to treat the more severely injured orcs among them. Do you have any clean animal hides with you? Upon receiving a nod from the great shaman, Yushing continued, cut the hides into palm-sized pieces, wet them with water, then use them to clean the dirt off the injured orcs before applying the herbs. The rest can only wait until my friend awakens. I do not know much about healing. Thank you, little female. After thanking Yushing, the great shaman turned to instruct her people to retrieve a clean animal hide, slicing it into several palm-sized pieces as Yushing had advised. They then sent a few orcs to the nearby river to wet the hides, cleaning off the blood and dirt from the severely injured chieftain and others before applying the herbs, leaving them undisturbed afterward. After escorting Yushing back to the cave for rest, Bai led his people in moving all the animal hides and other supplies into the cave. He left a few warrior orcs to guard the gravely injured chieftain while joining the remaining tribe members to discuss their future direction. Great shaman, do you wish to return to the original tribe? Bai's question resonated with everyone present. Leaving one's homeland is no easy decision. Most tribe members long to return to their original tribe. Yet the lurking threat of predatory orcs loomed ominously over them, promising capture should they dare to return. Bai, I fear we may not be able to return to our former tribe. Those rogue orcs will not easily relent. The great shaman felt a pang of sorrow, but the lives of her people were paramount. They could not return to face certain doom simply because their original tribe still existed. Observing the dejected expressions of her kin, Bai voiced his thoughts. Great shaman, perhaps we should settle in the Wuhuang Plain. Here food for our tribe will not be scarce. What do you think? Hearing Bai's suggestion, the great shaman found herself in agreement, though she harbored doubts about the availability of game on the plains. Noticing the great shaman's hesitance, Bai explained the hunting traps taught by Qiao Yujia to Lin Yi. With these traps, the orcs would not need to constantly monitor their prey. They could simply check the traps each morning. Though the tribe members expressed skepticism, the great shaman had already firmly resolved to remain here. Upon arriving at the Wuhuang Plain, she sensed it was indeed a different place. It was supposedly a forbidden land spoken of among the orc tribes, yet no orc had truly seen its interior. Today, she felt she had finally glimpsed its true nature, which bore little difference from the forests and plains outside. With the great shaman now in agreement to stay, the other tribe members had little room to voice dissent. As survival was the priority, it was merely a matter of changing their location. As dusk fell, Qiao Yujia, who had slept through the afternoon, finally awoke. Upon seeing her, Yushing promptly informed her of the gravely injured chieftain of the Tiger Roar tribe, requesting her assistance in healing him. Considering that the chieftain was the father of her best friend's future partner, Qiao Yujia readily agreed. Upon reaching the open area outside the cave, she found the injured chieftain and two warrior orcs lying on the ground. After examining their wounds, she removed the herbs from their injuries, wetting the animal hides to clean away the remnants of the herbal paste. Taking out needle and thread, she carefully stitched the gruesome wound on Shichio's body. Applying a hemostatic ointment and bandaging it up, repeating the process for the other two orcs, the great shaman watched on, her face alight with joy. Now, it is up to them. Also, it will be quite cold outside tonight. We should have them carried into the cave, that if they become feverish, have someone come to fetch me. Qiao Yujia instructed the great shaman after tending to the wounds of the three orcs. Thank you, little female. I am truly grateful. The great shaman deeply bowed to Qiao Yujia, repeatedly expressing her thanks. Had it not been for Qiao Yujia's knowledge that the great shaman was a native of this land, the gesture might have led one to believe she too had crossed over from another world. Chapter 14. The little troublemaker, dear elder. There is no need for such formality, that I have yet to thank you for alleviating Sheng's suffering during her pain. To the kind and gentle great shaman, Qiao Yujia felt the warmth of a senior's care for the younger generation. That it was a sentiment that transcended familial ties, especially towards those with whom she shared no blood relation. Perhaps this was the responsibility of a great shaman and a tribal elder. Little female, you need not thank me. It is my duty as a great shaman. The great shaman held Qiao Yujia in high regard. Recognizing her assistance in healing the tribe members without expecting gratitude in return, that is a great shaman. She had grown accustomed to tending to the wounds of her kin. Aiding a little female in alleviating her pain was no great feat. Yet, Qiao Yujia insisted on expressing her thanks, which the great shaman considered somewhat excessive, feeling that she had done little more than provide a potion to the young female. But that is not acceptable. Gratitude is still in order. The day is growing late. You should finish your evening meal and rest, Xiao Yujia declared before turning back towards the cave to prepare dinner. She was a person who believed in reciprocating kindness and avenging wrongs. With a strong sense of justice that often led to her being teased by more dominant classmates for meddling too much. Nevertheless, she felt that since individuals from all walks of life could learn together in a shared environment, it was a bond worth nurturing. Instead of engaging in infighting and bullying, they should support each other, for otherwise, what distinguished them from beasts? Perhaps beasts possessed more loyalty and compassion than humans. The evening breeze was slightly cool, the rustling of the treetops creating a melodious sound. Due to the incident involving the Tiger Roar tribe being pursued by rogue orcs, Xiao Yujia had initially intended to dig up bamboo shoots. Yet now she began to wash and peel a few shoots, placing them into a boiling stone pot to blanch for later use. After pouring out the water, she continued to heat the pot, slicing off the fatty meat of a wild boar to render the fat, setting aside the remaining scraps in a bamboo bowl with a sprinkle of salt. Jia, are you frying the scraps? Yuxing, attracted by the enticing aroma, scampered over to sit beside Xiao Yujia, her little nose twitching adorably. Here, take this. It's just finished and it's perfect for the cubs of the Tiger Roar tribe to taste. Xiao Yujia watched as her best friend nearly drooled, her expression one of comical greed. Amused, she offered the freshly scooped oil residue from the stone pot, which she had just placed into a large bamboo bowl, to Yuxing. When the members of the Tiger Roar tribe approached, Xiao Yujia noticed 4 or 5 frail cubs nestled in their mother's embrace and suggested that Yuxing take some of the oil residue over for them to sample as well. Thank you, Jia. I'll take it over for them to try, Yuxing exclaimed, accepting the bowl from Xiao Yujia's hands. She popped a piece of the oil residue into her mouth, savoring the familiar taste. Just like I remembered. With that, she cheerfully made her way to the nearby cave. After Yuxing left, Xiao Yujia resumed her culinary preparations, fishing out excess oil to cool in a bamboo tube. She then added the sliced pork into the remaining oil in the stone pot, stir-frying it until cooked, before tossing in the blanched bamboo shoots along with a pinch of salt for seasoning. Finally, using a bamboo spatula, she served the dish into a bamboo bowl. Meanwhile, Linyi observed his future mate bustling about, feeling utterly useless as he sat by the fire, roasting meat. That a wave of despondency washed over him. He felt as though he had lost his worth. In another cave, Bai Di was instructing the tribe members on how to kindle a fire and roast meat over it. Sheng, what brings you here? He asked, noticing Yusheng's entrance. Jia made oil residue, and I came to let the cubs of your tribe have a taste, Yusheng replied, swiftly feeding a piece of oil residue into Bai Di's mouth. Bai Di was taken aback by the unexpected offering from the petite female he had chosen. As he bit into the crisp morsel, the unique fragrance of the oil residue flooded his mouth, and the delightful crunch echoed with each chew, utterly captivating him. How is it delicious? Yusheng inquired eagerly, her expectant gaze causing Bai Di's cheeks to flush slightly. Delicious, he nodded, before adding, give this to the cubs in the tribe, and I shall prepare your favorite sweet potatoes. All right, just a moment, Yusheng replied, turning to hand the bowl of oil residue to the tribe's shaman, who promptly distributed it among the eager cubs. The cubs, experiencing the novel taste of oil residue for the first time, devoured it with delight, their mouths glistening with oil as they lined up patiently for more. The tribe members, also tasting food roasted over divine fire for the first time, were filled with astonishment. They could hardly fathom how delicious food could be when cooked this way. Far surpassing the taste of raw meat, that it was difficult to imagine what they had consumed before. What a waste it had been! In a nearby cave, Hong Xia was surrounded by her 2 partners, who were vying for her attention with freshly learned roasting techniques. However, she paid them no heed, her envious gaze fixed on the interaction between Yusheng and Bai Di. Why is that insufferable female so fixated on Bai Di? He clearly belongs to me. Why wasn't I chosen as the partner of Xiao Gu? And who is this newcomer daring to vie for Bai Di? If Xiao Yujia could hear Hong Xia's inner thoughts at that moment, she would surely retort, who wants to steal Bai Di from you? He is not my type. Besides, he is my best friend's future partner. Why are you intruding? After finishing half a roasted sweet potato, Yusheng eagerly approached Xiao Yujia for a bowl of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork, then cheerfully walked over to share with Bai Di, completely oblivious to the furious glances directed her way. There was no reason to let trivial matters spoil her appetite. Sheng, drink some water. Dante choke, Bai Di said, watching the little female enjoying her meal with sparkling eyes, that he found her utterly adorable and handed her a bamboo tube filled with clear water. Thank you, Wai Yusheng accepted the tube and drank eagerly. Having eaten her fill, Yusheng began to feel drowsy, her head nodding off. Bai Di immediately guided her to lean against him while he swiftly finished the food she had left uneaten. In the life of the beast men on this continent, discovering a new, edible food was seen as a divine blessing, and wastage was not tolerated. Afterward, he cradled Yusheng in his arms, wrapping her in a soft, long-eared beast pelt. As they exited the cave, the shaman and Fu Xiang exchanged delighted glances at Bai Di's attentive care for the little female that be by the riverbank, one hand shielding Yusheng. Bai Di used the other to dampen the pelt, wringing it out before gently wiping her rosy cheeks as she drifted in and out of consciousness. He even helped her rinse her mouth. Once all was done, he carried her back to the cave where Lin Yi awaited. When they returned, Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia were already asleep. Hearing Bai Di's soft footsteps, Lin Yi merely opened his eyes to glance at him before contentedly resuming his slumber, holding his beloved female close. The Tiger Roar tribe members, having feasted well that day, had also retired early. The following day, due to the exhaustion from the previous day, Xiao Yujia was roused by the melodious singing of birds. By the time she awoke, it was nearly 8 or 9 in the morning. Groggily, she reached for her side, realizing the pelt bed had already cooled, indicating an early departure. She rose and stepped out of the cave to the riverbank to freshen up. Using the wooden comb she had taught Lin Yi to make, after wetting it in the river, she smoothed her hair back, pinning it up with a hairpin, as she had forgotten to bring a hair tie when she left. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Yujia indulged in 2 apples Lin Yi had left beside her bed, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction to that moment. Lin Yi and Bai Di returned from the forest, bringing with them the remaining uninjured warriors. The members of the Tiger Roar tribe were elated to see the abundant catch. However, the shaman looked upon the plentiful bounty with concern. Bai Di, with so much game brought back, what if we cannot consume it all before it spoils? The shamaness worry was indeed justified, given the difficulty of preserving the meat. You need not fret, Shaman Sheng has ways to keep the meat fresh for an extended period. Bai Di's assertion sent ripples of astonishment through the tribe, prompting many to swarm around him with inquiries. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Di was distracted, Hong Xia stealthily approached Yusheng from behind. Grabbing her hand and turning her to face her, with a threatening tone, she declared, "You shameless female, Bai Di is mine. You had better stay away from him. Otherwise, I shall kill you." With that, she shot a fierce glare at Yusheng. "What are you doing? You're hurting me," Yusheng protested, attempting to wriggle free from the grip of the girl before her, but Hong Xia's hold was like a vice, leaving her powerless to resist. Unlike Xiao Yujia, who had trained in martial arts, Yusheng had no strength to counter someone stronger than her. "Did I warn you one last time? Stay away from Bai Di. He belongs to me," Hong Xia reiterated, applying more pressure on Yusheng's wrist, causing the latter to feel as if her bones might snap. "Did I ask this person deranged? I genuinely love Bai Di. Why should I leave him? If she likes him, we could compete fairly. Why threaten me? Am I the kind of person who fears for my life? As a daughter of Huaxia, I fear neither life nor death," though she thought this. Yusheng was unaware that Hong Xia had long ruled the tribe with an iron fist, never allowing another female to contest her for what she desired. The commotion drew the attention of Bai Di and the other tribe members, who turned to witness the conflict. Upon seeing Yusheng caught in the clutches of that detestable female, Bai Di's fury ignited. "Hong Xia, what are you doing? Sheng is still a juvenile female. How dare you bully her?" Yusheng interjected. "So what you're saying is once I'm an adult, it's acceptable for me to be bullied. But I am an adult. Why does Bai Di say I'm not?" Bai Di's loud voice startled Xiao Yujia, who had been processing meat and bamboo shoots in the cave, causing her to emerge. Upon seeing the bruises on Yusheng's wrist, her anger surged. "Bai Di, I did not bully her. I merely intended to invite her to gather nearby. But she rejected me and even struck me to as Xiao Yujia approached. She noticed Hong Xia's theatrics, her face contorted in faux sorrow, and could hardly contain her disdain. Such a green tea face, yet so dramatically petty. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yujia struck Hong Xia across the face, calmly stating, "If you genuinely wish to invite Sheng to gather, then what is this?" With that, she lifted Yusheng's bruised left hand for all to see. The sight of Yu Xing's injury caused the tribe members to collectively gasp and begin denouncing Hong Xia. Bai Di, upon seeing the marks on Yu Xing's delicate wrist, felt a pang of heartbreak. How could that vile female harm the one he adored? You dare strike me. Do you know who I am? Hong Xia fumed, clutching her reddened cheek as she pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yujia. Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Yujia delivered another sharp slap to the other side of her face. You looked a bit ugly before, but now you look much better. And no need to thank me. After speaking, she pulled Yu Sheng into the cave, with Bai Di following closely behind. Lin Yi, however, picked up the hand that Xiao Yujia had just used to strike someone and gently rubbed it, asking, Jejia, does it hurt? Oof, that detestable female. I shall remember you. It doesn't hurt, so there's no need to worry, Xiao Yujia replied with a smile, shaking her head. She then turned to fetch some medicine for bruises to tend to Yu Sheng. Outside, the members of the Huishao tribe looked at Hong Xia with enigmatic gazes. Suddenly, a sharp scream from Hong Xia startled those around her, leading them to wonder if she had been possessed by a malevolent spirit. Those two wretched females. I will make you pay dearly. With that, she instructed everyone to assist the two young females in preparing food for the winter stores, declaring that it was time to discipline Hong Xia. Everyone, disperse. With the great shaman's words, the tribe members scattered, while the females all approached the center of the cave to inquire how they might assist Xiao Yujia. Upon seeing them, she handed the medicine to Bai Di, asking him to apply it to Yu Sheng, while she herself began teaching the females of the Huishao tribe how to cure meat and ferment bamboo shoots. The group busied themselves, completely forgetting about Hong Xiao outside. Only her two companions approached to comfort her, but she merely turned and returned to the cave of the Huishao tribe, leaving her companions exchanging glances in the wind. Chapter 15. The first use of chopsticks back in the cave. Hong Xiao vented her frustrations for a while, then peeked outside, ensuring no one was watching her before stealthily slipping out. However, she forgot that as beast men, they were adept at detecting even the slightest movements around them, given their battle-hardened experiences in hunting grounds and tribal conflicts. Not long after Hong Xia stepped outside, her two companions discovered her absence, and, fearing for her safety, quietly followed behind. After all, they were newcomers to this place, unfamiliar with its dangers. Meanwhile, thanks to the assistance of the females from the Huishao tribe, Xiao Yujia quickly cleaned and prepared the beast meat that had accumulated over the past few days, as well as the fresh catch from today, setting aside what they would eat today and curing the rest for tomorrow's preservation as jerky. The large basket of bamboo shoots they had dug up yesterday was also fermented and placed into wooden barrels. After Lin Yi and the others returned with the game from the traps, they did not rest, but instead went to the seaside to fill several buckets with seawater, for they had nearly run out of the salt used for curing the meat and bamboo shoots. The members of the Huishao tribe might not have known this, but Lin Yi was aware, having heard Xiao Yujia mention that salt was essential not only for preserving food, but also for the beast men and females to consume daily. Otherwise, they would become weak over time, and Lin Yi would not allow the young female to suffer in such a manner. He wished for her to remain healthy. At last, the curing was complete. With all the preparations finished, Xiao Yujia breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the bountiful food before her. Finally, she felt a semblance of security in this world that as the sun reached its zenith. Xiao Yujia planned to prepare a simple stir-fry and stone-grilled meat with the females of the Huishao tribe. Yet, one of them, Han Yu, could not help but voice her confusion. Jejia, haven't we already had breakfast? Why do we need to eat again when the sun is directly overhead? Han Yu found it strange. They had already eaten in the morning, so why were they eating again now? She was perplexed. But what Xiao Yujia said next astonished her. Turning to Hong Yu with a gentle smile, Xiao Yujia explained, whether as beast men or females, we must have 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, to have the strength to protect our tribe. However, the tribe had only been accustomed to having breakfast and dinner, and with winter approaching, it would be prudent to store food rather than reduce their meals that I end Hong Yu's childhood memories. Winter was terrifying. Every year, as this time approached, the beast men would conserve their food for the females, cubs, and elderly. Yet even so, each winter saw females, cubs, and old beast men serving the beast god. The thought of that frigid winter made Hong Yu tremble. Having lost her parents at a young age, she was continually oppressed by her so-called elder sister, who would snatch away most of the food. leaving her with just enough to survive. That it could be said that those were the darkest days of Hongyo's life. Thus, when Xiao Yujia reprimanded Hongxia today, she felt elated. After all, since Hongxia did not regard her as a sister, she had no obligation to treat her as one. After hearing Hongyo's words, both Xiao Yujia and Yusheng felt a pang of sympathy for her. How pitiful it was to only have 2 meals a day. How can one possibly be full or have the strength to thrive? What is your name? Xiao Yujia inquired. Red Hongyu, she replied, her voice growing softer. Yet Xiao Yujia and Yusheng, being close by, still heard her. Hongyu, food is not something we scrimp on. It is something we strive to gather bit by bit. With that, Xiao Yujia continued, so there is no need to worry about a shortage of food. The most important thing is that our tribe is well fed. There are countless food sources in our land that we have yet to discover. This statement resonated deeply with Xiao Yujia, who reflected on the rich, ancient civilization of Huaxia, which had thrived through generations of accumulated knowledge and experience, leading to the comfortable lives they enjoyed today. Yet, ever since their last mountain excursion, they had found themselves back at square one. Though it may be arduous at first, Xiao Yujia was determined to cultivate a land of abundance through the bountiful resources of nature. It was this fleeting thought that ultimately led her to create a city of plenty, which the beastmen of the continent would come to call the city of miracles. That, of course, that was a tale for another time. Xiao Yujia's words seemed to hold some truth, for the females of the Huishao tribe found themselves at a loss for words to refute her. Well, that must be good. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Fu Xiong and the great shaman had overheard the conversation between Xiao Yujia and Hongyu, exchanging glances as if pondering something. They walked back to the cave where the beastmen rested. Sitting on the floor covered with animal skins, they seemed to reflect on Xiao Yujia's earlier remarks. Fu Xiong, what do you think of Yujia as a female? The great shaman gazed at Xiao Yujia with growing fondness, initially believing Yu Sheng to be exceptional, only to discover that Yujia surpassed her. It was a pity she seemed to have already set her sights on that serpent beast man. Otherwise, he would have wished to see her choose a partner among the beastmen of the Huishao tribe. I think Yujia is quite remarkable, a good female. I wonder which great tribe could nurture such a clever and resilient female. Fu Xiong had sensed something special about Xiao Yujia upon first seeing her, though she could not quite articulate what made her stand out. It simply felt as if she and Yusheng formed 2 sides of the same coin. Do you truly believe Yujia and Asing hail from some great tribe? The great shaman was not entirely convinced by Fu Xiong's assertion, feeling that the images of Xiao Yujia and Yusheng somehow overlapped with those of 2 figures in his mind. But who could they be? Fu Xiong, puzzled, wondered if they were not from some great tribe. Then where could they have come from? The great shaman merely shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Returning to the cave where Lin Yi was, a group of females from the Huishao tribe gazed hungrily at the grilled meat on the stone slab. It was not mere gluttony. The aroma was simply irresistible. Especially when the snow-like powder was sprinkled atop, the grilled meat seemed even more delectable. Slurp. It was uncertain who swallowed their saliva first, but the sound of someone gulping only heightened the cravings of those around them. Why not try a taste? As for the beastmen, they could wait until they returned to be taught. Before Xiao Yujia could finish her sentence, the females eagerly snatched pieces of meat from the stone slab, devouring them without concern for the heat. She and Yusheng watched in horror as they handled the hot meat with unwashed hands, dirt still clinging to their nails, as if witnessing a scene from a horror film. Perhaps you should try this, Xiao Yujia suggested, producing a pair of bamboo chopsticks and offering 1 pair to Hongyu while demonstrating with another, gracefully lifting a piece of grilled meat from the stone slab and placing it in her mouth. Exuding elegance and poise, Jia, what is this? Hongyu inquired, holding the slender sticks in her hands, uncertain of their purpose. However, after witnessing Xiao Yujia's demonstration, she was eager to give it a try. Yet, just as she attempted to lift the meat, it fell back onto the stone slab. Xiao Yujia smiled softly, gently explaining, "These are called chopsticks. With them, we can enjoy our cooked food without burning ourselves, which also helps to prevent illness." Regarding illness, Hongyu is aware. But why does eating also cause beasts to fall ill? Observing the bewildered expressions of the females, with their wide eyes staring blankly, Xiao Yujia felt it necessary to offer a reminder about hygiene. Otherwise, upon seeing their grimy nails and fingers, her own appetite would vanish. When we typically go out to gather, we end up covered in dust. If we do not wash thoroughly, over time, our nails will turn black. harboring invisible little insects that if we use our hands to grasp food, we will inadvertently ingest these unseen creatures, which will then settle in our bodies, multiplying abundantly. As time passes, we will inevitably fall ill. As Xiao Yujia finished speaking, the females present gasped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that simply eating with their hands could lead to illness. How terrifying! Upon hearing this, each of them picked up the chopsticks handed to them by Xiao Yujia and Yusheng. Those who learned quickly successfully enjoyed the roasted meat on the stone slab, while those who were a bit slower also managed to taste the grilled delicacies, with only a few females still struggling with their chopsticks. Ultimately, those who could not master the technique resorted to poking pieces of meat with their chopsticks and placing them directly into their mouths. However, it mattered not, for it was their first experience using chopsticks, and they required time to become proficient. Delicious. Indeed, it is exquisite. The stone-grilled meat successfully captivated the appetites of these females, each offering their praise. Judgia, what is that white powder resembling snow that you sprinkled on the grilled meat? Hong Yu inquired, her cheeks bulging as she chewed and swallowed. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Xiao Yujia. Oh, you mean this? Xiao Yujia opened a bamboo jar, noting Hong Yu's nod. She continued, this is called salt. Derived from seawater, salt is a precious commodity. Consuming it over time prevents dizziness and fatigue that a little each day is beneficial for our health. What we used earlier to cure the dried meat and pickled bamboo shoots was salt. Upon hearing this, the females understood, for their bodies were not as robust as the beasts, making them more susceptible to illness. After Xiao Yujia's explanation today, they began to take hygiene seriously, for no one wishes to fall ill. The great shaman, listening from outside, recognized the importance of this matter more than any other tribe member. At that moment, Lin Yi and his companions returned to the cave, hauling buckets filled with seawater. Xiao Yujia directed a few beasts to ignite the fire in the makeshift stove outside the cave and set up the large stone pot used for boiling salt, since there was only one pot. The process was somewhat slow. Seeing that everything was in order, Xiao Yujia entered the resting cave of the Tiger Howl tribe to check on their leader. Great shaman, how is the leader? Did he experience a fever last night? No, the great shaman shook his head. Xiao Yujia crouched down to examine Shi Chao's injury, discovering that, astonishingly, the previously severe-looking wound on his abdomen had nearly healed within just one night. Well, the wound is recovering nicely. In a couple of days, we should be able to remove the stitches. After saying this, she handed a jar of scar ointment to the great shaman. Great shaman, take this ointment. Applying a little each night will aid the leader's recovery and prevent scarring. But do not use too much. This is too precious, the great shaman remarked, gazing at the small jar of ointment in his hand. Although he appreciated it, he recognized it was a valuable gift from a young female. Do not worry, great shaman. Please keep it that I have plenty more. It is not that precious. After Xiao Yujia reassured him, she stepped out of the cave to tend to the fire boiling the seawater. At that moment, 2 large stone pots filled with seawater had joined the fire, hastening the process. Not until evening did Hongxiao leisurely return to the cave, flanked by 2 companions whose expressions were grave. They had witnessed something troubling and were uncertain whether to inform the leader or the great shaman that if they spoke up, would Hongxiao face punishment. If they remained silent, could Hongxiao be cast out of the tribe? Their hearts were conflicted, caught in a dilemma, feeling that regardless of their choice, Hongxiao would suffer consequences. Merely a matter of time. Today, thanks to Xiao Yujia's hygiene advocacy, after their evening meal, the females paired off to wash by the river, returning to the cave spotless. However, the mischievous Hongxiao found herself unable to sleep, scheming something nefarious. It must be said, with such a female in the Tiger Howl tribe, trouble was bound to arise over time. Unbeknownst to all, while everyone slept, a shadow stealthily approached. Chapter 16. The great radish, the high, round moon hung in the sky, and the wind rustled the leaves atop the trees that in the night, a slender figure skillfully evaded the guard's gaze, concealing their presence as they stealthily approached the innermost cave. Upon reaching Xiao Yujia's side, the figure paused. The face appeared oddly familiar. Who could it be? Crouching down to confirm whether Xiao Yujia was someone he had encountered before, the hidden presence suddenly released itself as he neared her, startling Lin Yi awake. Without hesitation, Lin Yi seized the sinister hand that sought to assault his little female, swiftly pulling the intruder away from the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia was sound asleep, and he wished not to disturb her. Qiao Yuzhe awoke to the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air, stirring her appetite. Groggily glancing towards the cave entrance, she spotted a tall figure busy by the fire. As she approached the figure, she crouched down, a small bundle of fluff, her drowsy eyes fixated on the roasted meat in Lin Ye's hand. Nearly drooling in anticipation. "Jejia is awake. Hurry and wash up. The roasted meat is ready." Lin Yi turned, affectionately ruffling Qiao Yuzhe's fluffy hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "Mua," she nodded, lifting her not-yet-clean face to gaze at Lin Yi, quickly planting a loud kiss on his cheek before darting away. After Qiao Yuzhe departed, a sly smile crept upon Lin Ye's lips, satisfaction radiating from him. That moment, Lin Ye's mood was exceptionally high. Yet he suddenly recalled the beast from yesterday, who bore no scent of the beast tribe. Moreover, that individual seemed to possess extraordinary powers, catching Lin Yi off guard and nearly preventing his return. Who could that beast belong to? How could they wield such godlike strength? Before long, Qiao Yuzhe returned from washing by the river, plopping down beside Lin Yi, her eyes still fixated on the skewers of roasted meat. "The meat is ready, Jejia. Give it a try." Lin Yi blew on a perfectly roasted skewer before offering it to Qiao Yuzhe, encouraging her to taste it. This was Lin Ye's first time preparing roasted meat for Qiao Yuzhe. As she had always taken charge of the cooking herself, she feared that he might burn the meat since he had never witnessed the process of roasting before. It would be a waste of food if he was not proficient. Qiao Yuzhe accepted the skewer, biting into the juicy, aromatic meat that filled her mouth with flavor. "Delicious. Great job, big snake. Keep it up," she exclaimed. Lin Yi responded with a hum, and upon hearing Qiao Yuzhe's praise, his heart raced as if struck by an unseen force. Just waking up, Yusheng observed the sly smile on Lin Ye's face, and her unease grew. That slippery big snake must be harboring some ill intentions towards Jejia. She thought that I must find a moment to warn her. She cannot be deceived by a big snake. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ye's demeanor had merely changed due to Qiao Yuzhe's compliment that if he and Yusheng were to converse, he would undoubtedly turn away without a second glance. Halfway through her skewer, Qiao Yuzhe's gaze caught the scar on Lin Ye's left arm. She promptly placed her roasted meat aside, moving closer to grasp Lin Ye's hand. Feigning sternness, what happened to this scar? This was, to be honest, merely an accidental scrape from a branch. When Lin Yi uttered this statement, a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes as he darted glances around. For he alone knew that it was not a branch that had caused the injury, but rather the orc from yesterday, who bore no trace of the beast tribe's scent. But he refrained from speaking the truth, wanting to spare Qiao Yuzhe any worry. However, Lin Yi seemed to underestimate her perceptiveness. She possessed the uncanny ability to read the expressions of others, though the reason behind this talent eluded even her. She had inquired with her mother about it, but her mother had divulged nothing, leaving Qiao Yuzhe to accept it as a part of her existence, which ultimately bore no adverse effects at all. So that's how it is. "Be careful next time," she offered gently, her outward calm contrasting with the inner monologue that critiqued the deceitful glances of the individual before her. "You think you can fool me? That look in your eyes is clearly suspicious. Jejia, could you take us out to gather near here today? We have just arrived and are quite unfamiliar with the surroundings." Just as she was about to reprimand Lin Yi, a rather youthful voice called from outside the cave. Qiao Yuzhe looked up to see the little female who had spoken to her yesterday. "All right, wait for me a moment," she responded with a nod before turning to retrieve a woven bamboo basket from within the cave. Initially, she intended to accompany the females of the Tiger Howl tribe to prepare dried meat, but since someone had come to invite her to gather, she thought it best to join them and perhaps discover some edible resources. As she prepared to step outside, she spotted Yusheng approaching and reminded her to assist the remaining females of the Tiger Howl tribe with the meat drying process. Before Yusheng could respond, Qiao Yuzhe had already exited, leaving her with a disgruntled expression, feeling quite wronged. Why does Jejia suddenly want to go out today? I didn't even have a chance to say anything." As she reached Lin Ye's side, she pressed a medicinal ointment into his hands. "Remember to apply this, that I will deal with you when you return." After casting him a piercing glance, she led Hong Yu and a few other females toward the valley where they had previously discovered sweet potatoes. Accompanied by several robust warriors from the Tiger Howl tribe, primarily for the safety of the females. Once Qiao Yuzhe and her group departed, Lin Yi hastily consumed some roasted meat before calling Bai Di to join him in checking the hunting traps in the forest for any prey. If they found nothing, they would have to collaborate to ensure they secured food for the day. Meanwhile, the small valley was not far from the cave, and soon enough, Xiao Yujia and her companions arrived at their destination. The resources in this small valley were abundant, yet the orcs in this land only recognized fruits. Thus, upon arrival, the females of the Tiger Howl tribe dashed towards the trees laden with red fruits, quickly climbing up to pluck the fruits from the branches. Only Xiao Yujia made her way toward the spot where she had previously unearthed sweet potatoes, intending to gather some to reserve for seeds to plant in the upcoming spring. Jia, what is this? At that moment, Hongyu approached her, having failed to spot Xiao Yujia among the fruiting trees. After scanning the area, she finally noticed the small figure crouched nearby, seemingly digging for something. Hearing the voice, Xiao Yujia turned to see Hongyu and replied gently, "Did you not eat this yesterday?" Hongyu looked at the lush green leaves with a puzzled expression. "That we ate this yesterday. I can't seem to recall what it was." However, upon glimpsing the long, purple-skinned food in Xiao Yujia's bamboo basket, her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. "This is sweet potato?" "Yes, these are sweet potato leaves. They are edible. But those unaccustomed to them may want to avoid trying." This little female was quite clever. But why was she so thin? Could it be that the Tiger Howl tribe had been going hungry? As soon as Hongyu heard that the sweet potato leaves were edible, she immediately plucked a leaf and took a bite, only to spit it out moments later. "Yuck, this is awful, it's so bitter. Here, drink some water." Amused by Hongyu's reaction, Xiao Yujia quickly opened the lid of her bamboo tube and offered it to her. Hongyu accepted the tube and gulped down some water, feeling relief in her throat after a couple of swallows before handing the tube back to Xiao Yujia. "You really shouldn't eat it like that. If you want to try, just take a little, and I'll cook it for you when we return." "Really?" Hongyu exclaimed. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Hongyu eagerly gathered a handful of sweet potato leaves and placed them in the bamboo basket, while Xiao Yujia ventured deeper into the valley, hoping to uncover new food sources or natural seasonings. Aside from her different animal skin attire and slightly fairer complexion compared to the females of the Beastman continent, she really isn't much different from us. Why did the Grand Shaman claim she wasn't from a certain tribe? Fu Xiang had been observing Xiao Yujia all along, yet aside from her peculiar clothing and fair skin, she bore no significant differences from the tribe's females of the Beastman continent. Fu Xiang could not fathom why the Grand Shaman insisted that Xiao Yujia hailed from elsewhere. As Xiao Yujia continued onward, she stumbled upon a familiar plant by a small pond. Perhaps her luck was shining upon her once more. She crouched by the water's edge to examine it closely, noting the vibrant green leaves, 3 or 4 growing together, with the upper leaves elongated and tapering, not split or slightly divided, and not clasping the stem. This was none other than a radish. Yet, were these leaves not a bit too tall? Could it be that the growth environment in this land was so favorable that the plants were overnourished? Xiao Yujia regarded the radish leaves, which were as long as her legs, with a mix of curiosity and excitement. She drew out her dagger and began to dig around the base of the radish, reasoning that it would make extraction much easier. After a while, she felt it was sufficient and stood to pull the radish out, yet no matter how hard she tried, it would not budge. The radish remained steadfast in the ground. Judge, just as she was about to give up, she heard Hongyu's voice behind her and turned to see her running toward her. "Hongyu, come help me. I've found a new food source." At the mention of a new food source, Hongyu sprinted toward her, and soon enough, the other females, noticing her excitement, followed suit. "Judge, what is this?" Hongyu asked curiously, gazing at the leaves that resembled wild greens. "This is a food called radish, and these are its leaves." Xiao Yujia's heart soared with joy at the discovery of radishes. After a moment, she continued, "Moreover, there are many ways to eat radishes when dried. They can be stored for the winter." Upon hearing that they had found yet another food source that could be preserved for winter, the females present could not contain their enthusiasm. Can this radish really be stored for winter? "Yujia," Fu Xiang approached Xiao Yujia with an eager expression. Turning to her, Xiao Yujia noted the strikingly graceful middle-aged female and tentatively asked, "Are you Baidi's mother?" "Yes, I am Baidi's mother, Fu Xiang." She confirmed with a nod. "Then I shall call you Aunt Fu Xiang," Xiao Yujia replied sweetly. "That is perfectly fine." Subsequently, Xiao Yujia shared the process of drying radishes with Fu Xiang and the others, who listened intently, fearful of missing any detail, before each person set off to pull radishes. Having dug around the radish for a while, Xiao Yuja still could not extract it and reluctantly asked Hongyu for assistance. After all, the local inhabitants, even the females, possessed greater strength than she. Before long, Hongyu successfully pulled out a radish as thick as her two thighs and as long as her arm. Wow, such a large radish. Radish and pork soup, spicy radish chips, sour radish and pork soup. As she watched the plump white radishes being unearthed, Xiao Yuja was salivating in anticipation, envisioning a variety of culinary delights featuring radishes. Jia, there are too many radishes. The bamboo basket cannot hold them all. Observing the sizable radishes pulled by her kin, Hongyu lamented, these are all edible resources. Xiao Yuja scanned the bamboo baskets held by the females, realizing they were too small to accommodate such large radishes. After a brief search, she spotted a patch of slender vines nearby and quickly wove a large net from the thinner vines before dragging it toward the spot where the large radishes were found. Everyone, please place the large radishes in the net and let the warrior orcs help carry them back. Upon hearing the news, the females unanimously deemed it an excellent plan. They promptly piled the harvested radishes into the vine net and summoned the orc warriors responsible for security, requesting them to transform into their beastly forms to carry these sizable radishes back. Chapter 17. Radish and pork rib soup. Today, due to a bountiful harvest, Xiao Yuja and her companions returned quite early. Just as the sun began to pass overhead, the hunters and gatherers approached the mouth of the cave, with the females outside, still busy smoking the jerky. The air was infused with the fragrant aroma of the drying meat, mingling with the fresh scent of bamboo shoots that a large stone pot was set up in the clearing, where Yuxing was cooking alongside several females. Upon noticing that their kin were all brimming with bounty, they hurried to offer their assistance, laughter illuminating their faces. Jia, you're back. Did you find any new food? Yuxing exclaimed, spotting Xiao Yuja as she stepped into the clearing outside the cave. She quickly discarded the firewood in her hands and rushed towards Xiao Yuja, the two embracing warmly. Just then Lin Yi, who happened to be passing by, caught sight of their hug, his face etched with a hint of grievance. Why doesn't Jia hug me first? He pouted, feeling slighted. Ashing, let me tell you, today we discovered a vast field of radishes, and they are enormous, so thick. Xiao Yuja animatedly described the size of the giant white radishes she had found, gesturing as she spoke. As Yuxing listened, her imagination seemed to conjure visions of twinkling stars in her large, watery eyes. She glanced back at the vine net, where the plump, white radishes looked utterly delectable. Just then, Lin Yi and the others returned, and Xiao Yuja suggested, let us make radish and pork rib soup today. Recalling how they had discarded the bones yesterday, she felt a pang of regret. It would have been splendid to save them for a hearty broth, especially for the cubs and the ailing. With a smacking of lips, Yuxing could hardly contain her saliva at the mere mention of radish and pork rib soup. Due to their close proximity and amicable relations, Yuxing often found herself at Xiao Yuja's home, indulging in her mother-esque delectable cooking. She would insist that it wasn't that her own mother-esque dishes were lacking, but rather that Xiao Yuja's mother-esque meals were simply irresistible. Each time, she would prepare radish and pork rib soup, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables that perfectly satisfied their palates. Xiao Yuja looked at her dear friend and couldn't help but chuckle at her gluttonous demeanor, wondering how such a voracious appetite had developed. Ashing, go guide them on how to stir-fry the bamboo shoots with meat, but I'll take a few others to wash the radishes. Soon, we'll have radish and pork rib soup. Gently patting Yuxing on the shoulder, she encouraged her to ensure the bamboo shoots were cooked properly, or they might end up with half-cooked fare. Yuxing bounced away in delight. Xiao Yuja turned to Hongyu and said softly, Hongyu, let us take several large radishes to the river and wash them thoroughly. That will prepare something delicious for you all. All right. Upon hearing that something tasty was in store, Hongyu nodded vigorously without a second thought. Gathering over 10 plump white radishes and heading to the riverbank with Xiao Yuja, while Fu Xiang and the other mothers attended to the jerky. The clearing before the cave was soon bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Hongxia, who had opted not to help, spotted Hongyu laughing and chatting with the female she despised. Indeed, a wretched female can only associate with others of her ilk. She mused bitterly. And that insufferable Hongyu didn't even think to bring me any new food. How dare she? She resolved that once winter passed, she would consult the shaman to pray to the beast god to sever their sisterly bond, thus rendering Hongyu no longer her sister, but a mere slave. Just wait until then. I shall deal with you. Hong Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction at her plot and merrily returned to the cave to rest. The riverbank, Xiao Yujia, along with Han Yu and the other young females, washed the large white radishes. Turning around, she unexpectedly met Lin Yi face to face, both of their cheeks flushing crimson, akin to boiled shrimp. Seeing Lin Yi and the others preparing to portion the game, Xiao Yujia hurried over, eyeing the large bones with a hint of regret. What a pity! All the meat has been stripped from the bones, she sighed. Jejia, do you want the bones from these game? Lin Yi asked, looking at the female he fancied, noticing her sparkling eyes as she gazed at the now bare bones. Yes. Xiao Yujia nodded, but soon felt a chill as she added, it's a shame, though, that the meat has already been separated. Bones? Meat? Lin Yi pondered, somewhat perplexed. But Jejia, bones aren't edible. What do you intend to do with them? He was confused, believing bones to be inedible, yet sensing that Xiao Yujia had a different plan in mind. The nearby males nodded in agreement, advising Xiao Yujia against consuming the bones. That don't underestimate me. Today, I shall show you all that bones can indeed be eaten. With that, she unsheathed her dagger and began to gut a wild boar, extracting the meaty bones. However, she soon found herself struggling, as her dagger was too small for the task. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she glanced over at Lin Yi with a mischievous grin, her expression filled with mischief. Hey, Big Snake, could you help me cut these meaty bones into palm-sized pieces? She asked, her eyes sparkling enticingly. Lin Yi swallowed hard, feeling a surge of desire that he struggled to suppress in front of so many onlookers. Oh, how pitiful I am, only able to watch and not partake, he lamented inwardly. Very well. Lin Yi nodded, transforming his hand into claws, swiftly slicing the meaty bones into evenly sized chunks before Xiao Yujia. Beaming with gratitude, Xiao Yujia flashed him a sweet smile and delightedly placed the neatly cut bones into a bamboo basket to be washed by the river. Before long, Xiao Yujia returned to the clearing in front of the cave with the cleaned ingredients. Jejia, I've already set water to boil in another large pot, Yuxing exclaimed eagerly upon seeing her arrive, her urgency evident. It was clear she was eager for Xiao Yujia to prepare the radish and pork rib soup. Her impatience was understandable. Since arriving here, they had subsisted on roasted sweet potatoes and grilled meat, with only a small portion of bamboo shoots prepared as stir-fry yesterday, the rest pickled. Now, the prospect of finally savoring a warm soup made Yuxing positively anxious. All right, just a moment, and you'll be able to eat, Xiao Yujia chuckled, amused by her friend's enthusiasm, as if she hadn't had soup in ages. Yet upon reflection, it dawned on her that it had indeed been several days since they had enjoyed such a dish. Seeing Yuxing so eager made her crave that flavor as well. Without further ado, seizing the moment while the pot of water was heating, Xiao Yujia placed the meaty bones into a large basin. Slicing a few pieces of ginger and adding a pinch of salt to marinate the bones and eliminate any unpleasant odor. Next, she cut the washed large white radishes into uniformly sized pieces. While the females from the Tiger Howl tribe gathered around, keen to observe every step of the process, fearful of missing anything as the water boiled, Xiao Yujia added more firewood to intensify the flames. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she placed the marinated meaty bones in, allowing them to cook until no blood seeped from them. She skillfully skimmed off the foam that formed on the surface using the large wooden ladle that Lin Yi had crafted for her, ensuring the broth remained clear. Afterward, Xiao Yujia added more clean water to the pot. It wasn't that she was stingy and wished to spare the rich broth. Rather, with so many additional people gathered now, she had to increase the quantity to ensure everyone would be satisfied and able to enjoy a taste. Once the water boiled again, she added the cut radish pieces, sprinkled a touch of salt, and covered the pot with a wooden lid, patiently waiting for the flavors to melt. Listening to the bubbling broth, Yuxing could hardly contain herself, gazing at Xiao Yujia with longing. Jejia, is it ready to eat yet? Xiao Yujia shook her head. Not yet. We've only just covered the pot. The stir-fried bamboo shoots are ready, so take a few females and help serve the dishes. Okay, I'll go right away. Upon finishing her words, Yuxing swiftly made her way to the stone pot at the side, lifting the lid from the warm bamboo shoots and meat dished out a fragrant aroma, mingling the scent of meat, wafted through the air and tickled the nostrils of every orc present. The orcs and females, momentarily pausing their tasks, gradually approached the clearing in front of the cave that a chorus of eager swallowing sounds surrounded the stone pot. eliciting laughter from Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Seizing the opportunity, while the soup in her own stone pot continued to simmer, Xiao Yujia hurried over to assist. Everyone began to fetch their bamboo bowls, lining up in an orderly fashion to receive their servings. Just as Xiao Yujia finished speaking, both orcs and females dashed back to the cave to retrieve their bamboo bowls crafted the previous day, quickly forming an organized queue at the stone pot. Observing the neatly arranged line before them, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng could only feel astonishment. It seemed that queuing had been a common practice in their former tribe. With the line orderly established, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng began filling bamboo bowls with generous portions of bamboo shoots and meat for each orc and female. Once served, they found a spot in the cooking area to sit down. The orcs prepared to dig into their bowls with their hands, but upon seeing the females deftly using slender chopsticks, they too sought out clean twigs to mimic the action. However, the chopsticks proved less obedient in their hands. Just as they contemplated giving up, a female with a partner approached to teach her mate the proper technique. Those without partners also attempted to learn, and it must be said, the orcs exhibited remarkable learning abilities. In no time, they had all mastered the art of using chopsticks. For the first time, they savored delicious food with something other than their hands, each letting out exclamations of delight. Xiao Yujia, noticing that all the orcs and females had been served but not seeing the Grand Shaman, took a bamboo bowl filled with bamboo shoots and meat to another cave. Grand Shaman, the food is ready. Please have a little first. There is still soup coming, Xiao Yujia said, handing the bamboo bowl to the Grand Shaman and demonstrating how to use the chopsticks. Thank you, Yujia, the Grand Shaman replied. Didn't need to mention it. Take your time, Grand Shaman. I'll go help out, Xiao Yujia said before stepping outside, as another pot of soup awaited her attention to prevent it from burning. Returning to the stone pot, she lifted the wooden lid, revealing a creamy white soup that caught her eye. Yu Sheng, drawn by the familiar aroma, approached eagerly in her haste to taste the radish and pork soup. She stuffed the entirety of her bamboo shoots and meat into her mouth, her cheeks puffing adorably. Xiao Yujia served herself a bowl of radish and pork soup, taking a sip that instantly warmed her entire being. Yujia, how is it? Is it good? Yu Sheng asked with sparkling eyes, her eagerness palpable. It's delicious. Although it pales in comparison to what my mother makes, sigh, it's lacking some spices, as long as it's edible, Yu Sheng exclaimed, pouring herself a bowl of the soup. The warmth flowed down her throat, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss. And nearby, Bai Di smiled upon witnessing her joy. The enticing aroma lured the orcs and females who had finished their meals back for another bowl of radish and pork soup. Each bowl contained 3 large bones and some radish, and a sip of soup banished the autumn chill with its warmth. The lunch concluded amidst the cheerful laughter of the tribe, and after washing their bamboo bowls, they returned to the task of preparing food for the winter. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, several fires were lit in the cooking area, casting light into the night and providing a touch of warmth. Dinner still featured the beloved radish and pork soup, accompanied by grilled meat from stone slabs, creating an utterly delightful experience. For the first time, the orcs of the Tiger Roar tribe feasted with such abandon, their bellies round and full, while the younglings and females savored every morsel, their faces smeared with grease. As night fell, aside from the orc warriors on night watch, the tribe extinguished the fires and returned to their caves to sleep. Under the cover of darkness, a tall figure stealthily approached the central cave, but did not enter. Instead, he wandered around outside before quietly departing. Chapter 18. Koma leveraging his inherent advantages, the man distanced himself from the temporary encampment of the Tiger Roar tribe under the cloak of night, heading towards the boundary forest of the desolate plains. However, upon arrival, escape proved far more challenging than anticipated, especially for someone of his nefarious caliber. As he neared the boundary, a resounding thud echoed. He had indeed collided with an invisible wall. Cough, cough. What is this? The abrupt impact forced him to cough up blood, and he raised his hand to feel the unseen barrier before him, perplexed that he was uncertain of the nature of this invisible wall, which shimmered with a dangerous aura as he touched it, emanating a powerful menace. Damn it. Just watch me break you. Realizing he could not leave safely, he decided to force his way through, gathering a surge of dark green energy in both hands. He raised it high to form a colossal sphere of light and hurled it at the invisible wall. Bang, bang. He struck it twice with massive energy spheres, yet the wall remained unscathed, showing not a single crack or blemish. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xiao Yujia, deep in slumber, suddenly opened her eyes and coughed up blood. "Yujia, what happened?" Lin Yi exclaimed, awakening to the scent of blood, only to find Xiao Yujia with blood trickling from her mouth. He attempted to rouse her, yet discovered she had already fallen into a coma, unresponsive to his calls. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, in the same cave, Yusheng also succumbed to unconsciousness, blood spilling from her lips. "Yusheng, wait, I will fetch the Grand Shaman." In a panic, Bai Di raced out of the cave to seek the Grand Shaman, realizing the gravity of the situation as he witnessed Lin Ye's alarmed expression. "Grand Shaman, Grand Shaman, Grand Shaman!" Bai Di called urgently as he ran to the adjacent cave in search of the Grand Shaman, finally spotting him deep within the cave. "Grand Shaman, wake up!" "Bai Di, what in the world is going on?" The Grand Shaman, roused from his slumber, was irked by the sudden disturbance, having been jolted awake by the frantic boy. "Grand Shaman, it's bad. Yusheng and Yujia have suddenly coughed up blood and fallen unconscious," Bai Di relayed, enduring the Grand Shaman's light reprimands without protest, knowing that the older shaman's gentle chastisement lacked any real force. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Bai Di's words, the Grand Shaman froze momentarily before urging, "Quick, let us go see." He grasped Bai Di's hand and hurried out of the cave. Bai Di's frantic demeanor had alarmed many within the cave, particularly Fu Xiang, who upon learning that both Yusheng and Xiao Yujia had coughed up blood, felt a wave of dread. Her precious child had finally taken a liking to a satisfactory little female. She could not allow this to lead to a meeting with the beast god. Not long after the Grand Shaman and Bai Di departed, Fu Xiang followed suit, leaving the cave in a corner of the cave. Hong Xia, awakened by the commotion, cast a sinister gaze toward the cave entrance, her mind churning with thoughts. Coughing up blood? Could those two wretched females be on the verge of meeting the beast god? If that is the case, how splendid! Bai Di and that handsome snake orc will then be mine, while the other orcs and females might not hear the sinister thoughts of Hong Xia. The beast god, revered as a deity across the orc continent, was no trivial figure that in the beast god realm. A certain deity enjoying a leisurely respite suddenly caught wind of Hong Xia's thoughts and promptly dismissed them. "I wouldn't dare accept either of those two, little females. You must not speak such slanderous words. It took me great effort to escape the continent's mundane affairs, only to discover such malevolent thoughts lingering in this world I created. However, since those two have returned, I shall not interfere. You are on your own." The deity gazed at the image of the poisoned visage reflected in the crystal ball, shaking his head before continuing to relish his leisurely existence. The Grand Shaman, supported by Bai Di, entered the central cave, illuminated by the firelight, where he discovered the two unconscious figures, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. The Grand Shaman approached Xiao Yujia first, examining her condition, then turned to assess Yusheng. After inspecting both, he shook his head gravely. "Grand Shaman, what is wrong with Yusheng and Yujia?" The White Emperor observed the helpless shaking of the great shaman's head. Yet he hesitated to accept the grim reality that he composed himself and inquired about the conditions of Yusheng and her companion. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had witnessed the great shaman's dejection, clutched his beloved little female tightly. Unwilling to let go, that he refused to believe that the little female had already met with the beast god. After all, she still exhibited faint signs of breath. She must still be alive and had not yet encountered the beast god. Indeed, it must be so. The life forces of Bai Di, Sheng Zai Zai, and Yu Jia Zai Zai were exceedingly faint. They might not survive until tomorrow. The last few words went unspoken by the great shaman, as she too could not bring herself to believe that these two young, unripe females were destined to meet the beast god. Impossible! Impossible! Upon hearing the great shaman's words, despair washed over the White Emperor, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. After all, this was the first little female he had ever cherished. How could she so easily be taken to meet the beast god? It was inconceivable. Surely there must be a way to save her. Yes, there had to be. The White Emperor repetitively reassured himself, refusing to accept the notion that his beloved little female had departed so abruptly. There must be other means to rescue her. With this determination, the White Emperor rose and hastily approached Yusheng, cradling her in his arms. He dampened the soft rabbit hide with water from a wooden tub beside him and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. He knew Yu Sheng, like Xiao Yujia, was fastidious about cleanliness, often washing herself by the riverside every night. Even when exhausted, if fatigue overcame her, the White Emperor would assist her in cleaning her exposed skin. Outside the cave, Fu Xiang watched her little one in a state of weakness, feeling a pang of sorrow. What a splendid little female she was, destined to meet the beast gods so soon. In contrast, Lin Yi remained firmly clutching Xiao Yujia, unyielding that a gentle breeze carried a distinctly sweet fragrance to his nostrils. Lin Yi glanced down at the little female cradled in his arms, his gaze drawn to the blood trickling from her lips. Though he had consumed the blood of beasts during hunts before, its metallic scent was repugnant. Yet, the fragrance wafting on the breeze was enticing, stirring an uncontrollable impulse within him. Without a second thought, he dashed out of the cave holding Xiao Yujia, leaving Fu Xiang startled as a shadow flitted past her, followed by an eerie silence. The White Emperor, devoid of vitality, weakly continued to wipe the blood from Yu Sheng's lips. The great shaman simply shook her head before exiting the cave, prompting Fu Xiang to offer her support as they made their way toward another cave. In a corner, Hong Xia, seeing the great shaman being assisted, recognized that the two despised little females were beyond saving. They might already be on their way to meet the beast god, starting tomorrow. Both the White Emperor and the handsome snake beast man would be hers. Merely contemplating this brought her immense joy. Meanwhile, at the border of the Wuhuang Plain, a man relentlessly hurled massive orbs of light at an invisible wall. Yet after numerous attempts, no cracks appeared in the forest outside the boundary. Hu Ba and Bao Feng were both anxiously awaiting. Bao Feng, the leader has been inside for nearly a day. Why hasn't he emerged? Hu Ba paced anxiously beneath a large tree, glancing at Bao Feng's calm demeanor, expecting him to say something, only to be taken aback by Bao Feng's next words. Stop pacing. It'll make you dizzy. The leader is incredibly powerful. You've witnessed his use of that mysterious power before, and I assure you he will emerge soon. Just be patient. Bao Feng, who had previously been fraught with anxiety, now exhibited a tranquil demeanor. As if transformed entirely, that Hu Ba stared at him, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Yi carried Xiao Yujia deeper into the forest behind the cave, finally halting by a mist-laden pool, where he gently placed her at the water's edge. This pool had existed in this forest behind the cave for as long as Lin Yi could remember, surrounded by swirling steam. Though a snake beast man, he relished immersing himself in the water here. A pleasure he had temporarily forgotten until the arrival of Xiao Yujia and the others that in the heart of the Wuhuang Plain. Lin Ye's family resided alone, with other beastmen establishing tribes outside. In this realm, few dared to enter without his permission. Previously, he had told Xiao Yujia that snake beast cubs are abandoned by their parents upon reaching maturity to fend for themselves, which was a lie. While Lin Yi was unsure about other snake beast tribes, his parents had cared for him deeply, never relinquishing their concern for him even until their last moments when they met the beast god. However, their lives had now reached their end. What could he do to defy fate? Even the revered beast god was not guaranteed to battle against destiny to procure freedom. As the steam evaporated into mist, enveloping the forest, the breeze carried the sweet aroma to Lin Ye's nostrils. Though he wished to avoid harming Xiao Yujia, the impulse within him was overwhelming. Lin Yi leaned down, gently licking the blood from the corner of Xiao Yujia's mouth. Her blood, akin to a potent drug, was irresistibly addictive. The moment he tasted her blood, he experienced a sensation reminiscent of their first encounter, a suppressed feeling rising within him. Lin Yi's eyes darkened as he became increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the little female before him. While Xiao Yujia's blood could ensnare one, excessive amounts could be overwhelming. Lin Yi, being a discerning beast man, refrained from further licking. Instead, he retrieved a small piece of snake shed, dampened it in the pool's water, and used it to cleanse her wounds before carrying her back to the cave to rest. The following day, after several days of slumber, the chief of the Shiqiu tribe finally awakened. His wounds had nearly healed, leaving only faint traces of the once harrowing injuries. "Chief, you're awake," the great shaman exclaimed with delight upon seeing Shiqiu rouse, yet her expression darkened suddenly as a troubling thought crossed her mind. "What is wrong, great shaman? You seem somewhat disheartened," Shiqiu inquired, noticing the somber expressions mirrored among the other tribe members. Even Fu Xiang, usually gentle, appeared oddly troubled. Alas, the great shaman sighed, recounting the events of the previous night to Shichio. What? Shichio exclaimed, a sense of regret washing over him. Truthfully, he had held a certain fondness for Yu Sheng. Despite her slight frailty, she was far superior to that domineering Hong Xia within the tribe. Now, she was to meet the beast god, a notion difficult to accept. Meanwhile, in the corner of the cave, Hong Xia wore a triumphant expression. The tribe members of Wushao, having witnessed the two little females who provided for them suddenly spitting blood and falling unconscious, anticipated their imminent meeting with the beast god. Each beast bore an expression of discontent, as the fires for boiling seawater and curing jerky had died down, and the females weaving bamboo baskets ceased their work. The atmosphere within the Wushao tribe resembled a solemn vigil for Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Yet considering the tribe's need for sustenance, the hunting team, despite the absence of the White Emperor and Lin Yi's leadership, ventured out to set traps and process the game they caught. The oppressive atmosphere in the cave persisted for 2 days, as Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's body temperatures gradually diminished, growing increasingly cold. Simultaneously, at the border of the Wuhuang Plain, the man finally breached the invisible wall using his light orbs, creating a fissure as the crack widened. He seized the opportunity to escape the Wuhuang Plain, his body marred by injuries from overexertion, necessitating a swift return for treatment. Upon his departure, the invisible wall behind him, as if sentient, began to self-repair, seamlessly reconnecting the breached sections. Chapter 19. Blessings of the Beast God. The man, having fled in disarray, halted upon spotting Hu Ba and Bao Feng, adopting a facade of nonchalance as he approached them. "Leader, you have returned," Hu Ba exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. The man coldly replied. "IVE returned and bypassed the two beasts without further acknowledgement." "Leader, are we not attacking the Wushao tribe?" Hu Ba queried, perplexed by the man's abrupt departure. "Can you even enter?" The man retorted, observing the silence from the two beasts before continuing. "That place is not simple." With that, he departed, leaving Hu Ba and Bao Feng in a state of bewilderment, contemplating the implications of his parting words. "Bao Feng, what does the leader's last statement mean?" Hu Ba raised his hand to scratch his head. He understood the meaning of the man's first statement, but the second left him somewhat perplexed. Indeed, they could not penetrate that invisible barrier. Yet was not the leader capable of entering? Could the leader not single-handedly assault the Wushao tribe? Fortunately, the man remained unaware of Hu Ba's thoughts. Had he known, he would have certainly learned the meaning of utter annihilation. "I don't know," said Bao Feng, shaking his head before continuing. "Let us hasten to follow the leader. Since he has decided against attacking the Wushao tribe for now, let them frolic for a few days." After speaking, Bao Feng hurried after the man in the dark green attire. The Hu Ba, upon hearing this, found the reasoning rather sound, and thus followed suit, pursuing Bao Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Bai, the great shaman, gazed at the lifeless duo, shaking her head in exasperation. She truly felt powerless. Moreover, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's bodies had grown so cold that they resembled ice. Unless the beast god manifested, even she, who had lived for 200 or 300 years, could do nothing. "Great shaman, is there truly no hope for Ah Sheng? Can you not save him?" Upon seeing the great shaman shake her head, Bai Di felt a hollow ache within his heart. As if a void remained unfilled, he fervently prayed for Wu Bai to rescue Yu Sheng. Yet the shaman persistently declared her inability to assist. Fu Xiang, observing her own offspring, was filled with sorrow. "Bai Di, you must allow Sheng to depart joyfully to meet the beast god. If she sees you in such a state, it will surely cause her great distress." Fu Xiang approached and gently patted Bai Di's shoulder, signaling him to curb his sorrow, that if Yu Sheng were to witness him like this, she would not find joy by the beast god's side. "Indeed, if I remain in such despair, Ah Sheng will undoubtedly worry for me, and that will not bring her happiness. For her sake, I must not be sad. Mother, I understand now. I will ensure that Ah Sheng does not leave unhappy." They say that a single word from a wise person can eclipse years of study. In this instance, a word from his mother surpassed countless teachings. After Fu Xiang's counsel, Bai Di resolved to prevent Yu Sheng from departing in sorrow, carry them both to the open space outside the cave. "We shall bid them farewell," declared the great shaman, stepping outside, convinced that Di and Lin Yi needed a proper farewell with Qiao Yujia and the others Fu Xiang, realizing she had little more to offer in terms of counsel, followed the great shaman out of the cave, leaving behind 2 beasts and 2 already icy bodies. Jia Jia, I will find a way to save you. I will not let you meet the beast gods so soon. Lin Yi clutched the lifeless form of Qiao Yujia tightly, silently vowing to devise a means to rescue her. Qiao Yujia was the first female he had ever cherished. He could not allow her to meet the beast gods so prematurely. They still had so many things to experience together, and countless snake offspring to raise. A life of carefree bliss awaited them. Upon exiting, the great shaman and Fu Xiang led the others to a clearing not far from the cave. They arranged stones in a circle to ignite the sacred fire, stacking the branches they had gathered over the past few days into a sharp pile, and preparing the cattle and sheep acquired from recent hunts, cleaning and placing them around the fire. Tribe leader, summoned by Di to bring out Sheng. It is time for her to go. After preparing everything, the great shaman turned to Shicho, signaling him to call by Di to bring Yusheng forth. The great shaman intended to perform a cremation for Qiao Yujia and her companion, the highest honor among the beast tribes. The fire was deemed the divine flame left by the beast god upon their land, and it was believed that burning the bodies of the deceased would guide their spirits on their journey to meet the beast god. That Shicho nodded in acknowledgement, and then led several beasts into the cave. Meanwhile, the 2 still unconscious remained oblivious to the impending ritual, lost in their dreams. What is this place? I have wandered for so long. Why have I not found my way out? Where has Jia Jia gone? Ah, never mind. Let me just perish here. As the path before her stretched endlessly, Yusheng resigned herself to sitting down on the grass. Giving up, she no longer wished to continue. Where had her dear friend gone? All she desired was to blink and return to the modern world, where she could see her beloved mother and a treasure trove of snacks in her cupboard. The thought alone filled her with delight. At that moment, Qiao Yujia felt dazed, uncertain of her whereabouts. She feared she had traversed dimensions again, surrounded by vividly colored snakes, each as thick as her body, the longest reaching about 5 meters, and the shortest approximately 3. She felt like prey caught in the midst of a gathering of serpents, who occasionally bumped their heads together or hissed, seemingly discussing who should feast first, surrounded by the great snakes. Qiao Yujia trembled, having completely forgotten her ability to control beasts. The 2 were lost in their dreams, while outside, Shicho had successfully comforted by Di and Lin Yi, carrying the 2 small figures to the clearing before the cave. They bid their final farewells to their cherished companions, gently placing Qiao Yujia and Yusheng upon the pyre of dry branches. The great shaman communicated with the beast god, humming an incomprehensible melody, singing and dancing. Previously, the Hushao tribe had a priest. However, since the last priest had departed to meet the beast god, the responsibility of communicating with the deity fell to the great shaman. As there was no apprentice to take on the role, when the song ceased, so did the great shaman's dance. With a commanding voice, she uttered, "Ignite!" The beast man holding the torch set the wood encircled by stones ablaze. The divine flame slowly consuming the kindling, rising in thick plumes of smoke that I end their dream. The 2 felt the once refreshing coolness of their bodies transformed into an unbearable heat, writhing in discomfort. The large snakes surrounding Qiao Yujia cautiously approached her. One white snake gently coiled its tail around her waist, drawing her close while extending its icy tongue to lick her. Despite feeling the searing heat, that it persisted, hoping to alleviate the little female's suffering. Yet it discovered that the more it licked, the hotter she grew. That moment, Qiao Yujia felt engulfed by flames, unable to reach a place of coolness. That Yusheng writhed on the ground in distress. Alone and without aid, forced to endure the ordeal alone. After what seemed an eternity, both felt a sudden chill and awakened from their dream, opening their eyes to vastly different scenes. Qiao Yujia was greeted by the sight of a white snake, flicking its tongue and licking her, while Yusheng found herself submerged in the ocean. That as time passed, an even colder sensation enveloped them. The white snake coiled around Qiao Yujia, forming a spiral with its head facing her, causing her heart to race with fright. Meanwhile, Yusheng began to sink slowly beneath the water's surface, sending her into a panic. They both screamed in unison. When they awoke once more, they found themselves engulfed in flames, turning to each other in bewilderment. Surely, we have not traversed dimensions again? They both believed they had crossed over once more, and their screams grew louder, piercing the encircling flames, reaching the ears of the beasts in the Huxiao tribe. Hong Xiao thought Bai Di and Lin Yi would never see Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng again. Yet to her astonishment, their screams echoed from the inferno. The beastmen of the Huxiao tribe exchanged incredulous glances, uncertain if they had misheard. The two young females had already departed to meet the beast god. How could their voices emanate from the flames? Bai Di and Lin Yi, most attuned to their voices, rushed into the fire without hesitation, the other beasts unable to restrain them. Inside the fire, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng discovered that the flames did not consume them. Instead, they encircled them. What is this? Following the path of the fire, Qiao Yujia beheld a glowing blue orb that enveloped both her and Yu Sheng, protecting them from the scorching flames. Jiajia, Sheng. At that moment, Lin Yi and Bai Di's voices shattered the awkward silence. Oh, my beast god! How could these two cubs be so reckless with their lives? Quickly, extinguish the flames, the great shaman commanded. The beastmen hurried to fetch small buckets and fill them with water from the nearby stream, pouring the contents onto the fire. After a while, having carried nearly 20 buckets of water, the beasts finally extinguished the flames. Bai Di and the two petite figures emerged before the astonished eyes of the Huxiao tribe. The beastmen exchanged glances before erupting into cheers, their joyous voices resonating across the desolate plains. The beast god protects us. The beast god protects us. The great shaman trembled as she knelt in reverence before the unfolding miracle. Seeing their fellow tribesmen join in, they echoed, the beast god protects us. Blessed by the beast god. The grand shaman rose and approached the two individuals, witnessing for the first time such a phenomenon of death followed by rebirth. Truly, it was the protection of the esteemed beast god. Thus, the identities of these two young females were beyond doubt. It seemed prudent to find an appropriate moment to inform the clan leader and the two little ones, and then offer prayers to the beast god. Observing Bai Di and Lin Yi cozily nestled with Qiao Yujia, Hong Xia stomped her feet in frustration before retreating into another cave. Her two companions noticed something amiss with her demeanor and followed her inside, fearful of potential trouble. Jia, are you all right? Lin Yi inquired, gazing at the unblemished, pristine young female before him, his eyes misting with tears that threatened to spill. I'm fine now. Dashishi, please don't cry. It pains my heart. Qiao Yujia looked at Lin Yi, who was on the verge of tears, and found him irresistibly alluring, akin to a siren luring one into temptation. Sheng, are you all right? Upon embracing Yu Sheng, Bai Di realized she was warm. Not the cold, lifeless body he had feared. He knew it. Sheng had not perished. She had not gone to meet the beast god. She had returned to life. Woo-woo, Bai Di, do you know, I dreamed of falling alone into the water, and then woke up to find myself engulfed in flames. It was terrifying. Yu Sheng tightened her grip around Bai Di's neck. Terrified of plunging back into the inferno, it was the most harrowing experience of her life. She had nearly been reduced to ashes. Fear not, I shall always be by your side, Sheng, Bai Di reassured her, his words emanating from the depths of his heart. The two carried Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng away from the extinguished fire and approached the Grand Shaman, where Qiao Yujia gestured for Lin Yi to set her down. Grand Shaman, what is going on? Why are the beastmen and females all gathered here? Although Qiao Yujia had moved past the incident of being roasted over the fire, she was curious about the multitude watching her and Yu Sheng. As long as you are unharmed, that is what truly matters. Let us discuss this inside the cave. The Grand Shaman, noticing that neither of them bore any singed marks and their attire remained as ethereal as before, offered them solace before ushering them into the cave. After the Grand Shaman and a few others departed, Shichio dismissed the clan members surrounding the fire, instructing them to attend to their duties and not delay the winter preparations. Once the Grand Shaman and clan leader had left, the tribe hastily cleared the remnants of the fire and prepared offerings for the beast god, returning to their previous joviality and busyness. In the cave, the Grand Shaman gazed at the two young females with a glimmering intensity that left Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng with an indescribable sensation. Chapter 20. Legends of the Beastman Continent. The two, feeling the piercing gaze of the Grand Shaman, instinctively clung to each other. What should we do? The way the Grand Shaman looks at us feels rather unsettling. Yu Sheng whispered, stay calm. Perhaps the Grand Shaman only wishes to convey something to us. Qiao Yujia replied. Sensing Yu Sheng's trembling form, Qiao Yujia gently patted her back, reassuring her that the Grand Shaman's gaze, though fierce, bore no malicious intent, just as Qiao Yujia had surmised. The Grand Shaman harbored no ill will towards them. He merely sought to ascertain a matter. Yet upon observing the two young females trembling before him, he felt a pang of compassion and softened his fierce demeanor. "You Jiasheng, have you not already met the esteemed beast god? Why have you suddenly awakened?" Though the questions were challenging for Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, the Grand Shaman deemed it necessary to inquire. At that moment, Shiqiu had arranged everything and entered the cave with Fu Xiang. "What? We met the esteemed beast god?" Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged incredulous glances, realizing the implication of the Grand Shaman's statement. They had indeed passed away once. Their eyes widened in disbelief, as if hoping to uncover some truth from one another's gaze, but found nothing. Hence, they turned their attention to their respective future mates, their gazes laden with an ominous intensity. Lin Yi and Bai Di, sensing the perilous glint in the young female's eyes, shivered involuntarily, wishing to evade their gaze, but finding themselves ensnared in the trap of their allure. "Speak. Did we die once?" The two, typically the closest of friends, now exhibited an uncanny synchronization. Lin Yi and Bai Di, witnessing the fierce determination in Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, nodded in reluctant acquiescence, akin to yielding to the authority of a spouse. As Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng observed their nod, the formidable energy that had surged within them dissipated like air escaping a balloon, nearly causing them to collapse, only to be steadied by Lin Yi and Bai Di, who affectionately patted their furry heads in comfort. The two sighed in unison. Although Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng now understood they had once perished, they felt little dismay. Death was merely a part of existence. Yet the sudden return to life was the true enigma. "How do we come back to life?" they inquired. "What? We died from spitting blood." Lin Yi and Bai Di hesitated, finally managing to articulate those few words. Hearing them, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were left utterly bewildered. How could this be? Despite not being the epitome of robust health, they were certainly in good condition. How could such a fate befall them? Is it true? They regarded the matter with skepticism. "Indeed, we swear to the beast god." Lin Yi and Bai Di nodded fervently, affirming their truthfulness, that it was unacceptable for their beloved young females to doubt them. "Very well, we believe you." Given what Lin Yi had previously told her about the grandeur of the beast god, who was the most noble being and creator of their world, Qiao Yujia found no reason to disbelieve them. Seeing Qiao Yujia's acceptance, Yu Sheng weighed her options and ultimately chose to believe as well. Listening to their words, Qiao Yujia felt a sense of intrigue surrounding the circumstances, as she and Yu Sheng had been in perfect health. With no internal injuries, how could they have suddenly succumbed to blood loss? While they might not immediately uncover the truth behind their demise, it seemed that someone in the future would face a catastrophic disaster. Although this incident would eventually fade away, the few present would remain aware of it. There was no obstacle they could not overcome. Reflecting on this, Qiao Yujia felt a sense of clarity. Once she had gathered her thoughts, she retrieved a wooden stool from a short distance within the cave, placing it behind the Grand Shaman, and gently addressed, "Grand Shaman, please take a seat. Do share what you wish to discuss." Though Qiao Yujia used respectful terms for the Grand Shaman, it seemed to hold little distinction among the beast men of the continent. "Very well." The Grand Shaman nodded and took a seat, while Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng brought over 5 or 6 additional stools for Shiqiu and Fu Xiang before settling down themselves. The Grand Shaman then regarded the two charming young females before him and softly inquired, "Yu Jia, Sheng, you two are not from this beast-man continent, are you?" The moment the Grand Shaman posed this question, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged startled glances. The onlookers, including Lin Yi, were equally astonished. While he had suspected that Qiao Yujia and her companion were extraordinary, given their unusual attire made from unknown beast hides, he had convinced himself that they were merely from another large tribe and could not possibly be outsiders. Yet, the truth had revealed itself. Qiao Yujia was indeed not from this continent. Upon hearing the Grand Shaman's words, Yu Sheng grasped Qiao Yujia's hand tightly, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Noticing the tension conveyed through Yu Sheng's grip, Qiao Yujia gently patted her hands with her free one, offering reassurance before calmly addressing the Grand Shaman's inquiry. "Grand Shaman, how did you come to know we do not belong to this continent?" "Do not be alarmed, my dear children. Allow me to share the legends of the Beastman continent with you. The Grand Shaman, sensing the anxiety of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, endeavored to engage their attention with tales from the continent. Legends of the Beastman continent. Upon realizing that a captivating tale awaited them, the two individuals were undeniably drawn in. Not only the two of them, but even Lin Yi and the others present were filled with curiosity. For none had ever recounted the legends surrounding this continent. Meanwhile, Hong Xia, who was stealthily concealed outside the cave, was taken aback upon overhearing their conversation. She too had never heard of the legends pertaining to the Beastman continent, prompting her to further conceal herself, for the keen noses of the Beastmen were far too sensitive. Otherwise, Lin Yi and his companions would surely discover her presence. Observing the keen interest displayed by Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng in the legends of the continent, the Grand Shaman commenced narrating the tale of the Beastman continent. It is said that this land was once desolate, with trees and grass in a state of decay and waters long dried up. At that time, beasts could not assume human forms, and many withered away due to lack of water, ultimately perishing. Until one fateful day, a golden dragon, hidden within the peaks of high mountains, emerged in a blaze of glory. It brought forth nourishing rains to rejuvenate the land, allowing trees and grasses to flourish, and rivers to course across the continent. Among the surviving beasts, a select few were bestowed with intelligence and the ability to take on human forms, along with extraordinary powers. These transformed beings became the ancestors of each beast clan, while the golden dragon was revered as the beast god by every clan's progenitor. Legend states that the place where the beast god appeared is the Wuhuang Plain, the very heart of the Beastman continent. The divine entity imparted fundamental skills for living, language, herbal knowledge, and the cultivation of priests to each beast clan's progenitor before vanishing. An invisible barrier was erected around the Wuhuang Plain, and prior to its disappearance, the beast god instructed the progenitors of each beast clan to guard the four cardinal directions of the continent, leading them to establish the first Beastman tribes. To ensure uninterrupted rest, the beast god assigned the Tingsha clan to watch over the Wuhuang Plain. Time passed, and after a prolonged absence, the revered beast god suddenly granted a revelation to the priests of the four tribes, proclaiming that in a century's time, two divine maidens named Jia and Sheng would grace the continent, both possessing beastly forms, capable of nurturing the earth and governing rivers and seas. Since the initial priests of the four tribes received this divine oracle, a century has elapsed. The Grand Shaman hesitated to continue, fearing that the two individuals before him might not be the ones sought after by the entire continent, that in truth, the legend possessed a latter half. Yet the Grand Shaman could not disclose it to those present, as even the smaller tribes were not entirely privy to its details. Upon concluding the tale of the continent, both Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were utterly astonished. If their assumptions were correct, the golden dragon mentioned by the Grand Shaman must be the very faith that the children of Huaxia have long cherished. To their surprise, it existed here as well. Did the Grand Shaman imply that she and Yu Sheng might be the legendary divine maidens? While recounting the legend, Qiao Yujia noted that the names of the two maidens mirrored the last characters of her and Yu Sheng's names, leading her to ponder whether their families originally belonged to this land and were somehow transported to Earth for some reason. Yet, upon reflection, this notion seemed implausible. Nonetheless, her curiosity regarding the two divine maidens was piqued, especially since she had heard Lin Yi mention that in the Beastman continent, females cannot transform into beast forms, while the legendary maidens could, which seemed rather extraordinary that if the two divine maidens of the legend referred to Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, they dared not contemplate what forms they might ultimately take. If not, then truly, they could only hope for blessings from the Amitabha Buddha. That I merely speak in jest. There is no need for you to be anxious. As for the outcome, we shall not harm you. The burdens of age compel one to yearn for a tranquil life. The Grand Shaman sighed as he spoke, before being assisted by Fu Xiang out of the cave. Observing the Grand Shaman's departure, Hong Xia hurriedly retreated to another cave. Once the Grand Shaman was gone, Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng exchanged glances, then turned towards their future partners, sighing deeply before returning to their tasks. They decided to let the events of the day pass, for the future remained uncertain. Requiring their diligent efforts as for their eventual selves, they resolved to let time bear witness to their unfolding journey. Stepping out of the cave, The two continued to assist the females in curing the prey they had retrieved from traps over the past 2 days, as well as smoking the jerky that had yet to be prepared. Xiao Yujia surveyed the surroundings. The leaves on the trees had begun to fall, signaling that deep autumn would soon arrive. She considered arranging the wooden door for the cave and thought that matters concerning housing could be addressed after winter. After all, one cannot consume too much at once without risk of choking. Due to the awakening of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, the tribe members were filled with enthusiasm, quickly completing the tasks at hand. At that moment, the sun had set, and Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng began preparing the evening meal for their hard-working as the moon ascended. The bonfire in the clearing grew brighter with the addition of dry branches, casting warmth in the cool night. The members of the Tiger Howl tribe had grown less fearful of fire, regarding it instead as a beacon of hope for a better life surrounding the fire. Tribe members savored their warm meals, while the playful cubs and young females frolicked in the clearing, creating a rare scene of serene contentment. However, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng lacked the energy to fully engage. And Yu Sheng was already nodding off, her little head bobbing adorably. Observing the exhausted pair, Lin Yi and Bai Di had no choice but to scoop them up and carry them back to the cave. On the Beastman continent, the night offered little in the way of entertainment. After the evening meal, the clearing was tidied up, and aside from the warrior sentinels keeping watch, all others retired to the cave for rest. The members of the Tiger Howl tribe felt that staying in a single cave was too cramped, so they excavated the large cave they had previously unearthed, creating several smaller chambers within, allowing partnered beastmen to reside together while those without partners could dwell alone. The following day, upon waking, the females had already prepared breakfast in the clearing. Today, Xiao Yujia intended for the hunting team to venture farther. Hoping they might discover new sources of food, to enable their extended journey, Xiao Yujia crafted bamboo tubes for each member of the hunting team to carry water, along with provisions of smoked jerky in smaller tubes. Ensuring that they had sustenance for the journey, their primary task was to seek out unfamiliar, yet edible foods, as well as to gather samples of those already known to Shi, regardless of whether or not new food sources are found. Be sure to return by sunset and prioritize your safety. Xiao Yujia exchanged a few words with Lin Yi, who, after responding with a brief acknowledgement, joined the orc hunters of the Tiger Howl tribe on their expedition. He aimed to gather an abundance of food for Xiao Yujia to help her endure the winter. Chapter 21. The Salt Mine. After bidding farewell to Lin Yi and his companions, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng remained industrious, leading the remaining females of the Tiger Howl tribe, excluding those engaged in the curing of jerky, into a small valley for exploration. Meanwhile, another hunting party of orc warriors, having finished their morning meal, ventured to the forest traps to collect their catch and simultaneously search for unfamiliar edible plants within the woods. Hong Xia, whose two partners were also members of the hunting team, set off with Lin Yi and the others. Feeling that her partners, who were always watching her, would be away until sunset, she unexpectedly decided to follow Xiao Yujia and the others with a bamboo basket in hand. Despite never having collected before, it was uncertain what mischief was brewing in her mind. Upon arrival, Xiao Yujia noticed Hong Xia, but since everyone was there to gather supplies for the winter, she assumed Hong Xia had merely changed her demeanor and paid her no heed. As before, once the females reached the small valley, they began to search for both familiar and unfamiliar plants. Upon returning to the cave, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng would distinguish which were edible and which were not. Seizing the opportunity to educate the females about the plants they could and could not consume, that if they encountered any herbs during their foraging, Xiao Yujia would collect them in a separate bamboo basket to bring back to the shaman. While feigning to collect, Hong Xia stealthily followed Xiao Yujia, eager to discover why the females were gathering at the valley's periphery. Some bolder individuals ventured deeper into the valley, yet Xiao Yujia diverged from the group, progressing in a singular direction. Hong Xia had a premonition that by following Xiao Yujia, she would uncover new food sources or items beneficial for her tribe's survival through the winter, should Xiao Yujia discover any new edible items. Being the first to inform the shaman or the tribe leader would surely earn her a reward from the tribe. Lost in her delightful imaginings, Hong Xia remained blissfully unaware that Xiao Yujia was growing increasingly distant, ultimately becoming just a red dot in the distance. When Hong Xia finally returned to reality, she realized that Xiao Yujia had already moved far ahead, leaving behind only a small red, but still in motion. Fortunately, The orc continent's genetics were commendable. Although the females could not see as far as the orcs, they could still spot figures a few kilometers away. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Hong Xia hastened to follow Qiao Yujia. As Qiao Yujia walked, she turned her head to glance back, prompting Hong Xia to quickly conceal herself within the grass. However, she had worried unnecessarily. As a human, Qiao Yujia could hardly perceive Hong Xia from such a distance. Realizing she had wandered far away from the other females, Qiao Yujia noticed that aside from common wild vegetables and berries, there were no other edible items available. Just as she was preparing to return, she discovered a peak in the valley that was utterly barren, devoid of any flora. This valley is quite picturesque. Why does this peak stand bare and lifeless? Qiao Yujia pondered, puzzled by the stark contrast between the beautiful scenery of the valley, rich in edible plants and fruits, and the desolate peak before her. She began to question whether she was still in the same valley or if she had somehow traversed dimensions. However, this notion was evidently absurd. The barren peak was surrounded by other peaks that were similarly devoid of vegetation, while those farther away were lush and verdant, a hallmark of the Orc continent. Suddenly, Qiao Yujia noticed some small particles glimmering with a white light around the central peak and wondered if they were what she suspected. Driven by curiosity and excitement, she approached the peak. She pinched some of the tiny particles which sparkled under the sun and tasted them that a mildly salty flavor washed over her palate to be why the heavens. Is this not salt? And an entire salt mine spanning 5 peaks, she exclaimed, realizing that this could serve the Tiger Howl tribe's needs for centuries. She needed to return quickly to inform the shaman. They could begin harvesting salt stones starting tomorrow. This was pure, natural salt. Having tasted it herself, she noted its minimal impurities and delightful flavor. However, the tools required for transporting the salt stones had to be constructed today. Without delay, Qiao Yujia memorized the location and swiftly turned to head back. Seeing her approach, Hong Xia hurriedly concealed herself behind a large tree, only to quietly follow after Qiao Yujia had passed by. After a lengthy run, Qiao Yujia, panting heavily, arrived at the gathering point at the valley's entrance, where the females had already completed their foraging, each bamboo basket brimming with both known and unknown plants. Yujia, what happened? Why do you look so exhausted? Fu Xiang asked, noticing Qiao Yujia's flushed face as she rushed over. Quickly handing her a bamboo tube filled with water. Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang. Qiao Yujia replied, gulping down several mouthfuls of water before regaining her composure. We must head back. I have wonderful news to share with everyone. What good news? Hong Yu inquired eagerly. Since arriving here, she had encountered many fascinating new items, such as bamboo baskets, vine nets, and bamboo tubes, which had completely reshaped her understanding of the world. She had become quite the admirer of Qiao Yujia, preferring to stay by her side rather than endure the teasing of that unreliable older sister. Plus, she got to enjoy plenty of delicious food so, upon hearing Qiao Yujia mention good news, Hong Yu's interest was piqued. I'll tell you when we get back. For now, let's keep it a secret, Qiao Yujia replied, observing Hong Yu's eager expression, aware of her fascination with these new experiences. However, she could not reveal anything just yet, especially with a certain troublemaker present. Indeed, she had long suspected that Hong Xia was tailing her. Qiao Yujia chose to remain silent, curious to see what mischief Hong Xia was plotting. However, noticing that Hong Xia had simply followed her without causing any disturbances, Qiao Yujia decided to disregard her presence. Fortunately, she had been blessed with fortune today and discovered the salt mine. Otherwise, she would have continued observing Hong Xia's antics, having returned to the open space in front of the cave with a bounty of discoveries. The females laid out the wild vegetables and fruits they had collected. Qiao Yujia took the time to identify which of the items were edible. That it must be noted that the orc's ability to recognize edible wild plants had remarkably improved. Today, they even discovered carrots, rich in vitamin A. Carrots are known to nourish the liver and improve vision, and prolonged consumption can treat night blindness and alleviate anemia. There were also various berries growing amidst the bushes, which Qiao Yujia tested for toxicity, edible and safe. Some she couldn't even name, but as long as they were edible, that sufficed. After sorting through the plants, Qiao Yujia led the females to the riverbank to wash the edible items thoroughly. Some would be dried to create vegetable jerky, and others would be salted to make pickles. Once these tasks were completed, the tribe gathered for lunch before returning to their respective duties. Xiao Yujia then made her way to the shaman's cave, also summoning Fu Xiang to join her. Yujia, did you bring us here to discuss something? Fu Xiang asked. Earlier in the small valley, Xiao Yujia had mentioned good news, and now they were in the shaman's cave, prompting curiosity about what it could be. Yes, what is this good news? Yusheng chimed in as she entered the cave alongside Fu Xiang. Seeing that most of the esteemed members of the tribe were present, Xiao Yujia decided to reveal her discovery without further delay. She handed the small bamboo basket to the shaman. Upon seeing the herbs inside, the shaman was visibly excited, recognizing some as rare plants she had never encountered before, while others were valuable herbs known across the Orc continent. She knew she must preserve them carefully. These are precious herbs. Once composed, Xiao Yujia joyfully announced, I discovered a salt mine in the central region of the small valley where we gathered. The moment those words left her lips, everyone present was stunned into silence. Though the shaman and Fu Xiang were unfamiliar with the term salt mine, they understood from her description that it was indeed a form of salt. Both the great shaman and Fu Xiang are well aware that the discovery of salt is a matter of great joy. After all, in recent days, they have realized that numerous methods for food preservation require salt, often in substantial quantities. The orcs, who daily trek to the seaside to fetch water, toil immensely, making dozens of trips back and forth each day. They struggle to produce enough salt to meet their daily needs. Among these individuals, none are more elated than Xiao Yujia and Yusheng. For them, who need to consume a moderate amount of salt over an extended period, the discovery of a salt mine is nothing short of exhilarating. They now have access to an inexhaustible and abundant source of salt. Yujia, is the salt you mentioned a type of rock salt? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia reference the salt mine, the great shaman felt uncertain and sought confirmation. Yes, rock salt is one of the means of obtaining salt, Xiao Yujia affirmed with a nod. The great shaman's heart swelled with happiness upon hearing her response, as it meant that the tribe would no longer have to worry about food storage. With sufficient salt, they could stockpile an abundance of food to endure the winter, sparing the tribe from the agony of hunger as they had previously experienced. However, we need to create tools to transport the rock salt back. Relying solely on our hands would yield little. Although the rock salt has been discovered, transporting it remains a challenge that it would be far too exhausting for the orcs to carry each piece of extracted rock salt individually, making dozens of trips each day. Yujia, what tools do you need? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's suggestion, the great shaman realized the wisdom in her words. The orcs could not carry much on their own, and even larger bamboo baskets might not withstand the weight of the rock salt. Xiao Yujia had already considered the necessary tools and quickly responded, a cart. I need to create a cart capable of transporting goods in large quantities. Great shaman, do you know which orc in the tribe excels at craftsmanship, particularly in making bone knives and stone knives? Shiyu. The bone knives he crafts are exceptionally sharp. Perhaps he could construct the cart you described. Yujia, the great shaman pondered, struggling to recall which orc had superior skills, and ultimately decided that Shiyu was indeed the most suitable choice. Did I know where Shiyu is now? Yujia, let me take you to find him. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiang also remembered Shiyu, the somewhat taciturn orc who seldom accompanied the hunting party. Despite his reluctance, Bai Di and the others did not press him. Nevertheless, he skillfully crafted bone knives that were quite popular among the females, as they assisted in tasks that many females could not perform. Thank you, Aunt Fu Xiang. Xiao Yujia felt a surge of happiness upon learning that such an orc existed in the Huxiao tribe, and that Fu Xiang would accompany her to find Shiyu. The prospect of having the cart crafted seemed promising. Moreover, the cart would not only be used for transporting rock salt, but could serve various purposes. No need for formality. Let's go, I'll lead you to him. Shiyu should be somewhere in the clearing, honing his bone knives. With that, Fu Xiang guided Xiao Yujia and Yusheng out of the cave, and they began searching for Shiyu in the clearing, bustling with orcs and females, where they indeed found him in a corner. Shiyu at that moment, he was intently focused on polishing a bone knife when he suddenly heard his name called. Seeing Fu Xiang and the two beautiful young females approaching, a subtle blush crept onto his ears. Shiyu, this is Xiao Yujia and Yusheng. Yujia has some matters she requires your assistance with, Fu Xiang announced, clarifying Xiao Yujia's purpose for seeking him. Little female, what do you need? Just tell me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. The slightly youthful and tender voice reached Xiao Yujia's ears, and she could not help but think how melodious it sounded. Xiu possessed the kind of appearance reminiscent of an affluent young master from ancient Huaxia, a type favored by contemporary Huaxia women. However, Fu Xiang had mentioned that he was not particularly fond of conversation. Yet, to Qiao Yujia, it seemed otherwise. Xiu did not dislike talking, but rather harbored some inscrutable emotions within, leaving others guessing and unable to fathom. In the present-day Huaxia, few could withstand the allure of such a charming figure shrouded in mystery, who might one day lead them astray. Nevertheless, it appeared that most male orcs in the orc continent possessed strikingly handsome features. Perhaps due to the favor of the beast god. Even Xiu, with his somewhat youthful demeanor, fit this mold. His sharp eyebrows accentuated a unique charm on his slightly shorter face, and his lovely apricot-colored eyes seemed to hold the brilliance of stars. His straight nose and gentle, thin lips had the potential to enchant any nearby female. His hair was a shade of silvery gray. Yujia? Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Yujia had found herself momentarily entranced, had it not been for Yu Sheng's gentle call that brought her back to reality. She might have continued to gaze at I apologize, Xiu. I need to create a tool for transportation. Regaining her composure, Qiao Yujia felt a bit embarrassed. She had already developed feelings for another orc, yet her penchant for handsome figures remained unchanged. After all, who could resist the allure of a strikingly handsome individual? Xiu, do you think you can create something like this? As she spoke, Qiao Yujia picked up a twig and began sketching a cart in the dirt. To facilitate the transportation of rock salt and other goods, she made modifications, enclosing 3 sides of the flat cart with wooden planks to prevent items from falling off. That Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld Qiao Yujia's design. Little female, what is this? This is a cart. It can be used to transport the new food we discover or the game brought back by the hunting party. That IT would certainly ease their burden. Qiao Yujia explained, recognizing Xiu's keen interest and choosing to elaborate on the cart's purpose. But the orcs are incredibly strong. Xiu responded, intrigued yet skeptical, as he flexed his arm to emphasize their strength. They don't need such things. Qiao Yujia watched him pat his arm, her eyes widening in surprise at the strength hidden beneath Xiu's delicate appearance. However, she did not dispute his assertion. She merely smiled gently and replied, indeed, the orcs of this continent are exceptionally strong. I do not deny that. Yet, making dozens of trips each day is still exhausting. Sensing Xiu might not fully grasp her point, she continued, for instance, on the first day you arrived here. I noticed each of you carried various animal skins, and the females appeared quite emaciated. Despite the distance you traveled, it was commendable that you could endure, while you can transform into your beast form to carry females. Young ones and elderly orcs. How many can a single male orc truly carry, especially when some of your warriors are already injured? As soon as Qiao Yujia finished speaking, Xiu fell silent. That in truth, Xiu occasionally accompanied the hunting parties. While some in the tribe may not have been aware, he understood all too well. The orc warriors who ventured out for hunting faced fierce battles against their prey. That it was no easy feat to bring back enough food for the tribe. And with only around 10 or so warriors in a hunting party, each could manage to carry 1 or 2 pieces of game, if they were fortunate. How different it was now, as they enjoyed ample sustenance, even having leftovers to store. If the cart could indeed enable the warriors to transport more game, perhaps it would alleviate their burdens. That I understand. Little female, when do you need it? I will do my best to create it. After considering the matter, Xiu found Qiao Yujia's reasoning compelling and readily agreed to her request. That I'm not in a rush. Take your time to perfect it, Qiao Yujia replied. She initially planned to have the cart completed today so she could fetch some rock salt from the nearby mountains tomorrow. Given that the salt content in rock salt was significantly higher than that of seawater. However, it seemed the timeline would need to be extended by a few days. But that was all right. The sea salt obtained from boiling seawater would suffice for the time being, so there was no immediate hurry. All right, Xiu nodded. Afterward, the group had no further matters to discuss and went about their own tasks. Time flew by, and soon the day passed swiftly. As the sun set, Lin Yi and the others returned, and the orc warriors guarding the clearing not far from the cave spotted them from a distance. They shouted excitedly, "The tribe leader is back! The tribe leader is back!" Beneath the setting sun, the sound resonated with an extraordinary beauty as all gathered at the guard's post, eagerly awaiting the familiar silhouette. Hong Xiao approached, brimming with anticipation, prepared to spring into action, just waiting for the arrival of the White Emperor. Moments later, a group of white tigers sprinted from afar, having caught sight of their families and companions. Feeling an unexpected longing after a day apart, Lin Yi glided swiftly, and upon spotting the figure he dearly missed not far ahead, his beastly pace quickened. Just a few steps away from Xiao Yujia, he transformed into his human form and embraced her tightly. "Jia, I'm back. Welcome home," that I in that moment of their embrace. Lin Yi seemed to experience a profound sensation known as happiness. The White Emperor followed closely behind, and as he approached Yusheng, he too transformed into his human form. "Asheng, I've returned." The White Emperor opened his arms, eager for Yusheng's embrace. However, just as Yusheng was about to run towards him, Hongxia seized the opportunity, pushing Yusheng aside and stepping into the White Emperor's embrace. "White Emperor, you've finally returned. Do you know how worried I've been?" Hongxia clung tightly to the White Emperor, recounting her concerns, while he, sensing no trace of that unique fragrance, froze midair, his arms suspended. Seeing her in the White Emperor's embrace, her two companions felt their hearts plummet. As Hongxia's partners, how could she not welcome them first? They acknowledged the White Emperor's prowess, recognizing him as the mightiest warrior in the tribe, second only to the chief. Yet, it was common knowledge that the White Emperor did not harbor feelings for Hongxia. Did their partner lack any self-awareness? "Asheng, are you all right?" Xiao Yujia, noticing Yusheng being pushed aside, quickly stepped out of Lin Ye's embrace to help her up. "That I'm fine," Yusheng replied, shaking her head, after brushing off the dust. She attempted to approach the White Emperor, only to be stopped by Xiao Yujia. "Wait, Asheng, I believe the White Emperor can handle this himself. Let us go." Xiao Yujia grasped Yusheng's wrist, preventing her from advancing. For she trusted that as long as the White Emperor cared for Yusheng, he would not allow any other woman to approach him. Yusheng nodded and followed Xiao Yujia back to the clearing before the cave. Upon seeing Yusheng leave, the White Emperor snapped back to reality and hastily pushed Hongxia away. "Umph!" Hongxia, having been shoved aside, huffed as she glared venomously at Yusheng. "Hongxia, are you all right? Get up," urged the beast man named Li, a member of the White Tiger clan, who bore the surname by due to their predominantly white-furred. He was one of Hongxia's companions, the other being Xiao, who were brothers. "Thank you, Li. This winter, I promise to bear you a cub." Hongxia expressed her gratitude, vowing to Li, but he dismissed her promise, knowing that her words were as insubstantial as smoke. "Hongxia, stop fixating on the White Emperor. He will never like you," Xiao scolded, refusing to indulge her like his brother Li. How could she, having already chosen two brothers as partners, still pine for a beast man who did not reciprocate her feelings? "You, Xiao, you shall not eat today." Her exclamation infuriated Hongxia, and she immediately punished Xiao by forbidding him from eating. "If I can't eat, then I won't. This tribe is not under your command. I can simply eat elsewhere," Xiao retorted, turning his back and leaving. Perhaps his greatest mistake in life was forging a bond with Hongxia. Back at the clearing before the cave, the beastmen helped remove the large bamboo baskets from their companions. Xiao Yujia, accompanied by several females, sorted edible and inedible wild vegetables, glancing at the various size bamboo baskets. She discovered not only wild vegetables but also many unfamiliar fruits, alongside the strawberries, raspberries, and pears she recognized. Strawberries and raspberries could be made into preserves, while pears could be dried, just as she was delighted by the familiar fruits. A fluffy white object in one of the baskets caught her attention. She swiftly categorized the surrounding food and medicinal herbs, finally revealing the true nature of the fluffy, white object. "Goodness, is this not cotton? Though it seems a tad larger than usual. Is this cotton?" Xiao Yujia marveled at the cotton, which was larger than her head, instantly realizing the bountiful environment of the Beastman continent. "Look, Asheng," in her exuberance. She turned to Yusheng, presenting the large bundle of cotton before her. Yusheng was startled by the fluffy white mass, but upon closer inspection, it seemed so familiar. "This is cotton, indeed." Both were overjoyed at the sight of cotton. And soon, the surrounding females gathered around. Just as the White Emperor approached, he spotted Yusheng and Xiao Yujia encircled by the females, eagerly explaining the uses of cotton. "Jia, can this cotton truly help us through the winter?" Hanyu questioned, squeezing the fluffy white bundle, her disbelief evident. Could this fluffy mass genuinely assist their kin through the winter? "Yes, cotton is a treasure. We can stuff it into animal hides to create warm clothing for winter." and weave it into scarves, gloves, or cloaks to fend off the cold. As Xiao Yujia elaborated on the various garments that could be crafted from cotton, she felt she could speak for an entire day. Recalling how winter in her homeland was also a season of chill. Yujia, how can we make clothing from this cotton to keep warm during winter? Fu Xiang, the female chief, inquired, as she always considered the needs of her tribe in every matter. Since Xiao Yujia mentioned that cotton could be used to create winter apparel, Fu Xiang would not overlook the opportunity to help her kin survive the season, that had no need to rush. Winter is still over 2 months away. Let's gather the cotton first. For Xiao Yujia, while surviving the winter was crucial, having materials was equally important. Otherwise, nothing could be made. She conveyed this to Fu Xiang, who nodded in agreement. Turning to Lin Yi, she asked, Great Serpent, where did you find this cotton? Is it far from the cave? We discovered it in a hollow, about half a day's journey from here. The entire hollow is filled with this cotton. Lin Yi explained. Upon hearing that an entire hollow was abundant with cotton, Xiao Yujia's mind began to race with ideas. Lin Yi, take me there tomorrow. I want to see for myself. The old beastmen in the tribe have woven many large bamboo baskets. We can use them for collecting. The discovery of cotton thrilled her, and she was eager to see it. No, it's too dangerous. Upon hearing that the little female he cherished wished to accompany him to gather cotton, Lin Yi immediately objected. Trust me, I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. Hearing her assertiveness, Lin Yi reluctantly agreed, for he adored this delightful little female. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Yujia and her companions departed the cave. The White Emperor stayed behind to accompany Yusheng, sparing him the antics of a certain mischievous little one that what was supposed to be a half-day journey turned longer, as Xiao Yujia collected various precious herbs and edible plants along the way. Thus, Lin Yi had no choice but to accompany her, making frequent stops with the warrior beasts from the Tiger Roar tribe. Chapter 23. The White Lion blocks the path as Xiao Yujia filled her bamboo basket with herbs. They finally reached the hollow where Lin Yi and his companions had discovered the cotton by noon. Lin Yi pointed towards the hollow they found the cotton in, saying, Judgia, that's where the cotton is. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujia rushed forward, and despite Lin Yi's attempts to stop her, she was too excited to be restrained. Suddenly, she came to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the hollow. Jia, what's wrong? Lin Yi, seeing her sudden stop, grew concerned, thinking something was amiss. The small hollow seemed a bit high for her. Did she get frightened? But upon seeing the brightness in her eyes, Lin Yi's anxious heart eased. I am fine. Xiao Yujia shook her head, genuinely unbothered, simply overwhelmed with joy at the sight of vast fields of cotton below. Great Serpent, let us hurry and gather all the cotton. This way, we'll have an easier winter. And you won't have to hibernate for so long. Xiao Yujia exclaimed excitedly at the mouth of the hollow, eagerly bouncing on her feet. All right. Lin Yi, deeply touched that the little female he cherished was considering him, swiftly scooped her up and descended into the hollow, with the warriors of the Tiger Roar tribe following closely behind. Wow! Upon seeing the cotton, Xiao Yujia was astonished. The small mouth could not help but exclaim in awe. Forming a tiny A shape, just moments ago, when gazing down from the mountain pass, the sight of the adult snow-white cotton was captivating. Yet upon closer inspection, she realized that the cotton here towered even higher than Xiao Yujia herself, with blossoms larger than her head bursting forth in splendid, snowy white on the branches. Xiao Yujia was eager to pick the cotton, but her height was a hindrance. She barely reached half the height of the cotton trees, and her outstretched hand could not touch the cotton at the top. Observing her hand raised in vain, Lin Yi chuckled softly, provoking Xiao Yujia's annoyance. What are you laughing at? She chided, a hint of anger in her voice. It's nothing, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head, resolutely denying his amusement. Indeed, Jia is still a cub. I wonder if she will grow taller with time. If Xiao Yujia could hear Lin Yi's thoughts, she would surely retort. I won't grow any taller. My height is fixed, you know. While the two exchanged playful banter, some orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe had already filled half a basket with cotton. Seeing this, Xiao Yujia hurriedly urged Lin Yi to join in the cotton picking, while she herself could only look around for any new, unfamiliar food within reach. Blueberries! There are blueberries here. How fortunate! It seemed luck was on Xiao Yujia's side, as she discovered blueberries not far from where the orcs were harvesting cotton. The sweet and tangy flavor of blueberries was something she adored. She would always buy a basket whenever she went out, even taking them to school to enjoy during lunch breaks. after filling a bamboo basket to the brim. Xiao Yujia decided to stop picking, as she could no longer carry any more. She then circled the area where the orcs were harvesting cotton, but aside from the occasional wild chicken that popped up, she found no other familiar fruits or vegetables. Feeling hungry, Xiao Yujia resolved to catch a few wild chickens to satisfy her hunger. Without hesitation, she drew her dagger, aimed, and threw it in one swift motion. Her aim was true. The dagger struck the wild chicken's neck, silencing it with a couple of clucks. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yi rushed to her side, fearing something had happened, only to find her unscathed and already processing the wild chicken by a small river. What should I do about a future partner who might be perpetually hungry? I'm quite anxious about it. Lin Yi thought to himself, shaking his head, noticing that a portion of the orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe had filled a large bamboo basket with cotton. He instructed them to take a break and go hunt for some food before returning. Lin Yi glanced back at Xiao Yujia, ordering a few orcs to stay behind for security while he led the rest to hunt. Since there were no traps set here, they had to rely on traditional hunting methods, hoping their skills had not dulled too much. Fortunately, as there were no large beasts around, the orcs quickly returned, each carrying 2 wild chickens. However, the meat from the wild chickens was sparse, serving merely as a snack for the large eating orcs. When the orcs returned, Xiao Yujia had already plucked all the feathers from the chicken, removed its innards, and buried them in a pit before starting a fire. Surely, I can't be this unlucky. My hands are so sore from trying to start a fire. Lin Yi spotted Xiao Yujia's reddened hands from afar and dashed over to snatch the wooden stick from her grasp. Jia, let me handle this. Just wait a moment, and you can eat soon. Seeing her fair hands all reddened, Lin Yi felt a pang of sympathy, yet Xiao Yujia was someone who loved to do things herself. Leaving him at a loss. All right, she nodded, conceding, as her hands were too sore to continue. The orcs who had been processing the wild chickens by the river returned swiftly, quickly lighting 2 bonfires and skewering the chickens to roast. Meanwhile, atop the Beast God Mountain, a massive white lion sat quietly before a statue of a dragon with wings. Upon closer examination, one could see that the dragon had wings protruding from its back. If Xiao Yujia were present, she would recognize this as the legendary Yinglong from Chinese mythology. Roar, great beast god, did you call for me? The 2 goddesses had arrived on the Orc continent, with the red-clad goddess located not far from Beast God Mountain in a small valley. Ling Yin, you should go. She can help you awaken your intelligence. After the beast god's directive faded, a short flute made of white jade appeared beneath the statue. Roar. Thank you, great beast god, for your guidance. Grateful, the white lion seized the white jade flute and dashed towards the small valley. Meanwhile, in the clearing of that valley, the lingering aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. After finishing their meal, the group extinguished the fire with water and exited the valley, carrying the bamboo baskets filled with cotton. They placed the baskets on a cart and secured them with vines to prevent the cotton from spilling during their journey. Xiao Yujia had thought that Shiyu might take several days to construct the cart, but to her surprise, he had crafted a prototype within a single night and brought it over for them to use before their departure, allowing the orcs to remain more vigilant upon their return. Indeed, it proved quite useful. After securing the cotton, Xiao Yujia hopped onto the cart, bouncing enthusiastically. She had to admit the quality was impressive. Yet, she wondered what kind of would have been used to make it so sturdy. Once everything was prepared, the orcs transformed into their beast forms, while Lin Yi remained in a semi-beast form to keep an eye on her, to facilitate one of the orcs in pulling the cart. Xiao Yujia casually tore off a vine as thick as her arm, binding the sides of the cart securely, then looped the front vine around one of the white tiger orc's neck and left front paw, resembling a backpack, which would help alleviate some of the weight without injuring the skin. Let us set off. With Xiao Yujia's command, the orcs prepared to march towards the tribe. However, a thunderous roar from a beast abruptly halted their steps. Lin Yi, along with the orcs, began to stand guard around Xiao Yujia. What was that colossal roar? She asked, glancing at Lin Yi, her voice trembling slightly. Got a fierce beast. Don't worry. I will protect you, Lin Yi assured her, determined to shield Xiao Yujia from any danger. Little did he know, he would soon find himself utterly powerless as the orcs remained vigilant. A large white lion emerged from the front. It's enormous. Xiao Yujia marveled at the lion, which stood 3 meters tall and measured around 3 to 4 meters in length, its white mane glistening under the sun. This was her first encounter with such a majestic creature. Although she had seen white tigers at the zoo, They were merely hybrid beasts known as lion-tiger hybrids, a product of interbreeding. However, compared to the white lion before her, the zoo's hybrids were but trivial. Ling Yin scanned the orcs before settling his gaze upon Xiao Yujia, seated on the cart that the red-clad goddess, the great beast god, mentioned. She seems so small. Could she still be a cub? Will she grow a bit taller with time? What if she dies before uniting the continent? Upon seeing Xiao Yujia, Ling Yin was beset with questions, one of which mirrored Lin Ye's thoughts that if only Xiao Yujia could hear them, she would be infuriated. Her height had already stabilized. How could so many still doubt her maturity? With the white jade flute clamped in his mouth, Ling Yin charged straight towards the orcs without a second thought. The orcs, refusing to back down, retaliated immediately, but Ling Yin ignored them, sprinting directly toward Xiao Yujia. Lin Yi transformed into his full beast form, aiming to use his tail to fling the white lion away. But the lion nimbly dodged his attack, maintaining its focus on Xiao Yujia. The beast god had tasked Ling Yin with becoming Xiao Yujia's mount, but as a creature of the White Lion clan residing on Beast God Mountain and a fierce warrior, Ling Yin was determined to test the capabilities of this red-clad goddess. What? It dodged my attack, Lin Yi exclaimed, attempting to close in on Ling Yin with his massive serpent head. However, Ling Yin merely glanced at him with indifference. A serpent clan? A white one, quite rare. But before you grow your wings, you are no match for me. With a swift paw, Ling Yin swatted Lin Ye's head away, sending him flying far off. Other orcs, witnessing the prowess of this lion, began to grow increasingly wary. Yet, the orcs were not cowards. One after another, they charged forward, hoping to drive away the white lion, only to meet the same fate as Lin Yi, being sent sprawling. Xiao Yujia watched as the orcs were tossed aside, Lin Yi too being flung against a tree. Now, she was left to fend for herself as the white lion advanced step by step toward her. Xiao Yujia quietly retrieved a long whip from the bamboo basket and swung it toward the white lion Ling Yan. Ling Yan, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly dodged the strike of the little female's whip. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Xiao Yujia sprang from the cart, leaping with agility and delivering another fierce lash. This time, it struck true. Roar! That hurt. It seems the goddess possesses considerable prowess. However, I cannot afford to lose. Ling Yan distinctly felt the sting of pain this time. While hunting alongside the White Lion clan on Beast God Mountain, encounters with ferocious beasts had only resulted in minor injuries, but Xiao Yujia's whip had truly inflicted a grievous wound, making Ling Yan acutely aware of pain. Seizing the moment when the White Lion paused in astonishment, Xiao Yujia struck again. Fortunately, Ling Yan regained her senses just in time, narrowly evading the long whip's grasp. She refused to be disheartened by the failure to hit her adversary. This time, Xiao Yujia expertly coiled the whip around Ling Yan's front paw, executing a swift maneuver that sent Ling Yan sprawling. With a resounding thud, Ling Yan landed not far away, perhaps in the grand scheme of this world-esque creatures. Xiao Yujia's strength was still somewhat lacking, as she did not throw the white lion 2FART that moment. Lin Yi awoke from his slumber in the trees, upon witnessing the fallen white lion and Xiao Yujia wielding the whip. He immediately understood that she had taken action. Yet, as a male, he found himself incapable of safeguarding the little female he cherished, relying instead on her to protect him. It was utterly disgraceful. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi descended from the tree and swiftly glided toward the white lion, intending to deliver a lethal bite with his venomous fangs. Wait! Suddenly, he heard Xiao Yujia's voice calling out to stop him. Jia, it harmed you. Lin Yi transformed back into his human form before Xiao Yujia, casting an indignant glare at the prostrate white lion. This creature had injured Xiao Yujia, and he could not fathom why she would suddenly intervene. No, it did not intend to harm me. It merely seems to wish for a sparring match. Xiao Yujia expressed her confusion, having observed Ling Yan's distinctly human-like joy during their earlier skirmish, as though reveling in the thrill of combat. Chapter 24. For you sparring? What is that? Lin Yi, once again intrigued by a term unfamiliar to him, wondered how the little female he admired could so effortlessly utter phrases that eluded his understanding. Noticing Lin Ye's perplexed expression, Xiao Yujia realized he did not grasp the meaning of sparring, and thus took it upon herself to explain. Sparring refers to an exchange between two formidable beastmen. where they share their hunting or combat techniques. They may attack each other freely, yet it must remain within limits to avoid inflicting serious harm. Ah, I see. But Jejia, did you not injure it? Upon hearing Xiao Yujia's explanation, Lin Yi understood that it was akin to the customary fights arranged among the beastmen in their tribe, but he questioned the logic behind inflicting harm. What then is the matter with the white lion lying on the ground? That was an accident. The white lion cannot speak. How was I to know it wished to spar with me? Xiao Yujia felt a pang of guilt as she gazed at the fallen white lion. She had long recognized that this white lion had not been attacking the beastmen, but had instead been persistently moving in her direction, evidently seeking her out. However, Xiao Yujia did not recognize this particular white lion, leaving her bewildered by its sudden appearance. Sensing Xiao Yujia's rising irritation, Lin Yi chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia approached the white lion, kneeling to inspect the wound on its back, relieved to find it was not severe. Thankfully, her strike had not been too forceful. Otherwise, moving such a large creature could have proven quite challenging. She retrieved a small porcelain bottle filled with hemostatic powder from her bag and gently sprinkled the powder onto the lion's wound. Before long, the injury began to heal at a remarkable rate, leaving no trace behind. Feeling the absence of pain, Ling Yan let out a low growl. Although the wound had healed, her body remained weak, and she could only lie there feebly, still clutching the white jade flute in her mouth. Yet, sensing an opportunity, she struggled to lift her head, exposing the flute to Xiao Yujia's view. As anticipated, Xiao Yujia was taken aback by the sight of the white jade flute nestled in the lion's mouth. She reached out to take it, examining the exquisite craftsmanship, which seemed far beyond the typical artifacts of this land. "Quick, little female, blow the flute," Ling Yan urged, observing Xiao Yujia simply holding the flute, feeling a sense of urgency. "White lion, what are you saying? I cannot understand," Xiao Yujia replied, bemused by the lion's animated gestures, yet unable to comprehend beast language. She merely shook her head. Ling Yan, witnessing Xiao Yujia's confusion, felt her frustration mounting. What to do? Regrettably, she lamented not having learned the language of small creatures sooner. If only she had, she would have been able to understand the words spoken by the beastmen in their beast forms. As for her ability to converse with Lin Yi in his beast form, that was due to him having licked her blood, enabling a form of communication that if she allowed the white lion to lick her blood, would it also be able to understand her? As this thought crossed her mind, she unsheathed a dagger and swiftly cut her left middle finger. "Jejia, why did you suddenly hurt yourself?" Lin Ye's heart nearly shattered at the sight of her self-inflicted wound. But he could only feign reproach. The surrounding beastmen were taken aback. This little female is quite ruthless. She even harms herself. I'm fine. You'll understand shortly. Xiao Yujia smiled reassuringly, indicating she was unscathed, while playfully keeping Lin Yi in suspense. She then extended her injured hand toward the white lion and gently said, "I've hurt myself. Could you help me with this?" This action left Lin Yi and the surrounding beastmen utterly speechless. Wasn't this the little female who had injured herself? Why was she asking the white lion to tend to her wound? They were bewildered, utterly perplexed. Ling Yan gazed at the still bleeding finger, but did not voice her confusion. Though she did not understand why the little female would act thus, she recalled the words spoken by the beast god and drew closer to help Xiao Yujia lick the blood from her finger. However, just as she had cleaned the blood, Ling Yan felt an overwhelming pressure wash over her. Regardless, she was the king of the White Lion clan. How could she be easily subdued? Impressive resolve. Ling Yan inadvertently expressed her thoughts aloud, which Xiao Yujia overheard. As a normal beast, her spirit was admirable, and Xiao Yujia felt a deep appreciation for that. "You can understand me now?" Ling Yan was astonished to hear the little female respond to her words. "Yes." Xiao Yujia nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" Ling Yan, the white lion, succinctly introduced herself. Then Ling Yan, "What were you trying to tell me just now?" Seizing the opportunity to understand Ling Yan better, Xiao Yujia pressed, feeling that Ling Yan had something important to convey. "Blow the flute," Ling Yan responded succinctly, as if guarding her words closely. "Blow the flute. That is a challenge I can meet." Lin Yi and the nearby beastmen were astonished to witness Xiao Yujia conversing with the white lion. Finding it quite miraculous, upon returning to the tribe, she would have plenty to share with her friends. Xiao Yujia mused that this was quite the score for her. Thankfully, her main subject had been classical music. The white jade flute was roughly the length of her palm. Without overthinking, Qiao Yuzhe brought the flute to her lips, in no time. A melodious and enchanting tune wafted through the air, reaching the ears of every beastman present. As the flute's sweet notes filled the air, Ling Yan's form began to shrink until she was no larger than a cub. However, the wild beasts in the forest stirred restlessly upon hearing the melody. Realizing the significance of the sound, Qiao Yuzhe quickly recognized that the white jade flute was a beast-taming flute. In a hurry, she scooped up the now juvenile Ling Yan and scrambled onto the cart. "Let us make haste, Jia. What is happening?" The flute sounded delightful. Why the sudden urgency to leave? Lin Yi, still entranced by the beautiful melody, questioned her sudden change in demeanor. Seeing Qiao Yuzhe's anxious expression, Lin Yi sensed something amiss in the forest. With no other choice, he instructed the beastmen to revert to their beast forms and continue their journey. By the time Qiao Yuzhe and her companions returned to the cave, the sun was beginning to set, indicating it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The beastmen hurriedly unloaded the cotton from the cart. "Jia, you have finally returned. I was so worried for you." As Qiao Yuzhe stepped off the cart, Yu Sheng dashed toward her, his expression filled with concern. "What is this?" Initially intending to embrace Qiao Yuzhe warmly, Yu Sheng halted abruptly when he caught sight of the fluffy white bundle in her arms. Momentarily taken aback, "I gave birth. His name is Ling Yan." Upon witnessing Yu Sheng's peculiar demeanor, Qiao Yuzhe felt compelled to jest with her, deliberately claiming that Ling Yan was her own offspring, emphasizing the initial words with a playful tone. "Ling Yan, if I am the divine maiden you birthed, then what do my parents count as?" Although the little fluffball Ling Yan was aware that Qiao Yuzhe was merely jesting, he still emitted a few disgruntled huffs. How could that possibly be? Shouldn't a union of human and serpent result in a half-human, half-serpent creature? How could it produce a white, fluffy ball? Yu Sheng's mind was in turmoil, feeling as though her understanding of reality had been profoundly shaken. With a burst of laughter escaping her lips upon seeing Yu Sheng's bewildered blinking, Qiao Yuzhe couldn't contain herself. "Jia, what are you laughing at?" Hearing Qiao Yuzhe mock her, Yu Sheng feigned anger. "I was only joking. I didn't think you would take it seriously." Confronted by Yu Sheng's mournful gaze, Qiao Yuzhe was overtaken by a sense of guilt. "All right, Sheng, you take the females to gather cotton seeds for planting while I attend to the little fluffball's wounds." Qiao Yuzhe hastily shifted the topic, as Ling Yan indeed required further examination at that moment. "Okay, then hurry." Yu Sheng nodded, urging Qiao Yuzhe to assist the little fluffball with its wounds before inflammation set in. After Qiao Yuzhe entered the cave, Yu Sheng and Fu Xiang, along with the remaining females, collected the cotton seeds for preservation, intending to sow them in a suitable plot come spring. Upon returning to the cave, Qiao Yuzhe examined the remaining wounds on Ling Yan's fluffy form, all of which were minor and required only simple treatment. She then placed Ling Yan on a hide bed, covering him with a fur blanket. "You rest well here. I shall lend a hand." Oh, divine maiden, you go ahead. I will take good care of myself." The childish tone nearly melted Qiao Yuzhe's heart. How can one be so adorable? Lin Yi, observing from the side, felt his mouth twitch. "Did I this creature trying to steal Jia from me?" A glint of resentment shot through Lin Yi's eyes. Yet Ling Yan paid him no mind, simply flopping down to sleep. Lin Yi was seething with frustration, but Qiao Yuzhe had already extended her guilty right hand, giving Ling Yan's mane a gentle stroke before turning to leave the cave, not forgetting to ask Lin Yi for 2 large hides of the white long-eared beast. Upon reaching the open space, Yu Sheng and the others had already collected a considerable amount of cotton seeds, placing them in empty bamboo tubes. Rather than rushing to assist, she approached the elderly beastmen, who were weaving bamboo baskets, and took a woven bamboo mat that they had crafted. This mat was a product of their own ingenuity. Qiao Yuzhe had not intervened, and she had to admit that with just a bit of guidance. The beastmen excelled at their tasks. With the mat in hand, Qiao Yuzhe returned to the cotton processing area, took several cotton blooms, and tore them into strips on the mat, fluffing the cotton to enhance its warmth. She then retrieved needle and thread, preparing to sew the long-eared beast hide into a small circular nest, only to find that it was not easy to cut, as it would ruin the original shape and aesthetic of the hide. Thus, she resolved to fashion the long-eared beast hide into an oval shape, leaving an opening large enough to stuff in cotton. After an hour of diligent effort, Xiao Yujia successfully crafted an oval-shaped nest from the long-eared beast hide. She examined her handiwork and found it quite satisfactory. Jejia, what have you created? Red Pomelo, who was busy gathering cotton seeds, inquired with curiosity upon seeing the long-eared beast hide nest in Xiao Yujia's hands. Did I not bring back a white lion cub? This is a small nest for him. Considering the chilly autumn nights ahead and Ling Yan's status as a cub, it was only reasonable to care for him properly. May I take a look? Red Pomelo asked, feeling drawn to the warmth of the nest. Certainly, Xiao Yujia nodded, handing over the small nest. Taking the nest, Red Pomelo touched and kneaded it, discovering its warmth and softness. And she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yuhua cub, could you show this to me as well? Fu Xiang, hearing the commotion, approached them. Of course, Xiao Yujia agreed, understanding that Fu Xiang was likely considering the needs of the tribe's young beastmen. After Red Pomelo had her fill of admiration, she passed the hide nest containing cotton to Fu Xiang. Fu Xiang, too, expressed her delight. If only all the young beastmen in the tribe could have one of these. Winter would surely be much more bearable. Aunt Fu Xiang, you're thinking about the young beastmen in the tribe, aren't you? I can teach you how to make this. Xiao Yujia quickly discerned Fu Xiang's intentions. As the wife of the tribe's leader, her thoughts inevitably revolved around the well-being of the tribe and the nourishment of its young. Indeed, Fu Xiang nodded. Then, Aunt Fu Xiang, please gather a few females with young ones and bring some hides of your liking. I will take this to the white lion cub first. All right. Thank you. Yuhua cub, I will go summon them right away. After expressing her gratitude, Fu Xiang hurried off to find the mothers of the recently born young beastmen. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia made her way back to the cave, carrying the bamboo mat and the cotton hide nest. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of the white, fluffy ball feigning sleep, and she felt her heart swell with affection. Ling Yin, wake up, she approached, calling to the snoozing fluff ball. Oh, ow, divine maiden, did you call for me? Although Ling Yin pretended to be asleep, he was on the verge of dozing off completely. This is for you. Would you like to try it out? Xiao Yujia placed the mat beside the fur bed and set the cotton hide nest atop it, patting it to encourage Ling Yin to climb in. Ling Yin inspected the hide nest, gingerly stepping on it with his plump little paws and finding it quite soft that he then settled his entire body into the nest, promptly falling asleep with a contented grunt. Watching the fluffy creature appear so comfortable, Xiao Yujia decided not to disturb his slumber and quietly exited the cave to teach the females with young beastmen how to sew their own cotton nests. Chapter 25. Cotton Clothing and Bedding. In truth, crafting the little nest for the young beastmen was not a difficult task. Xiao Yujia observed that the hides brought by the females came in various colors, red, yellow, white, and black, all in square shapes, which was a far cry from Lin Ye's poor attempts at cutting. Perhaps due to only having one beast, Lin Ye had not invested much effort into processing the hides, merely preserving them as they were, in case someone preferred the uncut, expansive original hides. Without a doubt, Xiao Yujia belonged to that very category. She instructed the females to cut their hides according to the size of their young, suggesting that those with dull bone knives seek assistance from their partners. After the hides were cut, they returned to Xiao Yujia, who guided them to place the fur side of 2 hides facing outward and sew them together on 3 sides, offering her oversight on any discrepancies. Given that the hides they brought were thicker than the 2 long-eared beast hides she had used, she initially considered lending them her needle and thread, but ultimately decided against it. Allowing them to use bone needles instead, to her surprise, the absence of thread did not prove to be a significant hindrance, as they adeptly utilized beast tendons to sew the hides. Once 3 sides were sewn together, Xiao Yujia instructed the females to leave one side open, leading them to gather an appropriate amount of cotton. Just as she had done earlier, they tore the cotton into strips to fluff it up and stuffed it into the sewn hide. Finally, they stitched up the open side, resulting in a soft and warm cotton hide nest, successfully completed. The females, proudly holding their newly crafted cotton hide nests, were elated and quickly called over their young beastmen to try them out. The moment the little beastmen settled in, they promptly drifted into blissful slumber, their eyes fluttering shut in contentment. The members of the Tiger Roar tribe beamed with joy, witnessing the peacefulness of the nestled young ones. Yuhua cub, thank you, Fu Xiang said as she supported the high shaman, Wu Bai, who approached amidst the joyful scene. The high shaman could not contain his excitement as he observed the blissful young beastmen and expressed his gratitude to Qiao Yujia. There is no need for such formality, great shaman. Since we have arrived on this continent, it is only right to contribute in any way we can. Qiao Yujia, concerned for the great shaman's stability, quickly steadied him on the other side. While she graciously accepted his thanks, she felt that it was merely her duty. Having settled on this continent, it was only reasonable to improve the living conditions during their time here. Yuhua Cub, now that the young beastmen have their warm little nests, is there not a way for the adult beastmen, females, and young females to also weather this winter comfortably? As the great shaman gazed at the peacefully sleeping young beastmen, he envisioned a winter where they all thrived, that if the young beastmen could have their comforts, surely the adult beastmen, females, and young females could also find a way to endure this winter in peace. The more he contemplated, the more joy surged within him, prompting him to eagerly ask Qiao Yujia if she had additional methods to ensure the tribe could thrive through the winter. Certainly, moreover, there are numerous methods to survive the winter. This is merely one of them. Qiao Yujia nodded. For her and Yu Sheng, who hail from an era of scientific advancement, there exist numerous methods to endure the winter, rather than relying on a singular approach. Yujia, do share. What other means can we employ to ensure our kin survive the winter? Upon hearing that Qiao Yujia had a solution to safeguard her people through the harsh season, the great shaman could not contain her joy. If indeed there exists a way to help the tribe weather the winter, it could significantly reduce the mortality rate among them, perhaps even preventing any from meeting the beast god, that we could also sew cotton clothing and quilts, as well as stockpile firewood for warmth during winter. Alternatively, we could convert the wood into charcoal for heating, that in the presence of these unsophisticated beasts, Qiao Yujia felt no need to withhold knowledge, especially since these were not particularly secretive matters, barring weaponry, which was a different concern altogether. Following this, Qiao Yujia elaborated on a plethora of strategies to survive the winter, with the primary focus being on food preservation and warm clothing. The females present, along with the great shaman, were astonished to discover such an abundance of methods to endure the winter, as if they had exceeded their prior understanding. Left without further words, they could only gasp in awe, expressing their exhilaration. However, it was already late, and Qiao Yujia suggested they first partake in dinner before revisiting the discussion the following day. She perceived the great shaman and the others' delight in the multitude of winter survival strategies. And though she was willing to share, the sun had already set, and the moon began its ascent. Thus, she urged them to have their evening meal and postpone the winter preparations. Moreover, the wooden carts crafted by the tribe's woodworking enthusiasts were ready. And tomorrow they would venture to the salt mines in the nearby valley to gather salt. But oh dear, I suddenly feel quite busy. That night, Ling Yin was roused by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the cozy nest of cotton beast pelts. Following the scent, he made his way to Qiao Yujia's side, unceremoniously climbing onto her lap. Realizing Ling Yin must be hungry, Qiao Yujia filled a large bamboo bowl with roasted meat and placed it on the ground, gently lifting Ling Yin off her lap to let him eat on his own. Observing Qiao Yujia's tender care for Ling Yin, Lin Yi felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Filled with sadness and grievance, his gaze towards Ling Yin growing increasingly venomous. The following morning, after Qiao Yujia had completed her morning routine and breakfast, she instructed the females to retrieve the beast pelts they had prepared over the past few days before leading a gathering team of several beasts to the small valley. Upon reaching the valley, the gathering team and the beasts separated, with Qiao Yujia leading her group towards the salt mine, leaving only those tasked with protecting the gathering team behind. She selected a spot for excavation, noting that while the mountain soil contained some salt, the impurities were excessive and unnecessary to process. Thus, she directed the beasts to extract the salt and load it into the carts. Once the first cart was filled, Qiao Yujia accompanied it out of the valley, for she still needed to teach the females how to sew cotton quilts and clothing. When they returned to the open space in front of the cave, the females had already laid out all the collected pelts, eagerly awaiting Qiao Yujia's instructions on crafting winter garments. After washing her hands by the river, Qiao Yujia returned to the open area, where she was greeted joyfully by Hong Yu. "Jia, please teach us how to sew cotton clothing and quilts." Hong Yu's face radiated with joy, a stark contrast to her earlier distress when bullied by Hong Xia. Thanks to the good food and rest over the past few days, she had gained some weight, making her delicate features appear quite charming. "Then let us begin." We should aim to create as many cotton garments and quilts as possible before winter arrives. Observing that the females had prepared the pelts from large beasts, Xiao Yujia felt it was time to start teaching them the sewing techniques without further delay, striving to produce a sufficient number of items for the impending season. Xiao Yujia approached Hongyu, deciding to first teach the simpler method for making quilts. She guided the females to match the pelts of large beasts by color and height, stitching them together, and then assembled the sewn pelts into 3 sides, filling them with cotton and sealing the opening. Thus, a rudimentary quilt was completed. Truth be told, Xiao Yujia felt quite satisfied with the outcome, given the current conditions of the continent made it impractical to secure the cotton within the pelts. Seeing that the females had grasped the process of making quilts, Xiao Yujia led a portion of them in crafting clothing. The garments required tailoring to fit various body shapes, making them slightly more complex than quilts. And they could only use thinner pelts for ease of movement. Xiao Yujia opted for a simpler design, teaching them how to create a basic, wide-shouldered dress accompanied by a roomy hooded cloak. Paired with long boots, an ensemble that had become the standard for the females, including the young and adolescent ones. With plans set, they commenced their work. Xiao Yujia instructed the females to assist one another in taking measurements, while the cutting of fabric would necessitate the help of the beasts. Just then, the hunting team returned from the forest, drawn by curiosity to observe, and Xiao Yujia seized the opportunity to enlist their help. Yu Sheng also brought back by Di to assist, and Lin Yi was similarly conscripted. Xiao Yujia used a half-burnt piece of charcoal to sketch the outline of a dress on a pelt, based on Hong Yu's measurements, and instructed Lin Yi to cut it out. The other beasts and females watched intently, fearful of missing any crucial steps, just as Lin Yi prepared to cut along the outline. A sharp reprimand echoed from nearby. "How can you waste pelts like this? These are hard-earned resources." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, only to discover it was Hong Xia, the little troublemaker. Xiao Yujia was perplexed, wondering why she seemed to be everywhere. "Yujia, ignore her and continue teaching us how to sew the winter garments," Fu Xiang reassured her, hoping she wouldn't be deterred by one troublesome female. "Don't worry, Aunt Fu Xiang. I won't let a dramatic female like her disrupt our work." Xiao Yujia smiled gently, resuming her lesson on sewing winter clothing. She turned away from Hong Xia, whose face was contorted in irritation, and continued instructing the others. Meanwhile, Hong Xia, noticing that no one was willing to speak on her behalf, stomped her feet in frustration. The contours of the cut garments, with the fur facing outward, were sewn together. And then, using the same method, 2 identical garment silhouettes were crafted and stitched together in like manner. Subsequently, the front and back pieces were sewn together, leaving the neckline unstitched, while the sides from the chest to the hem of the skirt were entirely sewn up. The shoulder straps, designed to prevent slippage, were also created in a similar fashion. After one was completed, a second could easily follow by replicating the process. The females grew increasingly adept, and then Xiao Yujia fashioned a pair of long boots from beast hide, tailored to the size of Hongyu's feet, utilizing the hide of the long-eared beast for the shaft and the hide of the mooing beast for the sole, ensuring protection for the soles of the feet. The method of sewing was quite straightforward. For the convenience of the locals in donning and doffing, Xiao Yujia taught them to create long boots with laces. Following that, they set about making beast hide cloaks. Fortunately, the females possessed considerable manual dexterity, requiring only minimal guidance from Xiao Yujia when mistakes arose. Observing their enthusiastic efforts to stitch winter garments, Xiao Yujia decided to focus on crafting warm clothing for herself and Yu Sheng. The bustling scene unfolded in the clearing until sunset, with beastmen continuously transporting cotton from the nearby hillside. The completed beast hide quilts were taken by the beastmen to a newly excavated cave designated for storing winter garments. Neatly stacked upon bamboo mats and covered with ample beast hide to shield them from dust. Over the past few days, Lin Yi and Bai Di had excavated 2 small compartments within the central cave, with each having their own space across from one another, relocating their beast hides inside. Concerned for Ling Yan's warmth, Xiao Yujia also moved her in, which sparked Lin Ye's displeasure. Thus, Lin Yi personally dug out another small compartment beside theirs, placing the fluffy bundle of Ling Yan within, and then disregarded it. Meanwhile, the oblivious Ling Yan, lost in slumber, remained unaware of her forced separation from Xiao Yujia. Today, feeling somewhat fatigued, Xiao Yujia was on the verge of sleep when she caught sight of Lin Ye's enticing demeanor. "Jejia, it has been ages since we last shared a kiss. Lin Ye's magnetic voice rose softly at the end, his androgynous features rendering him an exquisite being. Xiao Yujia, captivated by Lin Ye's allure, felt her throat tighten as if ensnared by the charm of a serpent beast, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Chapter 26. The first whispers of the trading fair. Oh my heavens! How could there be such an alluring serpent beast? If only I had been born on this continent from the very start. Xiao Yujia mused, but soon recalled that some women on this continent possessed dark complexions, causing her to shake her head vigorously to dismiss the thought. What if she had been born here, with even a minuscule chance of being one of those dark-skinned women? Terrifying, truly terrifying, observing Xiao Yujia's animated gestures. Lin Yi wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, Lin Yi quietly drew her into his embrace. "Duh, what are you doing?" Startled by Lin Ye's strength, Xiao Yujia tumbled into his arms, letting out a surprised cry. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng, who had been on the verge of slumber, rushed out in alarm at the sound of Xiao Yujia's exclamation, concerned that Lin Yi was troubling her friend. However, before she could step fully out of the small compartment, Bai Di intercepted her. "Da Sheng, fret not. Jie is unharmed." Lin Yi would not mistreat her, Bai Di reassured, sensing her concerns. Yet, Bai Di couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Yi, suspecting that Jie had likely agreed to become his mate. Pondering this, Bai Di cast a glance at Yu Sheng, feeling somewhat wrong that the little female he cherished seemed only capable of holding hands and sharing sweet kisses, leaving him yearning for more. What Yu Sheng did not know was that she was rather naive about relationships. She believed that a couple's bond consisted solely of hand-holding and tender kisses. Simple. As Xiao Yujia would say, really? To Yu Sheng, Lin Yi appeared as a potential man-eating serpent demon. The notion that he would not harm her friend seemed implausible, leaving her skeptical of Bai Di's assurances. "Indeed, I swear by the beast god. In the Beastmen continent, males are forbidden from harming or bullying females, unless that female commits an unforgivable act, in which case she may be exiled from the tribe." Feeling unjustly doubted by the female he admired, Bai Di's heart ached with a sense of grievance, but he further explained, swearing an oath before the beast god. Under normal circumstances in the Beastmen continent, males do not harass females without cause, except in cases where the female has committed a grave offense or posed a threat to the tribe's interests. Take Hongxia, for instance. Although she can be quite overbearing, no tribesman dares to speak against her because she has not jeopardized the tribe's interests and thus does not face severe punishment. Very well, I believe you. Xiao Yujia had previously informed Yu Sheng that the beast god held the highest authority in this land, serving as the spiritual and faith leader of the continent. Since Bai Di had sworn to their deity, she decided to trust him. Just as she finished speaking, Yu Sheng began to doze off, nearly toppling to the ground. But Bai Di swiftly caught her and laid her gently upon the soft beast-hide bed, sighing in exasperation. Who could tell him whether he had committed some sin in a past life? Otherwise, how could he have developed feelings for a little female like Yu Sheng, who fell asleep as soon as evening fell? How could they ever become mates? While Bai Di was preoccupied with thoughts of how to court Yu Sheng, Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia were already engrossed in releasing the pent-up energy within them. However, Lin Yi still believed Xiao Yujia to be too young to go too far, so he limited himself to simple, sweet kisses. The next morning, Xiao Yujia joined the members of the Tiger Roar tribe for breakfast. Today, when the gathering team set out, Xiao Yujia opted to remain behind, as the salt or the beastmen had unearthed yesterday needed to be processed into refined salt promptly, to compensate for the lack of sea salt for curing jerky and preserving other foods. Moreover, she recalled Lin Yi mentioning the harshness of winter on this continent, with its bone-chilling winds. She needed to seek out Shi to craft wooden doors for each small compartment and the cave entrances to shield against snow and wind. As for constructing houses, that could only wait until after winter had passed. However, they could begin preparing the heated Kong to help everyone survive the winter. With determination, Xiao Yujia set about accomplishing her tasks. After finishing her breakfast, she first headed to the clearing designated for boiling down the refined salt. "Yujia, you've arrived. Come, take a look at this salt, or we mind. How should we go about processing it?" One of the elder beastmen inquired. The elder members of the tribe often felt burdensome since their arrival, and a number had taken it upon themselves to handle the salt-making process, finding comfort in contributing to the tribe. Xiao Yujia gazed at the large chunk of salt on the ground, her mouth twitching. Was this to facilitate storage when salt was not being made? The ore was rather large. It needed to be broken down into smaller pieces before being dissolved in water to filter out impurities. And only then could it be processed into salt. Though she explained this, she wondered how to effectively filter out the slight impurities within the salt, or do we understand? Yujia, thank you for your guidance. The elder beastmen expressed their gratitude. Without Xiao Yujia's assistance, they might have continued to be unproductive and unable to aid the tribe. Please, don't speak so. I owe my thanks to you. If it weren't for your efforts, the tribe wouldn't have sufficient salt for curing and preserving beast meat and wild vegetables. That as one of the elders began to kneel in gratitude, Xiao Yujia hurried to assist him back to his feet. Previously, she had heard that having an elder in the family was akin to having a treasure. Yet here, the elders chose to starve themselves rather than burden their families and the tribe, strengthening her resolve to bring about change on this continent. Elder, please break the salt or into smaller pieces. I will find a way to create a tool for filtering out the impurities. Xiao Yujia recognized that certain aspects of this continent had become fixed, and she could only make small changes. After informing the elder beastman, she sought out Shi for assistance in crafting a simple filter. Once Xiao Yujia departed, the elder beastmen resumed their work. That as Xiao Yujia searched for Shi among the various work sites, she eventually found him in the quiet corner where they had previously congregated, accompanied by several male beastmen who enjoyed crafting. Shi, could you help me create a tool? Xiao Yujia approached him and called out, lifting her gaze. She couldn't help but notice how his features were even more delicate than a woman's. Little female, you've returned. What do you need this time? Upon seeing Xiao Yujia, Shi was filled with an exuberance, for she brought forth tools and peculiar items he had never encountered before. Even though they were merely design sketches, they were sufficient to keep Shi engrossed in study for several days. The moment he expressed his enthusiasm, Xiao Yujia recognized his renewed interest in the design she held. Consequently, she utilized a piece of charcoal retrieved from the fire pit at the salt-making site to sketch a rudimentary filter upon the stone wall, advising Shi to consider making it larger. Shi nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding, and thus dedicated himself to the research of the simplified filter. Observing his fervor, Xiao Yujia felt reluctant to interrupt him, just as she turned to attend to other matters. She noticed the great shaman Wu by approaching her. Great shaman, have you come to seek me for something? She inquired, stepping forward to offer her assistance. Xiao Yujia was aware that the great shaman seldom ventured from his cave unless an important matter compelled him. Yujia, let us discuss this in your cave, the great shaman suggested, refraining from immediately divulging his purpose for seeking her, instead leading her to the cave where she and the others resided. Xiao Yujia surmised that he must have something of great significance to discuss, and thus she followed him. Upon their arrival at the cave, Xiao Yujia was taken aback. She had anticipated it would be a private conversation between just herself and the great shaman. Yet to her surprise, Chief Shiqiu and Aunt Fu Xiang were also present, along with Lin Yi, Bai Di, and Yusheng. It appeared that Chief Shiqiu had just returned from a cotton-picking expedition, while Lin Yi and his companions seemed weary from their recent endeavors. As Xiao Yujia helped the great shaman inside, she noticed the silence enveloping the group and chose to remain quiet herself, settling down beside Lin Yi. The great shaman and Chief Shiqiu exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Chief Shiqiu then addressed the assembly with a hint of gravity, stating, now that we are all gathered, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. That in 10 days, the annual tribal trading fair will commence, hosted by the White Lion tribe. That I hope that in the coming days, everyone can produce items for trade that we desperately need. Upon hearing the mention of the trading fair from Chief Shiqiu, Xiao Yujia found herself momentarily lost in thought. Had this continent truly reached a stage of barter? In contrast to her contemplations, Yusheng's mind raced with excitement at the prospect of encountering countless items she had never seen before. The differing thoughts of the two friends left one wondering how they had become such close companions. Father, who will be attending the trading fair this time? Bai Di inquired, fully aware of the items that would be exchanged. His primary curiosity lay in discovering who would represent them at this year's fair, as he wished to accompany Yusheng to trade for items she desired. Trading fair? Does this mean Jia can exchange for things she likes? Lin Yi chimed in, and upon hearing his son's words, Chief Shiqiu glanced at Bai Di and remarked, although Sheng and Yujia do not belong to the Tiger Roar tribe, they have assisted us greatly. As the chief of the Tiger Roar tribe, I will not restrict them. Whether they wish to attend is entirely up to their discretion, that I shall remain here this year, while Bai Di selects 10 warriors from our tribe to accompany him. Yes, father. I understand, Bai Di replied eagerly, finding no reason to disagree with such a proposal. Chief Shiqiu observed his son's elation, noting that ever since the arrival of Sheng, Bai Di had become somewhat foolishly cheerful. It was hard for him to admit that the boy beside him was indeed his own son, wishing he could pretend he had never had such a child. Unbeknownst to Bai Di, his father harbored a hint of disdain for him, a feeling as if he had never fathered Bai Di at all. However, Yujia, Chief Shiqiu began, hesitating as he looked at Xiao Yujia. Chief Shiqiu, please feel free to speak your mind, Xiao Yujia encouraged, sensing that the chief had something he wished to ask of her. Yujia, the method for preserving beast meat and the warm garments for winter were taught by you. Would it be possible for you to bring some of the dried meat and warm clothing to the trading fair for exchange with other tribes? Chief Shiqiu inquired cautiously, though the tribe members were not currently lacking in food or clothing. These resources had been brought forth by this young female, and without her, many might have perished during the harsh winter. Certainly, we all inhabit this orc continent, and there is nothing that cannot be shared. However, the production of refined salt should be limited in quantity for trade, as revealing its existence to ill-intentioned tribes could incite unforeseen conflicts. Xiao Yujia responded. During her time living here, she had gleaned various insights about the orc continent from the tribe members of the Tiger Roar tribe. She understood that the salt used for curing and preserving food, if discovered by malicious tribes, could spell disaster for the Tiger Roar tribe. Moreover, salt could substitute for beast blood, providing energy relief to the orcs and females. Until the Tiger Roar tribe became formidable, it was essential to eliminate any potential threats at their inception. Though some might view Xiao Yujia as ruthless, she genuinely cherished the tribe's members, despite not being an official part of the tribe. She and Yusheng had been treated with kindness, and Xiao Yujia wished for this remarkable tribe to endure through the sands of time. That I understand. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Xiao Yujia affirmed. Thank you, Yujia. Chief Shiqiu expressed his gratitude. Until now, he had not fully recognized the gravity of the situation. Salt had previously been scarce, obtained only through trade with certain tribes, and therefore not every tribe member could access it. Typically, it was reserved for the great shaman, who used it to aid the weaker females. Now, thanks to their arrival, every tribe member could partake in the salt that fortified their bodies, alleviating their weakness and dizziness. If this knowledge reached the ears of unscrupulous tribes, the Tiger Roar tribe would face catastrophic consequences. You need not thank me. I have merely provided guidance. Your tribe's members are resourceful. I have merely helped to awaken their potential. Xiao Yujia replied humbly. Chapter 27. Preparations for the trading fair regardless. I must express my gratitude to you, Yujia. While Xiao Yujia insisted she had done little, for Chief Shiqiu, even the simplest guidance had empowered the tribe members to manage various tasks, which would have been unimaginable in the past. You are too courteous, Chief Shiqiu. Now that I have chosen to reside here permanently, it is only natural for me to impart some skills for living to the tribe members. For Xiao Yujia, such expressions of gratitude were rare, that in this unfamiliar world, apart from her mother and Yu Sheng, no one had ever shown such appreciation. Her classmates had often regarded her as an eccentric girl, her naturally aloof demeanor not winning her many friends. She had always been accompanied solely by Yu Sheng, and she found no fault in this, for Yu Sheng had grown up alongside her. Even if Xiao Yujia was a few months her elder. Turning her gaze to Lin Yi beside her, Xiao Yujia smiled gently. Since her arrival in this land, she had come to cherish the companionship, especially as Yu Sheng had found someone she adored. With that being said, let us begin preparations for the items we need to trade at the fair starting tomorrow. In 10 days, Bai Di will lead the group to the trading fair, Chief Shiqiu declared, observing that everyone agreed with the plan. Thus, they resolved to commence preparations for the trading fair and the necessary items to exchange with other tribes. Then, starting tomorrow, we shall rely on you, Yujia, Chief Shiqiu stated, acknowledging the burden that would fall upon her shoulders, as she was the only one knowledgeable in the required tasks. Chief Shiqiu, aside from hunting, could offer little assistance, but he intended to help organize the tribe members in preparing for the trading fair to alleviate some of Xiao Yujia's load. It won't be a burden, Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head. She felt no hardship in performing these tasks, as she had done similar work at home. It was merely a change of location and environment. Then we shall not disturb you further, Chief Shiqiu concluded before leaving the cave to assist with the game. Lin Yi and the others had brought back that as Xiao Yuzhe watched the chief depart. She decided not to linger in the cave any longer and instead sought out Shi in a quiet corner of the open area. "Little female, you have arrived," Shi exclaimed as Xiao Yuzhe drew nearer. Stone Wing had already caught a whiff of her scent from a distance. Upon looking up, he confirmed that it was indeed her, ambling gracefully ahead. The sight of her approaching brought him immense joy. "Oh, right, little female, the filter you requested has been completed. Would you care to give it a try?" Noticing Xiao Yuzhe halt a mere 5 paces away, calculated in accordance with her strides, Stone Wing extended the rudimentary filter he had just crafted towards her. "Thank you." Xiao Yuzhe intended to accept the filter from Stone Wing's hands, yet upon glimpsing its size, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her hands hovered awkwardly in midair. This is far too large. How could I possibly carry it?" "Little female, allow me to assist you in transporting it." Observing the sudden pause of Xiao Yuzhe's hands, Stone Wing realized he had indeed made it too large for her to manage. Thus he offered his help to move the filter while she guided the way. "That would be most kind of you." Xiao Yuzhe bowed slightly to Stone Wing, acquiescing to his suggestion, knowing she simply could not move it on her own. It is no trouble at all. "Where would you like it moved?" Stone Wing shook his head, feeling no inconvenience. On the contrary, he was elated to have created something he had never encountered before. "Please take it to the salt-making site." Since Stone Wing had already made the offer, Xiao Yuzhe felt no need to hesitate, turning around to indicate the nearby area where salt was being produced. "Understood," Stone Wing replied, following Xiao Yuzhe towards the salt-making site. At that moment, the hunting team's orc warriors had completed their tasks, processing the hunted game into even strips for the females preparing cured meat, before heading off to assist in other areas. Lin Yi surmised that Xiao Yuzhe might be at the salt-making site, and indeed, he spotted her silhouette there. However, as he approached, he discovered that Xiao Yuzhe was busily tinkering with a wooden barrel, nearly as tall as her and large enough to accommodate 2 of her. Indeed, you guessed correctly, the wooden barrel Xiao Yuzhe was working on was the rudimentary filter crafted by Stone Wing. In that moment, Xiao Yuzhe donated a piece of gauze, wrapping it around the water outlet at the bottom of the barrel, then methodically layered stones, river sand, and charcoal produced from the fire into the filter's compartments. It must be said, the filter was impressively constructed. Stone Wing had even devised 3 compartments near the bottom, each with fine holes, while the aperture at the bottom of the barrel was slightly larger to facilitate a quicker flow of water. Once the rudimentary filter was assembled, Xiao Yuzhe gestured for the older orcs to pour buckets of salt mineral powder, now mixed with river water, into the filter. "Yuzhe, does this filter really work? Can it truly eliminate the trace impurities from the salt minerals?" One of the elder orcs, observing the large barrel before him, expressed doubt regarding its efficacy. "My dear elder, we shall only know through trial that if it proves unsuccessful, we can ask Stone Wing to make adjustments. Or perhaps we can add other filtering materials to the mixture. In truth, Xiao Yuzhe held little hope for the filter. Moreover, the orcs were encountering such a contraption for the first time. Skepticism was natural. Especially since it was a rudimentary version, its efficacy remained uncertain. Lin Yi seemed to sense Xiao Yuzhe's feelings, stepping beside her and gently patting her shoulder, signaling her not to give up prematurely. "I'm fine," Xiao Yuzhe replied, shaking her head, striving to dispel any negative emotions. Just as everyone had resigned themselves to the filter's likely failure, clear salt water suddenly flowed from the outlet at the bottom of the filter. Xiao Yuzhe extended her finger to the outlet, collecting a drop of the translucent salt water to taste. It lacks the bitterness of before. It seems to have succeeded." A wave of pure salty flavor enveloped her palate, indicating that her layering was indeed correct. "Indeed, the bitterness has vanished." Upon hearing Xiao Yuzhe's words, the elder orc mimicked her, dipping his finger into the outlet to sample the clear salt water. To his astonishment, the bitterness had disappeared, leaving only the pure salty flavor. With one elder's trial, the others began to follow suit, dipping their fingers into the outlet and tasting the salt water, all expressing surprise at the absence of bitterness, savoring only the pure saltiness. Since the bitterness is gone, let us commence the arduous task of boiling the salt. With the filter proving effective, Xiao Yuzhe entrusted the elder orcs with the responsibility of refining the salt. "It is no trouble at all. We owe you our gratitude, Yuzhe. Were it not for you, we would still be living day by day. For these previously unremarkable elder orcs, this endeavor was not burdensome. Rather, it rekindled a sense of purpose in their lives. Since you gentlemen say so, I shall refrain from further comment, but please do take care of your health and do not overexert yourselves. Having toiled in the tribe for the better part of their lives, Xiao Yujia chose her words carefully, knowing that excessive concern might elicit their disdain for her perceived inability to contribute. Thus, she merely urged the elder orcs to be mindful of their well-being before discussing other matters with Stonewing. Thus, Xiao Yujia spent her day in a flurry of activity, feeling it worthwhile as it would allow herself and Yu Sheng to navigate this unfamiliar world with greater comfort. That evening, Lin Yi and Qian Yu began a tender exchange. Jejia, once the trading event concludes, shall we pray to the beast god for a bond? Lin Yi tentatively inquired, feeling an impatience bubbling within him. Although he perceived Xiao Yujia as still immature, he believed they could form a bond now, leaving discussions of offspring for later. All right, Xiao Yujia replied, acquiescing to Lin Ye's request, her gentle breath wafting against his chest, inciting a sense of warmth and restlessness within him. The following day, Xiao Yujia rose, washed up, had breakfast, and commenced another day of busyness, preparing for the impending trading event, besides the items needed for exchange within the tribe. The accompanying females were also required to prepare ample animal hides to barter for preferred goods and food at the trading event. Today, the orc members of the hunting team, besides retrieving prey from the traps, would return to the tribe and gather in small groups to venture into the forest, hunting to amass sufficient animal hides for the trading event, allowing them to acquire unique trinkets for their companions. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Bai Di were fervently hunting the larger and rarer beasts of the forest, intent on securing more items and food for their future partners during the trading event. At this juncture, Stone Wing was diligently constructing windbreak doors at the entrances of each cave, measuring and adjusting the lengths of the wooden boards he had retrieved, as the cave entrances were semi-elliptical in shape. Thus, he could only measure and create simultaneously, binding each board with twine crafted from the extracted fibers of vines, carefully heating and connecting each piece that, on the other hand, Xiao Yuji's cotton-picking team was tirelessly transporting cartloads of cotton. After crafting animal hide quilts, they also produced a dozen or so garments and capes from animal hides. With surplus materials remaining, Xiao Yujia feared waste and taught the females to twist the cotton into thread, forming it into balls for convenience and later weaving into cotton scarves that as the wooden needles danced in Xiao Yujia's hands. She felt an urge to attempt weaving herself, yet the two wooden needles began to feel somewhat unruly. She glanced up at the learning females, shaking her head in resignation, thus slowing her pace to teach them step by step. Soon, the females seemed to unlock newfound skills, their speed accelerating, remarkably, by day's end. Each had crafted nearly 50 scarves. The workload was truly impressive, leaving Xiao Yujia in awe. Glancing at her own hands, she realized she had only completed 2 scarves, feeling significantly left behind in the ensuing days. The members of the Tiger Roar tribe, along with Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, engaged in similar tasks, curing meat strips, subsequently smoking them into jerky, weaving various sizes of bamboo baskets, and sewing animal hide quilts, garments, and capes alongside cotton scarves. Thus, the tribe members of Tiger Roar tribe spent 9 days in this bustling existence. With today marking the final day, they diligently prepared the items needed for the upcoming trading event, during which Hong Xia had made frequent attempts to disrupt their efforts. Yet no one paid her any heed, not even Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, who didn't spare her a glance, seeing that no one acknowledged her. Hong Xia returned to her cave in a huff. Jejia, do make sure to eat something, that I'll handle the rest, Lin Yi urged, taking on the remaining tasks. Lin Yi observed that Xiao Yujia had been busy all morning without even having breakfast. He could only prepare a simple meal of her favorite roasted meat and fresh bamboo shoot soup. Thank you, Xiao Yujia said as she accepted the roasted meat and bamboo shoot soup from Lin Yi, savoring each bite. Had Lin Yi not brought her food, she might have nearly forgotten about her missed breakfast. As Lin Yi delivered the food to Xiao Yujia, the other females present also received meals from their partners. Setting aside their tasks to eat, did I end that moment. The clearing was filled solely with the sounds of eating, while the males took over the tasks of their partners, quickly grasping how to proceed. And soon each was capable of crafting dozens of scarves. Bai, the great shaman, continued his routine of drying herbs in front of the cave, observing the busy and smiling faces of his kin. He felt that everything about being here was worthwhile. Had it not been for the chief's decree, many more tribe members might have perished in their original settlement. The current harmonious atmosphere, filled with laughter, was something they had never dared to imagine. Fearing that at any moment, their tribe might be attacked by larger tribes or slaughtered by wandering beasts. Chapter 28. The adorable rabbit. After concluding their final day of toil, Xiao Yujia and her companions hastily shared a meal with the members of the Tiger Howl tribe. The people of this land had no evening entertainment, so everyone quickly returned to their caves to rest, except for those orcs with partners who were engaged in the act of procreation. This night was unusually quiet. Inside the cave, Xiao Yujia listened to the sounds of the Tiger Howl tribe orcs busily engaged in their activities in another cave, feeling a twinge of irritation. This cave had terrible sound insulation. Once winter passed, she vowed to construct a proper home. Lost in thoughts of these pleasant prospects, Xiao Yujia failed to notice Lin Ye's hand roaming over her body. Why does it feel so itchy? The sensation made her slightly uncomfortable, and when her gaze fell to her waist, she swiftly swatted Lin Ye's misbehaving hand away, scolding, "Stop it. We have to accompany Bai Di to the trading fair tomorrow." "It's fine. I'll carry you there tomorrow," Lin Yi replied, seemingly unfazed by her warning, as her presence constantly stirred his heart. The alluringly soft voice brushed against her ear, testing her defenses, and Xiao Yujia felt she might soon succumb. My heavens! How could there be such a tantalizing snake beast? Jia, considering how many animal pelts I prepared for you, can we? Sensing the inviting aura from Xiao Yujia, Lin Yi seized the opportunity to push further. Pointing to the neatly stacked animal pelts in the large bamboo basket before her, hoping to negotiate the terms for advancing their relationship. Absolutely not. Xiao Yujia firmly swatted Lin Ye's hand away again. Then, as an afterthought, turned her head and gently pressed her lips against his, softly saying, "Get some sleep. We need to be on the road early tomorrow." Thinking that if Lin Yi didn't gain something beneficial, he might not let her rest peacefully that night, she decided to give him a little sweetness now to prevent any disturbances during her slumber. Indeed, this small gesture of affection satisfied Lin Yi. He ceased his teasing and gently pulled her into his embrace, burying his face in her neck, inhaling her scent before drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, all the females in the tribe united to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for the orcs who were about to attend the trading fair. Bai Di organized the items to be taken for trade, while Lin Yi assisted Xiao Yujia in packing the animal pelts she intended to barter with other tribes, ensuring to include the cloak she had woven from cotton thread over the past 10 days before they both exited the cave. "Jia, come quickly for breakfast. We'll be setting off soon." Upon seeing Xiao Yujia approach, Yusheng hurriedly handed her the breakfast he had prepared. "Thank you." Xiao Yujia glanced at the meal, which was a clear broth made from sweet potatoes. She brought it to her lips for a taste, and a different sweetness, distinct from roasted sweet potatoes, filled her mouth. Xiao Yujia closed her eyes in bliss, lamenting slightly, "Oh, if only we could find some rice. We could make sweet potato porridge that is delicious." After finishing a bowl of sweet potato soup, Xiao Yujia noticed Yusheng gazing at her with sparkling eyes, much like a child awaiting praise. "It's delicious. Did you make this, Ashen?" The sweet potatoes of the Orc continent were naturally sweet and required little embellishment. Yet sensing the anticipation in Yusheng's eyes, Xiao Yujia guessed that the soup was her handiwork and asked uncertainly. "Yes, yes." Upon receiving Xiao Yujia's compliment, Yusheng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "Your skills are commendable. Keep it up." Seeing Yusheng nod, Xiao Yujia praised her again, knowing that Yusheng had rarely cooked at home, as her mother usually handled the meals, only stepping in to prepare 1 or 2 dishes when her mother was absent. Now, to be able to cook a large pot of food for the entire tribe was quite impressive. Just as Xiao Yujia prepared to turn and wash the dishes by the river, a thought struck her. She handed her cotton cloak to Yusheng, saying softly, "Asheng, this cloak is for you that I made it over the past few days. It might get a bit chilly on our journey." "Thank you." Yusheng accepted the cloak from Xiao Yujia, stroking it. The fabric felt even softer than the cotton garments of modern huaxia. This was truly clothing made from cotton. Incredibly comfortable. Xiao Yujia smiled, seeing how much Yusheng appreciated it, and felt reassured. Not wishing to disturb her as she reveled in the cloak's softness, Xiao Yujia turned and walked toward the river. A short while later, Bai Di had gathered all the items needed for the trading fair and also brought food for the tribe members who had been traveling for nearly a month. He was uncertain how many days the journey would take, but believed they could return to the tribe before winter's arrival without any mishaps. Once everything was prepared, Baidi loaded the items onto a cart, which one of the orcs transformed into beast form to pull, while the others shifted into their beast forms. Following the procession, as it departed amidst the farewells of their this moment. Sitting on her partner's back, Hong Xia cast a malevolent glare at Xiao Yujia, Yu Sheng, and Hong Yu, who were seated on the cart. Hong Xia had not originally been slated to attend the trading fair, but had leveraged her father's contributions to the tribe to obtain a spot. What mischief might she be plotting against Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng along the way? After the orcs left the tribe with their goods, they journeyed for an entire day before finally exiting the desolate plains. Noticing the sun was nearly setting, Baidi suggested they rest for the night in the ruins of the original Tiger Howl tribe's cave to continue their journey in the morning. No one voiced any objections, as the original site of the Tiger Howl tribe was closest to the forest. After a discussion, the orcs quickly made their way to the cave of the original Tiger Howl tribe. Cough, cough. Upon arrival, the sight of scattered corpses prompted Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng to cough a few times to alert their future partners nearby. Indeed, this was the aftermath of the previous assault by the wandering orcs on the Tiger Howl tribe. The wandering orcs living on the orc continent had no habit of burying the bodies of slain tribe members. They merely discarded them where they fell, leaving them for the beasts of the forest to consume. "Let us find a place to bury our kin," Baidi said, feeling a sense of unease as he surveyed the scattered remains. Some bodies were relatively intact, while others had been devoured by the forest beasts. In truth, some had even been consumed by the wandering orcs. But Baidi was unaware of this. Upon hearing Baidi's command, all orcs, except those monitoring the cart, set about cleaning up the corpses, digging a deep pit behind the original tribe site to inter them. Next, Baidi led Xiao Yujia and the others to the cave designated for refuge, as it provided ample space to accommodate all the tribe members who had arrived that day. Baidi and the tribe members quickly tidied up the cave and brought in the cart loaded with goods. Everyone lit a fire for warmth, consumed some food, and aside from leaving a few members to keep watch, the rest settled in for the night. Due to the cold ground, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were soon curled up in balls, cradled in their respective partners' arms, that as night fell, aside from the occasional roar of beasts from the forest, everything remained calm. The orcs heading to the trading fair arose, quickly consumed a simple breakfast, and hurriedly prepared to continue their journey. Hong Xiao remained unusually quiet throughout the journey, showing no signs of intent to harm Xiao Yujia or Yu Sheng. Could it be that she has reconsidered her intentions? Has she decided to abandon Baidi? Or is she currently brewing some nefarious scheme, waiting for the right moment against Xiao Yujia and her companions? Despite the silence that enveloped Hong Xia throughout the journey, Xiao Yujia held a vastly different opinion. She was filled with trepidation, aware that the turmoil within her could erupt at any moment, potentially implicating the three of them. Thus, she remained vigilant, closely monitoring Hong Xia's demeanor. Meanwhile, Hong Xia, in her misguided self-satisfaction, believed that Xiao Yujia and the others had not discerned her actions, reveling in the illusion that her scheme was flawlessly executed. The territory of the White Lion tribe lay in the southern expanse of the eastern continent, and thus Baidi and his entourage of orcs pressed onward relentlessly toward the south. Upon reaching the halfway mark of the forest, Baidi abruptly halted the group, announcing the approach of other orcs. The moment those words were uttered, an air of alertness swept through the gathered orcs, their eyes darting about, scanning for the possible presence of other orcs nearby. "Baidi, how many orcs are there?" Yu Sheng, encountering such a situation for the first time in this world, felt uncertain about the intentions of the approaching orcs, her worry palpable. "There are many, and I can sense the presence of females among them." Baidi responded, his tone measured as he conveyed the potential threat. Although he could not ascertain the exact number, he sensed a significant presence. For the orcs present, Baidi's initial statement was of little concern, as they were seasoned warriors familiar with the rigors of battle. However, his subsequent revelation about the presence of females sent a jolt of excitement through the ranks of single orcs, igniting their curiosity about the appearance of these females. Would they be as alluring as Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng? Ever since the single orcs of the Hushao tribe had glimpsed the beauty of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, they had come to find them endearingly petite, and over time had unconsciously begun to regard them as objects of affection. Yet the two females sought only one partner, leaving the single orcs to temper their aspirations while still yearning for companionship. If not with Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, then perhaps with another female of equal merit. Unbeknownst to them, there were no other females in the Orc continent that could rival the charm of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Awo, Awo, goddess, the orcs in the distance are drawing closer. As the sounds of approaching footsteps intensified, the little spirit flame in Xiao Yujia's arms grew, increasingly restless. Be quiet. I trust Bai Di and the others will handle it, she murmured, gently stroking the spirit flame to soothe its anxious disposition. Though Xiao Yujia was equally concerned about the nature of the distant orcs, she felt it inappropriate to intervene, as those attending the trade fair were members of the Hushao tribe. While she could lend a hand in daily affairs, she preferred not to involve herself in matters of combat. As the footsteps grew nearer, Bai Di and his company finally discerned the approaching orcs. At a glance, they recognized them as the nomadic orcs from the eastern continent. Among them was a female, frantically running while cradling a young orc in her arms, with the assistance of her companions. She had managed to cover considerable ground, but now, with the last of her allies slain by the nomadic orcs, her strength was waning. Help! Help me! The female caught sight of Bai Di and his group, grasping at the chance for salvation. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she altered her plea. Please, save my young one. With that, she set down her infant and turned to face the encroaching nomadic orcs, determined to shield her child from their onslaught. Quick, save her! Just as the female was about to be struck by a stone knife wielded by a nomadic orc, Bai Di led his kin into action. However, they were a moment too late. Bai Di had to redirect his tribe's efforts to prevent the nomadic orcs from seizing their belongings. Ling Yin, fetch that young one. Awo. Yes, goddess. As Bai Di and his companions engaged in battle with the nomadic orcs, they were unable to spare attention for the surviving infant. Xiao Yujia instructed the spirit flame to retrieve the abandoned child. In a flash, the little spirit flame darted away, leaving Xiao Yujia momentarily stunned. This unexpected display left Yu Sheng and Han Yu astonished as well. Initially, they had perceived the spirit flame merely as a young creature, but it appeared there was more to it than met the eye. Moments later, the spirit flame returned, carefully carrying a snow-white young rabbit and leaping on Xiao Yujia's lap. The spirit flame placed the rabbit down and let out a triumphant awo. Thank you, Ling Yin. You did wonderfully, Xiao Yujia praised, gently caressing the rabbit's pure white fur, which elicited a contented purr from the spirit flame. After inspecting the rabbit closely, Xiao Yujia found it unharmed, evidently well protected by its mother, though it was somewhat undernourished. What an adorable little creature. Chapter 29 of First Encounter Greetings. Jejia, this little white rabbit is so cute. Should we keep it? Yu Sheng gazed at the pure white rabbit in Xiao Yujia's arms, her heart brimming with youthful exuberance. This feeling was one she had not experienced since arriving in this land. It wasn't that the young orcs of the Hushao tribe were unattractive. Rather, they were often absent from the tribe, with the slightly older cubs already accompanying adult male orcs on hunts. However, since their arrival at the Wuhuang Plains, due to hunting traps, the young orc cubs primarily remained within the tribe, either learning to set traps under the guidance of adult males or training in hunting techniques. Yu Sheng, busy assisting Xiao Yujia and the other females, rarely encountered the young orc cubs. Yet, ever since Xiao Yujia had brought back the spirit flame, Yu Sheng had taken to stealthily visiting its den before undertaking her tasks, indulging in the pleasure of petting its fur before departing. Unbeknownst to her, her visits had not gone unnoticed. Among the females of the Orc continent, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng possessed the cleanest scents, and the spirit flame, perceiving Yu Sheng merely as a harmless female, had not revealed her secret, instead relishing the gentle strokes she provided. If one were to inquire about any special essence exuding from Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, Lin Yi and Bai Di would be the ones to answer, as they often lingered near the two. Should one ask, they would readily explain that Xiao Yujia carried not only a clean fragrance, but also the refreshing essence of the forest, tinged with a hint of herbal aroma. Yu Sheng, too, exuded a clean scent paired with the cool, bracing breeze of the sea. Though she bore an adorable visage, her overall demeanor exuded a somewhat aloof air. Xiao Yujia murmured, agreeing that the little white rabbit was indeed charming. It appeared to be an orc cub, yet something felt amiss. Frowning slightly as she examined the rabbit in her arms, deep thoughts began to brew. Jia, what's wrong? Why the sudden frown? Yushin queried, her concern evident. Yes, Jia, what's troubling you? Frowning doesn't suit you, Hanyu chimed in, sensing an air of unease. Though Yusheng remained oblivious, Hanyu, being a native of the Orc continent, possessed a heightened sense of smell, allowing her to detect unusual scents. That I'm fine. There's no need for concern, Xiao Yujia reassured them, shaking her head. Yet, as she turned the rabbit over in her arms, her eyes widened in astonishment. To her shock, the rabbit's lower body bore no masculine traits, but rather displayed those of a female. This little white rabbit is not a male or cub, but a female cub. The moment Xiao Yujia uttered this revelation, both Yusheng and Hongyu, seated nearby, were left speechless, their eyes wide with curiosity as they regarded the rabbit in Xiao Yujia's arms. Jia, how do you know that this rabbit cub is female? Hongyu inquired, her intrigue piqued. She found it hard to believe at first, but was genuinely curious about how Jia had come to this conclusion, especially since, in the Orc continent, it was commonly understood that male orc cubs were born in beast form and only transitioned to human form upon maturity, while females were born in human form. Hanyu had never encountered a female cub that was born in beast form. Look here, Xiao Yujia said, her expression suddenly serious as she pointed to the rabbit's private area. At her words, Yusheng understood that Xiao Yujia had indeed examined the rabbit closely. Hanyu, however, scrutinized the area Xiao Yujia indicated, pondering for a moment before nodding in understanding. Hanyu, do you know what this means? Xiao Yujia gathered from Lin Yi that male beastmen are born in their beast form, while only females are born in human form. This particular situation had not been disclosed to her by Lin Yi, which left her quite curious. Meanwhile, Yusheng, who stood beside her, gazed at Hongyu with a look of intrigue, causing Hongyu to feel a bit anxious. She shook her head and stammered, I don't know either. Never mind. I'll ask by D when they return. Since Hongyu admitted her ignorance, Xiao Yujia ceased her scrutiny, realizing that they would have to wait until Bai Di and his companions dealt with the group of rogue beastmen before they could inquire further. Perhaps they would have insight into this matter. Feeling relief as Xiao Yujia and Yusheng turned their attention away, Hongyu exhaled deeply. With Xiao Yujia's statement, both of them simply nodded in agreement. Not far from them, sitting on her partner's back, Hong Xia had overheard their entire conversation. The notion of female cubs being born in their beast form was new to her, but she sensed an opportunity to exploit this information. Suddenly, amidst the calm anticipation of Baidi's triumphant return, a hoarse cry pierced the air. Baidi's voice strained and desperate. All eyes turned toward the source of the commotion, revealing Baidi and his companions returning in disarray, each bearing various injuries. The sight was heart-wrenching for those seated on the cart, especially as they noticed over 20 rogue beastmen trailing closely behind. The 10 beastmen accompanying Baidi could hardly withstand the onslaught for long. Upon hearing Baidi's call, the beastman responsible for pulling the cart hastily urged it away, creating a growing distance between them and Lin Ye's group. Xiao Yujia felt a rising panic in her chest. In a sudden burst of determination, she stood up on the rapidly moving cart, startling Hong Yu and Yu Sheng, who quickly urged her to sit down. Jia, please sit down. It's too dangerous, Yu Sheng implored. Yes, Jia, it's far too perilous. Just sit. Hong Yu echoed, don't sit down. Let her be thrown from here. Hong Xia, gleefully amused by the unfolding chaos, thought to herself that if Xiao Yujia were to be flung from the moving cart, then Bai Di and that handsome snake beastman would be hers. Just as Hong Xia anticipated Xiao Yujia's ejection from the cart, Xiao Yujia entrusted her small, white rabbit to Yu Sheng, gently saying, please take care of her for me. With a swift motion, she leapt into the air, utilizing the currents of wind to remain suspended, creating the illusion of flight that as Xiao Yujia detached from the cart. The beastman pulling it came to a halt. Drawing a long whip from his waist, he raised it towards Baidi's group, assuming that Xiao Yujia would lash out at them, to show his surprise. A slight movement of her hand sent the whip coiling around Baidi and his companions, who had reverted to their human forms, thereby extricating them from the clutches of the pursuing rogue beastmen. The captured beastmen were taken aback. How could such a seemingly frail female possess such strength? Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yujia's power was not significantly greater than theirs. In fact, she might even be weaker than the most feeble female beastman on the continent. However, through skillful technique, she was able to lift several of them with ease. After depositing Lin Ye's group in front of the cart, Xiao Yujia confronted the rogue beastmen. Hu Ba and Bao Feng halted upon noticing her blocking their path. Hu Ba, mesmerized by the sight of the pale-skinned Xiao Yujia, approached her with a lewd grin, saying, "Little female, are you coming to join us?" At this moment, Lin Yi instinctively wanted to rush out and confront the rogue beastman who had taken an interest in his future mate. But Bai Di held him back, preventing him from acting on his impulse. Hu Ba misinterpreted Xiao Yujia's approach as an intention to join their ranks, but she had no intention of following them back. Her purpose here was to teach the beastmen a lesson. Disgusted by the lecherous expression on Hu Ba's face, Xiao Yujia wasted no time in cracking her whip against him. The strike was powerful, catching Hu Ba off guard and eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that Hu Ba, "Are you all right? This little female is not to be trifled with." Bao Feng quickly rushed over to assess Hu Ba's injury, noting the prominent and painful whip mark on his arm. Furious, Hu Ba let out a roar and transformed into a massive golden tiger, larger than Bai Di and his companions in beast form. Preparing to pounce on Xiao Yujia. "Stop!" a familiar voice echoed from above, halting the rogue beastmen in their tracks. Xiao Yujia glanced towards the sky, spotting a man clad in an elegant dark green robe, suspended in midair, effortlessly riding the wind. Upon seeing this man, both Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were taken aback. "That I see another traveler like us?" they wondered. The man, appearing calm, addressed Xiao Yujia with a simple greeting. "Nice to meet you. My name is..." Before he could finish, he merely moved his lips and gestured for Hu Ba and the others to retreat. However, Xiao Yujia keenly observed the man's movements and, interpreting the motion of his lips, deduced that his name was Tung Shua. Once she confirmed that the group of rogue beastmen had retreated, Xiao Yujia slowly descended from the air, landing gracefully into a sturdy embrace. Looking up, she found herself in Lin Ye's arms and smiled at him, a gesture that banished all his worries. They quickly returned to the cart. The concerned voices of Yu Sheng and Hong Yu reached her ears. "Jejia, are you all right?" Yu Sheng asked. "Yes, are you okay?" Hong Yu echoed that "I'm fine." Xiao Yujia reassured them, shaking her head as she took the small, white rabbit from Yu Sheng's hands. She then turned to Lin Yi and inquired, "Lin Yi, have you ever encountered female cubs that are born in their beast form?" "Female cubs born in their beast form?" Lin Yi echoed, momentarily thinking he had misheard her. Upon seeing Xiao Yujia nod, he simply replied that he had not encountered such a phenomenon. Xiao Yujia then turned to Bai Di and asked, "Bai Di, have you ever seen female cubs born in their beast form?" "Yes," Bai Di affirmed, nodding. "Those are females with ancestral bloodlines. Only those possessing such bloodlines are born in their beast form, and they can hunt alongside beastmen warriors as they grow. Ancestral bloodlines are more frequently observed in females, and while some may be born with their beast form, others may trigger it later in life or during pregnancy. In contrast, the occurrence of ancestral bloodlines among male beastmen is relatively rare. It is fortunate if one appears in a tribe within a decade. Sometimes, it can take a millennium before a male beastman with such a lineage is born. Thank you for the clarification." Bai Di, Xiao Yujia responded, her understanding deepening. The concept of ancestral bloodlines, as the name suggests, refers to the phenomenon of ancestral traits reappearing, akin to occurrences in contemporary China, where such phenomena manifest differently in each individual. Although many in China pride themselves as descendants of dragons, few possess traits reminiscent of dragons, and those who do may find themselves subjects of scientific inquiry. In Xiao Yujia's mind, individuals exhibiting such traits often faced myriad troubles, constantly wary of friends who might turn them in for research. "Bai Di, how far are we from the White Lion tribe? When will we arrive?" Seeing Xiao Yujia lost in thought, Yu Sheng quickly interjected to steer the conversation. 3 days, Bai Di replied. Chapter 30. Arrival at the White Lion tribe. Since we have 3 days ahead, we should hasten our journey. That group of rogue beastmen likely won't catch up with us. Xiao Yujia remarked thoughtfully that if her suspicions were correct, the man who had floated in the air earlier was probably the leader of the rogue beastmen. Tung Shua radiated an aura of danger. Xiao Yujia was uncertain whether Tung Shua was a fellow traveler from their original world, but she felt instinctively that he was not a good person. After all, why would he constantly incite rogue beastmen to capture the females of the beastman continent? What could he possibly want with them? Xiao Yujia was only aware that Tung Shua had incited the rogue beastmen to raid the tribe for females, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the rogue beastmen already harbored a habit of seizing females from the tribe. Tung Shua merely took advantage of this predisposition to fulfill his own ambitions. Nonetheless, the dangerous aura exuded by Tung Shua instilled a sense of caution in her. Bai Di acknowledged with a sound. Continuing on the journey with a group of beastmen heading to the trading fair. Prior to their departure, Chief Shiqiu had advised him to ensure the safety of both Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng occasionally lacked decisiveness. Thus, the journey to the trading fair primarily revolved around Xiao Yujia. During their previous conversations in the cave, Bai Di had discerned from the words of the shamanesses that Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng did not belong to this realm, and the shamaness even suspected that they might be the legendary goddesses. Upon hearing such remarks, Bai Di instinctively elevated the status of Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng within the tribe, possibly even above that of his father and the shamaness. As Bai Di led his kin through the forest towards the trading fair, they did not pause to rest at midday, but instead consumed dried meat. While on the move, it was only when dusk approached that Bai Di found a cave nestled against the mountainside. A suitable place for a temporary respite, as the males approached the cave, ensuring that no wild beasts lingered, they began to prepare the space. Jia, let us enter. The cave has been tidied up, Lin Yi announced, emerging alongside the beastmen of the Tiger Howl tribe who had been assisting with the cleanup. Upon stepping out, he approached Xiao Yujia, extending his arms, awaiting her descent into his embrace. Xiao Yujia smiled softly and replied affirmatively. Rising from the cart and gracefully leaping into the arms that, though cold, provided her with a sense of warmth. Witnessing her friend being embraced by the towering Lin Yi, Yu Sheng felt a pang of sorrow and injustice. However, upon turning to observe the silver-haired figure with a hairstyle distinct from Lin Ye's, a genuine, gentle smile blossomed on her face, dissipating the remnants of her discontent. Shortly thereafter, she too was enveloped in warmth as Bai Di lifted her directly from the cart. Hong Yu watched as her recently acquainted friends were swept away by their future partners, a sudden emptiness stirring within her, reminiscent of the time spent living with Hong Xia, leaving her feeling somewhat powerless. Hong Yu, allow me to carry you down. Just as Hong Yu thought no one would come to acknowledge her, she was taken aback by a deep, magnetic voice. Raising her gaze, she was met with the youthful yet strikingly handsome visage of Xing Ke. The beastman warrior who had always trailed Bai Di, to her surprise, he had accompanied them to the trading fair, in truth. Xing Ke had petitioned Chief Shiqiu to join the expedition upon learning that Hong Yu was among those destined for the trading fair. Having watched Xing Ke grow up, the chief seldom received such requests. Thus he acquiesced, permitting him to accompany the group. Thank you, Xing Ke. Hong Yu found herself momentarily entranced by his handsome face, while Xing Ke, upon making contact with her, felt a warm flush creep up his ears, though Hong Yu remained unaware as he gently lifted her from the cart. When Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng reached the mouth of the cave, they noticed Hong Yu had not followed. Turning around, they discovered her locked in a gaze with a beast man she was not particularly familiar with, the tips of their ears and cheeks tinged with a faint blush. They exchanged knowing smiles before turning away, opting to enter the cave instead. Descending from her partner's back, Hong Xia caught sight of her younger sister and Xing Ke exchanging glances, a surge of anger igniting within her. She strode over, shoving Hong Yu away from Xing Ke and sneering. Xing Ke is the most formidable and accomplished beastman aside from Bai Di. You are merely the slave birthed by my mother. Do you think you are worthy? Hong Yu stumbled to the ground, stifling a groan as she glanced at her bleeding elbow, then toward her sister, who shared a bloodline yet treated her as anything but a sibling. At times, Hong Yu felt particularly unfortunate to be the sister of the malicious Hong Xia. How she wished she could have been the sister of another beast man or female within the tribe. Perhaps then she would have known a happier existence. Hong Xia glared at Hong Yu, her expression devoid of any semblance of familial affection, instead resembling that of a rival. Indeed, Hong Xia had taken a liking to Xing Ke. She believed that in addition to becoming Bai Di's mate and the future matriarch of the tribe, all capable and handsome males should rightfully belong to her. Thus, any female who dared to approach a male she coveted would find herself swiftly distanced from him, by any means necessary, even if it meant causing them to vanish without a trace. Hong Yu, are you all right? Xing Ke suddenly snapped back to reality, rushing forward to help Hong Yu to her feet upon witnessing her fall. Although he rarely interacted with females aside from his mother, his tone was filled with urgency, yet his demeanor remained composed. That I am fine, Hong Yu replied, shaking her head. That I will escort you inside. Ignore her. Just as the shaman has said, she requires a lesson that he guided Hong Yu toward the prepared cave, reminding her to disregard Hong Xia, asserting that a venomous female like her deserved to be reprimanded. Indeed, for reasons unknown, Xing Ke's voice, despite lacking dramatic inflection, resonated beautifully in Hong Yu's ears, providing her with a comforting sense of reassurance. Observing Hong Yu being escorted into the cave by Xing Ke, Hong Xia's face turned an irate shade of green. Even her partner's attempts to console her ended in a round of punishment. That as Xing Ke and Hong Yu entered the cave, the other beastmen had already gathered around the fire, preparing their evening meal. Hong Yu, come sit here. Upon her arrival, Xiao Yujia and Yusheng simultaneously beckoned her to join them. Once seated, Hong Yu's elbow, now undoubtedly bruised and bleeding, caught Xiao Yujia's attention. Hong Yu, what happened to your elbow? Xiao Yujia inquired, noting the injury, which appeared to be a result of a fall, but she could not dismiss the possibility of it being inflicted by another. Thus, she awaited Hong Yu's explanation. It's nothing. I merely tripped, Hong Yu replied, shaking her head. Ultimately, she relented, choosing not to disclose the incident involving Hong Xia. However, to Xiao Yujia, it was evident that Hong Yu was concealing something, her downcast demeanor betraying the fact that she had been bullied by someone present. Xiao Yujia's gaze subtly drifted toward the entrance, where Hong Xia had just stepped inside, receiving the full brunt of Xiao Yujia's hostile scrutiny. Hong Xia's eyes bore a lethal glare, as if poisoned. During the evening meal, Xiao Yujia, Yu Sheng, and Hong Yu each prepared their preferred dishes, opting for roasted meat to save time for rest, while a large pot simmered in the center of the cave, containing a nourishing bone broth. After hastily finishing their dinner, Bai Di instructed Xing Ke and two other beastmen to stand guard for the first half of the night while the others retired to rest. He and Lin Yi would take over the watch in the latter half of the night. The following morning, they hastily consumed breakfast before continuing their journey, not pausing even at noon, by evening. They sought another cave for rest. This routine persisted until midday on the third day when they finally arrived at the vast grassland where the White Lion tribe resided, as far as the eye could see. The landscape stretched endlessly, the gentle breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. The land was alive with the presence of herbivores, and timid rabbits occasionally ventured out to forage, painting a scene of vibrant vitality. Upon reaching the grassland, Bai Di led his kin onward until they halted at a small hill encircled by the land. Ahead lies the hill where the White Lion tribe resides, Bai Di proclaimed. Gesturing toward the small hill, Xiao Yujia observed the hill closely, noting the tribe nestled within its embrace, with triangular stone houses neatly arranged at its base and tall beastman warriors stationed at the entrance. Guarding the tribe's safety, at long last, they had arrived at the White Lion tribe, having traversed nearly 5 days from the barren plains. The females of Xiao Yujia's party were utterly exhausted. The trading fair was set to take place outside the tribe, so Bai Di did not lead them into the White Lion tribe, but instead directed them toward the open space designated for trading. They had arrived neither early nor late. Several tribes were already erecting temporary shelters made of beast skins in the trading area. Yet, Xiao Yujia observed that the structures appeared precarious, as if a gust of wind could easily send them tumbling. She hoped that Bai Di and the others were not planning to construct such flimsy shelters. The group chose a location for their temporary resting area, beside a small river to facilitate food preparation. Just as Bai Di and the others prepared to set up the beast skin tents, Xiao Yujia suddenly called out to them, "Wait a moment. This arrangement lacks stability. If a slightly stronger wind were to blow, it could easily be swept away." Although Xiao Yujia is not a female of the Hushao tribe, she is still a female, on the Orc continent. Whenever a female speaks, males generally take her words to heart. "Jia, what do you think we should do?" Lin Yi asked, observing the orcs pausing their work to approach Xiao Yujia for advice on constructing a more secure tent. "Dashi, Baidi, you three should take a few individuals over to the forest and chop down some trees of this thickness," she instructed, gesturing to indicate the size of the trees. With Lin Ye's inquiry, Xiao Yujia wasted no time and began directing the orcs. Lin Yi and Baidi, upon hearing her, took 3 or 4 orcs and headed into the nearby woods, cutting down several trees as thick as Xiao Yujia's arm. Before long, they returned with the trunks, and she directed the orcs to sharpen one end of each log, inserting them into the ground in 4 directions. The intersections were secured with a mortise and tenon joint. Then, alongside Yu Sheng and Hong Yu, Xiao Yujia affixed animal skins, cut into strips, to 3 sides of the wooden frame, leaving one opening which was covered with a curtain of animal skin to shield against the wind. Afterward, Baidi led his tribe in constructing an identical structure. With Xiao Yujia's demonstration, they executed the task with great efficiency, soon creating another tent for the purpose of displaying trading goods. Once everything was prepared, aside from those left to guard the females and the trading items, Baidi took the remaining orcs out to hunt, gathering ingredients for the evening's meal. As Lin Yi and the others departed, Xiao Yujia felt a sense of boredom, observing the bustling orcs from other tribes in the trading area. Although she noticed some transactions occurring, it seemed the trading event had yet to commence. Little female, you are truly exquisite. May I become your mate? Just as everyone was distractedly looking around, a robust orc obstructed Xiao Yujia's view. Following the figure that had blocked her sight, she took in his features. He was handsome, resembling an elegant gentleman, yet adorned with vibrant feathers on his head and body. The sight momentarily overwhelmed her with a kaleidoscope of colors. Could he be a flower peacock? Or perhaps a flower butterfly? However, since the embellishments were feathers rather than the semi-transparent wings of a butterfly, the latter possibility was ruled out. Thus, only the flower peacock remained. No, I already have an orc I care for, Xiao Yujia replied coldly, decisively rejecting his advances. And what of that? I have fallen for you at first sight. If I cannot be your mate, I am content to be your suitor. The orc, undeterred by her frigid demeanor, boldly expressed his desire to pursue her. Suitor is also unacceptable. I do not consent. Xiao Yujia firmly reiterated her refusal. Jujia, you may decline his proposal to be your mate, but you cannot refuse his wish to be your suitor. That is his choice. Hong Yu quickly explained to Xiao Yujia as she witnessed the colorful feathered orc being turned away that in the realm of orcs, when a male approaches a female to become mates, she may reject him if she does not harbor feelings. However, if a male willingly chooses to be a female suitor, that cannot be refused, as such suitors may provide care and protection in the absence of a mate. Why can't I refuse? Xiao Yujia inquired, turning to Hong Yu with an expression of curiosity. This was something she had not heard from Lin Yi before. How could such a rule exist? Because they can ensure your safety and care for you when your mate is unavailable, Hong Yu explained, sharing her observations from childhood, that in her experience, it was not unusual, as many females in their tribe had multiple suitors. If a female so desired, she could accept a suitor to bear him offspring. This was a common occurrence for those raised in the Orc continent. Yet, Hong Yu noticed the curiosity and confusion in Xiao Yujia's eyes. Even a hint of disbelief. That's so? Xiao Yujia regarded the orc before her, her gaze calm and unwavering. Indeed, little female, I am willing to be your suitor and will protect you in the absence of your mate. The orc affirmed fervently that I do not require protection. Xiao Yujia made it clear that she had no need for safeguarding, asserting that her own strength was sufficient, and she might even need to protect others. However, when she beheld the orc's forlorn expression, a pang of sympathy struck her, making her feel somewhat guilty, as if she were a heartless individual. During her days spent with the orcs of the Hushao tribe, Xiao Yujia had observed that they prioritize females in all matters, regardless of whether they belong to their own tribe. Jujia, we are back. Just as Xiao Yujia was about to speak, Lin Yi, who had gone hunting with Baidi, called out from a distance, interrupting her thoughts. As he approached, Lin Yi transformed into his human form and swiftly made his way to Xiao Yujia's side. She glanced at their haul, most of which consisted of large game, indicating they had ventured deep into the woods for their hunt. Welcome back. Did you sustain any injuries? Xiao Yujia asked with concern as Lin Yi drew near. After all, they had hunted numerous large beasts, which could have led to various injuries. I am unscathed. Do not worry. I am the mightiest warrior of the Tengsha tribe. Lin Yi assured her with a gentle smile, signaling that there was no cause for concern. After exchanging a few words, he noticed a strange orc standing a mere 5 steps away, whose cold gaze was fixed upon him. Jujia, who is he? I do not know him. Xiao Yujia curtly dismissed the orc's advances. The orc did not seem disheartened by her rejection. Instead, he turned his attention to Lin Yi and, maintaining a graceful smile, said, You must be this young female's mate. Am I correct? Seeing Lin Yi nod. The orc, having sensed the lack of a bond between Lin Yi and Xiao Yujia, felt a flicker of hope that I voluntarily wish to be this young female suitor. Whether you agree or not is of no consequence. Lin Yi remained silent, contemplating whether to agree. After all, the orc's statement was valid. A female suitor need not seek her mate's approval. Merely informing them was sufficient. However, upon observing Xiao Yujia's cold demeanor directed at the stranger, he understood her disinterest. Yet in the orc continent, a male's voluntary desire to become a female suitor was not something that could be refused, leaving him at a loss. Your silence implies consent. The orc assumed Lin Ye's silence was acquiescence. Turning his gaze back to Xiao Yujia with a beaming smile. Little female, my name is Jiarwen, an orc from the Peacock tribe. Xiao Yujia raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling her previous speculation about whether he was a flower butterfly or a flower peacock. To her surprise, he was indeed a flower peacock. This confirmed her earlier guess. She turned to Lin Yi, whose face was strikingly handsome, though he remained silent, seemingly accepting the situation. Thus, Xiao Yujia decided not to be overly coy and promptly instructed Lin Yi to fetch some water in a wooden bowl. Taking a dagger from her bag, she made a small incision on her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall into the bowl of water. Suppressing the pain, she took the bowl from Lin Yi and handed it to Jiarwen, saying, "Drink this." Her tone carried a hint of command that a suitor was acceptable, but she had no need for one who might change their affections at a whim, since she possessed such a remarkable ability. There was no need to waste it. Jiarwen, puzzled by her act of cutting her finger, did not dwell on it. He took the bowl filled with the blood-tinged water and drank it down without hesitation. As Jiarwen accepted the bowl, Lin Ye's heart ached at the sight of Xiao Yujia's injured finger, in front of everyone. He instinctively took her hand, gently licking the wound. Seeing Xiao Yujia's lack of reaction, he assumed she was accustomed to such treatment. What he did not realize was that Xiao Yujia felt a sudden shiver at the moment his tongue brushed against her skin. Not long after Jiarwen consumed the blood-infused water, he sensed a constraining power coursing through him. It seemed that the little female he wished to pursue was indeed quite special. Life would not be dull from here on out. All right, you may leave now. My name is Xiao Yujia. After Jiarwen finished the water, Xiao Yujia signaled for him to return the bowl. Jiarwen handed the wooden bowl back to Xiao Yujia, his face radiating with a smile. Jia, I will come to find you again. Just recently becoming the first suitor of Xiao Yujia, Jiarwen swiftly adapted to his new title. Jia, are you hungry? Shall we have lunch? Today, we caught your favorite long-eared beast. As Lin Yi noticed Jiarwen leaving, he hurriedly attempted to ingratiate himself. After lunch, several females decided to stroll about. The appearance of Xiao Yujia and her companions caused quite a stir among the other tribes at the trading fair. Apart from the unremarkable beast skins they wore, each of them possessed an extraordinary beauty that captivated the single orcs guarding the goods. They paid no heed to the attention, merely glancing around. However, there weren't many tribes present at the fair today, and Xiao Yujia found nothing to her liking, leading the group of females to conclude their outing and return early as they approached the designated resting area for their tribe. They were suddenly confronted by an individual who blocked their path. At you. You've stolen Jiarwen's heart. One of the females pointed at Xiao Yujia, her tone laced with venom. Who are you? Xiao Yujia scrutinized the female before her, who was undeniably beautiful with a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, yet her words were foul. Much like the females from the Tiger Roar tribe she had encountered earlier, this one had haphazardly tied hair that appeared slightly disheveled and greasy, adorned similarly to Jiarwen with a variety of colorful feathers. Jiarwen? Is she referring to Jiarwen? Xiao Yujia pondered. The female studied Xiao Yujia for a moment before arrogantly declaring, It's clear you're from a small tribe. You don't even know who I am? Hanyu, do you know her? Xiao Yujia inquired, observing the haughty demeanor of the female before her, blinking a few times before turning to Hanyu for clarification. Hanyu glanced at the female and shook her head, indicating she did not recognize her either. Yusheng, do you know the female in front? Xiao Yujia subsequently asked Yusheng. Yusheng also shook her head, outright stating that she did not know the rude female ahead. After inquiring with her companions, Xiao Yujia coldly remarked, Did you see? We don't know you, so step aside. You're blocking my path. The female, hearing their words, stomped her feet in frustration. Xiao Yujia had no interest in watching her perform theatrics and intended to bypass her and return to their tent for a rest. Unexpectedly, the female seized the opportunity while Yusheng and Hanyu were distracted and forcefully shoved Xiao Yujia. Fortunately, she did not fall to the ground. At that moment, she silently thanked her mother, realizing she could have easily ended up like those frail females of the Beastman continent. This was clearly an act of provocation, wasn't it? Judge, are you all right? Lin Yi, who had just returned from hunting, witnessed the shove aimed at Xiao Yujia. Though she hadn't fallen, Lin Yi felt a pang of concern and hurried over to check on her. I'm fine, no need to worry, Xiao Yujia reassured, shaking her head to indicate that he need not fret. Since she had said as much, Lin Yi felt it inappropriate to press further and shifted his gaze to the female who had pushed Xiao Yujia. His expression radiating a cold, penetrating danger. Lin Ye's gaze seemed to ignite interest in the female, who approached and ignored Xiao Yujia in Lin Ye's arms, sweetly declaring, I am you, the most beautiful female of the Sparrow tribe. What is your name, male? Undeterred, she brazenly drew closer to Lin Yi. Such blatant disregard. Do you think I am invisible? A mingling of scents wafted through the air, and before you could reach Lin Yi, he pushed her away with force. You dare to push me aside? I am the most beautiful female of the Sparrow tribe, you exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that a male would ever push her away. After all, she was the most beautiful female in her tribe, and every male there vied for her attention, even those from neighboring tribes. Yet, this male had audaciously dismissed her, which was utterly infuriating, regardless of her thoughts. She deemed Lin Yi exceedingly contemptible, stamping her feet in frustration. The commotion attracted the attention of many nearby orc tribes attending the trading event, including those from the White Lion tribe, who had provided the venue. Beautiful? Where is the beauty? I'm sorry, but I see none, Lin Yi remarked coldly, infuriating you to the point of shrieking. If you are unaware, allow me to inform you, smack, before you could finish her sentence. She was startled by Xiao Yujia's sudden whip, which struck the ground before her. You! How dare you strike me? You trembled, pointing incredulously at Xiao Yujia. Did I strike you? You bear no injury, Xiao Yujia replied with an indifferent tone. Holding the whip in her right hand, Yu gaped, struggling to articulate a response, examining her body for any marks, confirming she bore none. Yet, she had indeed been frightened by the object in that detestable female's hand. You, what are you doing? Just as you contemplated complaining to the surrounding orc tribes, a voice she recognized all too well echoed from behind. Jerwin, look! That female is bullying me. She even struck me with that strange object. Upon seeing Jerwin approach, you burst into tears, eager to prove she had been wronged by Xiao Yujia, hoping Jerwin would come to her aid. Jerwin locked eyes with Xiao Yujia for a moment. Remaining silent, that moment, he felt the strong bloodline suppression within him when facing Xiao Yujia, making it impossible for him to confront her. Xiao Yujia, in turn, maintained a calm demeanor as she regarded Jerwin. Her message clear. If he truly believed Yu's words, his pursuit would be rendered null and void. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yujia, should she decide to annul any beastman's pursuit, that beastman would be bound to serve her for eternity. Jerwin, perceiving her gaze, understood that should this matter escalate, he would lose the opportunity to remain by Xiao Yujia's side. Little female, I sincerely apologize. She is a recently matured female from our tribe, spoiled by the orcs due to her beauty. Please forgive her, addressing Xiao Yujia, whom he deemed still youthful. Jerwin lowered his head without hesitation. Since you wish to avoid escalating matters, let it go. Though females are precious, they should not be indulged. Let today end here. And you all may leave. Xiao Yujia comprehended Jerwin's intention and decided to downplay the situation, waving her hand to signal him to take you away quickly, so she would no longer be a nuisance to her. Chapter 32. Potato, Jerwin, you can't truly abandon me. You screamed in panic as her companions restrained her, her gaze towards Jerwin filled with resentment. As the sun began to set, Yu's voice echoed across the trading fair. And with the influx of other tribes, all present orcs and females became aware of the unruly female from the Sparrow tribe. Having sent away a flock of flower peacocks, Xiao Yujia exhaled a breath of relief. Jejia, are you really letting that female go? Yuxing inquired, observing the silhouette of Yu being led away. She found it perplexing that Xiao Yujia would so easily release someone who had provoked them. After all, she was merely an inconsequential character, not worth the trouble. Xiao Yujia shook her head, believing you to be just a slightly brash woman, albeit cowardly, incapable of stirring significant trouble. She was not worth any further consideration. Compared to you, we should be more vigilant about Hongxia, who harbors deeper intentions. True. I'm hungry. Jejia, let us hurry and prepare dinner. After reflecting on Xiao Yujia's words, Yuxing agreed. With the sun setting, she urged Xiao Yujia to prepare dinner quickly, lest she become drowsy. Nodding in agreement, the group approached the animal skin tent to begin their meal preparations. To be why this time, the orcs had already cleaned and cut the freshly hunted game into sizable chunks, laying them on woven bamboo mats. The females commenced cooking bone broth, while the others, except for the idle Hongxia, urged the orcs to cut the meat into palm-sized pieces for skewering and grilling. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted through the air around the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment, carried by the wind. The "Do you smell that?" Yes, it's a wonderfully fragrant scent. It seems to be coming from the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment. Surrounding the Tiger Roar tribe, the other tribes were not far away and caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Gradually, as the fragrant scent wafted through the air, the orcs gathered in the trading ground also detected the delicious smell. Each orc began to whisper among themselves, speculating the source of this tantalizing aroma. One orc, from a distance, noticed the flickering light emanating from the open space of the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment and pointed in that direction, pondering if the scent originated from that tribe. Upon awakening the next day, all the orcs in the trading ground were abuzz, discussing the delightful fragrance that had wafted in the night before. Orcs from other tribes directly encircled the borders of the Tiger Roar tribe's encampment. Xiao Yujia emerged from her tent, intending to wash by the riverbank, only to be greeted by a sea of orcs. "Jia, you're awake. I brought you some water," Lin Yi exclaimed upon spotting Xiao Yujia peeking out of the tent. But he hurriedly set down the water he had fetched and presented her with a soft, tanned pelt from a long-eared beast. "Thank you," Xiao Yujia replied, taking the pelt to wet her face, then accepting a small wooden cup from Lin Yi to rinse her mouth. With her eyes blinking in curiosity, she turned to Lin Yi and asked, "Great Serpent, what is the meaning of all these orcs? Yesterday, they caught a whiff of our roasted meat. This morning, just as we arranged the items for trade, a large group of orcs from other tribes approached us, inquiring about what we had feasted upon last night. Bai Di is currently explaining the situation to them." Lin Yi recounted the events of the morning. Xiao Yujia was taken aback. Did the orc tribes of this continent truly not know of fire? Her thoughts were, in fact, accurate. The beast god had created the orc continent and its inhabitants, teaching them the ways of life, but had since stepped back. That it wasn't that he abandoned them, but rather the celestial laws did not permit his interference. Although he had fashioned this land, there were matters beyond his control. "Jia, you must be hungry. Have some roasted meat first." Lin Yi handed her a piece of cooked meat as she finished washing up. Xiao Yujia savored the meat, her eyes squinted with pleasure. Observing her delight, Lin Yi felt a surge of happiness, knowing that this charming female would endure the winter. "Bai Di, is it true? Did you really eat beast meat yesterday?" Xiao asked incredulously, gazing at Bai Di. "Why would I deceive you? Would we have an endless supply of beast meat?" Bai Di replied earnestly, affirming that he had no reason to lie to them. They were all subjects of the beast god residing on the orc continent. After all, in truth, there was indeed an abundance of beast meat. "Then can you teach us how to prepare meat so deliciously? That aroma from yesterday nearly drove me mad with desire. I spent the entire night reminiscing about it," Xiao implored. Bai Di hesitated, feeling that since fire was a skill imparted to them by Xiao Yujia, he ought to consult her first. "Don't worry, Bai Di. Just teach them," Xiao Yujia interjected, sensing his internal conflict. Xiao, drawn to the melodious voice like a bird's song, turned and beheld Xiao Yujia, who had just finished her breakfast. In that moment, Xiao felt ensnared. The petite female was breathtakingly beautiful, more so than the tribe's leading female. Her skin was as fair as snow, and sitting there, she appeared increasingly endearing. Lin Yi sensed the unusual gaze directed at Xiao and shot him a frosty glare. "What is going on? Why do I feel as though someone is watching me?" Xiao wondered, glancing around, but finding nothing amiss, he assumed it was merely his imagination, unaware that Lin Yi had discerned the source of that intense gaze and had swiftly averted his eyes. However, Lin Yi noticed that Xiao Yujia seemed oblivious to Zhao's burning stare, believing she was simply attracting another admirer, which made him feel rather aggrieved. If Xiao Yujia were aware of Lin Yi's thoughts, she would have internally screamed, "How unfair! One suitor is already a nuisance. Another would drive me mad." With Xiao Yujia's consent, Bai Di informed the orcs of the other tribes that each tribe could send one orc to learn how to create fire and roast meat. Upon hearing this, the orcs joyfully dashed back to their respective tribes to relay the news to their chieftains. Without hesitation, several chieftains dispatched orcs to the Tiger Roar tribe, with some even coming personally to learn. In no time, the open space in front of the Tiger Roar tribe became a bustling hub. Unable to endure the clamor and the smoke, Jiao Yujia and her companions hastily departed the tribe's encampment. Following them was Hong Xia, whose two partners assumed she had merely gone out to clear her mind and would return shortly, thus paid little heed. After Jiao Yujia and her group left, Lin Yi initially remained unconcerned. However, upon noticing Hong Xia trailing after them, he too followed, wary of the mischief that the troublesome female might attempt against Jiao Yujia. "How dare you deceive us? We exchanged a few tubers with you earlier, and upon returning, someone has died from poisoning. Compensate us with beast pelts," shouted several carnivorous orcs, pointing at an orc who lay unconscious and frothing at the mouth in front of a tribe of herbivorous orcs. "Impossible! These tubers are not poisonous. Your orc must have consumed something else," protested Lu Feng, an orc from the deer tribe, unable to believe that the tubers they had found could cause such a calamity. They had eaten them within their tribe without issue. How could they cause poisoning? How is that possible? Have you not seen our kin lying here, poisoned by your cursed tubers? You must compensate us with pelts. Despite Lu Feng's protests, the carnivorous orcs insisted on compensation. As the orcs continued their heated debate, Jiao Yujia, accompanied by Yu Sheng and Hong Yu, approached, glancing at the yellowish tubers on display. "Goodness, aren't these potatoes? They can serve as a staple food, much like sweet potatoes, and are quite filling," Jiao Yujia exclaimed. "Jia, those are indeed potatoes. Should we trade for them?" Yu Sheng urged, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she beheld the oversized tubers. "Of course we should trade. They can serve as a staple and have a long shelf life," Jiao Yujia affirmed, her resolve firm. Although she might consume more meat than vegetables, she appreciated the nutritional balance that occasional plant-based foods provided. "Jia, can these potatoes truly be stored for a long time?" Hong Yu inquired eagerly, recalling Jiao Yujia's earlier mention of their long-lasting quality. "Absolutely. If stored properly, they can last through the winter without a hitch," Jiao Yujia reassured her. With this confirmation, Hong Yu ceased her questioning, content with the improving quality of life that in the days spent with Jiao Yujia, she had begun to gain weight, shedding the frailness she once felt. Approaching Lu Feng, Jiao Yujia pointed to the tubers and spoke softly. "Excuse me, esteemed orc, how might we trade for these?" Her melodious voice reached Lu Feng's ears, prompting him to look up and behold a strikingly beautiful female adorned in pelts he could not identify. He couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, wondering which tribe she hailed from. 30 tubers for one small beast pelt, Lu Feng stammered, his voice growing softer, his ears tinged with a rosy hue. "I'll offer you 2 large beast pelts for all these tubers. Is that agreeable?" Jiao Yujia proposed without hesitation, unsure of the market value on the orc continent, but thinking that 30 tubers for a small beast pelt seemed quite fair. "Why, yes, I'll pack them up right away," Lu Feng exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect of trading with such a lovely female. 2 large beast pelts would be a boon. One could be submitted to the tribe, and the other kept for his partner, easing the burden of the upcoming winter. "Jia here," Lin Yi called out, pushing through the throng of orcs to present her with 2 large beast pelts and a sizable bamboo basket. "Thank you," Jiao Yujia replied, accepting the pelts and basket. She then handed the 2 large pelts to Lu Feng and bent down to begin filling the basket with the tubers. Just as she was making headway, a voice filled with malice rang out behind her. "Jiao Yujia, what do you think you're doing? Did you not hear the orcs say these tubers are poisonous? Are you trying to harm our tribe and make your partner the chieftain? You speak nonsense. You shall not tarnish Jiajia's name. If it weren't for her, your tribe would still be consuming raw meat. It is one thing to refrain from labor in the tribe, a matter we have tolerated. However, your incessant slander against Jiajia is unacceptable. Do not presume we are easily bullied." Upon hearing the voice of Hongxia, Jia had yet to utter a word when Yuxing could no longer contain her fury. Unleashing all her pent-up grievances upon Hongxia, articulating her dissatisfaction from the past few days in one breath. Why is it that while everyone else is toiling, she hides away, contributing nothing, merely waiting to reap the rewards? What a farce! I act in the interest of the tribe. Should Jia return with poisonous food, it could spell disaster for us all. Before Hongxia could finish her retort, Yuxing's wrath manifested as a sharp slap across her face. Instead of arguing with us here, you ought to wander over to the trading grounds and see if you might discover some new food. After finishing with the potatoes, Jia approached the already unconscious orc, administering an antidote from a small porcelain vial, then turned to face Hongxia, delivering her words coldly. You all ought not to be so arrogant. I will return to inform the White Emperor and have you expelled from the tribe. As Hongxia turned to leave, she was suddenly seized by Jia, who twisted her arm painfully, causing Hongxia's face to contort in agony. Yet, Jia had no intention of relenting. Her grip tightened as she coldly demanded, "Who do you intend to expel? It seems we are not members of your tribe at all, nor do we count as your females. You have come into my territory, and I have shared numerous survival skills with you. It is a mercy that I have not driven you out, yet you wish to cast us aside." Chapter 33. The trading fair concludes. Hongxia was rendered speechless by Jia's words. It certainly appeared to be the case. If not for the tribe's encounter with the rogue orc attacks, they would not have sought refuge on the Wuhuang Plains to find the White Emperor. Had they not come to the Wuhuang Plains, she would not have found herself constantly oppressed by Jia and Yuxing. Do not get too cocky. Were it not for our arrival, you, who are no different from the rogue orcs, would not possess such abundant meat. Though this was indeed the reality, Hongxia adamantly refused to concede. Instead, she began to counter Jia's assertions vehemently. The orcs and females present, upon hearing Hongxia mention the rogue orcs, began to murmur amongst themselves about Jia and Yuxing. What? No way. Those two beautiful females are actually rogue orcs. Is that true? Could it be that the little female is merely speaking nonsense? Jia merely smiled at these remarks, believing Hongxia to be mentally unhinged and in need of treatment. What a grand jest it is to claim that we would not have so much meat. Jia laughed and then coldly asserted, "Even without your presence, we would still have an abundance of meat." With that, she flung Hongxia forward, causing her to tumble backwards and land heavily on the ground. "We shall depart. Let her ponder her actions here." With that, Jia took Yuxing's hand in one and Hongyu's in the other, returning home, leaving Hongxia alone to be encircled by the onlooking orcs. After Jia and her companions had left, a figure in the distance kept their gaze fixed on Jia, following her movements. "How increasingly intriguing, brother. The trading fair concludes in 7 days. Are you truly intent on returning with that little female?" Jelua inquired of Jarwin. "Brother, I have made my decision. Even if I cannot become her mate, I must follow her," Jarwin declared resolutely, having made up his mind to see it through to the end. "Since you have decided, I shall not dissuade you. Take care of yourself and the little female that as an elder brother." Jalo could not voice any further objections. Although as a suitor, he could no longer pursue other females. There was no prohibition in the orc lands against a female bearing offspring for her suitor. Merely the means would be somewhat unconventional. Upon returning to the tribe's encampment, the White Emperor had already heard of Hongxia's actions and assured Jia that he would ensure she faced punishment upon their return. In truth, Jia was indifferent to Hongxia's fate, believing that such individuals would inevitably bring calamity upon the tribe. Noticing Jia's lack of reaction, the White Emperor refrained from further discussion regarding Hongxia. Suddenly, he glanced at the basket of potatoes that Lin Yi had gathered, curiosity piqued. "Jia, what is in this basket?" Jia glanced at the potatoes nestled within, replying, "These are potatoes which, like sweet potatoes, provide substantial satiety and can be stored long-term. They are also cultivable." Speaking of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Jia had already devised a plan. After this winter, she would find a plot of land on the Wuhuang Plains to till and plant the seed potatoes and sweet potatoes. Anticipating a bountiful harvest in the autumn, it was a pity she had yet to discover rice. Otherwise, they would have a proper staple food, upon hearing that it could be stored long-term like sweet potatoes. The White Emperor could not help but confirm with Jia once more, "Jia, these potatoes can truly be stored for a long time. Indeed, more genuine than pearls." Jia assured him once again. Were they not storable, she would not have exchanged with that orc, and Jia had taken into consideration the conditions on the orc continent. If the winters were as harsh as Lin Yi described, then these easily stored foods would be essential for the orcs to endure longer. With the White Emperor satisfied by Jia's assurance, he ceased further inquiries that she and Yuxing were regarded as legendary goddesses. Their words were undoubtedly truthful. To allow everyone a taste of the new food, Xiaoyujia took Yuxing and Hanyu to select the potatoes that had not sprouted and those that had already begun to sprout. The sprouted potatoes would be saved for planting, while the unsprouted ones were washed clean by the riverside, where they prepared a dish of stir-fried potato shreds for lunch and a hearty potato stew for dinner, leaving everyone thoroughly satisfied and with full bellies. Jia, this food called potato is absolutely delightful. I never imagined I would be full without consuming much roasted meat. Hanyu exclaimed, patting her round belly. Of course. Potatoes contain a substance that induces feelings of fullness. Xiaoyujia struggled to explain to Hanyu that potatoes contain a starchy component that creates a sense of satiety, opting for a simpler explanation. Where is this substance? I cannot see it. Upon hearing Xiaoyujia mention that potatoes contain something to fill the stomach, Hanyu became intrigued. This substance is quite miraculous. It cannot be seen with the naked eye and can only be perceived through other means. Facing Hanyu's innocent curiosity, Xiaoyujia earnestly fabricated an explanation. Yet it was not entirely untrue. Indeed, starch could be extracted through various methods. Hongxia, realizing that the potato could indeed satiate hunger, recalled having seen Xiaoyujia collect the sprouted potatoes earlier. Could it be that those were poisonous? As she pondered this, a strange smile crept on her lips. Yes, the weather grew colder. The trading fair held in the White Lion tribe came to a close. Over these days, aside from the initial discovery of potatoes, Xiaoyujia had only encountered corn and a fabric resembling silk during the fair, exchanging most of her virtual goods for those items. The orcs from various tribes busily gathered their pelts and food accumulated over the trading days, making their way back to their respective tribes, after assisting his brother in organizing their belongings. Jerwin caught up with Xiaoyujia and her companions. Jia, upon our return, shall we pray to the beast god for a mate? With the cart laden with goods from the fair, Lin Yi could only half transform into his beast form to carry Xiaoyujia along the way. Yuxing and Hanyu were borne by the White Emperor and Xinka, while Jerwin soared above, keeping pace with them. All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyujia nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jerwin, leisurely gliding through the air, was untroubled, as he had anticipated that Xiaoyujia would seek to bond with Lin Yi following the conclusion of the fair. After all, as a suitor, there were multiple avenues to pursue offspring with a female beyond merely becoming her mate. Awu goddess, I have finished the meat just as Xiaoyujia was savoring a piece of dried meat. The little fiery spirit in her arms suddenly expressed its discontent. Ling Yan, if you are not hungry, then bear with it a little longer. The sun is about to set. Xiaoyujia glanced down at her empty hands, realizing there was nothing left and could only urge the little spirit to endure a bit longer. If all went well, they should locate a cave to rest in before nightfall. Awu, oh, goddess, I am not hungry. I can hold on. In truth, Ling Yan was not starving. It was merely a craving, for that dried meat was simply too delicious. What of my kin? I wonder how they are faring on Beast God Mountain. As the little fiery spirit pondered the well-being of its tribe, they too were thinking of it. Beast God Mountain. Ow. The chieftain has already gone to seek the goddess, but I wonder how things are faring now. Shall we go in search of the chieftain? Oh no. Sue must give birth. We must wait for the cubs to arrive. Oh, winter is fast approaching. I believe we should hasten our search for the chieftain. Oh, we cannot neglect Sue's situation. How about you? Hua, take a small group of our kin to find the chieftain? Oh, that sounds good. I shall take 10 of our strongest kin to seek the chieftain, while the rest will remain to protect you all. Oh, excellent. Be cautious on the road. Oh, understood. I will certainly lead the kin to find the chieftain. Hua selected 10 of the more robust members of the tribe to accompany him in the quest for the chieftain. Meanwhile, Xiaoyujia and her companions found a cave to rest in before sunset. They hastily consumed some simple roasted meat and sweet potatoes before retiring early. Ling Yan, the little fluffball, comfortably nestled beside Xiaoyujia, even bringing over the little nest she had made for him. Jerwin rested against the wall not far from Xiaoyujia. The night breeze whistled through, carrying a chill. Once Xiaoyujia fell asleep, Lin Yi gazed dreamily at her serene face. Lin Yi thought, how can Jia be so breathtakingly beautiful? Once we return to the Wuhuang Plains, I will bond with Jia. How wonderful. Satisfied, he gently pecked her cheek before drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, the group resumed their journey, progressing smoothly, and finally reached the borders of the Wuhuang Plains by noon on the 5th day that we have returned. Yu Sheng exclaimed joyfully, relishing the comforting aura of the place. A sensation that made her wish to stay forever. The other members of the Tiger Howl tribe shared in the delight as they beheld the familiar, vast expanse of the plains. Yet, only Hongxiao wore a gloomy expression, for in the past few days, she had been unable to separate Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng from Bai Di and Lin Yi, while she herself faced unforeseen repercussions. Zhiwen gazed in astonishment at the endless plains above him, puzzled. Isn't this the so-called forbidden Wuhuang Plains? Why does the little female reside in such a place? However, it seemed somewhat different from what the elder beastmen in the tribe had described. There were no ferocious snake beastmen or hazardous vine mountains, but rather a promising place for development. As he admired the beautiful scenery, Jarwin grew increasingly eager for life here in the future. We are close to the tribe now. Bai Di, why don't you take the items we traded back to the tribe first? We will return slowly, suggested Xiao Yujia, noticing their proximity to the tribe's cave. Bai Di replied, all right, but you must be careful. Wai Yusheng added, wait, Bai Di, I will return with you. Good, Bai Di agreed. Shortly after, he quickly set off towards the tribe with several others. The first to spot the returning tribe members were the gathering team, females, who erupted in cheers. Bai Di and the others are back. They are back. Some hastened to the tribe to inform Shi Cho, the chieftain, to send people out to greet them, also relaying the news of the many pelts and food for winter visible in the carts from afar. Upon hearing the news, Shi Cho was filled with joy. This meant there would be enough pelts and food to survive the winter, along with the supplies stored in the cellar. Furthermore, that little cub, Shi, had crafted a wooden door to block the cave, which would shield them from the biting winter snow. Father, we have returned. At this trading event, we exchanged for a plethora of pelts and provisions to endure the winter. Bai Di gleefully shared the spoils of their exchange with Shi Cho in the clearing before the tribe's cave. Good. I am aware. The beastmen responsible for the gathering team have already informed me, Shi Cho said, patting Bai Di on the shoulder, suddenly feeling quite proud of his cub. However, after scanning the area and not spotting Xiao Yujia, he inquired, Cub, where is Yujia? Why has she not returned? Jejia is a bit fatigued and wishes to walk back slowly. There are no wild beasts in the vicinity, so you need not worry, father. Bai Di relayed Xiao Yujia's words to Shi Cho. Satisfied with this explanation, Shi Cho and his kin proceeded to unload the pelts and winter provisions from the cart. By the time Xiao Yujia and her group arrived, the unloading was complete. Yujia, you have returned. Come, take a look at this food. It's all unfamiliar to us, and we don't know how to store it. Shi Cho hastily welcomed Xiao Yujia upon her return. She examined the assortment of food piled in the bamboo baskets and gently explained, this is called potato. Like sweet potatoes, it can be stored for a long time. This is corn. Do not remove its husk, as it too can be stored long-term. It can also be dried and ground in a cornmeal for preservation, and she continued to elaborate on the various provisions. Suddenly, a deafening beast roar reverberated through the air, startling Xiao Yujia, causing her heart to race. Could it be that a large beast was approaching to attack them? Chapter 34. The mightiest force upon hearing the thunderous beast roar. All the beastmen of the Tiger Howl tribe heightened their vigilance. All females, except for Xiao Yujia, retreated into the cave for safety. The females trembled deep within the cave, while Fu Xiang comforted each one. Only Hongxia peered out from the cave entrance, curious about the situation outside. The continuous beast roars compelled Xiao Yujia to cradle the little fluff ball, Ling Yan, in her arms. The sound was too strange. The large beasts surrounding the cave had already been cleared by Lin Yi and the others. Even if there were occasional roars, they would only come from one or two beasts. Yet this sound clearly indicated a pack of beasts. Ling Yan, nestled in Xiao Yujia's embrace, listened intently to the series of roars, finding them increasingly familiar. Upon reflection, wasn't he that Hua's voice? If he was here, then Su must have come too. Hearing the sounds draw closer, the little fluff ball in Xiao Yujia's arms squirmed more vigorously, and the vigilant beastmen around them began to prepare for combat. Noticing the commotion from the little creature, Xiao Yujia wondered, why does Ling Yan seem increasingly excited? The scent of the chieftain grows nearer. Oh, I noticed too. Let us quicken our pace. With Hua's roar, the 10 kin who had accompanied him echoed in agreement, hastening towards the cave where Xiao Yujia and the others were. The chieftain is there. Before long, Hua and his companions reached the vicinity of Qiao Yujia and her group. Qiao Yujia beheld a pure white lion appear before her, momentarily taken aback. That my goodness, 1, 2, 3, 40 white lions, upon closer inspection. They bore a striking resemblance to Ling Yan. Could they be Ling Yan's kin? She pondered, as their likeness was uncanny. Each one was pristine white, without a single blemish, resembling creatures that might dwell in a celestial realm. Hong Xiao remarked, "Where did all these white lions come from? Could it be that wretched female, Qiao Yujia, has summoned them?" Observing her tribe members preparing to confront the white lions, Hong Xiao's lips curled into a sinister smile as a thought crossed her mind. Suddenly, Qiao Yujia felt her hands empty, and then she watched as Ling Yan dropped to the ground and swiftly grew in size, reaching 3 meters high, towering over the white lions before her. "Whoa! Why have you come?" "Is Su not with you?" Ling Yan, now in his larger form, circled around Hua and the others, searching for his mate. "Oh, but the chieftain, do not worry. Su is about to give birth to cubs and could not accompany me. She may bring the rest of the kin over in a few days when the cubs are able to walk," though a tinge of disappointment gripped him at the absence of his mate. Hearing that she was to give birth filled him with joy, and he nodded in understanding to Hua. "Oh, did you come for a specific reason?" "Oh, we heard that the beast god had sent the chieftain to aid one of the goddesses. So we came to see if we could assist." "Oh, understood. I will confer with the goddess." While Ling Yan conversed with Hua and the others, Lin Yi and Bai Di remained alert, maintaining a stalemate, knowing his mate was safe. Ling Yan felt reassured and transformed back into his little fluffball form. Leaping into Qiao Yujia's arms, in a sweet, youthful voice, he spoke, "Whoa, goddess, they are my kin, and they have come to see if there is anything they can assist with." "Kinsfolk, can you also transform into human form?" Intrigued by Ling Yan's statement, Qiao Yujia was curious, having never witnessed the little fluffball take on human shape, yet he displayed such intelligence. Qiao Yujia leaned in to whisper something in Lin Ye's ear, and suddenly he relaxed his guard, stepping over to Bai Di and relaying her words verbatim. Upon hearing this, Bai Di signaled for all present to lower their defenses, retreating a few steps to clear the space for Qiao Yujia and Ling Yan. Hong Xia inquired, "What is happening? How did they suddenly retreat?" Observing the two parties, who seemed on the brink of conflict, abruptly cease hostilities, Bai Di led his followers in withdrawal. In that moment, Hong Xia's suspicions were confirmed. She believed that this group of white lions had been summoned by Qiao Yujia, undoubtedly with the intention of seizing control over their tribe. But was it truly so? After conversing with Ling Yin, Qiao Yujia and Lin Yi discovered that Ling Yin and his kin were neither wild beasts nor beastmen, as they could not transform into human form. Instead, they were spirit beasts that had long inhabited the Spirit Beast Mountain. Situated approximately 100 kilometers from their cave, the mountain was home to many sentient spirit beasts, a creation of the beast god, designed primarily to assist during the arrival of the beast god's emissaries every century. Whenever a human traversed into their realm, the beast god would dispatch a lesser spirit beast from the mountain to aid them. However, no one anticipated that the legendary twin goddesses would arrive this time, leading to Ling Yin, the most formidable spirit beast of the White Lion clan, being sent down. Qiao Yujia further learned from Ling Yin that since he had been dispatched by the beast god, the spirit tribe residing in the ocean behind the Spirit Beast Mountain would also be sent, likely arriving in a few days, upon hearing that there were spirit tribes in the ocean. Qiao Yujia thought of the merfolk. Was it possible? With the crisis averted, she instructed Bai Di to summon their tribespeople to assist in managing the furs and food from the trade fair. Ling Yin took Hua and the others to hunt in the nearby forest, requesting Qiao Yujia to help roast the meat upon their return. She agreed, and Ling Yin joyfully led his kin away. "Jia, are you all right?" Seeing the earlier commotion involving the white lions, Yusheng hurried over to Qiao Yujia, inquiring about her well-being. "I'm fine," Qiao Yujia replied, shaking her head. "Are they wild beasts?" Yusheng had been too far to hear the conversation between Qiao Yujia and Ling Yin, and thus remained curious. "They are not wild beasts, nor are they beastmen." Qiao Yujia found Yusheng's question somewhat amusing, but understood her confusion. She then relayed the details of her conversation with Ling Yan. Yusheng was taken aback. Aren't spirit beasts only found in mythological tales? How could they appear in the real world? She had thought these beings were confined to legends, completely forgetting that they now resided in a wondrous land of beastmen. Sheng, have you forgotten? We are no longer on Earth. While spirit beasts are rare in this world, they certainly exist. Xiao Yujia quickly reminded her befuddled friend, fearing that she might entirely forget their current reality. Jia, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have truly forgotten, Yuxing admitted, sticking out her tongue. With many hands to help, the furs and food from the trade fair were swiftly managed. The potatoes were stored deep in the cellar for long-term preservation, while the corn had its husks removed and was hung on a makeshift bamboo rack to dry. The remaining furs were entrusted to the females responsible for sewing fur clothing and bedding, led by Fu Xiang, who crafted warm garments and blankets. The remaining fabric, resembling silk, was collected by Xiao Yujia, who then directed the females to store it in the warehouse alongside the furs, covering it with pelts to keep off dust. Once these tasks were completed, the sky began to show signs of the crimson hues of dusk. And just then, Ling Yin returned with his kin. Upon seeing the vast expanse of various wild beasts piled nearby, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Was she expected to roast all of them? As she pondered this, she observed Ling Yin cleaning himself, quickly shrinking down to the form of a young cub, and scampering towards her with tiny legs. With no other option, Xiao Yujia cradled the small fluff ball in one arm, while directing the beastmen to process the wild beasts in the clearing to avoid attracting trouble. Portions were set aside for quick salting, others were prepared whole for roasting, while the rest were chopped into pieces for various dishes. The clearing buzzed with activity. Xiao Yujia and the females swiftly handled the ingredients, while the chopped pieces were skewered by the beastmen to be roasted over stones. Meanwhile, she and the females prepared 3 large pots of radish and pork rib soup. Once the soup was simmering, Xiao Yujia shifted her focus to marinating the whole, skewered wild beasts, seasoning them for 3 to 5 minutes before placing them on the makeshift wooden racks over the fire, where the beastmen were tasked with rotating them to ensure even cooking. The white lions exclaimed, "Is this our chieftain? Surely, we must be mistaken." Hua and the other beasts were unwilling to accept that the small cub before them was their formidable leader, who was now adorably seeking food in the embrace of a female. Though they felt a twinge of unkindness for thinking so, Hua and the others, seeing the multitude of beastmen, quickly shrank their forms, albeit not into the same youthful appearance as Ling Yin. They approached the clearing where Xiao Yujia was busy ensuring the wild beasts were cooked thoroughly, prompting her to marvel at the sight of 10 white lions resembling those from Earth, wishing she could manipulate size so effortlessly. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Yujia instructed Shi to take the craft-loving beastmen to hastily create 10 large wooden bowls for serving bone soup to the white lions. As night gradually enveloped the sky, the beastmen roasting meat over stones began to feast, and the radish and pork rib soup was ready. Xiao Yujia had the bowls filled to the brim with soup and brought them to the white lions to fill their bellies, as the whole roasted beasts would take a bit longer to prepare. When Hua and the others saw the beastmen approaching with steaming bowls, their mouths watered with anticipation. Upon placing the bowls filled with hearty radish and pork rib soup before them, they were elated, especially as Xiao Yujia had ensured the ribs were cut into generous portions, with 2 large pots prepared just for them. "How fragrant!" exclaimed Huais. "This bowl filled with beast meat, what the beast god referred to?" "One of the white lions lay," queried Hua. After contemplating, Hua affirmed, "Yes, this is indeed what the beast god described, though it appears to be made of wood. Who cares what it's made of? This smells divine. I must try it," Lei exclaimed, biting into a large rib, producing a contented purr. The other white lions, seeing this, eagerly followed suit, echoing his delighted sounds. Having savored the appetizers, Hua and the others felt even hungrier. They soon witnessed the beastmen carrying over 2 whole roasted wild beasts, placing them on the bamboo mats before them. Gawking at the golden, aromatic meat, they swallowed hard, and without waiting for Hua to say anything, they dove into the feast, devouring the meat with gusto. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Hong Xia stormed over, fiercely pointing at Hua and the others. "They are merely a pack of wild beasts. Why are they being given so much food?" Hua and the others paid her no heed, viewing her merely as a powerless beast woman, one less appealing than the female cradling their leader. Hong Xia deliberately raised her voice, drawing the attention of the great shaman, who was indulging in his meal. That Fu Xiang supported the great shaman as he approached, increasingly disapproving of Hong Xia, who had transformed from a charming young female into a troublemaker. With a firm rap of his staff on the ground, he reprimanded, "Hong Xia, you are being exceedingly rude. These are the esteemed spirit beasts residing on the Spirit Beast Mountain. They are nothing but a pack of wild beasts. Where did these spirit beasts come from? These beasts were summoned by Xiao Yujia to attack us. Hong Xia shouted loudly, startling even Xiao Yujia, who was seated next to Lin Yi, her mouth full of food. However, her words elicited bewildered looks from everyone present, including the young cubs and females. Once she finished speaking, Hong Xia noticed the silence from those around her, and upon seeing the expressions of disbelief from her kin, her heart sank. She realized her tribe no longer believed her, and her current state of being deemed dispensable was a consequence of Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's influence. Chapter 35. The First Snow of Winter Bang. Bang! The great shaman struck the ground twice with his staff. Hong Xia has been disrespectful to the spirit beasts. Chieftain, you must take action. He then turned to Shiqiu, entrusting him with the authority to decide Hong Xia's fate, wishing for him to take a firm stance regarding her behavior. They could not allow her to act recklessly in the tribe simply because her parents had contributed significantly to their community. Hong Xia's parents are indeed her parents. Hong Xia is Hong Xia. Her parents made tremendous contributions to the tribe, ultimately departing to meet the beast god, deserving a proper burial. In contrast, Hong Xia has rendered little service to the tribe, often taking the opportunity to be lazy, demanding 2 partners, yet failing to bear even a single offspring. The tribe's reluctance to expel her already demonstrates their utmost mercy, considering her parents' reputation. Standing nearby, Chief Shiqiu glanced at Hong Xia in silence, contemplating whether to impose a punishment upon her. He was well aware that Hong Xia typically acted tyrannically within the tribe, brazenly robbing the young, single beast men. However, he noted that she had not committed any overtly egregious acts, thus refraining from voicing any reprimand. Yet today, before such a multitude of tribesmen, she audaciously declared that the spirit beasts were mere wild animals. Every beastman knows that wild animals cannot attain the same intellect as beastmen, while spirit beasts, in contrast, possess unique abilities bestowed upon them by the beast god, differing only in their inability to shift between beast and human forms. Since her arrival, Hong Xia's behavior had escalated in severity. Perhaps it was time for a stern lesson. In light of her disrespect towards the spirit beasts, Shiqiu ordered her confinement in a small cave without food. The first to rush out were Hong Xia's 2 partners, Li and Xiu, each seizing one of her arms and dragging her towards a small cave that had been excavated upon their arrival at the Wuhuang Plains. Li Qiu, let me go, upon realizing Chief Shiqiu's intent to imprison her and deny her sustenance. Hong Xia's protests erupted, as she was forcibly pulled along. Her loud cries persisted. Were it not for the calming presence of Lini, the beasts of the forest might have been drawn out, eyes gleaming with hunger, fixating on all the members of the Tiger Roar tribe, perhaps even salivating uncontrollably. Li and Xiu finally brought Hong Xia to a small cave located some distance from their dwelling. This cave, carved into the side of the mountain, served as a place of punishment. Li Qiu, if you don't release me, don't expect me to bear you any offspring. Such threats from Hong Xia had long since ceased to have any effect on Li and Xiu. They had become immune to her empty words years ago. Ignoring her tantrum, the 2 tossed her into the small cave reserved for punishment, leaving her with a modicum of food out of respect for their long-standing ties, before sealing the entrance with a large stone, leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. They departed without a backward glance, regardless of Hong Xia's continued curses directed at them. Once back in the clearing, after the incident with Hong Xia had passed, everyone joyfully concluded their evening meal. The deeply ingrained belief that wasting food was shameful resonated in the hearts of every beastman on the continent. After the meal, the beastmen, accompanied by the Huaji beasts, made their way to the temporary cave they had excavated. Inside, soft hay was laid down, covered with 2 or 3 layers of thick beast skins, with a warm fire crackling in the center. The Huaji beasts were quite satisfied with this cave. After all, it was not on the Beast God Mountain, and having a place to rest was more than adequate. The following morning, Ling Yan, the little fluffball, waddled over to the cave of Lini and Xiaoyu. Upon entering, he found Lini absent, with only Xiaoyu, who was just getting dressed, and he bounded onto her lap, a large piece of beast skin clutched in his mouth, 4 times larger than himself. This was the result of his recent hunting trip, where the female members of the Tiger Roar tribe had assisted him in tanning the hides, which had now become delightfully soft. Oh wow, oh wow. Goddess, could you help me stitch these 4 hides into a large cotton nest? His earnest cries melted Xiaoyu's heart. "What do you need such a large cotton nest for?" she inquired curiously. "Hadn't he already fashioned a small one for himself?" "Oh wow, oh wow. I heard from the tribe yesterday that my partner is about to have little ones. And they might arrive in a few days, that I want them to have a warm place to spend the winter." Though winter on the Beast God Mountain might be milder, Ling Yan had heard from other spirit beasts sent down to assist the Beast God's messengers that the winter outside was bitterly cold, and many tribe members perished each year. With his own offspring soon to be born, Ling Yan wished to ensure they would be warm and comfortable. "Understood. You can rest assured. I will certainly help you complete this cotton nest." So when your partner and little ones arrive, they can spend the winter comfortably. Without a second thought, Xiaoyu agreed to Ling Yan's request. While she was unfamiliar with the winters of this world, her memories of the harsh winters spent with family in northern regions of Earth had left a lasting impression. Comparatively, southern winters, although devoid of snow, bore a bone-chilling cold that was all too real. "Oh wow, oh wow. Thank you, goddess." No need for thanks. Having committed to helping Ling Yan, Xiaoyu promptly set out with the 4 large hides. First, she sought out Shi to discuss the idea of constructing a heated bed. Upon hearing it would help the tribe through the winter, he readily agreed without hesitation. Although Xiaoyu was not well acquainted with the heated beds of the northeast, she sketched a rough outline for Shi, leaving the rest to his ingenuity. Next, she approached several female members of the sewing team. Upon learning it was to assist the spirit beast's offspring in making a cotton nest, they eagerly agreed. Setting aside other tasks, prioritizing the creation of the little nest for the spirit beast's young. 7 days later, Su arrived at the Wuhuang Plains, a bamboo basket containing 4 tiny cubs in her mouth. Accompanied by part of the tribe, while leaving some behind to guard the tribe, that as Ling Yan spotted his partner approaching, his heart swelled with joy. He stepped forward, transforming from a small cub into a towering 3-meter-tall white lion, dashing towards his beloved. "Chiyu, it seems Ling Yan truly loves his partner. Su, you've arrived. The cubs are well, I hope?" Ling Yan gazed tenderly at Su, his heart swelling with happiness upon hearing Huaji's news that she was expecting. "They all healthy. 2 male cubs and 2 female cubs." That Su gently placed the bamboo basket down, affectionately nuzzling Ling Yan's cheek. This was their first litter, and Su felt elated, in a land where males outnumbered females. The birth of 2 female cubs was a cause for great joy. "Su, let me take you to meet the goddess." With that, Ling Yan picked up the basket containing their 4 little cubs and led Su toward Xiaoyu. "Goddess, this is my partner, Su, and these are my 4 little cubs." Ling Yan set the bamboo basket down and introduced Su and their tiny offspring to Xiaoyu. "Greetings, goddess. I am Su. Hello, please come inside. Ling Yan has prepared gifts for you and the cubs." Xiaoyu invited them into the cave prepared for their kin, specially designated for Ling Yan's family. Inside, soft hay was laid out, topped with thick beast skins, all procured by Ling Yan during his hunts, that a grand cotton nest made of beast skins awaited them. And the cave exuded warmth, complete with a wooden door for easy entry and exit. Seeing the cozy setup for the family, Xiaoyu chose not to intrude. Ling Yan approached the cotton nest and gently placed the 4 cubs inside, ensuring they were snugly nestled. With ample space remaining, he and Su could reduce their size and comfortably snuggle with the little ones without feeling cramped. As Su and her brood settled in, the weather on the Beastman continent grew increasingly frigid, culminating in the first snowfall of the winter on the 5th day. Fortunately, Shi had successfully devised a heated bed, showcasing his exceptional talent in this area. The snowflakes danced gracefully in the winter air, blanketing the distant branches in a pristine layer of white. When Xiaoyu stepped outside her cave, she found the female members of the Tiger Roar tribe preparing breakfast for everyone. Thanks to the warm beast skin clothing, thick blankets, and heated beds with charcoal underneath, the tribe members were relatively comfortable during the early days of winter, gathering together to enjoy breakfast. "Jia, you're awake. Come have some hot soup." As Xiaoyu emerged from the cave, she spotted Linny approaching with a steaming bowl of freshly made soup, extending it towards her. "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude to Lin Yi, she lifted a wooden bowl brimming with steaming hot soup to her lips and took a sip. Instantly, warmth radiated throughout her body, dispelling the cold that lingered since she had just risen. Ling Yin and his kin did not need to venture out of their cave. Each day, orcs from the Tiger Roar tribe would deliver food to them, even bringing charcoal to warm their meals. His 4 little cubs would spend their days nestled in their cotton nest, indulging in sleep and feasting, growing adorably plump with each passing day. Life seemed to flow pleasantly until the second day of winter. When an unexpected guest arrived at the tribe's doorstep, to think that the Wuhuang Plains lay so far from the beast god mountain sea. Were it not for my ability to fly, I surely would have perished on the journey. Ling, gazing at the tiger roar tribe not far ahead, could not suppress the tears welling in his heart. Jejia, there is a person who has fainted here. Yu Sheng exclaimed, observing a man with flowing blue hair lying on the ground. To be honest, she felt a twinge of affection, though it was tempered by her loyalty to Bai Di. Yet, the sight of this man, adorned in garments of an unknown fabric embellished with pearls, his androgynous features exuding a gentle allure, captivated her. He is fine. He is just too cold, Xiao Yu Jia remarked after approaching to check his pulse. Turning to Lin Yi, she suggested, Great Serpent, could you help him to the fire pit to warm up? Lin Yi nodded, lifting the already unconscious Ling and carrying him to the warmth of the fire. As Ling began to awaken, enveloped by the comforting heat, the first sight that greeted him was a circle of clean-skinned females surrounding him, as if he were a cherished pet on display. Ah Sheng, he is awake, someone exclaimed, prompting Yu Sheng to rush to the fire pit. Are you all right? Here is a bowl of hot soup for you to warm your belly, she said, handing the wooden bowl to Ling. Thank you, Ling replied, taking the bowl and feeling the chill within him dissipate with the first sip of soup. Who are you? Where do you come from? Yu Sheng inquired. My name is Ling, and I hail from the beast god mountain sea. He introduced himself before sipping the hot soup again. I have come in search of the goddess, Sheng. Do you know where she is? Upon hearing the name Sheng, Yu Sheng momentarily lost her bearings. Then, with an innocent smile, replied, Hello, my name is Yu Sheng, and I might just be the Sheng you seek. Ling was taken aback, astonished by her revelation. Yet upon observing Yu Sheng's attire and that of the surrounding females, he felt a surge of belief. Goddess, I have finally found you. The beast god has sent me to assist the goddess in creating a glorious orc continent. At this declaration, a wave of unrest washed over everyone present. What? Ah Sheng is actually a goddess. Then Jejia must be as well. It's quite possible. After all, when we first encountered them, their attire was distinctly different from ours. Furthermore, they imparted so much knowledge to us and even brought the divine fire. I thought the same. Hong Xia has been troubling Ah Sheng and Jejia day in and day out. I foresee her facing a difficult time ahead. Indeed. I've always sensed that Hong Xia is a good person. She rarely does anything virtuous. I believe it's high time she faced proper retribution. The tribe members engaged in fervent discussion regarding Ling's revelations, eventually diverting to the predicament of Hong Xia, who remained unaware of their sentiments, shivering in her cave. Chapter 36. The bonding ceremony with the first snowfall of winter. Hong Xia found herself in dire straits within the small cave, devoid of a fire for warmth. Several areas of her skin had begun to swell and itch, continuously scratching at her afflicted areas. Her mouth did not cease its tirade against Xiao Yu Jia and Yu Sheng. It's all your fault. You wretched females, were it not for you, I wouldn't be in this state. After Hong Xia was cast into the cave, Li and Xiao hastily sought the great shaman to remove their bonding mark. Unwilling to be bound to Hong Xia, however, she leveraged their parents as leverage, forcing their compliance. Now, having received the punishment she deserved, Li and Xiao pursued their own loves. Meanwhile, Hong Xia remained preoccupied with the ceremony of bonding. As inhabitants of the Orc continent, Lin Yi and Bai Di understood the severity of winter. Thus they aimed to conduct the bonding ceremony before the true onset of the heavy snow. However, time was of the essence, and they rose early to prepare. Xiao Yu Jia and Yu Sheng arrived at the great shaman's cave to impart knowledge of ancient Huaxia wedding customs. During this process, Fu Xiang entered in search of the great shaman, and Xiao Yu Jia invited her to join. With limited resources, they simplified the proceedings, omitting the elaborate rites, yet the 10-mile red bridal procession could not be overlooked. For it was a cherished aspiration of every Hanfu sister. After completing their instruction to the great shaman and Fu Xiang, the two hastened to send the newly matured female orcs, including Hong Yu, to gather red flowers, then rushed to Lin Yi and Xiao Yu Jia's cave, shutting the wooden door behind them and insisting that Lin Yi and Bai Di remain outside, threatening to cancel the ceremony if they dared to enter. Upon seeing the almost deranged Hong Xia in her cave, Hong Yu and her companions felt a sudden urge to bully her. Hong Yu produced some roasted meat that had been preserved for over 10 days and tossed it into the small cave after a brief toasting. Beneath the sunlight, Hong Xia, famished after days of hunger, gazed at the roasted meat and swallowed hard, disregarding cleanliness as she seized the morsel and devoured it ravenously. Haha! The onlookers outside the cave erupted in laughter at Hong Xia's disheveled state. Hearing the laughter, Hong Xia mustered the last of her strength to approach the cave's entrance. Peering through the small opening, she spotted the newly matured females, and her fury ignited. Adopting an imperious demeanor, she bellowed, "What are you doing here?" "Of course, we've come to deliver you some roasted meat," Hong Yu replied with a mocking tone, pointing at the meat in Hong Xia's hands. Hong Xia, seething at Hong Yu's gleeful expression, felt an intense anger rising within her. She had always believed Hong Yu to be a mere servant born of her mother's kindness, someone to be bullied at will. Little did she expect that this servant would now turn the tables on her. "Did you make this roasted meat?" Hong Xia questioned suspiciously, her eyes filled with resentment. The very thought that the meat might have originated from Hong Yu made her discard the half-eaten piece. Fearing what might have been concealed within it, of course. Hong Yu replied with a cold smile, continuing, "Today, goddesses Jejia and Yu Sheng are to bond with Lin Yi and Bai Di, and as your sister. I certainly hope you receive the blessings of both goddesses." Hong Yu had long desired to execute this plan, but had awaited the perfect moment. Now, witnessing Hong Xia in her current state brought her immense satisfaction. The coldness in her gaze replaced the prior fear. Upon hearing Hong Yu announce the impending bonding ceremony of Jejia and Yu Sheng with Lin Yi and Bai Di, Hong Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. The other females outside the cave felt a shiver of trepidation at her reaction. "Hong Yu, let us leave quickly. We have important matters to attend to," a female named Exin urged, patting Hong Yu's shoulder. They had come with significant intentions and did not wish to waste time due to Hong Xia's usual domineering presence in the tribe. The goddess has said that time is precious. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and you cannot buy time with gold. Although Xin did not fully grasp the meaning, she recalled the goddess's words, vowing not to squander time here. After throwing a disdainful glance at Hong Xia, Hong Yu and the other females departed, their laughter echoing behind them, leaving Hong Xia seething with resentment as she watched them go. "What kind of flowers do you think the two goddesses would like?" Goddess Jejia requested red flowers. Surely any red flowers would please them. "Hong Yu, you will regret this, and those two wretched females." Unlike the oppressive atmosphere of the cave, the clearing was alive with excitement. Fu Xiang, having heard from Xiao Yujia, learned that in their world, during the bonding ceremony, it was customary to treat the tribe members to a feast. Thus, she gathered several elder females to prepare the meals for the day. The bonding ceremony would coincide with the annual bonfire festival in the evening, prompting the single orcs and newly matured females to hasten their preparations. Inside the cave, Xiao Yujia revealed 4 wedding outfits she had concealed in her bag, causing Yu Sheng to marvel at the seemingly bottomless treasure within. "Jejia, how can your bag hold so many things?" From a young age, Yu Sheng had always been intrigued by Xiao Yujia's bag. However, as it was her best friend's secret, she refrained from asking about it. Yet today was a special occasion, and she felt that if she did not inquire, her curiosity would only intensify. "I'm not sure. The bag was made by my mother, but I'm not quite clear on the materials used," Xiao Yujia replied, shaking her head that in truth, she had no knowledge regarding the specifics of the bag. Not even what fabric her mother had employed in its creation. She had once felt the texture of the bag, which was smooth and comforting, akin to silk, yet cooler to the touch, since even Xiao Yujia herself was in the dark. Yu Sheng decided not to press further. Observing that they were nearly ready, the two swiftly exited the cave, securing the entrance behind them, and hurriedly pulled Lin Yi along as they dashed towards the hot springs in the back mountain. After a while, they returned, dragging the two along to this moment. Lin Yi and Bai Di were utterly disenchanted, feeling rejected by their beloved little female who seemed to scorn their uncleanliness. They endured a thorough scrubbing in the spring, with every inch being meticulously washed until their skin turned a rosy hue. The tribespeople, witnessing Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng bustling about, exchanged knowing glances. Once Lin Yi and Bai Di were ushered into the cave, Xiao Yujia instructed Ling Yin, Jiao Run, and Ling to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering. Inside the cave, Xiao Yujia and Yusheng quickly stripped Lin Yi and Bai Di of their animal skin garments. In the midst of their hurried preparations, Lin Yi and Bai Di found themselves blushing deeply as their clothes were removed. Xiao Yujia and Yusheng swiftly adorned the two with wedding attire, arranging their hair into elegant styles before shoving them outside, firmly closing the door behind them. This sequence of events left Lin Yi and Bai Di exchanging bewildered glances, yet upon seeing the matching outfits they wore, a sense of joy blossomed within them. Clad in red, they were pushed out, and the two guardians outside the cave regarded them with curiosity, finding them unexpectedly charming. As night fell, bonfires sprang up around the makeshift altar in the open space, illuminating the surroundings. Han Yao and her companions, having gathered flowers, followed Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng's instructions to lay petals from the cave entrance all the way to the temporary altar, surrounding it with bamboo baskets filled with vibrant red blossoms. With a proclamation from the shaman, we invite the two pairs of newlyweds, Lin Yi and Bai Di, hand in hand with Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, emerged from the cave, stepping onto the flower-strewn path. Their appearance captivated the orcs and females of the Tiger Roar tribe, who gazed at the stunning attire with admiration. Upon reaching the altar, the shaman began to chant a melody in an unfamiliar tongue, which seemed to beseech the beast gods for blessings upon the new couples. As the words faded, a radiant light enveloped the altar, descending upon the foreheads of Xiao Yujia, Lin Yi, Yu Sheng, and Bai Di. With the bonding ceremony concluded, the next event was the annual Bonfire Festival's blessing. Prior to this, the shaman had conferred with Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, and they readily agreed to jointly perform the blessing ritual. After the ceremony, Lin Yi and Bai Di were hastily sent away. While agreeing with the shaman, Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had contemplated carefully. Given that it was a blessing ritual, they chose to present the god-worship dance they had choreographed back on Earth, increasing its complexity by singing and dancing simultaneously. The melodic voice resonated. Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng gracefully danced upon the stage, akin to divine beings descending from the heavens. Their flowing garments swayed with their movements, enchanting the onlooking tribe members who, though unable to comprehend the lyrics, were mesmerized by the beauty of the dance and song. As the performance concluded, the altar once again radiated a spectrum of colors, showering the gathered orcs, including the females, with vibrant light. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies were undergoing subtle transformations. With the ceremony completed, the tribe members partook in the blessed food prepared by the two divine maidens, relishing every bite. Even Ling Yin and Su's four little cubs joined in the merriment, gleefully frolicking with the tribe's younger orcs. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Bai Di cradled Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng as they retreated into the cave. After their departure, the single orcs ventured forth, armed with prepared animal skins to pursue the females they admired. Should a female accept their offering, a bonding ceremony could be held the following year. While they could not offer a ceremony akin to that of Xiao Yujia and her companions, their sincere intentions were genuine. The revelry continued until midnight, with Fu Xiang and Shi Qiu unable to mask their excitement upon witnessing their cubs bond. "Ah, what are you doing?" Fu Xiang exclaimed, startled by the sudden embrace from Shi Qiu. "Since we're so happy, shall we have another child?" he suggested, swiftly carrying her into the cave. That night, the cave echoed with the sounds of new life being conceived. The following morning, Xiao Yujia awoke to find herself achingly sore, evidently having endured quite the ordeal the previous night. She glared at Lin Yi with a dangerous intensity, as if he had betrayed her trust. "I told you to be gentle, yet you were reckless." With a resounding crash, she yanked Lin Yi from the bed. Awakened abruptly, Lin Yi felt a sense of grievance wash over him at being so unceremoniously pulled from his dreams. Bai Di found himself in a similar predicament. However, the two females were not inclined to see their partners just yet, so they dispatched them to prepare breakfast as an apology. After a brief discussion, the two agreed this was a viable plan, their expressions brimming with satisfaction as they dressed and rushed outside the cave. After boiling some sweet potatoes, they hurriedly fetched water from the nearby stream in wooden buckets and returned to the cave, where they used cotton-woven towels to wash the faces of their beloved partners, helping them dress and comb their hair. Once everything was ready, they poured the sweet potato soup into wooden bowls and entered with it. To cater to their tastes, Lin Yi roasted meat, while Bai Di prepared a simple sweet potato soup, having noticed that his little partner preferred vegetables to meat. After attending to their two little darlings, Lin Yi and Bai Di led the tribe members out for a hunt, aiming to gather ample meat before the harsh winter set in, ensuring a more comfortable season for all. After all, no one could ever have too much food. Meanwhile, Teng Shua braved peril to arrive at the Wuhuang Plains, but instead of approaching the clearing before the cave, he was drawn by the scent of blood to a small cave. Upon seeing that the outsider was not a member of his tribe, Hong Xia began to plead for help, regardless of the stranger's intentions. "Please, Beastman, save me. I can do anything for you." Hearing her desperate cries, Teng Shua peered into the small opening, seeing Hong Xia in a disheveled state, pleading for his assistance. Yet he was not one to act out of kindness. "What can you do for me? I can help you gain the favor of our tribe's 2 divine maidens. They are more beautiful than any female in the entire Beastman continent." Teng Shua pondered this offer, feigning interest. Hong Xia, gazing at the delicately featured male before her, felt a flutter of admiration and earnestly insisted. "I am not lying. They are truly stunning and can prepare the most delectable food." As her excitement grew, she unwittingly revealed a hint of envy towards the 2 maidens she spoke of. Teng Shua, observing her fervor, began to wonder if one of those maidens might be the very one he sought. "That I can release you," he said, and Hong Xia's eyes sparkled with joy as she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. However, Teng Shua, glancing at the now dirtier Hong Xia, turned away in disdain and coldly declared, "But you must help me lure those 2 maidens here." With a wave of his hand, the stone blocking the cave entrance vanished. Thank you, Hong Xia exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement as she bowed repeatedly. But when she lifted her head, the handsome male was already gone. This bewildered her. Where did he go so suddenly? Could it be? She was momentarily stunned by the thought. Regardless of the truth, Hong Xia felt a thrill of excitement, believing she was now a protected female. With such thoughts in mind, Hong Xia felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. That strikingly handsome male from earlier must surely be the beast god. The beast god instructed me to bring Xiao Yujia and Yuxing over here. I must execute this task with utmost diligence. Perhaps, in doing so, the beast god might reward me with divine abilities. After making her decision, Hong Xia departed from the confines of the small cave, taking with her the jade flute left behind by Tung Tai for communication, and sought refuge in a hidden spot that it was daytime, and the tribe was bustling with many clansfolk. She could not afford to act recklessly, lest her life be at stake. She had to wait for the opportune moment. In the open area, the tribe members continued their tasks in an orderly manner. Some were producing salt, others crafting bamboo products, and still others stitching leather garments. Young cubs and females frolicked nearby, creating a scene of joyful camaraderie. At that moment, Xiao Yujia emerged, planning to lead the young females in search of ingredients and seasonings for hot pot, a means to bring warmth during the winter months. "Zhejia, it's so cold. What are you going out to find today?" Hong Yu suddenly appeared before Xiao Yujia, her face glowing with vitality. Since the onset of winter, the days had grown increasingly frigid, and just last night, Xiao Yujia had become a couple with Lin Yi. How could she possibly have the energy to seek food today? Observing Hong Yu's rosy cheeks, akin to ripe apples, Xiao Yujia surmised that she had likely received leather from a favored male last night, having tasted the forbidden fruit. Yet, it was fortunate that females in the Beastman continent were not easily burdened with pregnancy. One could indulge without immediate consequence that we're off to find food that can keep you warm during winter. Without further elaboration, the mere mention of food capable of warming their bodies in winter was enough to ignite their imaginations. "Zhejia, what kind of food is it? What does it look like?" Although the prospect of food that could warm the tribe during winter was delightful, Hong Yu was intensely curious about its appearance, as none had ever seen such a food before or understood how it could provide warmth. In a little while, you shall find out. Xiao Yujia left them in suspense. Yet Yusheng, standing nearby, was privy to the secret. However, she chose to remain silent, for revealing it would dissipate the allure of mystery. Seeing that Xiao Yujia would not disclose any more, Hong Yu and the other females refrained from pressing her further. Given the wide-open space surrounding the tribe, devoid of trees for cover, Xiao Yujia instructed Lin Yi and Bai Di to accompany the beast men into the forest to fell trees. They began constructing a fence from the food storage cave, extending approximately 3 meters forward, leaving a gate for entry and exit, encircling until they reached the cave storing leathers, thereby creating a secure perimeter around the tribe. The small cave designated for punishment was situated outside the tribe's boundaries. As Qiao Yujia arrived at the entrance of the tribe with Hong Yu and the few young females who had only recently come of age, she noticed the beastmen responsible for the safety of today's gathering party waiting at the entrance. The team was led by Xinke, accompanied by the previously bothersome Xiaogu and 2 clansfolk from Lingyan. They all bore strikingly similar appearances, making it hard for Qiao Yujia to distinguish one from another, save for the distinct colored stones adorning their foreheads. These stones, appearing translucent and radiant, resembled exquisite artworks meticulously crafted by a designer. Upon spotting Hong Yu in the group, Xinke's cheeks unexpectedly flushed with a subtle hue. Yet Xiao Yujia's instincts suggested that Hong Yu and Xinke had spent the night entwined in each other's embrace. That as Xiaogu's gaze fell upon Xiao Yujia, it was filled with possessiveness, but the thought of her formidable serpent beast man companion quickly quelled any desires of possession. Xiao Yujia offered him a gentle smile and turned to Xinke, saying, "Everyone has arrived. Let us proceed." "Indeed, divine maiden." Upon hearing Xinke's address, Xiao Yujia chose not to respond. For those living on the beastman continent, survival necessitated belief that them. The beast god represented an indelible faith, while the divine maiden was the executor of the deity's will upon the land. The group boarded a cart, pulled away by Xinke and his companions, while Lingyan's 2 clansfolk remained vigilant for any dangers lurking nearby. Upon reaching a small valley, the group deliberated briefly and decided to venture further for gathering purposes. Xiao Yujia surveyed her surroundings. With winter's arrival, everything was cloaked in a silvery shroud, and the greenery was scarce. As they ventured deeper into the valley, a sudden piercing scream from a female echoed nearby. Xiao Yujia swiftly turned and rushed to the gathering of young females, discovering that the source of the commotion was none other than Hong Yu, whose face was flushed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What is the matter with Hong Yu? What has happened?" Observing the perplexed expressions of those around her, Xiao Yujia quickly inquired of one young female. "Divine maiden, after Hong Yu ate that red fruit, she transformed into this." The young female pointed toward the thicket ahead. Following her indication, Xiao Yujia soon felt a wave of excitement wash over her. "By the heavens! This is chili, and a whole patch of it. Just a taste can set one ablaze with warmth. It's a fundamental ingredient for hot pot." Eager to pluck the chilies, Xiao Yujia approached, only to be halted abruptly by Xinke. "Divine maiden, this is too perilous." Upon hearing Hong Yu's distressed cries, Xinke felt his heart ache. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly innocuous fruit could wield such fiery potency. "It can make one's tongue feel as if it were ablaze." "Xinke, I understand your concerns. Hong Yu will be fine. She merely needs to drink more water." Observing the exchanged glances between them prior to their departure, it would be foolish for Xiao Yujia not to discern their mutual affection. After advising Xinke to ensure Hong Yu drank sufficient water, he hurriedly extended a bamboo tube filled with water towards her. Receiving it, Hong Yu gulped down almost half of its contents, feeling the fiery sensation in her mouth dissipate. "Xinke, thank you." She returned the bamboo tube, her cheeks betraying a natural blush. Xinke accepted it quietly, murmuring, "No need for thanks." Noticing that Xinke's attention had shifted away from her, Xiao Yujia promptly turned back to gather chilies. "Jejia, what is this red fruit?" Hong Yu asked, seeing Xiao Yujia had already collected a significant amount of the bright red fruit. The memory of her earlier fright still lingered. Xiao Yujia, observing Hong Yu's wary demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, then spoke softly. "This is called chili. It is one of the seasonings that can warm the body during winter." No sooner had she finished speaking than the females recognized that Xiao Yujia was about to prepare a new dish, and they hurriedly gathered the entire patch of chilies. "Jejia, look what I've found." Just as they finished, Yusheng approached, a bamboo basket brimming with treasures in hand. "Did I ask that Sichuan pepper?" As she drew closer, Xiao Yujia spotted the peppercorns in Yusheng's basket, but upon closer inspection, they were significantly larger than the usual ones, roughly the size of a fingernail. Yet considering the principle that everything on the Beastman continent was larger than life, it didn't seem so strange. Much like the chilies they had just seen. "Yes, indeed, it is Sichuan pepper." Yusheng nodded enthusiastically, then produced a palm-sized brown fruit from the basket, exclaiming joyfully, "Jejia, this fruit contains cumin, and this green one has white sesame seeds, while this khaki-colored one contains flour." Yu Xing's excitement grew with each revelation as she extracted the fruits one by one, showcasing them to Qiao Yujia. Among them, the flower-bearing fruit was the largest, about the size of 2 palms, and upon opening it, the flour within could yield 3 to 4 small dumplings. Qiao Yujia found Yu Sheng's exuberance endearing. However, when she learned that the last fruit contained flour, she was utterly astonished. She was unaware if wheat existed on the Beastman continent, but the presence of flour in this fruit could serve as a substitute for wheat as a staple food. Ah Sheng, are there many of these fruits? Quite a few, just over by the small river. Nearly a whole expanse is filled with them. Yu Xing spoke, gesturing towards a small riverbank behind her, where an abundance of fruits of various hues flourished on the opposite side. However, Qiao Yujia, not being an orc, struggled to discern them clearly. Without further ado, she led the females to harvest the fruits, as they appeared to be easier to store. And no sooner had Qiao Yujia uttered her intention than the females hastened across the river, comparing the colors of the fruits in Yu Xing's hand as they began their gathering. Before long, everyone was laden with their bounty. The bamboo baskets they had brought were overflowing, prompting the decision to return to the tribe. Upon their return, Qiao Yujia hurriedly set about preparing the spices and fruits they had collected. Lin Yi, upon seeing his partner return without acknowledging him, felt a twinge of grievance, together with the females. He began to kindle a fire and set a pot over it, preparing for that evening's meal. They first sliced various types of beast meat into thin pieces, as the male orcs had a predilection for meat, followed by washing an assortment of vegetables. Though the vegetables were somewhat scarce, it was of little consequence, for it was merely to savor a new flavor. As the pot heated, she scooped a generous ladle of lard, waiting for it to melt. Considering that the people here were experiencing hot pot for the first time, Qiao Yujia was cautious not to add too much chili or Sichuan pepper, allowing each person to add a small amount according to their preference. After frying the spices, she poured in half a pot of clear water, added slices of ginger to mitigate any fishy odor, and sprinkled in 2 small spoonfuls of salt, covering it with a wooden lid as she awaited it to boil. During the waiting period, Qiao Yujia urged the orcs to wash their hands and prepare bowls for the meal. Once she finished speaking, the orcs vanished in a flurry, some to wash their hands, others to fetch bowls and chopsticks, before gathering around the stone pot. Observing the hundreds of individuals, Qiao Yujia felt a sudden headache. Thankfully, she had prepared 2 stone pots, or else some might have gone without. When the water finally boiled, Qiao Yujia lifted the lid, and a wave of spicy aroma wafted through the air, causing many to sneeze. Ignoring them, she first added a large basin of meat prepared for Ling Yin and the others into the hot pot. After a few minutes, she ladled it out into a wooden basin, allowing it to be distributed among each orc's food bowl. As for the vegetables, she instructed anyone to bring them for herself. Having recently given birth, she needed to replenish her strength, so she had arranged for roasted meat, sweet potatoes, and potatoes to be sent over, which delighted the vegetarians and the young cubs. Once everything was set, Qiao Yujia finally permitted the orcs to begin their meal, each eagerly using their chopsticks to grasp the thinly sliced meat and submerge it into the scalding broth. Due to the thinness of the slices, they cooked swiftly. One by one, they impatiently placed the well-cooked meat into their mouths, the invigorating spiciness igniting their taste buds, eliciting a chorus of hiss-hiss sounds. Yet they soon discovered that although the evening's fare had an unusual flavor, it was increasingly irresistible and delightfully aromatic. Chapter 38. Missing hiss-hiss. Jia Jia, this is delicious. What is this flavor? Hong Yu exclaimed, unable to stop eating while inquiring about the taste. Originally, Qiao Yujia had prepared a pot without chili, but after sampling both, Hong Yu found the chili-laden one far more fragrant, leading her to indulge relentlessly. This is spiciness, Qiao Yujia replied with a gentle smile, observing Hong Yu's insatiable appetite. What is spiciness? Hong Yu continued to inquire, her curiosity piqued. Realizing that this might be the orc's first encounter with such a foreign flavor, Qiao Yujia thought about the pot of spicy broth before her, wondering why no one was partaking in it. Meanwhile, the others devoured heartily, their mouths glistening with oil, while only a few elder orcs and females were consuming from the non-spicy pot, as they might find the intense flavors overwhelming. The clear broth was much more palatable. It was akin to a fiery sensation, scorching and uncomfortable in the mouth and on the tongue. Qiao Yujia struggled to articulate it, hoping Hong Yu would grasp the essence. That I understand. It's like the first time I ate it. I had to take a big gulp of water to soothe the taste. But this flavor is so delicious, I can't stop. Watching Hong Yu stuff her mouth with meat slices and wild vegetables. Her speech slightly faltering, Xiao Jia found her adorably endearing. This dinner concluded amidst the orcs' delighted hiss-hiss sounds. That night, the elusive Hong Xia lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, both the hunting and gathering teams set out simultaneously, preparing for the impending arrival of heavy snow. Once the snow blanketed the mountains, no one would venture out of the tribe, and they would essentially hibernate in their caves. The gathering team had scarcely departed the tribe when they passed a small cave, and one keen-eyed female noticed that the large stone blocking the entrance was missing. She gasped, "Goddess, Hong Xia is gone, what?" Upon hearing this, Qiu Jia's heart skipped a beat. She hastened to investigate, recalling that just a few days prior, she had seen the stone securely in place. How could it have vanished so suddenly? "Goddess, there is the scent of unfamiliar orcs here." Ling Yin approached to examine closely, detecting a peculiar, unfamiliar orc scent lingering in the area, one that appeared to have been left in recent days. Yet, the scent was distinctly different, more refined than that of the orcs, resembling the fragrance of Qiao Jia and her companions. Unfamiliar orcs. Thanks to the stabilizing bond between Ling Yin and Qiao Jia, he no longer needed to speak in Orcish. He could communicate normally with the tribe. Thus, everyone present was taken aback at the mention of unfamiliar orc scents. Wasn't this a place considered forbidden for all orcs? Why would there be other orcs entering their territory? Xingku, you must return to the tribe immediately and inform Chief Shicho to heighten the security around the tribe. Xiao Jia commanded Xingku, instructing him to relay the message to strengthen the perimeter. Despite not being a member of the Tiger Roar tribe, the people there had always treated her kindly. Hong Xia was a troublesome individual. If allowed to grow unchecked, the consequences would be dire. It was imperative to eliminate any potential threats before they could develop. Having witnessed similar temperaments in girls like Hong Xia back on Earth, who were spoiled by their parents and ultimately fell into ruin, Qiao Jia felt a sense of urgency. "I shall notify the chief at once." Xingku replied, swiftly transforming in a beast form and racing back to the tribe. "Everyone else, let us hasten to gather. The matters of security fall to Chief Shicho. Once we arrive at our destination, let us proceed with caution," Qiao Jia advised the remaining members before heading towards the new gathering site of the day. Before long, they reached the new gathering location. The small valley required rest and recuperation, so Qiao Jia led them to this area. That was a vast plain located directly behind the tribe's living caves, where a river about a meter wide flowed, separating two sections of the plain. From a distance, one could see an expanse of fruits beginning to blush with ripeness. Qiao Jia guided the females forward. Upon reaching the riverside, everyone paused as two orcs, following Qiao Jia's instructions, laid down the previously chopped logs to form a bridge across the water to facilitate crossing the river. Qiao Jia had instructed the orcs to fell 5 trees of substantial girth. Once the logs were positioned, she led the females across to the opposite bank. Beholding the trees laden with fruits, each tinged with a slight red, Qiao Jia's heart leapt with joy. These were winter jujubes, a fruit that only appeared in winter. In truth, many fruits ripened during the cold season, while some bore fruit year-round. Yet encountering winter jujubes was indeed a stroke of fortune. The winter jujube trees on the Orc continent were not very tall, allowing Qiao Jia to easily reach the fruit, which was larger than any she had previously seen. Grasping one, she needed no washing, simply biting into it, producing a crisp crunch that's so sweet. Sweeter than any winter jujube I have ever tasted. This pure and untainted fruit was once a rarity. Yet here, on the Orc continent, an abundance lay before her. "Jia, is it delicious?" Observing Qiao Jia squinting in delight, Hong Yu watched anxiously. "That you'll know once you taste it," Qiao Jia replied, withholding any judgment, as everyone's palate differed. She took a jujube from the bamboo basket and offered it to Hong Yu for a taste. Seeing Qiao Jia so pleased, Hong Yu tentatively bit into the fruit, and the crisp sound resonated as an exquisite sweetness burst forth in her mouth. "That it's so delicious, so sweet." In no time, Hong Yu exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated that such a small fruit could possess such sweetness. Moreover, the leaves on the trees remained green. A vast expanse was filled with these fruits. If they harvested all of them, it would suffice for the females of the tribe for quite some time. The ruby grapefruit neglected to account for the Orcish folk. After all, they consume the most meat, rarely indulging in wild vegetables or fruits, if at all. This particular fruit is known as the winter jujube, which only ripens during the winter months. The grove of winter jujubes here has now matured, and everyone should hasten to harvest them, that if we cannot pick them all today, we can bring additional bamboo baskets tomorrow. As Qiao Yujia finished speaking, the females vanished in an instant. Before long, beneath every winter jujube tree stood one or two females, leisurely picking and savoring the fruits. Unbeknownst to anyone, under one of the trees, Hongxiao had been observing Qiao Yujia and her companions for quite some time, having followed them to await the perfect moment. Now, that moment had arrived. Beneath the tree where Qiao Yujia stood, she was alone. If only she could be lured away a bit further, she could make her disappear forever. That wretched female, Yuxing, had not come today, so another opportunity must be sought. With this thought, Hongxiao hurled a stone towards Qiao Yujia, the projectile landing right at her feet. Where did this stone come from? While joyfully collecting winter jujubes, Qiao Yujia suddenly noticed the stone at her feet, feeling perplexed. This grove of winter jujube trees had very few stones. So where could it have originated? Could it be a small animal playing tricks on her? Contemplating this, Qiao Yujia grew wary, scanning her surroundings for any signs of movement, yet failing to detect anything amiss. Just as she assumed it was merely a harmless prank by the local wildlife, another stone flew towards her from an unknown source. Why hasn't that wretched female shown up yet? Could it be that she has discovered me? Impossible. I had concealed myself so well. Moreover, I utilized scent-masking herbs. That insufferable female could never detect my presence. Hongxia seemed to be overthinking it. How could Qiao Yujia, a purebred human, possibly discern her scent? Employing the scent-masking herbs was truly superfluous. Was there something ahead? With this thought, Qiao Yujia picked up the stone once more and proceeded in the direction from whence it came. Jia, where are you going? In the midst of her joyful harvesting, Hongyu suddenly felt Qiao Yujia's departure from the winter jujube tree she was tasked with, prompting her to inquire. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiao Yujia was a revered goddess within the tribe, respected even by the chieftain. Should anything happen to her, it would be dire. I'm just going to check ahead. Perhaps I might discover new fruits that do not worry about me. Having heard this, Hongyu felt hesitant to voice further concerns and continued her harvesting of the winter jujubes. Having finally made a friend, she feared upsetting her, lest she be ignored henceforth. Unbeknownst to Hongyu, Qiao Yujia had already left the winter jujube grove, following the path marked by the stones as the sun began to set. A sense of urgency filled the air, for the goddess had been absent for quite some time. Xiaogu, please go search for Jia. Among the females present, Hongyu, being closest to Qiao Yujia, called out to Xiaogu in distress, prompting others to echo her worry. Xiaogu hesitated momentarily, reluctant to set out, for he recalled the incident where he had almost harmed Qiao Yujia due to Hongxiao's instigation. He felt he had no right to seek her out now. Just as he grappled with his indecision, Ling Yan stepped forward decisively, saying, I will go find the goddess. Xiaogu, you should lead the females back to the tribe. Ling Yan did not afford him a chance to respond, immediately setting off to follow the scent trail left by Qiao Yujia. Meanwhile, Xiaogu, accompanied by another orc warrior, escorted Hongyu and the other females away from the winter jujube grove upon returning to the tribe. Hongyu swiftly sought out Chieftain Shiqiu and Lin Yi, who had just returned, to inform them of Qiao Yujia's mysterious disappearance. What did you say? Jia is missing. As Hongyu spoke, Yuxing, who happened to be passing by the cave, overheard and was struck with disbelief. Her dearest friend had vanished. The news hit hardest for Lin Yi and Yuxing, both of whom were closest to Qiao Yujia. Shiqiu, we must mobilize the tribe's resources to find Yujia. If she falls into the hands of nefarious orcs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing Hongyu's account, the High Shaman immediately urged Chieftain Shiqiu to spare no effort in locating Qiao Yujia. She could not bear to contemplate the horrors that might befall her should Qiao Yujia be captured by wicked orcs. It was imperative to locate her without delay. I understand, High Shaman, that I shall personally lead a search for Yujia. You all should finish your evening meal and rest. Do not fret too much. Perhaps Yujia is merely lost. Let us hope that is the case today as the sun dipped below the mountain peaks. The clearing outside the cave bustled with preparations for the evening feast. The tribe's members remained blissfully unaware that one of their revered goddesses had gone missing, concerned for Qiao Yujia's safety. Chieftain Shichio took Lin Yi and several of the tribe's strongest orc warriors and departed from the tribe, leaving Baidi behind to soothe the tribe's people's anxieties and maintain the tribe's security. On another front, Ling Yan, tracking the scent trail left by Qiao Yujia, found her by a small riverbank. However, she was accompanied by several other orcs and a female, which prevented him from approaching too closely. Instead, he observed from a distance, recognizing that the female appeared increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. The distance was too great, and Ling Yan could not hear their conversation, only sensing a palpable tension in the air. Moments later, the unfamiliar orc, having done something, caused Qiao Yujia to suddenly weaken and collapse into the arms of the stranger. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yan burst forth from his hiding place, swiftly striking aside Hongxia with a powerful blow that sent her reeling and bleeding. After subduing Hongxia, Ling Yan unleashed a blast of ice towards the unfamiliar orc, aiming to catch him off guard and freeze him in place. But the orc effortlessly evaded the attack, causing Ling Yan's icy assault to dissipate into nothingness that a spirit beast. How intriguing, the orc, named Tingshu, mused, casting a dismissive smile at Ling Yan, seemingly unimpressed by the presence of a mere spirit beast. Release the goddess at once, or do not blame me for being impolite, Ling Yan challenged, undeterred by the orc's demeanor. Qiao Yujia is the goddess designated by the beast god, affiliated with the White Lion Spirit Beast tribe. She must not be allowed to fall into danger. I am smitten with the goddess and wish to invite her to my abode. What is your intent here? Tinka replied nonchalantly, feigning innocence in the face of Ling Yan's accusations. Is that how one invites someone to be a guest? Do you take me for a fool? In that moment, Ling Yan felt a surge of anger welling within him. With a decisive motion, he launched a massive ice sphere towards Tingshu. The Spirit Beast tribe, steeped in the teachings of the beast god, prided itself on its intelligence. This orc, who concealed his true form, had the audacity to call him foolish. Such an affront could never be forgiven. Yet, the knowledge imparted by the beast god was limited. The Spirit Beast tribe knew more than the average orc, but not as much as the beast goddess emissaries or the two goddesses. When Tingshu did not dodge the incoming ice sphere, but instead shattered it with a bolt of purple lightning, Ling Yan was momentarily stunned. That lightning was a power he believed could only be wielded by the beast god. Yet here was an orc, devoid of any visible beast form, also demonstrating this extraordinary ability. Though curiosity about Tingshua's use of purple lightning piqued his interest, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to reclaim the goddess from Tingshua's grasp without delay. Regaining his focus, Ling Yan hurled another ice sphere at Tingshu, only for it to meet the same fate as the last, shattered into powder by the orc's lightning. As time passed, Ling Yan grew increasingly fatigued. Each ice sphere he launched met with destruction, while Tingshu remained unscathed, not a drop of sweat marring his brow. That my little spirit beast, it's getting late. I shan't play with you any longer. Farewell. With a wave of his hand, Tingshu conjured a mist, enveloping Qiao Yujia and Hongxia before departing the plain. Once the mist cleared, Ling Yan, having scoured the area dozens of times, could no longer detect Qiao Yujia's scent. She had likely crossed beyond the borders of the wilderness plains. Unable to locate her, Ling Yan reluctantly returned to the tribe. Ling Yan, you've returned. Did you find Jia? As he stepped through the tribe's entrance, Yuxing rushed towards him, clinging to his large head, her eyes filled with urgency as she repeated her question. Upon learning of Qiao Yujia's sudden disappearance, Yuxing, who should have been in deep slumber by nightfall, was instead wide awake, brimming with energy, upon witnessing Yuxing's anxious demeanor. Ling Yan lowered his head in silence. In that moment of unexpected quietude, Yuxing discerned that he had failed to locate Qiao Yujia. Her steadfast friend, whose spirited sense of justice was often tinged with a hint of mischief. She had vanished. Having protected her cherished companion since childhood, Yuxing could hardly fathom the reality of her disappearance. The formidable individual she was had seemingly vanished into thin air. The goddess Sheng, it appeared, might have been taken from the Wuhuang Plains by a mysterious beastman. After a brief pause, Ling Yan ultimately confided his suspicions to Yuxing. Ling Yan, you are Jia's guardian spirit beast. Could you please bring her back? Yuxing implored. Jia is my dearest friend. You must bring her back, please. upon hearing that Xiao Yujia might have been abducted by an unknown beastman. Yu Sheng's heart raced with desperation, pleading for Ling Yin to retrieve her. She was her closest confidant. She simply could not accept that she had disappeared without a trace. The tribe members, who had initially resolved to enjoy their evening meal and rest, became puzzled upon hearing Yu Sheng's muffled sobs. They inquired with the females who had ventured out for gathering that day, only to learn that one of the goddesses they revered had suddenly gone missing. As they listened to Yu Sheng's increasingly anguished cries, a somber silence enveloped them. For the members of the Tiger Howl tribe, although the Wuhuang Plain served as a forbidden territory for all beastmen on the continent, it had always been their safest refuge. Here, they had no need to fear incursions from other tribes or wandering beastmen. The land was abundant with food and warmth from the divine fire during winter, allowing them to flourish without the specter of loss looming over their kin. However, the arrival of unfamiliar beastmen in the Wuhuang Plains, coupled with the abduction of one of their revered goddesses, stirred a palpable fear among them. To in the minds of the Tiger Howl tribe, Xiao Yujia was a formidable goddess. Yet, she was still a female, and the thought of what might transpire should she fall into the hands of unknown beastmen was too horrific to contemplate. Goddess, please rise, that if Yujia were to see you in this state, she would undoubtedly be deeply troubled. Ling, observing that none of the surrounding beastmen, not even Bai Di, Yu Sheng's recently bonded partner, seemed inclined to comfort her. Quietly approached, he yearned to lift Yu Sheng from the ground, but as he drew near, he could still hear her fervently repeating, "Please bring Jia Jia back. Will you? Please bring Jia Jia back." She was so exhausted that she felt herself drifting into slumber, yet remained resolute in her grip on Ling Yan's fur. Leaning closer to Yu Sheng's ear, Ling whispered something unknown, and with an exertion of will, she released her hold on Ling Yan's hair, collapsing into Ling's embrace. "That I entrust the goddess to you, Ling Yan, and I shall search for Yu Jia." After handing Yu Sheng to Bai Di, Ling turned to confer with Ling Yin. Once Ling Yin finished his evening meal, he and Ling raced toward the borders of the Wuhuang Plains. "All right, everyone, it's time to rest. The two esteemed ones will surely bring back the goddess." As Bai Di watched Ling and Ling Yin depart, he could only urge the tribe members to rest, for even amidst their concerns for the goddess, their own well-being must not be neglected. Meanwhile, in the Godless Forest, a treacherous expanse located in the northernmost part of the continent, rumors of ferocious beasts had rendered it a place of dread among the beastmen. Few dared to tread here, and those who did would take great care to avoid it. Abandoned beastmen, left with no place to go, braved the dangers of the Godless Forest, leading to the formation of a rogue beastman tribe deep within its confines. The rule of the land dictated that might makes right, and 5 years prior, a formidable figure named Teng Shua had emerged, his remarkable abilities and unparalleled combat prowess earning him the reverence of the rogue beastmen, even surpassing the so-called beast gods. Over the years, Teng Shua had harnessed the intense resentment the rogue beastmen harbored towards the established tribes, compelling them to retrieve numerous attractive females for him, all of whom were imprisoned in a dark, icy cave. This cave, while concealed in the depths of the Godless Forest, lay only a few meters from Teng Shua's abode, that no one knew his true intentions for the captured females. But it was common knowledge that every 7 days or so, one would perish, as if drained of some vital essence. The deceased females bore lifeless eyes. Only those rewarded for their loyalty to Teng Shua were fortunate enough to escape the cave alive. Deep within the Godless Forest, a sheer cliff housed a magnificent pavilion adorned in shades of emerald and white. There, Xiao Yujia, locked in a struggle against death, finally roused from her stupor, her head throbbing painfully. With a sudden groan, she inadvertently disturbed Teng Shua, who had been napping nearby. "That you've awakened." Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Yujia's eyes shot open, revealing an opulent palace illuminated as if it were day. Turning her head, she beheld the emerald-clad figure of Teng Shua, the very man who had conspired with Hong Xia to render her unconscious. "Are you hungry, my dear? I have personally prepared some peach blossom pastries for you. Would you care to try?" Teng Shua offered, placing a plate before her. Xiao Yujia glanced at the pastries, her silence laden with suspicion. Yet an inexplicable familiarity tugged at her memory. Someone had indeed crafted these pastries for her before. However, the more she pondered, the more implausible it seemed. Her social circle was limited, consisting mostly of herself and Yu Sheng, who possessed only rudimentary culinary skills, while others were either clumsy or inept. What's the matter? Are you afraid I have poisoned them? Tung Shua, observing her hesitation, assumed she was wary of his intentions. Indeed, I fear you may have poisoned them. Who knows what you might have added? Given her disbelief. Tung Shua took one of the pastries and bit into it. After a moment passed without incident, Xiao Yujia reluctantly began to trust that he had not tainted the delicacy with poison. Yet this did not eliminate her wariness of him. Rest well, my dear, that I shall return to check on you tomorrow. With that, Tung Shua placed the plate back on the table and exited, closing the door behind him. Outside, Hong Xia anxiously awaited his return. Beast God. Upon spotting Tung Shua emerge, she instinctively addressed him with reverence. Beast God. How intriguing. Tung Shua found amusement in her title, contemplating how he might exploit it for his own gain. From this day forth, you shall be the goddess. Tomorrow, I shall have Uba and the others escort you back to the Wuhuang Plains. You know what is expected of you. Gazing at Hong Xia, Tung Shua noted her striking beauty, though she paled in comparison to Xiao Yujia. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from his objectives. With a flick of his wrist, Hong Xia was transformed into a vision of elegance. Clothed in a crimson skirt and a sheer black top, her hair elegantly styled with a white, fluffy band cascading down her back, and adorned with a vine-like headpiece, that it must be said that the typically disheveled Hong Xia appeared quite lovely after such a transformation. Realizing her newfound capabilities bestowed by the beast god, she was resolute in her determination to fulfill his wishes. However, when she lifted her gaze, Tung Shua had already vanished without a trace, with resentment boiling within her. Hong Xia cast her eyes upon the room, knowing that the loathed rival she despised was confined within. Now endowed with the power granted by the beast god, she believed herself to be the true goddess. Raising her hand, flames of crimson danced in her palm. After lingering outside for a while, she returned to the chamber prepared for her by Tung Shua. The following morning, Hong Xia set out under the protection of Hu Ba and Bao Feng, leaving the godless forest behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia, trapped in her room, felt a throbbing headache, as if her mind might explode. She wondered about the fate of the serpent, Lin Yi, and whether he missed her. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she gently caressed the small white serpent imprinted on her collarbone, her heart heavy with longing for Lin Yi. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door, prompting Xiao Yujia to gaze warily toward the entrance. The tall silhouette outside exuded an aura distinctly different from Lin Yi, and she recognized it immediately. It was the treacherous Tung Shua. "May I enter, my dear?" Despite his polite words, Tung Shua had already pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Since you are already here, is there any point in asking?" Xiao Yujia retorted coldly. She held no fear of Tung Shua. Having been raised in a technologically advanced era, she had encountered all manners of individuals. "You certainly have a way with words," Tung Shua replied smoothly. She had begun to converse with herself, and a barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Tung Shua's lips. The young lady must surely be hungry. "I have prepared jade porridge for her. Do give it a taste." As he spoke, he scooped a spoonful from the white glazed bowl and brought it to Xiao Yujia's lips. Glancing at the peach blossom pastry laid out on the table, he noticed it remained untouched, as it had originally been placed there. Tung Shua felt no anger. He continued to regard Xiao Yujia with a gentle, effeminate smile. However, upon noticing the small white snake mark residing upon her collarbone, his brow furrowed slightly. There was something decidedly bothersome about that white serpent. Observing that Xiao Yujia merely cast a glance at the jade porridge without uttering a word or making any move, he was left with no choice but to set both bowls down on the table. Without further ado, he pressed Xiao Yujia beneath him. "What are you doing? Get off me." She had initially thought him a graceful gentleman, albeit somewhat delicate and diminutive, but never had she anticipated being tackled by him. Tung Shua was smitten at first sight, exclaiming, "Dear lady, take me as your own." His voice, laced with allure and a hint of softness, reached Xiao Yujia's ears, causing her to shiver, as if her very essence were electrified. Yet before her stood a bounder. Such thoughts could never be entertained. "I do not know you. Get away from me." With that, Xiao Yujia kicked Tung Shua to the foot of the bed, retreating to the headboard, drawing forth the long whip she had been coiling around her waist, adopting a defensive stance. Chapter 40. The Emergence of Divine Power, my lady. "I am Tung Shua. You now know me." As he spoke, he inched closer to Xiao Yujia, resembling a predator stalking its prey. Smack! Just as Tung Shua was about to make contact with Xiao Yujia, The raised whip struck him fiercely across the back of his left hand, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. How ruthless, but I find it delightful. In that fleeting moment, a tide of familiar memories surged into Tang Shua's mind. At last, everything came rushing back to him. It was this very woman before him who evoked both love and fear within him. Now that he had reclaimed all his memories, it seemed she had forgotten everything. If only he could resolutely confine this enchanting yet fearsome woman beneath his watchful gaze, perhaps he could gradually return to those bygone days. The woman who possessed formidable spiritual abilities, capable of commanding the growth of all things, and bore a cold, calculating demeanor, would once again belong to him. The ensuing struggle within the room never ceased, punctuated by Tang Shua's occasional gleeful yet chilling laughter. Outside, Hu Ba and Bao Feng, observing Tang Shua's evident delight, refrained from intruding, for any interruption could lead to their utter destruction. Meanwhile, Hong Xia had successfully returned to the tribe within the Wuhuang Plains. Not far off, she surveyed the tribe's somber atmosphere, that if she were to enter the tribe now, under the guise of a goddess, she would undoubtedly garner the adoration of the tribe's people. Then she could expel that wretched female, Yu Sheng, from the tribe. Furthermore, she could guide the tribesfolk to revere the beast god. And if they performed commendably, perhaps the beast god would bestow upon them mysterious powers. With such thoughts, Hong Xia failed to consider the repercussions, striding with her elegant yet somewhat affected gait to the entrance of the tribe. Hong Xia has returned. Quickly, stop her. Upon sighting the figure clad in red, the beastmen stationed at the entrance initially believed it to be Qiao Yujia returning, their hearts lifting momentarily. However, as she drew nearer, they realized it was the escaped female, Hong Xia. The scent of the goddess they revered was distinctly pure, lacking any trace of the beast tribe's essence. The beastman's shout echoed throughout the tribe, prompting surrounding guards and workers alike to converge at the entrance. Upon seeing Hong Xia draped in red, adorned with a black gauzy outer robe, they noted the striking similarity between her attire and that of the two goddesses. Look, isn't that Hong Xia, who fled from the small cave? Indeed, since she has escaped, why return, and why wear garments identical to those of the two goddesses? What does she mean by this? Listening to the tribespeople's murmurs, Hong Xia clenched her fists beneath her voluminous sleeves. To her astonishment, even in Xiao Yujia's absence, the tribesfolk still despised her. She was filled with rage. Why? It was she, after all, who was a true member of the tribe. While that wretched female, who merely crossed paths with them and was not even a tribeswoman, received their adulation, she would not accept it. Her mind raced with memories of the tribespeople's joyful faces alongside those two loathsome females. Igniting her fury, raising her hand, Hong Xia unleashed a fireball at the nearest beastman warrior. As the warrior writhed in agony upon the ground, the unquenchable flames spread across his body, sending the surrounding crowd into a frenzy. Qiao is on fire! Quickly, fetch water to extinguish the flames, a nearby beastman shouted, and soon, tribespeople rushed to the river, filling wooden buckets to douse the flames engulfing Qiao. Yet, despite their efforts, the fire remained unabated, continuing to blaze fiercely. Observing the warrior on the brink of incineration, Hong Xia's eyes gleamed with indifference, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. All she desired was to incinerate those tribesfolk who adored Qiao Yujia and Yu Sheng. Douse it! Douse it! This is no ordinary fire. It is the divine flame bestowed by the beast god. It cannot be extinguished. Just as Hong Xia reveled in her malice, Hong Yu, who had been assisting in extinguishing the flames, abruptly broke away from the group, heading straight for the chieftain's cave. Upon entering the chieftain's cave, Hong Yu found Yu Sheng and the grand shaman present, and she exclaimed in a huff, "Chieftain, it's bad." Hong Xia has returned from the small cave, and she conjured a fire that has set Xiao ablaze. Water won't put it out. What did you say? Hong Xia has returned, and she set Xiao on fire. Upon hearing Hong Yu's words, the grand shaman felt a pang of skepticism. Why would Hong Xia return only to set Xiao ablaze? Indeed, I swear. Hong Xia suddenly summoned divine fire, and then Xiao was engulfed. Seeing the grand shaman's doubt, Hong Yu grew increasingly frantic that if we delay any longer, Xiao may be burned alive. Chieftain, I must go. Noticing that no one else was inclined to leave, Yu Sheng stood up, her expression impassive, and declared, I will go, before stepping out of the chieftain's cave, that Ashung, wait for me. Before Bai Di could react, Yusheng had already distanced herself, and fearing for her safety, he hurriedly pursued her. The rest of those in the chieftain's cave hastily followed suit. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, they beheld Hong Xia clad in red, the beast man writhing in agony on the ground. And the tribesfolk desperately attempting to douse him with water, the Wei Yusheng approached Xiao, producing the small porcelain vial left to her by Xiao Yujia. Removing the wooden stopper, she tilted the vial, allowing a drop of icy blue liquid to spill forth. The flames still consuming Xiao were instantly extinguished. The tribespeople, witnessing this series of events, gaped in disbelief. How could a single drop of Yu Sheng's water extinguish the divine fire that had raged so fiercely moments before? Their respect for her elevated several notches. Yet Hong Xia, witnessing Yu Sheng extinguish the divine fire bestowed upon her by the beast god, was seized by fury. The fire is out. Quickly, take him away and tend to his wounds. As the flames were subdued, Yu Sheng urgently called for someone to carry Xiao away. Meanwhile, Hong Xia, exuding arrogance, proclaimed, "Wretched female, how dare you extinguish the divine fire bestowed upon me by the beast god? Kneel and accept your punishment. Is it you? What?" Yu Sheng's sudden accusation left Hong Xia bewildered, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger. She disregarded Hong Xia's look of confusion, continuing with a nonchalant demeanor. "A few days ago, you suddenly fled from the small cave, and shortly thereafter, Yujia went missing. Speak. Is Yujia's disappearance connected to you? And if it is, after all, she is merely a pretender to the title of goddess. She may very well be dead by now. The beast god has declared that I am the true goddess. You have all been deceived by that wretched female, Xiao Yujia. She and her companion are not goddesses." As Yu Sheng spoke, Hong Xia finally comprehended her intent. She brazenly informed Yu Sheng that Xiao Yujia might very well be dead, while simultaneously sowing discord among the tribesfolk against both Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng, undermining their faith in the two. The beast god has proclaimed that I am the true goddess. Yet her words failed to resonate with the tribespeople, for the changes brought about by Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng were undeniable to all. Even if they are not divine maidens, their contributions to the tribe alone are sufficient to earn the respect of their K.I.N.D.A.S. for Hong Xia. She merely wears an outfit identical to that of the two divine maidens. Although she can conjure fireballs seemingly out of thin air, that does not signify that she is indeed a divine maiden. For a true divine maiden would never arbitrarily unleash flames upon the orcs. Indeed, it is you who shall pay for Jiajia's life. The moment the words left her mouth, Yu Sheng was consumed by rage. Chanting for Hong Xia to atone for Jiajia's demise, she charged at Hong Xia, fueled by fury. Bai Di could not restrain Yu Sheng as she stormed towards Hong Xia. Upon seeing Yu Sheng rush forward, Hong Xia was instantly flustered. Once again, she gathered fireballs in her hands and hurled them at Yu Sheng. The surrounding tribespeople watched in terror. Bai Di dashed forward, intent on saving Yu Sheng, but the scorching heat of the flames singed his arm. Zai Zai! This greatly alarmed Fu Xiong. Yu Sheng, oblivious to Bai Di's plight, nimbly dodged the fireballs hurled by Hong Xia. In that moment, she was particularly grateful for having chosen to study dance alongside music with Xiao Yujia. Their choice of dance was classical, which included a form known as sword dance, a dance that embodies both grace and strength. Capable of rivaling warriors at a certain level. Although sword dance is a form of dance, it is also a martial art. However, in modern times, few have attained such a realm among their classmates in classical dance. Only Xiao Yujia and Yu Sheng had reached this level, but an unspoken understanding existed between them. While Yu Sheng may not possess the martial prowess of Xiao Yujia, she could easily handle Hong Xia, who lacked any combat skills. Relying solely on her sword dance, "You vile creature, do not approach." Bang, 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 one fireball after another rained down upon Yu Sheng. Yet, none of them struck her. All were deftly evaded by her agile movements. The onlooking tribespeople remained on edge. However, witnessing Hong Xia's flustered state while Yu Sheng remained unscathed brought them a sense of satisfaction. Hong Xia had often bullied those of her kind, and now, seeing her in such a predicament was oddly gratifying. Hong Xia was incessantly chattering in the battlefield, while Yu Sheng remained remarkably calm, as serene as a tranquil sea. Each step she took was like a gentle breeze, caressing the ocean surface, her slender waist bending back to avoid the fireball launched by Hongxia. With each increasingly graceful step, icy blue light began to coalesce around Yusheng. This spectacle left all the tribespeople of the Tiger Howl tribe utterly mesmerized. Engaged in a battle against Hongxia, she exuded such beauty. Truly deserving of the title of a legendary divine maiden, the icy blue lights gradually formed into a 1-meter-long sword. Splendid. Yusheng grasped the hilt, and a dazzling display of one-sided slaughter was about to commence. With one hand wielding the sword, her movements were elegant and beautiful, yet each step concealed a deadly intent. The sword lunged towards Hongxia with formidable force, accompanied by an icy aura in that instant. Hongxia felt an unprecedented sense of threat. She must swiftly eliminate Yusheng before her. Not only would this secure the tribe's support, but it would also win Bai Di as her mate. In that moment of panic, Hongxia was caught off guard, and Yusheng's advancing sword grazed her shoulder. Hiss! That hurt. This vile creature is truly ruthless. Observing Hongxia's injury, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yusheng aimed to pursue her advantage, but at that moment, Hongxia vanished without a trace. Were it not for the lingering scent in the air and the odor of sparks from the ground, one might not believe that Hongxia had come to harm the tribespeople and had engaged in a battle with a divine maiden. Jia, it's all right that I no need to pursue. Yusheng, intent on tracking down Hongxia, was suddenly restrained from behind by Bai Di, who had emerged from Fuxiang's grasp, preventing her from rushing forward. Wu Bai Di, do you think Jia will return? Ah Sheng, do not be sorrowful. Jia will surely be fine. Seeing Yusheng in tears filled Bai Di's heart with pain, yet apart from offering comfort, there was little he could do. Meanwhile, Xiao Yujia and Ting Shuo were still engaged in a battle of wits and strength. Each strike pushed Ting Shuo further back. It was not that Ting Shuo was weaker than Xiao Yujia, but rather that he had never encountered someone like her before. This excited Ting Shuo immensely. My lady, I have fallen for you at first sight and harbor no intent to harm you. As he spoke, he inched closer to her. Yet they were not yet bonded, but he thought that with time he could win her heart. I do not like you, Xiao Yujia shouted in anger. In that moment, she loathed the man before her. Being confessed to without reason was one thing, but his actions were disturbingly obsessive. If only he would simply leave. At that moment, Xiao Yujia harbored murderous intent towards Ting Shuo, wishing to end this encounter swiftly. This way, she could escape quickly. She wondered if Lin Yi had thought of her. Did he eat well during meals? And was Ah Sheng, that little girl, taking good care of herself? Lost in thought, Xiao Yujia yearned to break free from the dull presence of the man before her. Divine Maiden, before Xiao Yujia could act, she heard Ling Yan's deep voice. Chapter 41. Escape. Ling Yan charged in, hurling a fireball at Ting Shuo, catching him off guard. Like a mother carrying her cub, he swept Xiao Yujia onto his back, eliciting a startled scream from her. Divine Maiden, flee. Ling is waiting for us outside. In the moment he spoke, Ling Yan threw another fireball at Ting Shuo and swiftly took flight, his wings unfurled behind him. Ting Shuo, fixated solely on Xiao Yujia, was thoroughly distracted by the two fireballs. After extinguishing the flames, the room was left in ruins. Damn it. One day, I will annihilate every spirit beast on the Orc continent. Ting Shuo's heart roared as he surveyed the devastation of the room he had meticulously prepared for her. Help! The flood is here, help! As Ling Yin carried Xiao Yujia to the cave beneath the cliff. Chaos reigned outside, that he saw Ling manipulating water waves to assault the caves below, while the surrounding females fled in panic. The wandering orcs were helpless against this unknown power, retreating to the cliff. They coldly observed the females emerging from the caves, regarding them merely as slaves to vent their frustrations upon. Did the divine maiden save them? Let us depart. Ecstatic at the flooding of the cliff, Ling turned to see Ling Yin soaring toward him with a petite figure on his back. Since they had rescued her, he had no intention of lingering. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Yujia suddenly called out, Ling, take those females with us that I have use for them. Despite their hesitations, as they contemplated the ordinary females of the Orc continent below, they reasoned that they posed little threat. If they were to harm the divine maiden, they could simply deal with them later. With that thought, Ling manipulated the water waves to gather the females below, swiftly taking flight with Ling Yin as they left the cliff. Capture them. Just after Qiao Yujia and the others had departed the cliff, Tung Shua emerged from the ruins, immediately issuing orders. Receiving the command, Hu Ba and the others wasted no time in pursuing Qiao Yujia. They are coming. Quickly. Having flown nearly halfway through the godless forest, Qiao Yujia sensed the approaching presence behind her and urged her companions to fly faster. They are ahead. Hurry, capture them. After pursuing through much of the godless forest, Hu Ba finally spotted two figures, one white and one blue, in the distance and quickly commanded his wandering orc subordinates. Whoever captures that divine maiden will receive rewards for evolution. Those who had previously hesitated due to Ling Yan's prowess were now swayed by Hu Ba's words. After all, the promise of enhanced abilities was enticing. The thought of becoming stronger spurred the wandering orcs to pursue with wild abandon. Capture them! Capture them! Evolution! Evolution! Qiao Yujia glanced back at the frenzied wandering orcs, their eyes glowing red as they fixated upon them like a coveted prize, a means to their evolution. In their minds, only one thought persisted: to capture the divine maiden, Ling, erect a water wall to block them. Hearing the deafening clamor behind them, Qiao Yujia felt a sense of urgency and commanded Ling to erect a water wall to impede the advance of the pursuing orcs. She sensed Lin Ye's presence drawing nearer. If they could just hold on a little longer, they would see him. Usually indifferent, Ling now found the noise intolerable. As soon as Qiao Yujia finished her command, he swiftly erected towering 5-meter-high water walls in front of the frenzied orcs. Then followed Ling Yin and the others as they quickly escaped the area. The stranded vagrant beast men, blocked by a wall of water, gazed in frustration as the coveted prize they had long sought suddenly slipped away. Anger surged within them as they pounded against the aqueous barrier, desperately hoping to shatter it. "Clear the way!" roared Hu Bao, casting a disdainful glance at his fellow vagrant beastmen. Upon hearing his voice, all those who had been striking the water wall promptly stepped aside. With a fierce growl, he transformed, his form expanding to a colossal size, and raised his massive claw to strike the water wall. When he beheld a fissure appear in the barrier, a surge of excitement coursed through him, though it was regrettably not in human form. Yet, as he withdrew his claw, reality swiftly smacked him in the face. The breach sealed itself once more. Meanwhile, Qiao Yujia and her companions had successfully escaped the godless forest. Despite the numerous ferocious beasts that lunged at them, eager for a feast, Ling Yin and Ling dispatched them into their spatial storage. This storage space was a standard feature of every spirit beast clan, an innate ability present from birth. Other abilities would only manifest after maturity, upon receiving blessings before the beast god statue, which would awaken one of the 5 elemental powers based on the beast's constitution and potential. However, there were exceptions, with some awakening a mutated version of one of the 5 elemental abilities, or even a power outside of those 5. As they journeyed, the females ensconced within the water sphere remained silent, fully aware of their escape from that terrifying place. Their gazes drifted towards the petite red figure perched upon Ling Yan's back, and a silent resolution was forged among them. Henceforth, as long as it ensured their survival, they would willingly become servants to that little female. "Lord Lin Yi, we have thoroughly searched all 4 directions of the Wuhuang Plains and have found no trace of the goddess's scent. Ever since Qiao Yujia's disappearance, the warriors of the Hushao tribe had tirelessly scoured the land day and night, hoping to find even a hint of her lingering essence. Yet their efforts had yielded naught. Goddess, we are nearing the borders of the Wuhuang Plains." Exhausted, Qiao Yujia suddenly perked up at Ling Yan's announcement, her spirits rekindled by the shimmering barrier slowly materializing before them. "At last, we're finally here. Soon, we shall meet those we have long yearned for. Lord Lin Yi, it's getting late. Shall we not return tomorrow?" A nearby beastman cautiously suggested, having observed the sudden darkening of Lin Ye's expression. So dark it was as if shadows themselves had descended.